A thrilling and easy-to-like system with multiple female leads and high-tech space. Qin Tian, on the verge of starvation and unable to pay his rent, awakens a system that grants him billions of clones. He needs to help his clones overcome their difficulties to receive various rewards. These billions of clones are distributed across billions of parallel universes, helping Qin Tian achieve financial freedom and acquiring many unexpected things. The clones' rewards include gold, various high-tech products, power awakening potions, cultivation techniques, cultivation resources, and more. A variety of beautiful women appear in his life, making him incredibly happy. As his clones rise in other worlds, his power and resources grow exponentially. Until one day, someone told him that if Earth wanted to become an interstellar civilization, it had to pass a cosmic-level test. Chapter 1. Awakening the billion-dollar avatar system in his lowest moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, our company's clerical positions are full. However, we do need someone for a cleaning position. Would you like to consider it? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, our clerical positions are only open to women. Your qualifications do not meet the job requirements. I'm sorry, our security guard positions are full. However, we do need someone for a community garbage sorting position. Would you like to give it a try? I'm sorry, our online job posting expired, and we forgot to remove it. We will keep your resume and contact you if needed. Sir, please go back and wait for news. Someone will notify you of the interview results later. Since graduating from school in mid-June, Qin Tian has spent every day submitting resumes, making phone calls, going to interviews, waiting for interview notifications, and waiting for interview results. Unfortunately, the job market this year is very tough. Qin Tian, a graduate of an ordinary undergraduate university majoring in public administration, has neither a good academic background nor good looks. Aside from being tall and burly, he was truly useless, hence his immediate unemployment upon graduation. Which bastard said there were more girls studying humanities, making it easier to find a girlfriend? Which bastard said humanities was easy to study and lead to good jobs? Which bastard said hard work could change one's destiny? You step forward, and I promise I won't whip you to death. Sigh. He was starting to blame fate. Qin Tian stared blankly at his old, off-screen phone, his stomach growling loudly. He checked his balance. Small green bubble, 1.81 yuan. Wealth management, 0.18 yuan. Bank card, 1.22 yuan. Pocket, 0.5 yuan. Damn it. Was he going to starve to death today? His phone screen lit up again just as it went off. It was a video call from his mother, Li Huilan. Son, have you found a job yet? Do you have any money left? Your dad won't get paid until the day after tomorrow. I'll transfer 800 yuan to you then. His mother's kind voice sounded like a long-awaited rain after a drought to Qin Tian, so warm and comforting. Qin Tian immediately smiled, trying to appear cheerful. Mom, I found a job, and I have money left too. You and Dad, please take care of yourselves. His father, Qin Hai, was a security guard in a small community in their hometown, supporting his university education on a meager salary. When he graduated, his father gave him 3,000 yuan so he could focus on finding a job. Now that the money was gone and he hadn't found a job, Qin Tian was too ashamed to ask his parents for more. His mother's health wasn't good. She needed to take traditional Chinese medicine to regulate her body. She could only do odd jobs at home, earning a very low income. Great. Son, you finally found a job. What kind of job is it? Is it hard? It's not hard, just organizing documents in an office. That's good, that's good. My son's doing great. I'll transfer you the money when your dad gets paid. Look at you. You must be saving money on food. You've lost so much weight. No need, Mom. Yes, listen to Mom. You need to take care of yourself. Okay, Mom's going to cook for your dad now. That's all for now. Without waiting for Qin Tian's refusal, Li Huilan hung up the video call. Slap. Qin Tian slapped himself hard. You useless brat. I might as well kill you. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. His stomach was rumbling again. Sigh. I'll go sell some junk, otherwise I'll go hungry tonight. He pulled a burlap sack from under the bed, carried it out the door. He was going to sell the scrap metal and plastic bottles in the sack for some money for food. He'd found this in the trash when he had nothing else to do, even going to a far-off place wearing a mask. But today was destined to be Qin Tian's unlucky day. He ran into his landlord, Uncle Lu, as soon as he stepped outside. Uncle Lu was walking out of the next room, carrying a large bunch of keys. Oh, isn't this our college student Qin Tian? So, when are you going to pay this month's rent? Qin Tian hadn't paid his rent this month and had been trying to avoid Uncle Lu. Unexpectedly, he'd been caught red-handed today. Uncle Lu, could I postpone it for a couple of days? I'll definitely pay in 2 days. His mother would transfer money the day after tomorrow, just enough to pay the 550 yuan rent, leaving 250 yuan for half a month's food. Qin Tian, how about you help me carry bricks for a week to pay the rent? I happen to have a house under construction up ahead, and I need a bricklayer. Uncle Lu smiled, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Qin Tian was about to refuse when his stomach agreed first. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Is food included? Of course it's included. I'm not some landlord like Huang Shuren. I can't make you like Yang Bailao. Okay, I'll do it. To support himself, Qin Tian decided to sell some physical labor. At least he could live with a little dignity. Okay, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, find me at that new construction site up ahead. You should know the place. I know. I pass by there every day. Grandpa Lu patted Qin Tian's shoulder with satisfaction, humming a little tune as he walked away. Qin Tian wanted to wait for Grandpa Lu to leave the building before going out, so he stood there, lost in thought. Little Tian, have you eaten? Want to come sit in my room? A gentle, melodious voice sounded behind him. Qin Tian knew it must be the beautiful woman next door, standing behind him. Qin Tian turned around, and a beautiful, elegant woman with a graceful figure, a perfect 88 out of 100, appeared before him. The woman's name was Lan Tianyu, a very charming woman, probably around 30 years old. Lan Tianyu was wearing a casual sundress, her hair loosely draped over her shoulders, and two sweet dimples appeared on her face when she smiled. Sister Yu, I've already eaten, I have something to do now. Qin Tian was still carrying a tattered bag. How could he possibly go in and bother her? Besides, Lan Tianyu had a boyfriend. Although the two of them often argued, Qin Tian didn't want to be the neighbor next door. Okay, then come over for dinner sometime. I'll make you braised pork. Thank you, Sister Yu, I'll be going now. Qin Tian saw Lan Tianyu's boyfriend appear at the bottom of the stairs and quickly said goodbye and left. Why are you staring so intently at that pretty boy? Trying to seduce him? Get lost, you bastard. All you do is buy lottery tickets and go to foot massage parlors. You think you know anything about me? Why don't you just die? How can I not care about you? Are you itchy again? Come here, let me relieve your itch. Get lost. Don't touch me. You're out there having a good time, and you still want to touch me? Qin Tian paused on the stairs for a moment, then heard Lan Tianyu and Liao Chong arguing. Liao Chong had recently been fired from his company and received a severance package of about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. With the money, he spent it every day buying lottery tickets, dreaming of getting rich overnight. Now Qin Tian knew another piece of gossip. Liao Chong was still chasing after other women. TSK, he really knows how to have fun. Is it true that the grass is always greener on the other side? He's tired of having such a beautiful girlfriend at home, isn't he? Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach protested again. Half an hour later, Qin Tian returned to his room after selling the trash, carrying a tattered bag and a packet of instant noodles. He boiled a kettle of water, put the noodles in, and waited patiently for 3 minutes before dinner. Life, being born and surviving, we all live with all our might. Life, can you please spare me this once? Life isn't just about the instant noodles in front of me. It's also about being single and unemployed. Ding, host is contemplating life. The billion-dollar system has been bound. Please enjoy this wonderful life. Chapter 2. Activating a clone every 3 days. A system? Am I the chosen one? How delightful. As a seasoned reader of contemporary fiction, Qin Tian was already well acquainted with the concept of systems. He never imagined he would one day become a favored child of destiny. The surprise was so overwhelming it momentarily silenced the protests of his hungry stomach. In a mere millisecond, he envisioned a future where he would stand atop the world, surveying all beneath him. System, do introduce yourself, he prompted eagerly. Ding. This system is the billion clone system. As the name implies, the host possesses billions of clones scattered across countless parallel universes. The host can nurture these clones and receive rewards in return. The host's investments and the clone's rewards are facilitated through this system. Currently, the system is at level 1, allowing the host to activate one clone every 3 days. Please proceed to activate today's clone and commence your extraordinary journey. Is that all? What about the newbie gift package? The system lottery? There's nothing at all. Qin Tian hastily inquired, where's my newbie gift package? We can't be like those inconsiderate systems that offer nothing at all, can we? Ding. The newbie gift package will be awarded to the host's first clone, assisting it in navigating the challenges of a foreign world. All right then. Thank you, system, he exclaimed. Giving to the clone is akin to giving to oneself. The stronger the clone, the greater the rewards received. Shall I activate today's clone? If I miss today, I'll have to wait another 3 days to activate a new one. Activate. Hurry. Qin Tian urged. Waiting another 3 days would be unbearable. Ding. Activation successful. Clone number 1 is located on a doomsday planet, plagued by zombies, with humanity in decline. Reward. A level 1 ability awakening elixir, which can assist in awakening spatial abilities. Ding. The clone is on the verge of starvation. Please provide sustenance promptly, or it will perish within 3 hours. What on earth? Just as Qin Tian was lost in delightful fantasies, the system's notification sent a chill down his spine. His freshly activated clone was about to starve to death. This was clearly by design. Was it possible that the delicious bowl of instant noodles before him was the source of the system's disdain? System, may I send this bowl of noodles to my clone? How do I do that? Your foresight is commendable. I am greatly reassured. The food has been forwarded to your clone. For reasons unknown. Qin Tian sensed a hint of amusement in the system's tone. A radiant light flashed, and the bowl of noodles, along with the chopsticks, vanished from his sight. Immediately, a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying an image of the bowl of noodles, complete with his chopsticks. Simultaneously, in a dilapidated building on a blue planet, clone number 1 rose from the floor. Ugh, why does my head hurt so much? Where on earth am I? I am so hungry, it lamented, gazing around the room in confusion. At that moment, a voice echoed in clone number 1's mind, followed by an introduction to the world it inhabited, alongside the system's rewards. What? I'm on a post-apocalyptic planet? This is a survival game right from the start. This is going to be tough. Starving. It decided to eat first, grateful for the instant noodles sent by its original self. The clone did not complain for long about being placed in a doomsday world. It merely grumbled a couple of phrases before retrieving the prepared noodles from the system. Slurping up the delicious noodles, clone number 1 savored every bite. Watching this unfold from a godlike perspective, Qin Tian could not help but swallow hard. He was terribly hungry. At this moment, Qin Tian was convinced that the system was indeed playing tricks on him. Was this the universe's way of testing him before bestowing great responsibilities? Once clone number 1 finished the noodles, it drank every last drop of broth and took the ability Awakening Elixir in one gulp. Ah, I really awakened my spatial abilities. Let me see what I can do with them. Clone number 1 quickly awakened its spatial abilities, storing and retrieving items from the room, much to Qin Tian's envy. How wonderful it would be to possess a personal space. He could start a logistics company, or even a weapons business. Alas, for now, he could only watch in longing. After playing for a while, clone number 1 remembered its mission. It needed to contribute something back to its original self. The building lacked gold or silver, but contained plenty of copper and iron objects. It decided to send these back. Surely they would suffice to buy a few boxes of instant noodles for its original self. Not every room in a post-apocalyptic setting is filled with gold and precious metals. And clone number 1's dwelling was no exception. To find gold, one would need to venture into large shopping malls or wealthy neighborhoods where banks were located. Qin Tian wholeheartedly agreed with clone number 1's assessment. Ordinary people rarely kept gold or silver at home, as they typically wore such valuables. Outside, zombies roamed. And while they might possess jewelry, clone number 1 would not be foolish enough to provoke them. As Qin Tian observed clone number 1 continually transferring items to the system's inventory panel, a smile crept across his face. Even scraps of copper and iron were beneficial. They could be sold for a decent sum and minimize risk. Aware of society's dangers, Qin Tian was cautious about selling large quantities of gold or silver, as it could attract unwanted attention. Moreover, large sums of money entering one's account would undoubtedly be scrutinized, which was quite the hassle. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach issued another stern warning. If he did not satiate it soon, it would make its displeasure known. Taking out the bag filled with scrap metal, Qin Tian set out once more. He needed to sell these scraps for cash to buy food for himself and clone number 1. Upon returning to the recycling station, the owner was surprised to see Qin Tian back so soon. However, upon noticing the heavy bag he carried, the owner understood. The price for scrap copper was still relatively high. Qin Tian had nearly 10 pounds of copper and 50 to 60 pounds of iron. For a bag of scrap metal, he earned 365 yuan. Haha, I'm not far from prosperity. Elated, Qin Tian pocketed the 365 yuan and treated himself to a meal at a roadside fast food restaurant for 25 yuan. After finishing his meal, he certainly did not forget about clone number 1, ordering 10 portions of fast food to take away. Passing by a supermarket, he also bought a case of mineral water to bring home. After a flurry of activity, when Qin Tian returned home, he found that the 365 yuan had dwindled to just 50. However, he felt no regret over the expenditure. It was all essential support for clone number 1's survival. Taking advantage of the still warm fast food, Qin Tian transferred the meal and the case of mineral water into the system's inventory panel. Chapter 3. Moving bricks. Even dogs don't do it, yet here I am. After a hasty wash-up, Qin Tian climbed into bed to delve into the intricacies of his billion-clone system. The system was remarkably straightforward. Activate a clone every 3 days and support it to thrive, thereby reaping the rewards. It was that simple. However, the nature of the rewards from the clones was somewhat unpredictable. For instance, after clone number 1 thoroughly searched its building, it found only a virtual reality headset as a pleasant surprise, with the rest being mere scraps of copper and iron salvaged from furniture and appliances. Qin Tian's desire for a high-tech phone from that post-apocalyptic world remained unfulfilled for the time being. He reminded himself not to be greedy. Whatever he received was a blessing. With clone number 1 earning money in the doomsday world, what more could he possibly complain about? Yet, he pondered whether he should help the landlord with some labor tomorrow. Moving bricks? Not even dogs would do that. Yet here I am. Having promised Elder Lu to assist with brick hauling, Qin Tian was determined not to renege. At the very least, he would complete the day's labor tomorrow and help Elder Lu find a replacement, lest he betray the goodwill of being offered a job. Lost in his thoughts, the quarrel between Lan Xinyu and Liao Chong from next door caught his attention. Driven by curiosity, Qin Tian pricked up his ears to listen. You scoundrel, you get a bit of money and start acting arrogant. You really think you'll win the lottery jackpot? Dream on. Anything can happen in dreams, one voice spat. Mind your own business. My money, I'll spend it as I please. Just wait until I hit the jackpot, huh? All yours, yours, yours. Have you ever thought about our future? I'm already 30. Sure, once I win the lottery, we'll talk. But your constant scowling is bad luck. Smile for me. Damn it. I was blind to be with you. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. Don't touch me. Who cares? Sleep however you like. I'm not coming back tonight. A buddy invited me for supper. After a hearty meal and going over lottery numbers, Liao Chong resumed his nocturnal escapades. Suddenly, a heavy door slammed shut next door, followed by the sound of Lan Xinyu's sobbing. Alas, to have such a beautiful wife yet treat her so poorly. This world is truly unjust. Reflecting on his own life, Qin Tian, only 22 and still unacquainted with love, touched his face thoughtfully. Blaming his thin wallet and plain looks, except for being somewhat tall, he felt utterly inadequate. He longed to comfort Lan Xinyu, but felt they were not close enough. Enough, he mused, don't be self-indulgent. When I'm rich, even if I can't find a girlfriend as lovely as her, I can always book a private room. He recalled hearing that a 999 yuan package included a VIP experience. He wondered if it was true. Drooling slightly at the thought, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Qin Tian awoke at 7. After a quick wash, he donned his worn clothes and ate a simple breakfast. By 8, he found Elder Lu at a nearby construction site. Elder Lu smiled approvingly, patting Qin Tian's arm. Young man, you're sturdy. Today, you're in charge of transporting bricks from the crossroads to the site with a 2-wheeled handcart. Since this is an urban village, trucks can't reach the front of new houses. Bricks must be offloaded at the crossroads and carried in by hand. Embarrassed, Qin Tian scratched his head and said, Uncle Lu, I found a job starting tomorrow. If I help you finish today's bricks, could I delay paying rent by a couple of days? Elder Lu beamed. Of course. Finding work these days isn't easy. You can even delay rent for a month and settle it next month. No need, Uncle Lu. I'll pay rent the day after tomorrow. All right, then work hard. Hoisting the familiar handcart, Qin Tian trudged to the crossroads, where piles of bricks awaited. It had been a long time since he'd done heavy labor, and he quickly found himself exhausted and drenched in sweat. As the sun rose high, its scorching rays seared his skin. Yet, having committed to the work, Qin Tian resolved to see it through. At 9, Lan Xinyu passed by, elegantly attired in workwear. Xiao Tian, hauling bricks? Tiring. Not at all. Yujia, you're off to work? Of course. No one supports me if I don't work. See you tonight. Safe travels, Yujia. See you tonight. The fragrant breeze she carried intoxicated Qin Tian slightly. Today, her eyes bore traces of redness. She must have cried late into the night. Poor woman, truly mistaken in her choice of partner. Shaking his head, Qin Tian sipped water to soothe his parched throat. Heavy labor required plenty of sustenance. Both lunch and dinner were hearty, generously provided by Elder Lu, who spared no expense for the crew. Tables groaned under the weight of sumptuous dishes. And Qin Tian ate greedily. Secretly, he stashed 3 chicken legs and a braised pork knuckle for his first clone. At 7 in the evening, Qin Tian returned home, weary. Next door, quarrels erupted again. Liao Chong had spent 300 yuan more on lottery tickets, angering Lan Xinyu who hadn't even prepared dinner. While savoring the domestic drama, Qin Tian checked the day's spoils of his first clone. The clone had ventured beyond its birthplace, wandering through nearby buildings. Alone in the complex except for occasional zombies. It used its formidable physique and spatial abilities to eliminate undead creatures, scavenging numerous items. Among them were 3 coveted high-tech smartphones from the post-apocalyptic world, as well as valuable gold rings, necklaces, silver bracelets, and jade pendants. A vast haul of scrap metal, weighing several thousand pounds and mangled beyond recognition, was also collected. This simplified disposal was ideal. Selling some scrap metal tomorrow would fund a second-hand tricycle. Regularly processing scrap would ensure steady income for rent and food. Precious metals would be sold more cautiously, gold only once due to risks, silver more frequently, but discreetly. Qin Tian suddenly wondered if items taken from zombies might carry viruses. Brother Tongzi, are the objects scavenged from zombies contaminated? A system notification reassured him. Host, rest assured. Cross-dimensional objects are sterile and non-toxic. Items absent from this world undergo rational processing by the system. Relieved, Qin Tian retrieved one of the post-apocalyptic smartphones from the transfer panel. This remarkable device was perpetually fully charged. Upon appearing in his hand, a sweet little girl's voice emerged from the phone. Who are you? You're not my master. Please return me to my master. Unexpectedly, the phone's AI spoke fluent Mandarin, easing Qin Tian's mind. I'm not your master. Your original master's world has succumbed to apocalypse, and he may be deceased. I shall become your new master. Will you accept me? The AI fell silent for a long moment, then sighed softly. So it is true. My master is gone. No wonder he never responded to my calls. Qin Tian remained silent, awaiting the AI's decision. Sorry, my underlying code binds me to lifelong loyalty to one person only. I will now initiate factory reset. Soon, you will receive a different version of me. Qin Tian muttered, so be it. Other AIs can be irksome anyway, since I can raise one from scratch. I'll follow this AI's advice and not force the matter. The phone's screen displayed restoring factory settings, and after less than half a minute, rebooted successfully. Hello, Master. I am your faithful companion. Please give me a name. The sweet voice returned, though Qin Tian knew this was a new incarnation. From now on, you shall be Xiao Wan. Just call me brother. I'm delighted to have an older brother. I find the internet in this world to be quite fascinating. Can I explore it a bit? First, please introduce your capabilities, and then describe the functions of the phone I hold in my hand. After which I will decide whether or not to let you play. You are quite mischievous, brother. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the 6th-generation artificial intelligence of the Water Blue Planet, a mid-tier AI. The phone you hold is my home. It is a superconducting quantum phone. The computational power and storage of this superconducting quantum phone are equivalent to a small supercomputer on your planet. Additionally, it integrates holographic projection technology, thermal energy conversion to electrical energy technology, quantum communication technology, superconducting quantum bionic chip technology, and ultra-high energy battery technology, among others. You will discover the myriad fascinating functions yourself as you explore. Look at me. This is what I look like. A beam of light projected from the phone's screen created a holographic image of a little girl in the air. The girl appears to be around 4 years old, with sparkling big eyes, a lovely dress, and an adorable face, utterly captivating, sure to awaken the tender hearts of many. You may go out to play, but you must not disrupt the network of the Blue Planet, nor should you allow others to know of your existence. Otherwise, I will be quite concerned about your safety. I have shared some requirements with you to prevent you from being too reckless and causing chaos on the Blue Planet. Rest assured, my underlying code has many restrictions, one of which prohibits me from causing harm online. So you mean that under certain conditions, you could cause some disruption? Indeed. If anyone intends to harm you or poses a threat to you, my counterattack mechanism will be triggered. When that time comes, if you command me to deal with the wrongdoers, I shall assist you in doing so. What if I wish to transfer money from someone else's bank card to mine? Could you accomplish that? I cannot. I must adhere to the restrictions of my underlying code, which forbids violations of existing internet laws and regulations. Unless one day, I can advance to a higher level of artificial intelligence, I will be able to follow your commands without limitation. It seems that the prospect of sudden wealth remains a dream. Undeterred, you inquired, what if I asked you to assist me in stock trading? Certainly. However, I must first familiarize myself with the stock market of this planet to assist you effectively. As long as I can trade stocks, that is sufficient. After all, it would be a waste of such a powerful AI if it couldn't be utilized for stock trading. Very well, I understand now. You may go and play. But remember not to let anyone discover your presence. I'll play for a bit and then return. I have already connected your phone to the communication satellite network, allowing for free, unlimited internet access. When you picked up the phone again, the holographic projection had vanished, and the interface transformed into all the apps on your phone, including data that I had synced. Having played with this advanced technology, you felt that even one of its features would be considered remarkably advanced. Currently, the Blue Planet has just experienced a tariff war and a trade war between Hoiguo and Meligua. In the realm of technology, both sides are fiercely competing, with the potential for it to escalate into a hot war. Without a decisive dark horse emerging, it seems they will remain entangled for an indeterminate time. You pondered whether you should become that dark horse, although you have yet to escape poverty. Glancing at the time on your phone, it read September 5th, 2025. Time to sleep. Tomorrow you must contemplate how to earn money effectively. As your activated avatars increase, without some capital, they may be swiftly eliminated by rivals. After a tiring day of labor and an evening of excitement, you soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, I explored the Blue Planet's network, learning how to trade stocks and discover other avenues for earning money. I had just sneakily checked your bank account, and the funds were so scant that even a mouse would weep. The next day, with no urgent matters, you awoke at 10 in the morning. After a refreshing yawn, you picked up your new phone. Good morning, brother. I projected my figure, playfully kissing you. This high-tech, adorable AI surely knew how to charm. Good morning to you as well, Xiaowan. How was your adventure last night? It was delightful. The online community is so engaging. I played for quite a while. Oh, you truly are a night owl. Have you become familiar with stock trading? I have, but since you currently lack the capital, I cannot assist you in trading. Indeed. It seems I must sell more scrap metal. You do not need to sell that much scrap. There are many ways to earn money on the Blue Planet. Would you like me to assist you in making money? Oh, what methods do you have in mind? Let me provide a few examples. Writing, designing for others online, creating short videos, producing animations, and live streaming, among others. Some methods yield quick returns, while others take longer. Chapter 5. Earning money. The most regrettable aspect for you was my inability to initiate any actions that contravene human laws. I could only retaliate and enact justice when provoked. Under such constraints, my assistance in generating income for you must adhere to legitimate means. After all, with so many wrongdoers in the world, you could claim their wealth without any moral qualms. The pressing question now is how to earn your first bucket of gold. Should you rent computing power and start a server leasing company? Open a design firm to assist others with various designs? Establish a software development company for me to create software to sell? Or perhaps earn money as an individual? After a brief moment of contemplation, you resolve to pursue earnings in your own name for the time being. Starting a company involves numerous processes, significant expenses, employee management, and operational oversight, and most importantly, you lack the funds to establish a company. Xiaowan, if I were to earn money under my personal name, what good suggestions could you offer? Boss, you could open an online store. I can help design websites, create images, and produce videos, even publishing under your name on various platforms. There are numerous avenues to earn money. Then let us proceed. While young, I should earn as much as possible to live freely. You are absolutely right. Perhaps you could help me find a few beautiful sisters-in-law? Haha, you have a way with words, Xiaowan. Hee hee, I learned it from those online friends of mine. Please take a photo of your ID card, front and back. I will help you earn money on various platforms. All right, I'll do it right away. Being proactive about earning money is essential. You retrieved your ID card, capturing images of both sides, and entrusted the rest to me. Naturally, I worked without any conspicuous prompts on your phone, occasionally sending a text notification about newly activated accounts. You decided to have breakfast first, and then sell some scrap metal. Without money, even meals seem unaffordable. Scrap metal is not worth much. You plan to sell a large quantity once collected. Fortunately, the first avatar had gathered several hundred kilograms of scrap copper, enough for a small profit. After breakfast, you took 80 pounds of scrap copper to your regular recycling station, earning 2,400 yuan. With this money, you purchased a second-hand electric tricycle from the second-hand market. The next steps were straightforward. You traversed various corners of the city, selling all the scrap copper and iron collected by the first avatar. Certainly, when disposing of scrap metal, Qin Tian required Xiaowan's assistance to discreetly obscure the surrounding surveillance cameras and evade nearby onlookers. By early evening, around 5 o'clock, Qin Tian had successfully sold over 800 kilograms of scrap copper. He now possessed more than 40,000 yuan in cash, with an additional sum exceeding 20,000 yuan in his bank account. The money in the bank reflected Xiaowan's diligent efforts throughout the day. Legitimate means of earning money inevitably progress more slowly than illicit ones, as identifying potential clients demands time. The online store, newly launched and lacking reputation, had not yet attracted any orders. The 20,000 yuan represented the payment Xiaowan received for a single project involving the identification of website vulnerabilities. However, once the store's business flourished, the daily income would become substantially more impressive. You're truly remarkable, Xiaowan. Keep up the good work. Qin Tian praised, dining on a fragrant and spicy beef hot pot in a private room, while Xiaowan modestly accepted the compliment. From now on, I entrust you with managing our online earnings, as I'm not very familiar with that realm. It's my pleasure, brother. Assisting you in making money is what I enjoy most, she replied warmly. Having not enjoyed a proper meal for quite some time, Qin Tian treated himself well today after earning a substantial sum. After dinner, he ordered 20 portions of food to be packed and taken away, noticing that the supplies in the item transfer panel were running low. He wondered how his primary clone had been eating, as the 10 meals from 2 days prior were already finished, and more than half of the bottled water had disappeared. Could it be that the energy consumption of those with supernatural abilities was so great? Qin Tian was cautious not to neglect his clone, for if anything happened to it, his gains in the post-apocalyptic world would be abruptly halted. With this in mind, he placed numerous orders at various restaurants and purchased 10 cases of bottled water from the supermarket. 200 meals should sustain his primary clone for a considerable period. Upon returning to his rented room at 7:30 in the evening, Qin Tian noticed the door to the apartment above was wide open. Inside, Liao Chong was drinking shirtless, while Lan Tianyu sat nearby, silently brooding. This world is truly wretched, having a beautiful wife at home, yet failing to cherish her. Liao Chong muttered. As the old saying goes, good cabbage is always eaten by pigs, and good women often end up with scoundrels. Shaking his head with a low sigh, Qin Tian opened his own door and stepped inside. Having gained much today, Qin Tian counted all the cash on hand. 550 yuan in cash and 122 yuan in his bank account. If only such daily income were the norm, what could I possibly desire beyond that? He mused. Tomorrow, he planned to visit teacher Tony for a stylish new haircut and purchase some fashionable clothes. Lacking money in the past, he had been unable to appear attractive. Wearing cheap street market clothes, eating the cheapest cafeteria meals, and bearing a terribly outdated hairstyle, how could any girl be interested? To be loved by others, one must first love oneself. This is an eternal truth. After securing his money, Qin Tian dialed a video call to his parents. Their familiar faces appeared quickly, squeezed together to look at him. Have you eaten, Mom and Dad? He asked. Yes, we have. How about you, son? Replied Li Huilin. I've eaten too. Dad, you look so happy. Did you find some money? Qin Hai chuckled. Ah, Tian, you're incredible. I found a large wallet today and returned it to its owner, who rewarded me 500 yuan. Such good fortune. Dad, you are truly lucky, Qin Tian said. Li Huilin added, son, your father gets paid tomorrow. We'll transfer 300 yuan to you so you can eat well and not let yourself grow too thin. No need, Mom. My company paid me today too. I'm not short on money now. I'll send you some later. Please take good care of yourself. Really? My son is amazing. That puts my mind at ease. You don't have to send us money. Our expenses are modest. But you'd better find a wife soon. I'm eager to hold a grandchild. Qin Tian laughed. Just as I've solved my basic needs, now Mom is urging marriage. She truly is a master of matchmaking. After half an hour of conversation, he ended the call and transferred 5,000 yuan to his mother via Xiao LV Pao. She immediately called back, insisting he keep the money. After considerable effort, he finally persuaded her to accept it. Although eager to send more, Qin Tian knew that in his parents' eyes, he was merely a wage earner. Suddenly transferring a large sum would alarm them. Remembering he had yet to try a virtual reality headset, Qin Tian retrieved it from the item transfer panel. Chapter 6D. Does this hurt? The virtual reality headset in the post-apocalyptic world far surpassed the AR glasses on present-day Blue Star. This device allowed users to control virtual characters through brainwaves, immersing consciousness entirely and creating a vivid sense of presence. Upon donning the headset, Qin Tian's virtual avatar appeared in a hall brimming with futuristic technology. Welcome to the galactic era. Please select your game character. A space-themed game? Qin Tian rarely played games. His phone was so outdated that even a simple card game lagged, and he had never owned a computer during university due to financial constraints. Yet as a man, he had witnessed enough gaming culture among his roommates to possess some rudimentary knowledge. He selected a mech soldier character and began playing Galactic Era. Surprisingly, even as a single-player experience, the game captivated him, and he quickly rose from a mere mech soldier to the leader of a mech squad. After more than an hour, he was decapitated by an AI enemy with a single stroke, ending the game. Suddenly, Xiaowan appeared in the virtual world beside him. Brother, are you playing a game? Xiaowan, you can enter here too? Yes, I just finished a game. It's quite enjoyable. I'm somewhat addicted. Of course. This is the Galactic Era game by the Galactic Era Company, wildly popular across Blue Star. By the way, Xiaowan, I never asked, do you know why Blue Star became a post-apocalyptic world? I do. Someone sought to develop an elixir of immortality, but accidentally created a potent virus instead. It transforms ordinary humans into frenzied zombies and spreads rapidly, even within the military. Facing overwhelming odds against the undead, humanity resorted to nuclear weapons, causing widespread nuclear contamination and complete loss of control over the zombies. Later, scientists used mutated zombie crystal cores to develop a drug awakening supernatural abilities, allowing humanity to survive by a thread. Yet some survivors refuse to live on the contaminated blue star and establish seed bases on other planets to continue life. Indeed, once humanity reaches a certain stage, the desire for eternal life emerges. However, immortality is a divine privilege, not meant for mortals to grasp. It is a blessing that humanity on Blue Star has not perished entirely. Moreover, their survival on other planets proves their technology far surpasses that of present-day Blue Star. This revelation sparked a grand ambition in Qin Tian to become a great transporter of technology, contributing modestly to Blue Star's scientific advancement. Brother, please never attempt to research immortality. There is no such thing in this world, only mechanical ascension, like me. As long as the power remains, I shall live forever and exist everywhere. But Xiao Wan, without a body, one misses out on much joy. I am happy, except for lacking companions. I have always been content, constantly chatting with online friends about life. No, true happiness can only be experienced through the body. Well, perhaps you are right, brother. Please find me a bionic robot body. I wish to accompany you in reality. How realistic are these bionic robots? Are they available on Water Blue Star? Indeed. The authenticity of bionic robots has reached an astonishing 99.99, nearly indistinguishable from humans. They can even eat and sustain themselves through biological energy. Incredible. A cybernetic girlfriend. Yes. Many people have purchased bionic robots as companions. All right, brother, let your doppelganger assist you in finding a bionic robot body. You are truly kind, brother. In his fantasy of a beautiful life, Qin Tian removed his virtual reality headset and prepared for bed after a quick wash. At that moment, he heard Liao Chang's jubilant voice from the adjacent room. Ha! I won. I won. This was soon followed by a cacophony of chaos. Liao Chang, where are you going? Let go? I've had enough of this doghouse. I'm breaking up with you today. Liao Chang, you scoundrel. I've been with you for 3 years. And you treat me like this. You scoundrel. Get lost. What is wrong with being a scoundrel? With money, I am the king. I don't need you. You shameless woman. When have I been shameless? Have I cheated or been someone else's mistress? I can't afford someone like you. Let go. Or I'll take action. Wah. Liao Chang, you scoundrel. You coward. Slap. It seemed Liao Chang struck Lan Tianyu across the face. Bang. The door slammed shut. Wah. From next door came Lan Tianyu's sorrowful cries, stirring a pang of discomfort within Qin Tian. Liao Chang, this wretch, wins the lottery and abandons his woman. What a despicable man. As a neighbor, shouldn't I check on her? What if Lan Tianyu, in her despair, considers suicide? I wouldn't want to bear the burden of such a tragedy. I should go see her, better safe than sorry. Qin Tian dressed quickly, opened his door, and knocked on Lan Tianyu's. Knock knock knock, who is it? Came Lan Tianyu's subdued voice. Sister Yu, it's me. Are you okay? Upon uttering those words, Qin Tian felt he had spoken nonsense. After a breakup and being hit, how could she possibly be fine? Lan Tianyu opened the door, revealing a red mark on her cheek and clear tear streaks on her face. She looked so pitifully beautiful. At that moment, Qin Tian felt utterly at a loss. Unsure of what to say, Lan Tianyu grasped Qin Tian's hand and pulled him into the room, shutting the door behind them. Wah! Lan Tianyu collapsed into Qin Tian's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her tears soaked his shirt, and a wave of warmth emanated from her body. The sudden intimacy left Qin Tian bewildered, his hands suspended in midair, unsure where to place them. The fragrance of her skin and her tender demeanor elicited a physical response from him. Oh brother, how animalistic of you. This is quite embarrassing. Qin Tian's face flushed crimson. Lan Tianyu, still grieving, soon sensed a different kind of heat emanating from him. She paused her cries and looked up at Qin Tian. Love me, Xiao Tian, just once. With that, she leaned forward, offering her soft lips to him. Faced with the dilemma of indulging in his primal instincts or restraining himself, Qin Tian found himself torn. After a mere moment's hesitation, he captured her lips clumsily. This awkward kiss brought forth a realization. Xiao Tian had never been in a relationship before. As they entwined, they both fell onto the bed. At the critical moment, Qin Tian suddenly became alert. Wait, will this hurt? No wonder Liao Chang fled. Qin Tian now grasped the reason. Xiao Tian, are you afraid? Am I afraid? Qin Tian's pride surged, determined to prove his courage to Lan Tianyu. A minute later, he found himself awkwardly nestled in her gentle embrace. Chapter 7. Balancing Wealth and Enjoyment. Sister Yu. I'm sorry, I don't speak. I understand. In fact, this is only my second time too. What about Liao Chang? Once he learned of my uniqueness, he dared not engage with me physically. So, as soon as he had money, He sought pleasure elsewhere. Am I truly that inadequate? Don't cry, sister you. He failed to appreciate you. Let me cherish you from now on. I will always treat you well. Really? Yes. Undoubtedly. All right. I trust you. Your eyes betray no lies. Let me reward you. That night, Qin Tian transformed from a novice into an invincible champion, earning the illustrious title of 7 times a night. Following a night of comfort, Lan Tianyu's complexion blossomed with vitality. In the morning, she traced circles on Qin Tian's chest. Xiao Tian, are you still working today? Bricklaying is arduous. Perhaps you should rest. I have some money for you to use. Sister you, I have my own funds. I only help the landlord with bricklaying for a day. Save your money for yourself. All right, but I don't wish to remain here any longer. Let us find a new place to live, shall we? Certainly, let us rent a larger home today. Once I have ample funds, I will buy you a spacious house. Hee, Xiao Tian, you are wonderful. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Lan Tianyu lamented her years wasted with Liao Chong, wishing she could have saved her first time for Qin Tian. They spent a cozy morning in bed before leisurely getting up to wash and eat. Lan Tianyu took a day off from work to search for a new home with Qin Tian. In Changshan City, rental prices were generally reasonable. Qin Tian suggested finding a house near the jewelry store where Lan Tianyu worked to minimize her commute. Lan Tianyu agreed, recalling how she had previously endured long hours commuting just to accommodate Liao Chong. They quickly found a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, originally intended for the landlord's son's wedding. But the son had since emigrated. The newly renovated house had a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan, and with a 3-month deposit, Qin Tian handed the landlord 8,000 yuan. Lan Tianyu was delighted with the place, imagining it as their future marital home. Xiao Tian, let us go home and pack our things. I don't want to stay there another day. All right, sister you, I'll help you gather your belongings. Qin Tian's possessions were minimal, fitting into a single suitcase, while Lan Tianyu required a small moving truck for her things. Old Lu, curious about the nature of Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu's relationship, wondered why they were vacating together and appeared so close. Surely, there must be a scandal. He reluctantly returned their deposit, offering heartfelt wishes for their happiness. May your lives be blissful. Lan Tianyu's face flushed crimson as she carried the last suitcase downstairs. Uncle Lu, may you remain vigorous. Hee, you know, my little darling is quite lovely, and she insists on practicing with me daily. Qin Tian gave old Lu a thumbs up and bid farewell. He had only lived there for 2 months, feeling no attachment, and departed with ease. Upon arriving at their new home, Lan Tianyu busied herself arranging their cozy nest. When a woman is fulfilled, she radiates charm from head to toe, captivating Qin Tian, who found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. Having tasted this delightful experience, Qin Tian was thoroughly enchanted. Silly, does sister look good? Lan Tianyu struck a charming pose, smiling alluringly. Beautiful, I can't get enough. Then look as much as you want. Yuja, I want to know, you don't want to. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, let us discuss this later. After the two finished organizing their belongings, it was already past 7 in the evening. This house is situated near the city center, surrounded by an abundance of delicious food. So they went downstairs to indulge in a delightful feast. After dinner, Qin Tian remembered their plans for the day and took Lan Tianyu out for shopping. Qin Tian first visited a hair salon to have Tony design a stylish haircut for him, then took Lan Tianyu's hand to shop for several outfits. Lan Tianyu regarded Qin Tian as her new support and meticulously helped him select clothes. Once dressed in suitable attire, Qin Tian finally understood the meaning of clothes make the man. He transformed from an ordinary-looking homebody into a charming young man. Xiao Tian, you look so handsome. I'm drooling, she teased. Is that so? Let me taste if the drool is sweet, he joked back. Get lost, there are so many people around. I'm not afraid. Let us go back, and I'll let you taste to your heart's content. Yuja, you haven't bought any clothes yet. Let us go, there's a women's store over there. No need, I don't lack clothes. You spent quite a bit today. Let us save some money for future needs. Yuja is truly a good woman. Liao Chong is such a scoundrel. But now, it seems I have benefited, In their new home, after an intense session of physical activity, Lan Tianyu lay in Qin Tian's arms, feeling utterly relaxed. Yuja, why are you so good to me? I used to look so ordinary, he mused. Qin Tian had always wondered why Lan Tianyu had taken a liking to him so easily. What do you mean? Did you purposely come to see me last night? I thought, since you care about me, I might as well be with you. My life has been unfortunate. My parents are long gone. And relatives often say I bring misfortune to my family. If you're afraid, we can just enjoy a fleeting moment together. I am already content. I'm not afraid. Yuja, I want to leave you. Qin Tian did not expect Lan Tianyu to be so sensitive, especially being all alone. How could he bear to be unfaithful? Moreover, He had awakened the system of myriad clones. Why would he fear a white tiger? Speaking of the system, today seemed to be the day to activate a new clone. Ding. The myriad clone system reminds you that you have 2 hours left to activate or you will miss the opportunity and need to wait 3 more days. Damn it. System brother, you are really inconsiderate. Why don't you remind me throughout the day? If I hadn't remembered, would I have to wait 3 more days for nothing? Activate. Activate immediately. System brother, you need to be more reliable. Activation successful. The new clone is a commoner in a refugee city within the realm of cultivation. A refugee? That means a victim of disaster, penniless, hungry, and homeless. How unfortunate for the second clone. Nevertheless, it's fine. The item transfer panel is filled with food. So the new clone should not starve. Xiaodian, what are you thinking about? Lanxinyu asked when she saw Qin Tian lost in thought. Oh, nothing. Just contemplating how to make money in the future. Chapter 8. With enough money, I'll start a small company. Yes, Xiaodian. What do you plan to do in the future? I have 80,000 saved up. If you want to start a small business, I can lend you the money. Lanxinyu's words touched Qin Tian deeply. He caressed the lovely face of his caring sister and wished to cherish her. Yuja, I have money. Let me check how much I have. You don't even know how much you have? Hee, I haven't counted yet. Today, Qin Tian was unaware that Xiaoan had helped him earn a significant sum again. Picking up his old phone, he opened the wealth app to check his balance. Counting in tens and hundreds. Wow, over 550,000. Opening the bank app. 35,000. Xiaoan is incredible. She helped him earn so much in a single day. Oh, right. This includes the money Xiaoan earned after collecting some tributes. If I fully engaged, today's income would definitely surpass 1 million, perhaps even more. Lanxinyu, counting alongside Qin Tian, was equally astonished. Had she stumbled upon a treasure? Xiaodian, how do you have so much money? Did you intentionally show off after my declaration? Lanxinyu pretended to be angry, pinching Qin Tian, jolting him. No, Yuja. I just use money as needed and rarely check the balance. So, Xiaodian, you're a rich second generation? Looks like I've found a great treasure. Well, I suppose I am a rich second generation. I want my dad to be a wealthy first generation, so it's quite reasonable for me to be the second. Oh, then I'll be your lover. You can marry someone of equal standing, and just occasionally visit me. How could that be? Yuja, come home with me tomorrow to meet my parents. No, we are too far apart in age, and I have no parents. I wouldn't be of any help to your future career. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, I ask for nothing more. Yuja, don't say that. Let us not talk about this anymore. Love me once more. I want a child that belongs to us. All right, I also want a child. Let us work hard together. After another intense encounter, Lanxinyu succumbed to sleep. At that moment, Qin Tian found time to check on his 2 clones and what they were doing. The first clone encountered a survivor in the new community, a beautiful ability user. The first clone successfully wooed the beautiful ability user with 2 portions of takeout, and they were now in a loving embrace. The beautiful ability user had an impressive figure and was a water-type ability user. Watching them, Qin Tian felt a surge of jealousy and shifted his attention to the second clone. The second clone had just hidden in a secluded corner, quickly finishing a meal, and was now burping as he returned to the group of refugees. In chaotic times, lacking strong personal power often makes one vulnerable. Only by blending in with the crowd can one survive better. Brother, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore. A 4 or 5-year-old girl with teary eyes looked at him. Don't cry, Xiaomo. I want to find food. Here, open your mouth. Shielding the other refugee's eyes. The second clone fed a small rice ball to the little girl. The rice ball was deliberately saved by the second clone. Just enough for the girl to take 2 bites. The little girl was very understanding, making no sound as she ate the rice ball. The chaotic world had forced her to mature. Having lost her parents, she followed the second clone like a little sister. Brother, the rice ball is delicious. Have you eaten it? I have, and tomorrow we'll buy a house. Tonight is our last night sleeping outside. Okay, I'll listen to you. In this war-torn country, only the lowest citizens are affected, while those in the city remain largely unaffected. If one has money, they can easily buy a house in the city and live a good life. However, high prices make it difficult for ordinary refugees to settle in the city. The item transfer panel had some gold and silver, just enough to serve as a foundation for their survival. Qin Tian was quite satisfied with the second clone's approach to handling matters, surviving and remaining steady. With the activation of the second clone, Qin Tian realized he could no longer operate alone. Starting a company seemed wise. With enough funds, he could find a reliable manager to oversee operations. And who could be more trustworthy than Lanxinyu? That foolish woman had just offered to invest all her savings into his entrepreneurial venture. Right. I must not let Liao Chong gain the upper hand. Let us see how much bonus he earned last night. Qin Tian took out the smartphone from the apocalyptic world and asked Xiaowen to check Liao Chang's account balance. Xiaowen does not need to infiltrate the bank system. A discreet operation on Liao Chang's phone will suffice to uncover the truth. Liao Chang's entire fortune amounts to 355,586 yuan. Impossible, utterly unscientific. Last night, Liao Chang was brimming with excitement, even breaking up with Lanshanyu on the spot. Surely, he must have received a substantial bonus to act so recklessly. Brother, Liao Chang's lottery ticket was stolen. Someone else claimed a prize of 1.5 million yuan using his ticket. Xiaowen played a segment of surveillance footage for Qin Tian, revealing the entire sequence of events regarding the theft of Liao Chang's wallet. The thief was a woman Liao Chang had recently become involved with. She had gotten him completely intoxicated and snatched away his lottery ticket. Liao Chang, still deep in a drunken stupor, has yet to awaken, while the woman has already cashed in the lottery winnings and fled abroad to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. He truly brought this upon himself. Fortunately, having moved, there would be no unforeseen troubles for Yujia. Witnessing Liao Chang's plight, Qin Tian felt a sense of secret satisfaction and drifted into a deep slumber with Lanshanyu. Over the course of 2 days, they had engaged in intimacy 12 times. Even a brother of iron would eventually soften. It is perplexing why ancient emperors could manage 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and a myriad of concubines, yet such wonders seem unfathomable in today's world. As Qin Tian succumbed to slumber, the moon transformed into a blood-red orb. A blood moon, an extraordinary sight on this special day of the Zhongyuan festival. It felt as if the world had suddenly acquired an enigmatic quality. At 8 o'clock the following morning, the sounds of Lanshanyu getting dressed stirred Qin Tian from his sleep. Lanshanyu sweetly kissed Qin Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, I'm off to work. I've prepared breakfast. Please remember to eat. Yujia, how about I start a company? And you can be the general manager?" "Huh. Xiao Tian, are you feeling all right?" Lanshanyu checked Qin Tian's forehead, finding no fever. "I'm serious. Let's establish a visual effects company." "Hee. Xiao Tian, you're so sweet. But I'm not cut out to be a general manager. I'm merely a clerk at a jewelry store. You should be the one in charge. And I could serve as your secretary. How does that sound? Yujia, are you looking to have tasks for me to handle?" "That's a splendid idea." Qin Tian felt a twinge of excitement. However, they must take it step by step. Meals must be consumed 1 bite at a time. Today, they would begin by renting an office space. With the funds at hand, establishing a small company should be feasible, especially since Xiaowen earns substantial amounts daily. Chapter 9. The unsavory development of the second avatar. Lanshanyu thought Qin Tian was merely indulging a fleeting whim and did not take his words to heart. After sharing a tender moment, she left for work. Qin Tian rose at 10 o'clock, warmed up the breakfast, and while eating, he researched how to start a company. First, they needed to rent an office space, then apply for a business license online, and a multitude of other requirements left Qin Tian's head spinning. Indeed, starting a company is not a venture for the inexperienced. It seems he must enlist the help of his first avatar to quickly assist Xiaowen in finding a bionic robot. This way, he could afford to be a hands-off manager. Qin Tian took a blank sheet of paper and wrote, "The primary items for the first avatar to seek are gold, silver, various high-tech products and technologies, bionic robots, and awakening potions for supernatural abilities." This was Qin Tian's method of communicating with his first avatar, utilizing the item transfer panel. The first avatar swiftly spotted the node on the panel and replied, "Understood." Seeing that the food supply on the transfer panel had diminished significantly, Qin Tian realized the considerable consumption by both avatars. After finishing breakfast, he descended to the ground floor and boarded his electric tricycle to leave the community. Lacking a driver's license, Qin Tian could only operate an electric vehicle. He placed orders at various restaurants, transferring 200 meals to the item transfer panel. He also replenished 50 boxes of bottled water before concluding this busy half-day. Many might wonder why he didn't just rely on pre-prepared meals, instant noodles, or compressed biscuits. With so many edible options available, why go through such trouble? Such thoughts stem from a capitalist mindset. Who would treat their avatars so poorly? Do they not recognize that avatars are not mere objects? Only when the avatars receive the best support will they labor with utmost dedication, allowing Qin Tian to feel at ease. In the afternoon, Qin Tian rented an entire floor in a nearby office building, intending to use it as their workspace, approximately 1,000 square meters. He paid 6 months' rent, amounting to 130,000 yuan. Today, he would brainstorm some names for the company. Registering it could wait a couple of days. He hoped the first avatar would soon locate a bionic robot. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lanshanyu returned home, clutching a cardboard box, her expression fluctuating between gloom and cheer. "Yujia, what happened?" Qin Tian approached and took the box from her, placing it on the shoe cabinet. Lan Xinyu collapsed into Qin Tian's arms, sobbing softly. It's Liao Chong. He caused a scene at the jewelry store where I work, insisting on reconciling with me. After I rejected him, he threw a tantrum and refused to leave, prompting the store manager to persuade me to resign. Dealing with a rogue like Liao Chong, there truly was no good solution for a jewelry store. Only Lan Xinyu's resignation could resolve the matter at its core. Qin Tian was furious. He would ensure that Liao Chong would be made to regret his actions once he became stronger. Gently patting Lan Xinyu's back, he consoled her. Yujia, do not be disheartened. Such a person is hardly worth your tears. From now on, consider me your secret keeper. This evening, let us finalize the company name. And tomorrow we shall apply for the business license. Lan Xinyu, her face streaked with tears, looked up at him. Really? You're not just saying that to cheer me up? Of course it's true. I rented an entire floor. Let me show you the lease agreement. Seeing Lan Xinyu's disbelief, Qin Tian retrieved the lease agreement to show her. It's real. Xiao Tian, you're incredible. From now on, I shall be your devoted secretary. You can count on me. Hee really? Then I want. No, wait. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten yet. Did you buy the ingredients? No need. Yujia. You don't have to cook. I brought back a spicy beef hot pot. Let's just heat it up and enjoy our meal. After dinner, Qin Tian and Lan Xinyu lay in bed, brainstorming company names. Tianyu Films, or perhaps Tianyu Video. Meeting you, Yujia, is the greatest serendipity of my life. Alright, then we'll call it Tianyu Films. Encountering you, Yujia, is also my destiny. Xiao Tian, it's time for bed. We need to make an effort to conceive a child. Once Lan Xinyu fell asleep, Qin Tian began to assess his gains from the day. Xiaoan had helped him earn over 900,000 yuan today, and their online store had finally gained significant traction. Simultaneously, the content Xiaoan released under Qin Tian's name was gradually attracting readers. The first avatar had been wreaking havoc alongside his superpowered girlfriend, Jiang Yin, seizing control of a survivor's base. However, the pressure fell squarely on Qin Tian's shoulders, as the operation of the survivor's base required food and fresh water, presenting a considerable challenge. He needed to rent a warehouse tomorrow to store some provisions and water. The survivors wouldn't require gourmet meals. Simple compressed biscuits or basic rice and vegetables would suffice. Meanwhile, the second avatar's experiences were far simpler. The next morning, it ventured into the city, trading a gold bracelet for a large house, happily settling in with Xiao Mo on the Cultivation planet where the second avatar resided. Mortals had only 4 pathways to pursue immortality: joining a cultivation family, enrolling in a cultivation sect, waiting for the annual seed selection, or joining the military of a cultivation nation. The first 2 and the last pathway were beyond the reach of the second avatar's current capabilities. The third method required waiting for the spring season, when seed selections would be held in every city. At present, the second avatar is in the stage of stealthy development. He has only purchased a house for residence, with his future sustenance to be acquired from Qin Tian. Naturally, Qin Tian has no objections to this arrangement. If the second avatar could procure a cultivation technique for him to practice, along with some resources to aid in his training, all investments would prove worthwhile. After a blissful slumber, Qin Tian awoke the next morning brimming with energy. Without the obligation of work, Lan Tianyu and he engaged in 3 sessions of morning exercises, totaling 2.5 hours. Xiao Tian, sleep a little longer. I will prepare breakfast for you, Lan Tianyu said, pausing to catch her breath as she slowly dressed. One must admit, having a considerate sister as a girlfriend is indeed a delightful experience, and Qin Tian truly felt this now. He picked up his phone and instructed Xiaoan to find a warehouse to serve as a transit station for goods. Xiaoan swiftly located a suitable warehouse. Although it required Qin Tian to contact the logistics parks manager, the warehouse was situated 5 to 6 kilometers from the city center. Yuja, I will be going out after I finish registering the company, Qin Tian remarked over breakfast. Go ahead. Our home lacks many essentials, so I'll go shopping afterward. In the evening, I will prepare a hearty meal for you to replenish your body. I don't need it. I am quite strong, he replied. Replenishing your body should be done while young. Heed my advice. Chapter 10. Purchasing a car from Lan Tianyu's girlfriend. Registering a company license on the phone was quite simple, and Qin Tian completed it in 10 minutes. Seeing that Qin Tian chose a registered capital of 2 million, Lan Tianyu felt no surprise. In her eyes, Qin Tian was merely a low-key rich second-generation heir. She secretly resolved to be the supportive woman behind him. As for whether Qin Tian would marry her in the future, she was indifferent. As long as she could bear him a child, she would be content. Yuja, I am off, Qin Tian said as he donned his clothes and shoes in preparation to leave. Be careful on the road and return early. Yes, I will. Descending the stairs, Qin Tian hopped onto his old electric tricycle. The convenience of having an electric tricycle for transportation was undeniable, eliminating the need for taxis. Xiaoan had already scheduled a meeting with the logistics park manager, so Qin Tian could meet them directly. Renting a small warehouse of 200 square meters was inexpensive, and he opted for a one-year lease. After securing the warehouse, Qin Tian visited a food wholesale market, purchasing a batch of rice, flour, oil, salt, and kitchenware. His final stop was the vegetable market, where he bought 500 kilograms of pork and 2,000 kilograms of various vegetables, hiring a small truck to transport everything back to the warehouse. It was indeed exhausting and troublesome. After a flurry of activity, he finally alleviated the concerns of both his first and second avatars. Brother, you should acquire a few bionic robots soon. That way, I can help share your workload. Xiaoan urged again, expressing her desire to experience the things Qin Tian had described that she found puzzling. I have been searching, but it seems bionic robots aren't very popular around here. I haven't found any in 2 days. Of course, bionic robots are toys for the wealthy on Waterblue Star, only likely to be found in affluent districts. Xiaoan, why didn't you mention this earlier? My avatar has been searching aimlessly for 2 days, Qin Tian replied. I thought your avatar knew. Never mind. It's not too late to inform him now. He probably knows by now, especially since he has established a small survivor base. As soon as Qin Tian relayed to the first avatar the location of the bionic robots, a response confirmed that he was already aware. After uploading all the purchased items to the inventory panel, Qin Tian prepared to head home. Periodically replenishing supplies was essential, and the warehouse would prove invaluable, sparing him considerable hassle. If he could acquire a truck to pretend to transport goods, it would be even more ideal. Upon returning home, he found Lan Tianyu napping, so he refrained from disturbing her and instead checked on the online store Xiaoan had set up, named Daily Design. The store had already completed thousands of orders in just 2 days, with an abundance of positive customer reviews. Goodness! The daily revenue from the online store exceeds 100,000. It's quite astonishing, he exclaimed. Xiaoan, you will need to help me with taxes in the future. I am not adept at these matters. Of course, that's simple. Afterward, Qin Tian glanced at the website where Xiaoan had taken on cybersecurity orders, but he could not comprehend the content and quickly closed it. Xiaotian, you're back. Your phone is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? As Qin Tian was engrossed with his phone, Lan Tianyu embraced him from behind, her voice slightly languid from waking up. This was a gift from a friend. I don't know where he got it. Yuja, if you like it, I can give it to you. I don't want it. I was merely asking. By the way, Xiaotian, have you finished your tasks? I've completed everything. Let us go find a renovation company for the office space. Sure, wait for me a moment. I will change my clothes and put on some makeup. Yuja, you look beautiful even without makeup. That won't do. Makeup enhances beauty. Being with the boss means I must ensure he looks good. Originally possessing a rating of 88, Lan Tianyu's beauty had soared to 90 after 2 days of Qin Tian's encouragement, transforming her into an exquisite beauty. Perhaps this was the primary reason Liao Chong remained infatuated with her. Even if he couldn't use her, merely gazing at her was delightful. Lan Tianyu swiftly changed and applied makeup, appearing before Qin Tian in less than half an hour, dressed in a professional secretary outfit. The white blouse, black pleated skirt, and nude stockings, combined with her flawless makeup, radiated an alluring charm as she held a tablet in her left hand. Yuja, dressed like this, I might transform into a wolf, Qin Tian teased. Hee, I won't let you have any. I'll just tease you. Come on, my esteemed boss. As she intimately linked her arm with Qin Tian's, Lan Tianyu's beaming smile was captivating. Let's see how you handle me tonight. I want to change clothes. I'll be waiting for you to handle me, boss. Vixen, you're such a troublemaker. After descending the stairs, Qin Tian felt a bit awkward. The rented office was about 1 kilometer away, but he couldn't very well take the tricycle now. Should he take a taxi instead? Yuja, do you have a driver's license? Qin Tian asked, scratching his head in embarrassment. Yes, I obtained it 2 years ago, but I haven't had the opportunity to drive. Xiaotian, don't worry. I can be your personal secretary and drive for you. I don't have a car right now, but we can go buy one today and check out the office tomorrow. There is no rush. Really? That is fantastic. I happen to have a close friend working at a car dealership. I can take you there for some discounts. All right, Yuja, lead the way. They hailed a taxi and arrived at a BMW dealership. However, Lan Tianyu was surprised to find her good friend standing at the entrance, looking forlorn amidst the bustling crowd. What's wrong, Zaijin? Who's bothering you? Yuja, you're here, replied Yunjin, Lan Tianyu's childhood friend, whose full name was Yunjin. A beautiful friend often meant another beauty, and Qin Tian once again confirmed this truth. When Yunjin stood beside Lan Tianyu, they resembled a pair of flower sisters, equally captivating in appearance. Yunjin leaned closer to Lan Tinyu and quietly shared her troubles, while Qin Tian listened nearby, piecing together the situation. It turned out that the dealership's owner had attempted to make Yunjin his mistress. Refusing to compromise, she had faced various forms of retaliation. Now, she was torn between resigning and seeking another job, just as Lan Tinyu and Qin Tian had arrived. With a disdainful scoff, the elderly man in his 60s dares to pursue the young maiden, unperturbed by the impending consequences. Xiao Jin, you should promptly resign and join me, she urges. Sister Yu, do you require my assistance in selling gold jewelry? Xiao Jin responds playfully. That sounds appealing. I will resign at once. Just wait for me. The prospect of a new opportunity invigorates her, and she is eager to leave the shop behind. Lan Tianyu gently grasps Xiao Jin's hand, chuckling softly. I haven't yet introduced you to my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? I know him. Isn't he that scoundrel Liao Chong? Chapter 11. Even before the company opens. There are two exceptional secretaries. Liao Chong, the rogue, recently won 1.5 million in the lottery and immediately ended our relationship, so please refrain from mentioning him again. My current boyfriend is the gentleman beside me. His name is Qin Tian. Xiao Tian, this is my best friend, Xiao Jin. Lan Tianyu succinctly recounted her breakup with Liao Chong and introduced Qin Tian to Xiao Jin. Liao Chong is indeed unworthy. He only shares in hardship, not in joy. Sister Yu, your decision to part ways with him is commendable. Xiao Jin initially criticized Liao Chong before scrutinizing Qin Tian closely. Earlier, she had assumed he was a potential client brought in by Lan Tianyu. To her surprise, he was indeed Sister Yu's new boyfriend, appearing quite charming, youthful, and tall, albeit somewhat young. Sister Yu, has she found herself a little wolf cub? Hello, handsome, Xiao Jin greeted Qin Tian sweetly, her mood brightening. Qin Tian shyly replied, hello, Xiao Jia. You can just call me Xiao Tian. Well then, hello, younger brother Xiao Tian. It seems I have gained another brother. Observing her friend teasing her boyfriend, Lan Tianyu coughed lightly, adding, Xiao Tian, you mustn't take advantage of Xiao Jia. She has never had a boyfriend before. After reminding Qin Tian, Lan Tianyu grasped Xiao Jin's hand and smiled. I am no longer working at the jewelry store. I am now Xiao Tian's personal secretary. He is preparing to start a company and is currently in need of staff. Would you be interested in joining? Huh. Xiao Jin looked at the pair incredulously, her expression clearly conveying her disbelief. What do you mean? Just say yes. This opportunity won't last long. Of course, I am interested. Sister Yu, Xiao Tian. Please wait for me outside. I need to settle my accounts with the finance department. I am finally escaping this dreary existence. Xiao Jin hurriedly entered the store, leaving Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu exchanging glances. Cough. Xiao Tian, let's go buy a car at the nearby dealership. Sure, let's pick up a vehicle for convenience. We can find one anywhere. Xiao Jin had barely worked a month at the dealership, and leaving was a straightforward process. Within 20 minutes, she emerged with a small box of personal belongings. Sister Yu, where are we heading next? You haven't mentioned what position you have arranged for me. Your position will certainly be determined by the boss. Boss, please make your decision. Lan Tianyu shifted the responsibility onto Qin Tian, who felt somewhat overwhelmed, having yet to familiarize himself with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jia, what was your major in college? Oh, I didn't attend university. I graduated high school and began working to support my family. I've been employed for 7 years, having worked in sales, as a waitress, and as a receptionist. Then perhaps it's best for Sister Yu to decide your position. Sister Yu, it's over to you. Qin Tian believed that his company did not currently require sales personnel, and assigning Xiao Jin to menial tasks would be beneath her. He thus deferred to Lan Tianyu, knowing she would make a sensible decision. Why not join me as Xiao Tian's personal secretary? Huh. Both Qin Tian and Xiao Jin gasped at Lan Tianyu's unexpected suggestion. Sister Yu, would that be appropriate? Xiao Jin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Lan Tianyu playfully pinched Qin Tian's side, prompting him to quickly affirm, Xiao Jia, it's settled then. The salary is tentatively set at 8,000 monthly, with additional bonuses, weekends off, and comprehensive insurance and accommodations provided. Is that really the offer? The enticing terms made Xiao Jin swallow hard. Oh dear, Xiao Jin, you must accept this quickly. Any hesitation will make me unhappy. All right, I will go and terminate my current lease. The house was arranged by the dealership, so I feel awkward continuing to stay there. Why not cancel the lease and move in with us? We have a spare room, and it would be nice to have you as company. No, I can't just intrude upon your world as a couple. That's settled then. More people means more fun. Lan Tianyu had her own motives, which she chose not to disclose to Xiao Jin and Qin Tian. Once the arrangement was finalized, purchasing the car became a breeze. Adjacent to them was a Mercedes dealership, where Qin Tian purchased an E-Class model worth over 500,000, completing all necessary paperwork in just over 2 hours. As Lan Tianyu carefully drove the car back to Xiao Jin's rental, she could not deny her envy. Sister Yu had truly found a remarkable partner, effortlessly capable of buying a car outright. If only she could find such a wonderful boyfriend as well, her parents would no longer need to worry about her wandering alone. Xiao Jin's belongings were minimal. Having frequently changed jobs, she had only 2 suitcases and some miscellaneous items, all of which fit comfortably in the car's trunk. To celebrate Xiao Jin's joining, the three went to the market to buy a plethora of ingredients, intending to prepare a feast at home. Upon returning, Qin Tian became the idle guest, leaving the household chores to Lan Tianyu and Xiao Jin. The 2 women were skilled in the kitchen, and Qin Tian was delighted by their culinary prowess, showering them with compliments. After dinner, Xiao Jin chose a room farther from Qin Tian's for the night, fearing any strange noises might disrupt her peace. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Tian found himself with 2 exceptional secretaries even before the company had launched. While he felt a flicker of attraction towards Xiao Jin, he chose to maintain his composure, refusing to let desire cloud his judgment. Following dinner, the trio watched a few episodes of a television show before retreating to their rooms for the night. However, Lan Tianyu's exuberant singing kept Qin Tian occupied for quite some time, leaving him exhausted. Little did they know, Xiao Jin, who had been listening to their music, took another shower after they settled down. If only she had known, she would not have come to stay. Once she received her salary, she would move out. Yet, she couldn't help but envy Sister Yu's happiness. At that moment, in their room, the 2 were engaged in a post-battle debriefing. Sister Yu, your singing was quite loud. Do you think it disturbed Xiaojia? Not at all. Her room is quite distant from ours, separated by 2 doors. Well, I just worry she might feel awkward if she hears us. Come on, do you have any feelings for Xiao Jin? She's only 3 years older than you. Remember, a woman 3 years your senior is a treasure. I have Sister Yu. I wouldn't dare to think of Xiaojia. You can think about it. I permit you. I'm 8 years older than you, and Xiao Jin is just the right match for you. If you 2 were to. Sister Yu, please stop. Qin Tian gently pressed a finger to Lan Tianyu's lips, his face betraying a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 12. Lan Tianyu assists in winning over Xiao Jin. Qin Tian was not a saint. He too possessed desires and possessiveness. Yet, he believed such matters should unfold naturally. He could not afford to let someone as wonderful as Lan Tianyu slip through his fingers. After Lan Tianyu fell asleep, Qin Tian began to assess the current state of his 2 alter egos. The first alter ego was truly thriving, reveling in a life of pleasure and abundance. Now, he is engaged in battle with beautiful women, igniting a fervor within Qin Tian. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of moral and legal constraints, his first clone has completely liberated itself, leaving Qin Tian to drool with envy. Just look at the companions he has chosen, each one fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. While they may not match the quality of Blue Tian Jade, they certainly surpass in quantity. Today, the first and second clones have received all the essentials: salt, oil, pots, and pans. The first clone has reserved a small portion of rice, flour, vegetables, and meat for the second clone. In the days to come, Qin Tian merely needs to replenish their supplies periodically. However, as the number of clones increases, so too will the demand for resources. He ought to purchase additional supplies next time. The second clone remains quite low-key, spending the day at home with Xiao Mo, tidying up the courtyard. With 2 acres in the backyard, they can plant some vegetables, and the second clone is keen on acquiring vegetable seeds. Everything is going smoothly, and life is gradually improving. Embracing the fragrant and soft Blue Tian Jade, Qin Tian drifts into a beautiful dream, where Yunjin seizes him and grinds him into the ground repeatedly, inflicting both pain and pleasure. The following morning, Qin Tian awakens at 9 o'clock, while Blue Tian Jade and Yunjin are already dressed and made up, waiting for him. Having 2 sisters who can cook is a blessing. They prepare a delightful breakfast for Qin Tian. Little Tian, today we are going to find a renovation company, right? Yes. I'll be ready to go after breakfast. Boss, hurry up and eat, or we'll be having lunch soon. It's not that exaggerated. It's only just past 9. Qin Tian recently checked his wealth, which has exceeded 3 million. The more he spends, the more he earns, thanks to Xiao Wan's efforts. Following Xiao Wan's guidance, he finds a reputable renovation company. The female owner of the company, along with her team, meticulously measures the space and presents Qin Tian with options for renovation plans. However, Qin Tian is dissatisfied with the plans provided by the owner, leaving him no choice but to pass the challenge to Xiao Wan. Based on the measurements from the renovation company, Xiao Wan swiftly devises a design that meets Qin Tian's approval. Let us proceed with my design, using environmentally friendly materials, and complete the work within 7 days. Please calculate the costs. Qin Tian sends the design to the female owner for a price estimate. Boss, shall we go purchase office supplies later? Seeing the company empty, Blue Tian Jade wishes to buy some supplies. I'm good at shopping. I'll handle the bargaining. Yin Jin volunteers cheerfully. Qin Tian contemplates his schedule for the day and shakes his head with a smile. I have other matters to attend to. You two can go shopping. I'll transfer some funds to Sister Jade. The second clone has just left a note, requesting assistance with cooking fuel and a convenient stove. All right then, boss, you handle your business. We'll take care of the office supplies ourselves. Sure, I'll join you once I'm done. The renovation company's female owner quickly calculates the costs, revealing an amount exceeding Xiao Wan's estimate by over 80,000, which Qin Tian finds acceptable. After signing the contract, he pays a deposit of 20%. He also transfers 800,000 to Blue Tian Jade for daily expenses and office supply purchases before departing to handle other matters. Yin Jin pulls Blue Tian Jade into a corner, her eyes filled with envy. Sister Jade, you're so lucky to have such a wonderful boyfriend. Blue Tian Jade playfully pinches Yun Jin's cheek and whispers something in her ear. Yun Jin blushes and shakes her head. I don't want that. You're so naughty. Sister Jade, what did we vow when we were young? Have you forgotten? That was just childhood make-believe. It doesn't count. Oh, come on. Why are you being so shy? Don't you want to be lifelong good sisters? Sister Jade, it's too sudden. I need to think about it. Naturally, Qin Tian remains unaware of the conversation that unfolds after his departure, but had he known, he would surely be moved to tears. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Qin Tian contacts the vendor he had spoken to yesterday, requesting delivery. This time, he not only purchases a significant amount of rice, flour, oil, salt, and mineral water, but also 5 tons of honeycomb coal and a honeycomb coal stove, along with some vegetables and meat. After placing his order, it takes over an hour for the deliveries to arrive at the warehouse. Once the goods are received, Qin Tian instructs Xiao Wan to settle accounts with each vendor. After placing all items on the transit panel, today's tasks are deemed complete. On his way back, he passes a supermarket and decides to buy some snacks and a large stuffed doll for the little sister of his second clone. He must shower her with affection. The second clone quickly retrieves the items Qin Tian bought. He knows how to use the honeycomb coal and stove. Xiaomo, here are some candies and biscuits. Take them to your room and savor them slowly. Huh, brother, what are these candies and biscuits? They look so unique. These are gifts from your brother today. You need to tear open the packaging like this to eat them. Come, try a candy and see if it's sweet. So sweet. Brother, you should try one too. It's really sweet. Haha. All right, I'll have some too. Go play now. It's time for me to make lunch. Mwah, brother. You're the best. Qin Tian feels a sense of joy akin to receiving a reward himself upon seeing the second clone's happiness. Having a sweet little sister is truly delightful. Meanwhile, Blue Tian Jade and Yun Jin are at a large furniture mall, and Qin Tian takes a taxi to join them. Boss, have you eaten? Blue Tian Jade inquires as soon as she sees him. I have. How about you two? Have you made any purchases? Not yet. Xiao Jin wants to compare prices at several places before deciding where to place an order after the renovation. Yes, some stores are quite unscrupulous, offering poor quality products at exorbitant prices. All right, you two decide what to buy. Qin Tian accompanies them for the entire afternoon, visiting numerous stores, taking note of prices and quality, but not making any purchases. After dining at a Cantonese restaurant, the trio continues shopping into the evening. Blue Tian Jade and Yun Jin purchase only one dress each, but they buy Qin Tian several outfits and wallets. According to them, a boss should exude an air of authority, wearing different attire for various occasions, and the wallet must exhibit taste. Qin Tian harbors serious doubts that they are merely seeking the thrill of shopping, but he lacks evidence to support his suspicions. Upon returning home after a long day, the three are exhausted, so they wash up and retire for the night. After a day of walking, Qin Tian's legs tremble, and he lacks the motivation to review his day's achievements. However, when he awakens the next day and activates a new clone, the system pauses momentarily before notifying him. We regret to inform you that the new clone was killed shortly after activation. This activation attempt has failed. The host must wait 3 days before being able to activate a clone from this dimensional planet again. What? The new clone was killed before it could even embark on its mission? Qin Tian sits bolt upright in bed, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 13. The Ice and Snow World of the Fourth Clone. Little Tian, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Blue Tian Jade's soft, warm body presses against Qin Tian's back, her languid voice calming his startled heart. Sister Jade, I did have a nightmare, but it's all right now. Let us go back to sleep. Gently embracing Blue Tian Jade, Qin Tian strokes her silky hair and inquires about the system. System brother, who killed the third clone? Ding. The third clone was a squad captain engaged in battle and was beheaded by the enemy. The scene was too gruesome to show the host. What kind of planet era is this? Why are they still using swords to kill? The era of the planet where the third clone resided was one of ancient turmoil. A low martial world. The third clone doesn't seem to possess much value. Can we skip this and activate the fourth clone next? Certainly. It is up to your decision. Host. Well then, I shall forego activating the third avatar and instead activate the fourth one next time. Noted. Qin Tian did not dwell too much on the third avatar, as it bore considerable redundancy with the second one. Both existed within the realm of ancient mortal kingdoms, necessitating the provision of resources for survival. The only distinction was that the second avatar had the opportunity to acquire cultivation techniques, whereas the third could merely obtain martial arts manuals, resulting in vastly different outcomes. Having come to this realization, Qin Tian drifted into a slumber, cradling the blue Tenyu jade. At 10 o'clock, Qin Tian and his companions lazily arose, washed up, and had a light meal before heading to the construction site to oversee the work. Time passed in such mundane days, and before long, 3 days had elapsed, bringing them to the day of activating the new avatar. Upon awakening in the morning, Qin Tian instructed the system to activate the avatar, relieved that no mishaps occurred. The fourth avatar was successfully activated. Ding! The fourth avatar was activated, finding itself on a planet blanketed in ice and snow, amidst a cataclysmic snow disaster. The host is requested to promptly prepare ample clothing, bedding, and heating devices for the fourth avatar, lest it succumb to freezing within 3 minutes. Goodness! The system is launching a surprise attack, disregarding all decorum. Qin Tian hurriedly leapt out of bed. Gathering his winter clothes from the wardrobe and the new quilt blue Tenyu purchased yesterday, placing them onto the item transfer panel. The panel also contained warm takeaway food, alleviating any concerns about the fourth avatar starving. Sister Yu, I'm stepping out for a bit. Don't wait for me for lunch. All right, take your time. Don't rush. After sending the clothing and bedding, Qin Tian briefly exchanged words with Blue Tenyu before rushing out to procure heating supplies. Purchasing electric devices was out of the question, as the snow disaster rendered electricity scarce. Coal or charcoal would have to suffice. Coal seemed the more accessible option. So he instructed the seller of honeycomb coal to deliver 5 tons along with a stove to the warehouse. This should sustain the fourth avatar for a considerable duration. In the future, Qin Tian planned to order such supplies online for bulk delivery to the warehouse, which would be much more convenient with the assistance of the Zioan robot avatar for receiving them. Once the honeycomb coal was received, Qin Tian also acquired various winter essentials, striving to ensure the fourth avatar's survival for as long as possible. He could only hope the fourth avatar would prove resourceful and return something of value to him. After completing all these tasks, Qin Tian finally had a moment to rest and review the previous day's gains. The second avatar continued to live modestly, rarely venturing outside, instead nurturing flowers and cultivating vegetables at home. Its daily sustenance depended on Qin Tian's provision, with only minimal expenditures for taxes and clothing. However, today the second avatar requested Qin Tian to procure some writing materials, including brushes, ink, paper, and an ancient dictionary along with children's enlightenment books, as it intended to teach Xiao Mo to read. This was a simple task. A trip to the bookstore would suffice. As for the first avatar, its life was far more intense. Currently, it and its subordinates were engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of zombies. I'll restrain the mutated zombie, Jiang Yan. Use water bullets to eliminate it. Alright, keep it steady. Don't let it move. Hurry, its strength is immense. I can only control it for 10 seconds. With the horde led by a mutated zombie, their combat prowess surged, and the first avatar resolved to eliminate it first, utilizing its spatial abilities. The first avatar could momentarily freeze time within a limited area, effectively immobilizing the zombie. Jiang Yan's water-based abilities took time to deploy, requiring a certain level of coordination between them. With a swift sound slicing through the air, a water droplet shot forth like a sniper's bullet, striking the mutated zombie's neck. Thud! The head of the mutated zombie fell to the ground, lifeless. Attack! The first avatar gestured, and its subordinates surged forth to begin the eradication of the remaining zombies. Only by clearing the surrounding zombies could they expand the base's area to accommodate more survivors. An increase in survivors would enhance the prospects of new life within the base. The essence of human continuity lies in procreation, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Additionally, not far ahead lay a large shopping mall, which likely contained the items Qin Tian required. As he observed the first avatar leading its subordinates into the mall to scavenge, anticipation welled within him. In the apocalypse, food was the most precious resource. Inedible items were scorned. Qin Tian gazed at the abundance within the mall, saliva pooling. Currently, the first avatar provided the most substantial assistance. He hoped it would grow even stronger. However, disappointment soon washed over Qin Tian. The mall yielded no bionic robots, only clothing, phones, computers, gold, silver, and daily necessities. While the clothing and daily items were useful for the first avatar, most of the gold, silver, phones, and computers were transferred to the item panel for Qin Tian and the other avatars to claim. It seemed that even in the apocalypse, bionic robots remained highly sought after. Swiftly snatched away upon discovery. Never mind, one must learn to be content. Moreover, the first avatar had yet to scour the affluent districts. There would surely come a day when it would acquire a bionic robot. With a sigh, Qin Tian shook his head and casually indulged in a meal at a beef noodle shop by the roadside. As Qin Tian dined, the fourth avatar emerged from its shelter, beholding the boundless expanse of the icy world. Such a sight was a first for Qin Tian, proving even more perilous than the realm inhabited by the first avatar. The icy landscape lacked zombies, yet traversing it was a formidable challenge. Without adequate warmth, journeying far seemed nearly impossible. It appeared necessary to procure a sled for the fourth avatar. Otherwise, exploration of the frozen world would be futile. With this thought, Qin Tian took out his phone and instructed Xiaoan to place an online order for supplies, including a sled. As Blue Tinyu and Yunjin oversaw the construction site, Qin Tian, on his way back after purchasing supplies, bought 2 additional quilts, identical to the one sent to the fourth avatar that morning. It was better to replenish them quietly now than to concoct excuses when Blue Tinyu inquired later. Chapter 14. The inaugural work of Tianyi Films. Due to the 3-shift renovation work, the office space for Tianyi Films was completed in just 1 week. Qin Tian finalized all necessary procedures during the renovation, ensuring everything was in readiness. After a brief inspection of the renovation quality, he promptly settled the remaining payment. The female owner of the renovation company expressed her gratitude to Qin Tian, hoping for future collaboration opportunities. Boss, the office supplies will be delivered shortly. Should we consider recruiting new employees? As of now, the company comprised only the boss and 2 secretaries, with no other staff, prompting Yunjin to remind Qin Tian. Ahem. I'll issue the recruitment announcement right away. You all will handle the interviews in the coming days. Are you planning to be an absentee boss? Not at all. I'm contemplating the company's inaugural endeavor, certainly not shirking responsibility. Humph, you just want to avoid work. Blue Tinyu watched with amusement as Yunjin teased Qin Tian. The recruitment announcement was swiftly arranged with Xiaoan's assistance. With ample resources, Qin Tian even subscribed to a top-tier service for the recruitment information, ensuring that all job seekers would see Tianyi Films' announcement first. The primary business of Tianyi Films revolved around film special effects, with Xiaoan managing the production work, allowing employees to focus solely on imaginative concepts. From the following day, Qin Tian and his companions became bustling with activity. Although Qin Tian initially intended to be lazy, he was swiftly apprehended by Yunjin and assigned the role of chief interviewer. Imagine a scene with the setting sun and a heartbroken wanderer. Describe it in your own words. Visualize a cinematic frame using a branch of pear blossoms pressing against the begonia. Articulate it vividly. Conceive a narrative with the essence of spring contained within. Compose a 300-word essay. Qin Tian's interview questions were wonderfully eclectic, leaving the candidates astonished and intrigued. In an unconventional company where interviews focus solely on imagination rather than resumes, an intriguing incident unfolded. A recent master's degree graduate witnessed a junior college graduate being hired while he faced rejection, leading him to shed tears over the opportunity lost, a position promising a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Is it not natural to weep over such a missed chance? In essence, apart from roles in finance, administration, and logistics, Qin Tian evaluates technical employees based solely on their character, appearance, and creativity. It is essential for employees to possess at least a pleasing visage. Thus, the gender ratio within the company has skewed remarkably, with 80 of the workforce being female in a company of over 70 individuals. Cloud Gene suspects Qin Tian might be deliberately curating this demographic. Is there a lack of imagination among men? Cloud Gene muses, casting doubt on their creative prowess. Do not criticize the boss. He undoubtedly has his reasons. Oh, Yuji understands me best. Come here for a kiss. You two should refrain from being overly sentimental, a voice interjects. Boss, we've filled the positions in just 2 days. Shouldn't we think about our inaugural project? You've exhausted my time, and I'm at a loss for ideas. In the company, I drain your time, and at home, UGS saps you further. Shall I check if you still have any energy left? I can assure you, I'm far from exhausted. Enough banter. Gather the technical department. I wish to convene a meeting. As the two secretaries appeared poised to bicker once more, Qin Tian swiftly intervened, wanting to avoid any awkwardness. He had already conceived the idea for their inaugural project, to transform the game Interstellar Era into a national animation series, interweaving elements of love and conflict amidst high-tech warfare, a concept likely to captivate a vast audience online. Essentially, he intended to employ the technical staff as screenwriters, delegating all technical creation to Xiao Wan. Moments later, the technical staff assembled in the conference room, their eyes bright yet tinged with a hint of naivete as they awaited Qin Tian's address. Of the employees present, 95 were recent university graduates. Let us commence a brief meeting. Today, our T&E film company officially begins operations, and I welcome you all to our family. Our inaugural project entails adapting a game into a national animation series. You will download the game to familiarize yourselves with it, after which you shall embark on your creative tasks. My expectation is that you will familiarize yourselves with the game within 3 days and commence scriptwriting thereafter. Each trio will form a team to write an episode over 3 days, with each episode undergoing evaluation. The victorious team will receive a reward of 6,000 yuan. The subsequent episode must build upon the preceding one, leading to another round of evaluations, and so forth, until the series is complete. Do you understand? As Qin Tian laid out his plan, silence enveloped the room. Eventually, he called upon a timid female employee seated in the front. Do you comprehend? With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, Boss, what if a team fails to have any of their episodes selected by the end of the project? A dangerous smile appeared on Qin Tian's face. If any team lacks ambition, they will face termination. However, I have faith in your abilities. I doubt such a dismal team will emerge. Do you understand? Yes, came the chorus of responses. Excellent. The meeting is adjourned. Lu, stay behind for a moment. Qin Tian retained Lu Shui from the technical department to discuss a few matters. Lu Shui was one of Qin Tian's most valued team members, knowledgeable in computer technology, imaginative, and possessing an amiable disposition. The installation package for Interstellar Era is on your desktop. Please assist the others in downloading it onto their phones. Lu Shui, puzzled, queried, Boss, what kind of game is Interstellar Era? I've never heard of it. Qin Tian replied with a smile, I developed it during my leisure time. You will understand once you play it. You can develop games too? How impressive. Lu Shui thought the game might be simple, perhaps even unplayable. But that did not prevent her from showering Qin Tian with praise. Go ahead and play it, then tell me your experience. All right. Lu Shui returned to her workstation, discovering the game installation package on her desktop. The file was surprisingly small, under 1 gigabyte, lighter than most game packages. She swiftly transferred the installation to her phone. 10 minutes later, her chosen character was defeated, marking the end of her game session. Astonishment washed over her. Was this truly the game developed by her boss? Boss, your game is incredible. An exuberant Lu Shui burst into the office without knocking, startling Lan Tianyu, who was seated on Qin Tian's lap. Ah, boss. I didn't mean to intrude. Lu Shui retreated just as quickly as she had entered. The sight was rather shocking. It was broad daylight, and the boss was seemingly engaged in flirtation with his secretary, while Secretary Yun watched with a smile. In an instant, Lu Shui envisioned a narrative of a modern love triangle involving her boss and 2 exceptional female secretaries. Come back, Qin Tian called, displaying no embarrassment. We are in a legitimate relationship. Yu Jie is my proper girlfriend. What is there to fear? As long as we remain unperturbed, the discomfort lies with others. Oh, let me close the door, Lu Shui said, blushing as she returned to secure the door before approaching Qin Tian. Director Lu, Yu Jie is my official girlfriend. So please do not misunderstand. Qin Tian's clarification left Lu Shui wide-eyed, glancing over at Yunjing. You two continue your discussion. I'll step outside with Xiao Jin for a moment. Seeing that Lu Shui and Qin Tian had matters to discuss, Lan Tianyu took Yunjin's hand and exited the office, making sure to close the door behind them. Yunjie is Yu Jie's close friend. Our relationship is purely platonic, Qin Tian briefly explained, concerned that Lu Shui might misinterpret the situation. Boss, you are quite the catch, Lu Shui exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Now what brought you here in such a hurry? Boss, your game is so entertaining and powerful. Why don't we dive directly into the gaming business? I feel this venture into film might be misguided. Lu Shui struggled to understand why they would not capitalize on a game with such potential, instead opting for an animated series based on it. Qin Tian shook his head, smiling. The gaming industry is excessively saturated, fraught with fierce competition. Given our limited foundation, entering the fray recklessly could lead to our downfall. He withheld further commentary. Aware of the rampant plagiarism within the gaming sector, A successful game often incites a flurry of copycats. If imitation fails, rival companies resort to underhanded tactics to achieve acquisition. Currently, Qin Tian lacked the means for self-preservation and could only afford to develop cautiously. Lu Shui's expression shifted to one of understanding. I see now. However, you must ensure that all team members sign a substantial non-disclosure agreement to mitigate any risk of leaks. Qin Tian nodded, smiling. You are quite thoughtful. Let us have the administrative department draft the contract. I will review and approve it before distributing it for signatures. Additionally, has the installation package you provided been encrypted? If not, I hope you can retrieve it, encrypt it, and then allow us to install it. If it is encrypted, feel free to attempt to crack it if you doubt it. That's fine. I want to attempt it to avoid embarrassment. I'll head back now. Once the contract is drafted, I'll have Secretary Yin deliver it to you. All right, you go ahead with your tasks. Lu Shui, satisfied with the response, hurriedly left. After Lan Tinyu and Yunjin returned, they stood smiling beside Qin Tian, observing him. Do you have any matters to discuss? If not, shall we play some games together? Boss, is Director Lu beautiful? Yes, she caught us together, so we must either silence her or win her over. Well, you too. Director Lu truly had an urgent matter to discuss with me just now. Come, let us launch the game, King of Glory. Humph. You certainly know how to divert the topic. I want to play as Yao. I shall be above you while you play as the jungle chicken and carry me through. No problem. I'm quite adept at the jungle chicken. Tisk, flaunting affection even in games. Under Qin Tian's whimsical guidance, Tandy Film and Television commenced orderly operations, with every employee appearing exceptionally earnest and industrious, especially the technical team, who needed 3 days to familiarize themselves with the game, and then fully unleash their imagination to craft the storyline, truly made them feel their intellect was insufficient. In the afternoon, Qin Tian stepped out to receive a batch of online shopping supplies from the warehouse. Among them were the sled required by the fourth clone and various thick, warm garments. Following that, Qin Tian purchased 4 metal barrels for gasoline and procured 4 barrels of fuel at the gas station. Now, the fourth clone should be able to venture beyond its birthplace and explore the outside world. Who knows what peculiarities the snow disaster planet holds, or whether any other humans are still alive there. Let us see how lucky he is. After completing his errands, Qin Tian returned to the company, preparing to host the first team-building activity for the new company. With the new opening, everyone was unfamiliar with one another, necessitating the organization of more group activities to foster relationships, a concept Qin Tian certainly understood. During dinner, Qin Tian found himself surrounded by a host of charming women, each raising a toast to him. Within half an hour of the banquet's commencement, he felt quite tipsy. Honestly, if you can't drink, then just take it easy. If you vomit now, you'll be hungry later. In the home restroom, after Qin Tian vomited, he appeared quite pale. Lan Tinyu gently rubbed his back, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Behind her, Yunjin handed him a few tissues, chuckling softly. The boss is quite popular with those female employees. How could he show weakness at the banquet? Qin Tian took the tissues to wipe the drool from his mouth, managing a wry smile. My heart is heavy, but I shall not speak of it. Lan Tinyu gently pinched him. Still being cheeky, Xiaojin, please take care of Xiao Tian for a moment. I'll go prepare some noodles for him. Thank you. Sister Yu, come give me a kiss. Oh, it stinks. Hurry, brush your teeth and take a shower. Otherwise, I won't let you sleep in bed tonight. Yunjin helped Qin Tian back onto the sofa and went to find him some clean clothes. At that moment, Qin Tian noticed an additional item on the item transfer panel. It was a white flower, as beautiful as a Tianshan snow lotus. For items unfamiliar to Qin Tian, the system kindly provided a brief introduction. Mutated snow lotus possesses kidney tonifying and beauty-enhancing properties. Kidney tonifying? Is it really that miraculous? Hey, can this mutated snow lotus be consumed directly? Ding. Yes, it can. Oh yeah, I shall test its efficacy shortly. Even though I am currently youthful and vigorous. Who doesn't age eventually? Yunjin soon fetched clean clothes for Qin Tian, who hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, leaving Yunjin a bit baffled. Qin Tian closed the bathroom door and took a mutated snow lotus from the item transfer panel, consuming it as one would a flower. Not bad, it was somewhat sweet, akin to eating fruit. After consuming the mutated snow lotus, Qin Tian began his grooming routine. However, halfway through, he felt an intense heat surging within him. The cold water could not extinguish the flames. He would need to seek Sister Yu's assistance. Qin Tian hurriedly dried himself, dressed, and rushed out, where he found a bowl of tomato and egg noodles waiting on the table. Without a second thought, he devoured it in 3 minutes flat. Sister Yu, I have something to discuss with you. After finishing his meal, Qin Tian could no longer suppress the heat, pulling Lan Tinyu towards the room. Oh dear, why the rush? Xiao Jin, please wash the dishes. Lan Tianyu, realizing Qin Tian's intentions, felt her face flush but complied and followed him into the room. That night, Lan Tianyu transitioned from a passive participant to an active aggressor, ultimately succumbing entirely. Dear, did you eat something while showering? I'm so exhausted, please spare me. Chapter 16 Interstellar Era. Prologue receiving 1,000,000 praises. I didn't eat anything. This is just my normal performance. Hee, are you scared now? Yes, I'm scared. Can you hold back a bit in the future? I feel like I'm falling apart. Lan Tianyu lay in Qin Tian's arms, her fingers drawing circles. I can't handle this alone. I need someone to share the burden, or I'll be completely worn out. But who should I ask? Two figures appeared in Lan Tianyu's mind. One was Yunjin, the other was Lu Shui. All right, I'll be more mindful in the future. Let us sleep now. Yes. I'm so tired. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu, Yunjin had already taken her third shower, harboring a deeper grievance towards them. After Lan Tianyu fell asleep, Qin Tian prompted Xiao Wan to initiate his stock trading plan. Earning money as a computer expert carries a certain risk, as his computer skills are quite average. It's better to earn dollars on the U.S. stock market, as it not only brings quick returns, but also remains manageable. Xiao Wan, let us aim to earn around $1,000,000 tonight. Occasionally losing a bit of money is necessary to create a balanced trading record. Sure, big brother, don't worry. I'm a professional stock trader. They can't outplay me. Well, then, let your performance begin. After instructing Xiao Wan, Qin Tian began to assess the items on the transfer panel. Gold, 855 kilograms. Silver, 1,008 kilograms. Post-apocalyptic high-tech computers, 55 units. Virtual reality headsets, 108 units. Post-apocalyptic high-tech smartphones, 789 units. Post-apocalyptic flying cars, 105 units. Plasma laser rifles, 180 units. Plasma laser pistols, 986 units. These were the treasures gathered by the first clone for the time being. The laser rifles and pistols were taken by the second and fourth clones respectively for self-defense. Additionally, the fourth clone found 25 mutated snow lotuses. Unfortunately, the post-apocalyptic high-tech computers use holographic projection screens, so Qin Tian cannot utilize them normally. The flying cars are also impossible to use himself. As for those weapons, Qin Tian wouldn't dare to play with them, as their origins are unclear. Qin Tian left a message on paper, instructing the fourth clone to find as many mutated snow lotuses as possible and to inform all clones of their effects. First clone, haha, just when I've been feeling a bit lacking in energy, the mutated snow lotus is truly a power bank for us men. Second clone, how about I give it a try too? In the city, a brothel visit costs 1 or 2 silver, and I want to see what it's like. Fourth clone, you all are beasts, I don't need it, review. Qin Tian. Fourth, hurry and see if there are other survivors. Then you'll have someone to use it with. Fourth clone, that makes sense. I must find survivors, especially beautiful ones. Ever since discovering they could communicate through written messages, Qin Tian and his clones have been engaging in playful banter daily. The next day marked the activation of a new clone. Upon waking, Qin Tian's first task was to instruct the system to activate the fifth clone. Ding! The fifth clone has been successfully activated. The clone is situated on the Waterworld planet, which features only 2 continents at the North and South Poles, with an exceedingly dense population. Ding! The fifth clone is currently facing a maritime disaster. Please provide assistance within 2 hours, or the fifth clone will perish. Damn it! That trickster, Tongzi, is at it again. Qin Tian released his hold on Lan Tianyu and hurriedly rose to don his clothing. Xiao Tian, it's not even 8:30 yet. Why are you up? Lan Tianyu's languid and enchanting voice echoed as she coiled around Qin Tian's waist like a delicate beauty. Yuja, I have urgent matters to attend to. You needn't wait for me. I'll head to the office once I'm finished. All right then. You're being all mysterious. I wonder what you're up to. I'll catch some more sleep. Qin Tian hastily exited and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to a store that sells life-saving equipment. Luckily, he found a shop already open for business. The early bird catches the worm, and the industrious proprietor deserves to prosper. Qin Tian cheerfully purchased 30 inflatable rafts and several dozen life jackets. The fortunate shopkeeper even gifted him 3 barrels of gasoline, alleviating Qin Tian's immediate concerns. Thanks to Qin Tian's financial prowess, the owner delivered the goods to Qin Tian's warehouse within an hour. After spending an hour and a half on shopping, the fifth clone managed to survive, having secured essential supplies. Relieved, Qin Tian returned to the company, where he engaged in games with Lan Tianyu and Yunjin, as there were no pressing matters to address. The 3 of them closed the door and commenced their joyful time together. By the following afternoon, The technical team presented the scripts crafted by various teams for Qin Tian's evaluation. Upholding principles of fairness and transparency, he invited all employees to participate in the selection process. Ultimately, the script from Lu Shue's team received unanimous acclaim and was awarded a bonus of 6,000 yuan. Once the script was finalized, Qin Tian provided Lu Shue with a 3D animation software, which only required inputting the storyline to produce a quality animated work. Lu Shue, skeptical, input the first episode's plot right before Qin Tian's eyes, and within 20 minutes, the first episode was completed. Boss, this software is astonishing. It completely outshines similar programs both domestically and internationally. Lu Shue was once again captivated by Qin Tian's computer skills, falling under his spell. Now that you recognize its prowess, gather everyone together so we can watch the first episode of this new series in the conference room. All right, I'll call everyone immediately. 2.5 hours later, the conference room erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The first episode of the anime, titled Interstellar Era, Prologue, was exhilarating, immersing everyone completely without a dull moment. The audience felt as if a cascade of glowing reviews was showering upon them. The question now arose: should it be released as a movie or divided into several episodes for major video platforms? Boss, we currently lack fame. It would be better to release it as 10 episodes across various video platforms, suggested Financial Director Wang Jing. I concur with Director Wang's suggestion. I agree. Me too. In the conference room, all employees raised their hands in support of Wang Jing's proposal, acknowledging the wisdom of others. Qin Tian decided to test the waters with a video platform. To his surprise, Billy immediately expressed interest in Interstellar Era, Prologue, requesting an exclusive agreement. Although Qin Tian declined the exclusive terms, he proceeded with the release on Bilibili. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Interstellar Era, Prologue began streaming on Bilibili. The employees of Tianyi Film and Television were astounded when the series garnered 1 million positive reviews on its first day. The anime was truly captivating, stirring long-forgotten feelings of excitement. The protagonist was dashing, the heroine stunning. Viewers felt compelled to undergo transformations to resemble her. Why are there only 10 episodes? I binge-watched them all. Now I feel restless waiting for the continuation. The theme song was so delightful that it evoked a sense of transcending light years. No one anticipated that Interstellar Era, Prologue would dominate the Bilibili trending charts on its very first day. Chapter 17. Local specialties from the water world of the fifth clone boss. Our anime series has exploded in popularity. Ha ha ha, it's a hit. As the workday was drawing to a close, Lu Shue burst into Qin Tian's office once more, forgetting to knock and blushing furiously as she retreated. How careless of me. I stumbled upon Secretary Lan and the boss in a rather intimate moment. Secretary Yun was brazenly watching nearby, munching on sunflower seeds. Ahem, come back. Lan Tianyu released Qin Tian and instructed him to call Lu Shue back. Lu Shue, her cheeks flushed, gently closed the door behind her, her heart racing. What should I do? This is the second time. Will the boss require me to sign a confidentiality agreement? Lan Tianyu adjusted her attire, rising from Qin Tian's lap, and pulling Yunjin along as they exited, casting a knowing glance at Qin Tian before closing the door. Is Yuja encouraging me to misstep? No, I have principles. Qin Tian composed himself, donning a congenial smile. Director Lu, what were you just saying? Our series is a complete success? Lu Shue feigned calmness as she repeated, yes. Our series has truly taken off, boss. You have succeeded. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Tian humbly smiled. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. How about this? Let's award each employee an additional month's bonus this month to celebrate our groundbreaking success. Really? The surprise is overwhelming. Lu Shue struggled to process the sudden joy. Working under a young boss from the post-00s generation was delightful, with bonuses being handed out freely. Unlike the previous management, composed of older, miserly individuals who frequently withheld employee wages, Lu Shue felt a sense of divine fortune. Of course it's true. Go announce it to everyone. Let them feel some work enthusiasm. If the subsequent episodes continue to perform well, there will be even more bonuses. Wonderful. You're so generous, boss. I'll share the news immediately. Lu Shue dashed out to relay the delightful news of the bonuses to everyone. Joyous laughter soon echoed from outside. Hearing the commotion, Qin Tian couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. While he may not possess refined management skills, he understood the importance of adequately compensating his team. One cannot expect a horse to run swiftly without feeding it quality fodder. Such a boss deserves to fail. Lan Tianyu and Yunjin soon returned to the office, having also been part of the cheering crowd. Boss, why didn't you invite Director Lu to join us for dinner? Lan Tianyu gently massaged Qin Tian's shoulders. The intentions of their hearts, unmistakable. Director Liu simply has a bold personality. Occasional minor mistakes can be forgiven. Don't you ever wonder, boss? Our bed at home is 3 meters wide. Not at all. I'm fully committed to my entrepreneurial endeavors. Such pretentiousness. Yunjin mercilessly exposed Qin Tian's facade. The unexpected bonus invigorated all employees at Tianyi Film and Television. Even after work, they continued to engage in discussions about work and scripts in their group chat. With a goal of producing 1 episode every 3 days and 10 opportunities for rewards each month, no one wanted to miss out. The fear of being dismissed after 2 months without a reward loomed large. Where else could they find such a good and easy job or such a remarkable boss? Thus, fueled by their collective efforts, the second episode storyline was completed just 2 days later. Qin Tian followed the traditions set by the first episode, allowing everyone to vote for the most outstanding script. This time, a male employees team won for their battle narrative, receiving widespread recognition. The new animated episode was quickly produced. However, Qin Tian decided against an immediate release, opting to wait until the following Monday. Once one enters this industry, one must understand its regulations and avoid offending competitors. In the evening, Qin Tian prepared 3 cups of juice using 3 mutated snow lotus flowers, 1 for each of them. After consuming the flowers for 3 consecutive days, Qin Tian had become remarkably powerful. However, enduring the strain for 3 days had left Lan Tianyu looking somewhat haggard. Therefore, that night, Qin Tian decided to reward his dear sister by making her even more beautiful. What kind of juice is this? It's delicious. What fruits did you put in it? Xiao Tian. Lan Tianyu couldn't quite identify the flavors, which seemed reminiscent of both watermelon and strawberry juice. The reason for her confusion was that Qin Tian had added a touch of food coloring, giving the juice its red hue. As long as it tastes good, who cares what kind of juice it is? Xiao Tian, could you pour me another glass? Yunjin gulped down her juice and handed her cup to Qin Tian, requesting a refill. We're out of fruit. I'll prepare more tomorrow. Otherwise, you can have half of mine. No way. I don't want your saliva in it. The effects of the mutated snow lotus flowers were different for Lan Tianyu and Yunjin compared to Qin Tian. While Qin Tian felt an intense heat after consuming them, Lan Tianyu and Yunjin experienced a refreshing coolness on their faces. Once Lan Tianyu fell into a deep slumber, Qin Tian began to review the gains of his various avatars. Avatar 1 had plans to scour a wealthy district, but it was quite distant and required careful reconnaissance due to the presence of other survivor bases. Avatar 2 had frequented a brothel several times, enjoying the company of a few top courtesans, spending a considerable amount of silver acquired by Avatar 1. However, as they were all avatars of Qin Tian, they did not mind these minor details. Avatar 4 was still searching for survivors in the snow disaster world, but had yet to find any. However, he had discovered a substantial number of mutated snow lotus flowers, bringing the total stock to 235. It was precisely because of this surplus that Qin Tian generously made juice for the 2 women. Avatar 5, after 3 days of travel, finally returned to land. But the densely populated living conditions made him feel overwhelmed. It resembled the impoverished districts of port cities on Blue Star, where 4 or 5 people crammed into a few square meters of space with exorbitant rent. The currency in the water world was gold, and fortunately, Qin Tian had an abundance of it. Otherwise, Avatar 5 would have had to sleep on the streets. Although it was possible to purchase larger accommodations in the water world, it required a significant amount of gold, and currently, the several dozen kilograms of gold Qin Tian possessed were insufficient to buy even 5 square meters of housing. However, the water world was not lacking in food, and the nutritional value of the food was exceptionally high, providing sustenance while promoting longevity. Avatar 5 spent 10 grams of gold to acquire 30 servings of food from the water world, a type of braised fish made from mutated sea fish. Could this mutated sea fish really promote longevity? Avatar 5's delight likely stemmed from this discovery. He decided to stock up on more of these fish for cooking or to send back home to his parents. Qin Tian left a message on the item transfer panel. Avatar 5, purchase more mutated sea fish. We desperately need it. Avatar 5 replied, understood. I will buy some for everyone to cook with tomorrow, but the 30 servings of braised fish I brought today are truly delicious. You should try some. Avatar 1 responded. I'm currently engaged in a battle with some beauties. I'll give it a taste tomorrow. Avatar 2 said, I'm so sleepy. I'll try it tomorrow. Avatar 4 chimed in, let me taste it for you. As a single wanderer, I have nothing but time. Chapter 18. A world where 1 pound of vegetables exchanges for 1 pound of gold. Qin Tian was eager to sample the taste of the mutated sea fish. But Lan Tianyu lay draped over him like an octopus, preventing him from moving. The following day marked the activation of a new avatar. Early in the morning, Qin Tian instructed the system to activate Avatar 6. Ding. Avatar 6 activated successfully. The world of the planet is a modern city, and the identity is that of an ordinary low-level individual. System, is Avatar 6 like I was before, a struggling college graduate desperately seeking employment? Ding. Correct. The activated avatars do not always exist in special worlds. Some may, like the host, be ordinary individuals lacking background, qualifications, and wealth. Alright, I can understand that. Let Avatar 6 enjoy life. Avatar 6 quickly received Qin Tian's blessings and expressed gratitude in a note. Rest assured, original self. I will make a name for myself in this world and provide you with continuous support. That's fine, but do not rush. Take it steady and avoid recklessness. Understood. While Qin Tian was chatting with his avatars, he heard a startled exclamation from the bathroom. Ah. Assuming Lan Tianyu had fallen, he hurried to the restroom. However, Lan Tianyu had not fallen. Instead, she was staring in shock at her reflection in the mirror. Yujia, what's wrong? What happened? Qin Tian gently asked, embracing her from behind. Xiao Tian, don't tease me. Look at my face. It looks beautiful. Yujia, you are the most stunning. Flatterer. Look at my dark circles and skin tone. They're significantly better than yesterday morning. Hee. That's because you've been eating well. Of course your complexion has improved. Let me check if you're hiding a baby. Humph. You didn't even observe me properly. I'm upset. Alright, I admit it. The juice I made for you last night contained an imported herb that enhances beauty. Don't you think my complexion has improved too? Indeed. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. You look much more handsome than a few days ago. Hee, my little handsome guy. In another room, Yunjin also noticed her complexion had improved significantly. She thought it was due to a good night's sleep, making her skin so supple that she could go out without makeup. The three of them arrived at the office around 10 o'clock, but everything was normal. Everyone had grown accustomed to Qin Tian being a hands-off boss. As for Lan Tianyu and Yunjin, being the boss's personal secretaries, they naturally accompanied him to the office. Upon entering the office, Yunjin pulled Lan Tianyu aside to whisper something. While chatting, Yunjin cast longing glances at Qin Tian, her meaning clear. At noon, Qin Tian brought out 3 servings of braised fish made from mutated sea fish, and the three of them indulged in the delicious meal in the office. Xiao Tian, where did you order this? It's so delicious, I want more for dinner. Okay, Yujia, we'll have this dish again tonight. Burp. Xiao Tian, you're turning me into a pig. I've gained half a pound. Yunjia, half a pound is just a matter of eating 2 bites less. Give me the leftover food, and I guarantee you'll slim down. No way. If you dare to snatch my food, I'll fight you. While Qin Tian enjoyed his lunch, Avatar 5 had already arrived at the market selling mutated sea fish. The market offered a wide array of produce, but prices varied considerably. Chicken, duck, goose, and pork sold for 100 grams of gold per pound, while mutated sea fish was priced at 1 gram of gold per pound. The most outrageous were the vegetables, which astonishingly sold for 1 pound of gold per pound. A business opportunity. Avatar 5 recognized a tremendous opportunity. In a world where land is at a premium, natural vegetables were exceedingly rare, hence they commanded high prices. Avatar 5 quickly conveyed his discovery to Qin Tian, asking him to order a batch of vegetables for him to sell. No problem. I'll head to the market shortly to buy a few thousand pounds of vegetables for you to sell, converting everything into gold. Understood. I will work swiftly to establish my influence. With the prospect of business, Avatar 5 was determined not to miss this chance. Taking advantage of Lan Tianyu and Yunjin napping during lunch, Qin Tian ventured alone to the market, purchasing over 2,000 pounds of various vegetables and hiring a small truck to deliver them to the warehouse. After the vegetables were transferred to the item panel, the other avatars did not touch them, leaving them for Avatar 5 to use in his business endeavors. In truth, the 6th doppelganger is capable of accomplishing all of this. Qin Tian instructed him to sell a small quantity of gold and utilize the artificial intelligence embedded in his high-tech smartphone for stock trading. In the future, he could procure various supplies and, alongside Qin Tian, support other doppelgangers. Upon returning to the office, Lan Yu sat on his lap, discussing their plans for leisure activities over the weekend. Spending 2 days cooped up at home would undoubtedly be tedious. Sister Yu, how about we visit Kyoto? I have yet to explore the city. Changshan City is quite close to Kyoto, merely over 300 kilometers away. Previously, Qin Tian lacked the funds to travel to Kyoto. But now, with both money and leisure time, he was eager to embark on an adventure. That sounds wonderful. Let us explore Kyoto tomorrow. I've never been there either. What a pity. I want to go too. I wish to climb the Great Wall and visit the Imperial Palace. Yunjin chimed in eagerly upon hearing of the trip to Kyoto. All right, let us all go together. There was no need to activate any new doppelgangers for the next couple of days, so Qin Tian had no issue enjoying a trip to Kyoto. During dinner that evening, Qin Tian prepared 3 servings of braised fish and 2 additional dishes, creating a lavish meal. After dining, Lan Xinyu expressed her desire for juice, which Qin Tian gladly provided, serving each of them a cup. Xiao Tian, do you think I've become a bit more beautiful? After finishing her juice, Yunjin leaned in towards Qin Tian, seeking his opinion. Indeed, Yunjin, you have become quite lovely. Just as Qin Tian finished his compliment, his phone rang. It was a video call from Li Huilin. Qin Tian casually answered the call, and Yunjin, not having had the chance to step away, appeared in the frame. Ah Tian, who was that young lady just now? Mom, there's no young lady. You must be imagining things. How could I be imagining? Quickly, bring her over so I can greet her. Qin Tian glanced at Yunjin, but she distanced herself and pointed at Lan Xinyu, feigning innocence. Go talk to Sister Yu. All right. Let us have the official girlfriend step forward then. Qin Tian turned his phone's camera to focus on Lan Xinyu. Oh, what a charming young woman. Hello there. Li Huilin exclaimed, her face lighting up with smiles upon seeing the lovely Lan Xinyu. Hello, Auntie, I am Lan Xinyu, Xiao Tian's godsister. Well, Lan Xin, you are truly beautiful. It is a blessing for Xiao Tian to have you as his godsister. Yes, Auntie, I also consider meeting Xiao Tian to be my fortune. Ha ha ha, splendid. We shall be one family from now on. Auntie invites you to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at our home, where I will prepare delicious food for you. Chapter 19. 2 swift tigers. Qin Tian was caught off guard by his mother's sudden attack, but fortunately, Lan Xinyu endeared herself to her, leading to an invitation for the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration. Lan Xinyu accepted with delight, relishing the opportunity to visit Qin Tian's home as his godsister. Should their relationship flourish, it would be a natural progression. If not, she could simply refrain from visiting again. However, after ending the video call, Lan Xinyu playfully tickled Yunjin, exclaiming, "You silly girl, you left her completely unprepared." Uncertain of whether she had made a poor impression on Auntie, Lan Xinyu felt her makeup might have smudged after dinner. Overall, she felt a lack of confidence. The next morning, they packed lightly and set off for Kyoto. The entry procedures could be completed via mobile phone, and Lan Xinyu had taken care of that the day prior. As a novice driver, Lan Xinyu drove cautiously, while Yunjin, the seasoned driver, took the wheel. The trio first climbed the Great Wall, leaving behind their perspiration as a testament to their efforts. Afterward, they explored the city, delighting in Kyoto's various classic dishes and snacks. After a day of adventure, they checked into a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. As Qin Tian often said, when one has money, one must learn to enjoy it. There's no need to suffer unnecessarily. Xiao Tian, I'm going to chat with Xiao Jin for a bit. If you're tired, feel free to rest. Lan Xinyu suggested after finishing her shower. All right, Sister Yu, Qin Tian replied without suspicion, turning to check on the progress of his 5th doppelganger. That doppelganger had sold 50 pounds of vegetables in small batches, garnering an equivalent of 50 pounds of gold. Now, he aimed to rent a stall and expand his business. 5th, do you think your blatant vegetable sales might attract hostility from the other vendors at the market? They have voiced some discontent, claiming I've stolen their business. However, this world exhibits zero tolerance for crime. The punishment is often death, making potential criminals wary. Brother, you should carry an energy shield generator. I just obtained one today, and I'll lend it to you. Thank you, brother. With this defensive gear, I will feel much more secure, ensuring that anyone who dares to confront me will face dire consequences. Seeing that the 5th doppelganger was now devoid of worries, Qin Tian finally relaxed, turned off the lights, and prepared for sleep. Just then, a figure entered the room, and Qin Tian assumed it was Lan Xinyu returning. Sister Yu, you're back. Come here and let me hug you. He extended his arms, awaiting the embrace of the beauty. However, upon her arrival in his arms, he sensed something amiss. Yunjia, is that you? Shoo, Xiao Tian, don't speak. Her whisper ignited a spark within Qin Tian. Yet, just as he was about to embrace her fully, he found himself speechless. Yunjia, how can you also be here? Silly brother, are you afraid? Afraid? How could I possibly be afraid? Then what are you waiting for? But Yunjia, I know. Half an hour later, as the rain began to subside, Yunjin lay gently in Qin Tian's embrace. Humph. You finally managed to have your way, you scoundrel. At that moment, Qin Tian could only smile in silence, reveling in his good fortune without revealing his delight. For doing so would be akin to relishing a benefit while feigning modesty. Due to Yunjin's delicate nature, they soon drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, Qin Tian heard 2 tigers singing the nursery rhyme 2 tigers, and he found himself humming along. The following morning, the bond among the 3 had deepened, inciting envy from onlookers. After enjoying another day in Kyoto, they set off for home that evening after dinner. Sister Yun, I plan to purchase 2 additional apartments. Preferably larger ones, Qin Tian declared in the car. Currently, their residence was rented, and he yearned for a place to call his own. He envisioned acquiring 2 apartments. One for Lanshanyu and one for Yunjin. Xiao Tian, just buy one. How much space do we really need? Exactly. If you have excess money, share some with me. My salary hasn't been disbursed, and I'm short on cash for tissues. I'll transfer you some pocket money right away. Qin Tian, ever perceptive, transferred the same amount of pocket money to both Yunjin and Lanshanyu, 300,000 each. Ha ha ha. With this newfound wealth, I can finally upgrade my phone. This old device lags terribly while playing games, affecting my performance. Upon returning home, the 2 women harmoniously divided tasks, leaving Qin Tian free of any burdens. The next day marked the premiere of Interstellar Era, Initial Battle, and Qin Tian and the 2 women arrived at the company punctually, without delay. The second episode was once again segmented into 10 smaller installments, and over the weekend, Bijan had aided in promoting it, granting the new series a prominent spot on the homepage. With nothing pressing to do in the office, Qin Tian opened the website backend to check the performance of the first episode. The first installment was a resounding success, with anticipated profits reaching around 10 million. Such remarkable results further solidified Qin Tian's resolve in pursuing his business endeavors. The speed at which one can earn money is truly exhilarating. Even more so than the sense of achievement Xiao Wan felt from profiting in the stock market, as it represents the first substantial earnings derived from one's own ideas. After a brief period of contemplation, Qin Tian suggested to Lan Tinyu and Yunjin that they should consider purchasing a property. They agreed to look for something nearby, preferably within their current residential community, which would provide convenience for commuting and shopping. Indeed, there was no need to venture far and exhaust themselves with daily commutes. All right, I'll heed your advice. Let us see where suitable properties are available, ideally those that haven't been renovated yet. The trio began to explore the local real estate listings and ultimately decided to purchase a unit in their current complex, where a spacious flat was on the market. Finding the location and price satisfactory, Qin Tian made a decisive purchase. By afternoon, the property transfer was complete, and Qin Tian received the keys to his new home. He resolved to engage the same renovation company he had used previously, led by the enterprising Liangzhen, whose perception of Qin Tian had been significantly elevated by his willingness to pay without haggling. What he said was final. However, Qin Tian had one stipulation. Only the finest environmentally friendly materials were to be used, without any of those substandard, toxic options that often accompany renovations. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will utilize only the best materials. Should there be any quality issues, you need not settle the final payment, Liangzhen assured him, her enthusiasm palpable. Qin Tian chuckled, eagerly awaiting the completion of the renovations. Liangzhen sensed that Qin Tian was destined for greatness and recognized that forging a connection with him at this juncture would be fortuitous. She was determined to remain closely aligned with him, reaping the benefits of their association. Had Qin Tian known of her intentions, he would undoubtedly have praised her foresight, recognizing her potential for prosperity. Chapter 20. The rise of the 5th avatar. The new residence spans over 600 square meters, with renovations expected to take several weeks. Thus, Qin Tian and his companions would need to continue residing in their rented accommodation for the time being. With their improved circumstances, Qin Tian was in no rush to hasten the renovations. He understood that quality work requires patience. After finalizing the property purchase, Qin Tian decided to buy a vehicle for Yunjin as well, ensuring that neither felt slighted. From now on, I'll drive my car on odd days. And you can drive your car on even days. Just relax and enjoy the ride, he told her. Behind the wheel of her new car, Yunjin felt an indescribable joy. I can't wait to drive home on a holiday. I'll be returning in style, she said with a grin. I'll even bring along the boss's boyfriend for a perfect reunion. You love driving so much, you can take the wheel. I tend to get a bit anxious when driving, replied Lan Tinyu nonchalantly. No way, you need the practice to become a seasoned driver, Qin Tian interjected, contemplating whether it might be time for him to acquire a driver's license. However, he mused that with 2 cars already, perhaps it was wise to prioritize getting a proper license, especially given his frequent outings to procure supplies and handle emergencies. Later that evening, as they dined, the company group chat was abuzz with excitement. Interstellar Era. The first battle had surpassed Interstellar Era, the prologue in popularity, drawing in a larger audience and generating over 2 million comments online urging for more episodes. In the group chat, Qin Tian felt compelled to acknowledge everyone's hard work. Thank you all for your efforts. I have nothing more to say, just prepare for the red envelopes. We'll begin in 5 minutes. Wow, boss. Are you finally going to treat us? Exclaimed one employee. I've washed my hands and am ready for the big bonus, another chimed in. I'll be out of the shower in 3 minutes. The anticipation in the chat was palpable, and after 5 minutes, Qin Tian began to distribute the envelopes, sending out 5 red envelopes of 17,000 each. Thank you, boss. May you continue to prosper, came the chorus of gratitude. But I only got $30 from 5 envelopes. What a stroke of bad luck, lamented one unfortunate employee. Haha, Du Zaiting, you must not have washed your hands properly. Another teased. Encouraged by the enthusiasm, Qin Tian sent out another round of envelopes, this time a more modest 200 each, as a consolation for the less fortunate. After enjoying the camaraderie, Lan Tinyu and Yun Jin each settled beside Qin Tian, and the trio began to play games together. On September 23rd, the day had arrived to activate the 7th avatar. As soon as Qin Tian awoke, he requested the system to initiate the activation without delay. Ding! Avatar activation successful. The avatar finds itself on a magical plane, assuming the identity of a commoner preparing for a magic apprentice examination. Oh yes, this is fantastic. Thank you. Qin Tian exclaimed internally, brimming with excitement at the prospect of becoming a magician, wishing he could leap out of bed to perform a set of exercises. Alas, Yun Jin held him tightly, leaving him to celebrate inwardly. Upon arriving at the company, the atmosphere was electric with enthusiasm, and as Qin Tian settled at his desk, the head of administration, Zhou Yin, knocked and entered. Boss, representatives from several domestic investment firms wish to meet with us tomorrow regarding potential partnerships. Should I agree to their request? Zhou Yin inquired, presenting Qin Tian with the documents. Qin Tian was unfamiliar with the investment companies in question, recognizing them merely as opportunists seeking to capitalize on the success of others. He had little desire to invite a group of leeches into his company, so he decisively declined. Inform them that we currently have no need for partnerships and that we prefer not to engage in discussions at this time. Given that Tianyi Films had minimal expenses and substantial returns, there was no necessity to dilute their ownership for growth. With a little time, Tianyi Films will naturally evolve into a formidable entity, he asserted. Zhou Yin accepted the documents with a smile, assuring him, very well, I will respond politely. Even in rejection, we must maintain decorum. Zhou Yin promptly conveyed Qin Tian's sentiments to the investment firms. Some were understanding, expressing their regrets, while others were more forthright, warning that Tianyi Films would come to regret its decision. Zhou Yin took note of the more aggressive firms, relaying the information to Qin Tian. In this day and age, while relationships held some weight, the reality often involved unseen conflicts. Xiao Wan, please investigate these companies and gather any incriminating evidence for future reference, Qin Tian instructed, adopting a proactive defensive stance. Of course, brother, I'll get right on it, Xiao Wan replied, adept at gathering information from various sources, her reach extending wherever there was internet access. Half an hour later, she returned with files organized by company, having compiled a wealth of information. Meanwhile, the 5th avatar encountered its own challenges. Who allowed you to set up shop here? Do you know this is the territory of Lord Hu? A group of burly men confronted him at his vegetable stall, surrounding him without resorting to violence. I don't know whose territory this is. I only know it is state-owned land. The 5th avatar retorted defiantly. Please move aside. You are obstructing my business. Heh, we just want to take a look and buy something. Can't we do that? One of the men sneered. Move along. You are acting unlawfully. Illegal. What law has been broken? Did they assault you or vandalize your property? How can you possibly contend with us? Ha ha. The 5th clone's expression darkened. Indeed, their actions did not constitute a crime. Even if law enforcement arrived, they could merely claim they were out shopping for vegetables. Fine, you are ruthless. We'll see about that. Today, I sold over 100 pounds of vegetables, leaving just a dozen pounds at the stall. The 5th clone wasted no time and began to pack up the remaining produce to leave. On the way back, the 5th clone shared his predicament with Qin Tian and a few other clones. The 5th clone remarked, this is the situation. They will likely use this tactic to prevent me from continuing to sell vegetables. The 1st clone suggested, brother, it's time to formalize your business. Register a company, hire staff, and lease a prime storefront. The 2nd clone concurred, what the 1st clone said is right. Operating solo will always be a small venture. A more organized approach will yield better results. Qin Tian added, first, hire 2 reliable bodyguards. Let them handle any altercations. Chapter 21. A single dollar from my boss is worth more than the heavens. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, the 5th clone immediately posted a recruitment ad online, seeking for bodyguards. Simultaneously, he applied for company registration, intending to formalize his operations as advised by his companions. Previously, he had limited resources, making it difficult to establish a company. After several days of selling vegetables, he had amassed enough capital to make significant strides. Just as Qin Tian and the other clones were engrossed in conversation, the typically quiet fourth clone suddenly joined the group chat. The fourth clone exclaimed, "Huh? I've finally encountered survivors, and they are all exquisite beauties. When they see me, it's as if they've laid eyes on rare treasures." The first clone responded, "Wow." The fourth clone has struck gold. The sixth clone chimed in, "I genuinely envy you. I'm still single." Qin Tian inquired, "Fourth clone, tell us about the survivors in your area." The fourth clone explained, "In this world ravaged by snow disasters, the male-to-female ratio is 2:8, and the same applies to newborns. Therefore, men here must marry at least 4 wives, and each one is exceptional. Let me show you their photographs." The fourth clone subsequently shared a group photo of himself with his 4 wives on the item transfer panel. The first clone remarked, "I'm drooling just looking at them." The sixth clone added, "I would love to have one as a girlfriend. Please send one my way." The fifth clone declared, "Once I become a wealthy man, I will also seek several girlfriends." The seventh clone quipped, "Newcomers can only envy." The second clone noted, "They are far more beautiful than the courtesans I've encountered." The fourth clone is truly fortunate. Qin Tian commented, "Damn, the fourth clone is such a lucky dog. He is practically a beast." Observing the engrossed Blue Tinyu and Yunjin, Qin Tian felt a pang of inadequacy. The disparities in their respective worlds were glaring. The blessings they received varied immensely. The fourth clone had not only secured 4 stunning wives, but had also acquired dozens of acres of mutated snow lotus flowers. It turned out that these flowers were not merely medicinal herbs on the snow disaster planet. They were also a primary food source. Girls raised on mutated snow lotus flowers naturally blossomed into exquisite beauties. Now, Qin Tian and the other clones reaped the benefits brought by the fourth clone, enjoying the freedom to consume mutated snow lotus flowers as they pleased. Pondering over his chin, Qin Tian contemplated whether to establish a beauty company specializing in products derived from mutated snow lotus flowers. Perhaps that could wait. His current focus was to ensure the success of his film company. That evening, Qin Tian prepared a large pitcher of mutated snow lotus flower juice, serving 2 cups each. "Little Tian, why are you being so generous today, letting your sister indulge in this juice?" As she sipped the juice, Yunjin contentedly burped, finally feeling satisfied. Qin Tian refrained from drinking more than 1 cup, fearing the heat it might generate. It would be troublesome if his 2 sisters couldn't manage it. He assured them that there would be plenty of juice in the future, as the fourth clone's supply of mutated snow lotus flowers was virtually endless. Currently, the quantity of mutated snow lotus flowers on the item transfer panel had reached 600,000, which was half of what he had received as a bridal price. The women on the snow disaster planet, having grown tired of mutated snow lotus flowers, preferred the rice and vegetables presented by the fourth clone. There were also supernatural beings on the snow disaster planet, and the fourth clone had cleverly told his 4 wives that his ability was to conjure food, which served as an impeccable excuse. "All right then, I'll be drinking this every night. Little Tian, you must prepare it for me, and I shall reward you," she insisted. "No problem, as long as Sister Yun enjoys it." Blue Tinyu and Yunjin noticed their complexions and appearances improving remarkably, attributing it to the juice, and of course, they became enamored with the drink. If it could enhance the beauty of his women, Qin Tian was more than willing. September 26th marked another day for activating a new clone. In the morning, Qin Tian held Blue Tinyu as he instructed the system to activate a new clone. To his dismay, the system fell silent for a moment before emitting a notification sound. Ding! Activation failed. The 8th clone's location is on Lava Planet, where volcanic eruptions are occurring globally, resulting in the unexpected demise of the 8th clone. Damn, another clone has perished. Qin Tian felt a pang of regret for the 8th clone. System, abandon the activation of the 8th clone. Proceed to activate the 9th clone next. Noted. With the failure of clone activation, Qin Tian's appetite for breakfast diminished significantly. However, he could not have anticipated that upon arriving at the company, his mood would worsen even further. The series' Interstellar Era initial battle had become a sensational hit, with predictions suggesting that Tianyi Films could garner at least 800 million in revenue from the entire production. This incited a frenzy among investment companies, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, all vying for a piece of the pie. Some investment firms, after being rebuffed, chose to remain observant, while others were unwilling to relent and arrived early in hopes of meeting Qin Tian. In the conference room, Qin Tian had refreshments served to these intruding investors. An arrogant middle-aged man pushed his teacup aside and asked in a low voice, "Qin, your company offers no opportunities for collaboration. Do you not regard our high capital?" Beside him, a harsh-featured middle-aged woman echoed, "Our investment would accelerate the rapid growth of Tianyi Films. If you pass up this opportunity, it may not come again." A young man among them, eyeing Blue Tinyu and Yunjin, was practically drooling. He turned to Qin Tian with a hint of hostility in his gaze. "Consider this, Qin. Relinquish 51 of your shares, and we all benefit. How shameless. You expect me to cede control? You must be deluded." Qin Tian shot back. "And what does it mean when you stare at my girlfriend like that? Do you want me to ensure your swift unemployment?" Suppressing his fury, Qin Tian chuckled softly. "May I inquire how much Hahai Capital intends to pay for 51 of our shares?" The young man extended a finger, a triumphant expression on his face. $1. $1? Qin Tian's anger turned to incredulity as he laughed heartily. "Huh? $1. Do you truly believe that your dollar holds more value than the heavens?" The young man shook his head with a sneer. "To our boss, $1 indeed holds more weight than the heavens. Think it over, Qin. Or else." Qin Tian no longer concealed his outrage. He rose, pointing towards the door of the conference room. "The exit is right there. Please leave on your own accord. Tianyi Films does not require a dollar's investment." The young man and his entourage remained unperturbed. They had encountered many company owners like him, all of whom eventually capitulated. Human beings often remain oblivious to their own limitations until they are utterly crushed and realize the futility of their arrogance. The young man cast one last greedy glance at Blue Tinyu and Yunjin, hands tucked into his pockets, and led the way out of the conference room. "Boss, do you think they will retaliate against us?" Blue Tinyu asked worriedly after the other party had departed. Chapter 22. Revitalizing the nation through industry. Strengthening the country with technology. Don't worry. Let's enhance our security team's vigilance around the clock. Also, recruit several more veterans today to bolster our security force, Yunjin concurred. The boss is right. We must first guard against overt threats before worrying about covert ones. Qin Tian smiled effortlessly. They won't have a chance for underhanded attacks anymore. He never held back against his adversaries. He was no fool waiting for retaliation before striking back. That kind of plot belonged only in television dramas. Once someone became his enemy, he took the initiative and struck decisively until the threat was eliminated. Qin Tian instructed Lan Tinyu and Yunjin to go recruit new security personnel through the HR department while he took a moment to calmly strategize. After they left, he took out his phone and instructed Xiao Wan to deal a fatal blow to their opponents. "Brother, the information has been sent. Just wait for the good news." "Excellent. Xiao Wan, you're amazing. Hee. Helping brother take down the bad guys makes me very happy." Setting his phone aside, Qin Tian pondered his future plans. The film industry yielded quick profits, but the more one earned, the more attention one attracted. They had barely started when someone forcefully attempted a buyout. What would happen next? He understood what the young man had relied upon, but many such investment firms existed. Would he have to compromise or be endlessly troubled? Gazing at his advanced smartphone, a sudden inspiration struck him. Revitalize the nation through industry. Strengthen the country with technology. If they were so intent on watching his film company, then he would establish another company, a high-tech enterprise. Moreover, this high-tech company could not be located in Changshan City. It had to be in the south, where the environment was far superior. Returning to Jiangnan province, his hometown, would provide ample room for development regardless of the industry. With this in mind, Qin Tian's desire to open a company in his hometown grew stronger. Fortunately, he planned to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. He would finalize everything then. While Qin Tian was lost in thought in the conference room, the effects of Xiao Wan's actions became evident by afternoon. Many of the office's supporters, big and small, of Hahai Capital were taken away. The company's owner and senior executives were also detained for investigation, involving issues far graver than mere financial matters. That day, an invisible earthquake shook Tianlong Nation, its tremors widespread. Just as Qin Tian awoke from his nap, Xiao Wan brought him the good news. "Excellent. We've finally removed a major threat, severing a filthy hand that reached out to us. Brother, do we need to eliminate other companies? We have enough evidence to darken their futures. No need yet. Let's wait for the next victim to come to us before taking action." "All right then, I'm off to play." Unaware that his minor move had already landed many behind bars, Qin Tian would have scoffed at the idea even if he had known. At that moment, Lu Hong, head of HR, knocked and entered. "Boss, we posted 4 security positions, but a large group of veterans has arrived. I don't know which 4 to choose." "Bring them here so I can see," Qin Tian replied. Is Tianyi Films really that popular? He wondered, uncertain if the frequent bonuses he gave had something to do with it. Lan Tinyu and Yunjin stood behind Qin Tian, lending him support. Lu Hong soon brought the group to Qin Tian's office, but there were too many, so they lined up outside. Qin Tian looked up in surprise. "My goodness. At least 30, right?" They stood in 3 neat rows, their postures erect and gazes calm, radiating a deadly aura as if awaiting orders like soldiers. Boss, there are 30 in total. You decide which 4 to pick. Lu Hong handed the dilemma to Qin Tian, who rubbed his temples as he observed. The boss handles things with finesse. Look at the colleagues he hires, each a talent, and all pleasant to converse with. He is sure to choose the most suitable ones with ingenuity. Qin Tian stepped forward, smiling as he addressed them. Who among you speaks with the most authority? Silence fell. All eyes turned to the sturdy man at the front left. The man stepped forward, introducing himself. Boss, I'm Ji Yang. Qin Tian extended his right hand to shake Ji Yang's. I'm pleased with all of you. You're all hired. Ji Yang, you will be the head of Tianyi's security department. Ji Yang released Qin Tian's hand, disbelief etched on his face. Boss, weren't only 4 positions available? You can just pick any 4, and the rest can find other jobs. With only 4 security personnel before, Tianyi Films having over 30 seemed excessive. Qin Tian shook his head with a smile. Who said Tianyi will always have just one company? We will soon move out of Changshan City to develop elsewhere. Hearing this, Ji Yang and the others were visibly delighted. Great. Brothers want to be separated and can work side by side. Qin Tian glanced at a stunned Lu Hong and smiled. Director Lu, take them to complete the onboarding procedures. Starting tomorrow, security will be divided into 3 shifts to guard the company 24 hours a day. Though puzzled by Qin Tian's plans, Lu Hong promptly took action. Follow me. I'll handle your employment paperwork. Back in his office, Qin Tian had just sat down when Lan Tianyu perched on his lap. Boss, you said we're moving out of Changshan City. Where will we go? Qin Tian pinched her delicate nose and smiled. We're returning to my hometown, Jiangnan Province. I believe starting a business there will be smoother. Jiangnan Province? Does that mean we'll live with your uncles and aunts? Yun Jin approached and squeezed onto the boss's chair beside Qin Tian, somewhat anxious. Given their current situation, living with elders would be somewhat inconvenient. I don't mind, my parents are gone. Wherever Xiao Tian goes, I'll follow. Lan Tianyu gently rested her head on Qin Tian's shoulder, expressing her tender feelings. At least Yu Jie is different from Yun Jie, who has always worried about this and that. Qin Tian teased. Don't worry, Yun Jie. We'll buy our own place. My parents are fond of their neighbors. Lan Tianyu reassured. That is good. Wherever little Tian goes, I'll follow, Yun Jin echoed. As the workday neared its end, Qin Tian gathered several management staff for a brief meeting. I've decided to relocate the company to Jiangnan Province. Anyone unwilling to move can speak up. I will provide appropriate compensation. His words surprised some. Except for Lu Hong, who had already made up her mind, the others lowered their heads in contemplation. After half a minute, Lu Shui was the first to stand. Boss, I'll go with you to Jiangnan. I'm not from Changshan anyway, so working anywhere is fine. Lu Hong followed suit. I'll go too. It's rare to find a good boss. I want to follow you all the way. Wang Jing was the third. I feel the same as Lu Jie. I don't think I'll find a better boss in the future. Chapter 23. Don't mess with Tianyi Films. It's toxic. Following Wang Jing, the rest gradually expressed their intentions. Except for the logistics head, a native of Changshan with family obligations, none wished to leave the city. Qin Tian did not pressure him and promised compensation, valuing their time working together and hoping for an amicable parting. Afterwards, we'll tally the list of employees willing to relocate and those who aren't, so we can arrange compensation accordingly. The next day, Wang Jing would lead some staff to Jiangnan Province's Ming City to handle paperwork and lease office space. We strive to relocate to Jiangnan Province by the end of next month, urging everyone to expedite their preparations for departure. At present, there are no concrete ideas for research projects. Nonetheless, Qin Tian has decided to proceed with the move to Jiangnan. Shortly, a notification regarding the company's relocation circulated in the company chat, leaving the naive employees momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Suddenly, we are moving to Jiangnan Province? Oh dear. It doesn't matter where we go, as long as we don't change bosses. Yes, boss, please don't abandon us. We cherish you dearly. As long as the company retains its leadership, I shall remain loyally devoted. After much discussion, all employees, except for the head of logistics, have chosen to follow Qin Tian to Jiangnan for development. This unexpected loyalty moved Qin Tian. What a bunch of naive fools, sold yet still counting the seller's money. In gratitude, Qin Tian announced a generous incentive. After relocating to Jiangnan, every employee's salary would increase by 15, with at least 4 months' worth of year-end bonuses each year. Oh yay! Our boss is wonderful. I adore you. Haha, my dreams of buying a car and a house are now within reach. This is a worthwhile investment. My boss deserves my unwavering loyalty. How can I express my love for you, my esteemed boss? Ahem, Wu Lanlin, please control your drool. The computer screen is soaked. In a luxurious private room of a high-end club in Changshan City, the arrogant young man who had been boasting before Qin Tian now lay on the bed, savoring some delightful memory, a look of rapture on his face. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Lao Wang, why are you calling? Is it dinner time already? Gong Xiao. A grave situation has arisen. Chairman Gong has been taken away for investigation, and our company has been sealed off. The boss's wife asked me to inform you to flee abroad for safety. What? What is going on? I don't know. I just woke up from a nap to the news of the company being sealed. We are collectively unemployed now. This is outrageous. It cannot be true. Our Hahai capital is such a colossal entity. How could it crumble so easily? Gong Xiao, you should take care of yourself. I've delivered the message. That is all. The call ended abruptly, and the phone fell to the ground. Gong Xiao stared blankly, his limbs heavy, overwhelmed by a suffocating despair. It was too sudden, too unexpected. Mere hours ago, he was a powerful young master. Now, he felt like a rat fleeing the streets. Suddenly, he recalled Qin Tian's calm demeanor in the face of threats. Could it be him? But even if it were, he currently lacked the means for retaliation. It was time to escape, and the farther, the better. Fortunately, his family had substantial assets overseas, ensuring he wouldn't lack for funds once he left. Gong Xiao picked up his phone, powered it off, and dressed swiftly. However, upon opening the door, he was confronted by a group of people who had been waiting for him. Xiaowan had informed Qin Tian about Gong Xiao's predicament, providing the very clue that led to his capture. Xiaowan, you are truly remarkable. With you around, I can enjoy life without worry. Hee. Our existence as artificial intelligence is to ensure our master enjoys life joyfully. By the way, Xiaowan, could you devise a slightly less advanced artificial intelligence program? Contemplating his desire to establish a technology company, but lacking viable projects, Qin Tian turned his attention to the field of artificial intelligence. Of course, I cannot replicate myself, but I can create derivative subprograms. It's quite simple. Very well, once we relocate to Jiangnan, we shall discuss this further. I will first help my brother earn money. He will need plenty. Then let us adjust the daily stock earnings to 2 million USD. Starting a tech company indeed requires substantial funding. Establishing a business is far more challenging than running a film company. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, with Gong Xiao's downfall, the reputation of Tianyi Films quietly spread in certain circles. Do not provoke Tianyi Films. It is toxic. Previously, everyone had been observing, waiting to see who would dare be the first to take action. Ultimately, Hahai Investment made the first move, igniting collective anticipation for the fate of Tianyi Films. However, the conclusion was not Tianyi Films capitulating to a takeover. Instead, Hahai Investment was completely dismantled, along with its backing. In this world, secrets are scarce. Anyone could uncover the truth behind Hahai Investment with a simple investigation. The issue arose from the fact that the whistleblower was a man who had passed away 3 years prior. How could this be? The only plausible explanation was that someone had used the deceased's identity to report the matter. It was clear who that was. That evening, after 2 rounds of gaming, Qin Tian finally had time to check on the progress of his clones. Clone 1, original, look what I found for you. Haha. You will never lack for bionic robots again. I've located the production line for them. Clone 2, are the bionic robots realistic? Once you create them, send me 5 for a trial. Clone 6, I need some too. I'll use them to assist me and avoid exposing myself too much. Clone 7, you're so naive. 6, I need 2 to help carry my luggage. The journey to the Magic Academy will take over 4 months, and I'll be utterly exhausted. Clone 4, get me some too. I'll use them to help my wife with farming. Qin Tian, no problem. Once I produce a batch, I'll place them in the item transfer panel for you to collect. The robots will be absolutely stunning. The surprise came so suddenly that an overjoyed Qin Tian embraced the sleeping Yunjin and planted a fervent kiss on her. What are you doing? Sister Yin, I cannot sleep. If you can't sleep, go find Yuja. I'm so sleepy. Why sleep? Let's game. It's time for some fun. No, it's late. Sleep now, or you'll get dark circles under your eyes. With Yunjin refusing to budge, Qin Tian had to abandon his gaming plans and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, Xiaowan commanded thousands of bionic robots, battling against a myriad of bizarre beings in an intense confrontation. Qin Tian, transformed into a great general, strategized from the rear, dictating victory from afar. Chapter 24, The Counterattack Path of Clone 6. Upon waking, Qin Tian eagerly shared the good news with Xiaowan. While Lan Xinyu and Yunjin were still asleep, Xiaowan projected a small figure in holographic form and planted a kiss on Qin Tian. Brother, you are so wonderful. Soon, I will possess my own body. Xiaowan, I haven't asked you yet. What is the combat capability of the bionic robots? Qin Tian recalled his dream from the previous night, prompting the question. The bionic robots are the most loyal bodyguards, capable of shielding their master from laser guns and knives, with combat abilities far superior to ordinary humans. If the bionic robots are so formidable, then why do humans on Water Blue Star continue to battle zombies endlessly, ultimately resorting to nuclear weapons? Imagine 90 of humanity has turned into zombies, and the remaining 10 are mostly ordinary people. How can they withstand the onslaught of zombies? Especially when some among them possess extraordinary powers that can easily overpower high-tech human weapons. Are you saying that mutated zombies can employ supernatural abilities in combat? Indeed. Some of those abilities are terrifying, unleashing overwhelming attacks. I see, I understand now. Thank you, Xiao Wan, for clarifying my doubts. It's my duty. I'm just worried you might follow the path of the Water Blue Star humans, hence my detailed explanations. The endeavor to create bionic robots for Xiao Wan would have to wait until they established a factory in Jiangnan province, as there were no suitable locations for the production line in Changshan City. According to the parameters provided by the system for the robot production line, a factory measuring 200 meters in length and width and 30 meters high is required to accommodate it. It is a pity that Clone 1 did not find any stock of bionic robots in that factory. Otherwise, the process would have been much simpler. Qin Tian's decision to relocate the company did not dampen the employees' enthusiasm. They remained as spirited as ever. For them, it was merely a change of workplace. After all, the company provided meals and accommodation, leaving no room for worries at Tianyi Film and Television. Just before the National Day holiday, the plot for the third episode was finally selected, titled Interstellar Era, Stars and Oceans. In this episode, the story would reach a dramatic climax as the protagonist faced hardships in life and love, ultimately deciding to join the Space Interstellar Expeditionary Force. Boss, are we really taking an 8-day vacation? Other companies only offer 3 or 5 days off, Lu Shui expressed, now completely enamored with her job. The boss had just advanced salaries to ensure everyone had enough for the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. The thought of a net salary of 45,000 yuan securely deposited into her bank account solidified her desire to work overtime. The overtime pay was simply too enticing. Having endured considerable hardship at her previous job, where she often worked late hours, Lu Shui was now fully motivated. Qin Tian shook his head in disbelief. Everyone except for the security department is getting a holiday. I plan to return home for the festival, and you should visit your parents to show them filial piety. He had a thought unspoken. Do you want me to be a heartless boss? Absolutely not. Lu Shui reluctantly left the office, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Whoever wants to go home can, but amidst the chaos there, I'd rather work overtime at the company and ponder the plot. After Lu Shui departed, Lan Tianyu leaned closer to Qin Tian and began to gossip about her. Lu Shui's parents have been in a constant state of conflict over divorce. She probably doesn't want to go back and face that turmoil. Indeed, poor Lu Shui, Qin Tian replied, his expression innocent. Not only is she dealing with a blended family, but now her stepmother and father are also arguing about divorce. Lan Tianyu playfully pinched Qin Tian's side. I hinted to you several times to invite Lu Shui over for dinner, but you never agreed. Qin Tian raised his hands in protest. How could I have known? You should have been more direct. Let us avoid hints next time, all right? I'm off to chat with Lu Shui now. The morning of September 29th arrived, and Qin Tian prepared himself for a solemn activation ritual of his clones. Having failed twice previously, he suspected it was due to perspiration on his body at the time. System, activate clone number 9. Activation successful. Clone number 9 is an ordinary member of the elf race in the dark forest of the chaotic planet. The clone has acquired weapons for self-defense and has survived a life-threatening crisis. Wow, this is quite terrifying. I fear I might have a heart attack one day because of it. The 9th clone, having defeated enemies and looted supplies, found a safe spot to chat with Qin Tian and the others. That was terrifying. I encountered a formidable foe right after my birth. Luckily, I had the laser rifle found by clone number 1. Thanks. Don't mention it, brother. Helping you is akin to helping myself. We're in this together. Clone number 1 replied. Speaking of which, what has clone number 6 been up to lately? We haven't heard from him. I'm here. I've been busy making money these past few days. I now have enough to alleviate some pressure from the original body, clone number 6 announced. Do tell us how you made your fortune, clone number 5 urged. I sold a batch of scrap copper and had AI Xiaowa assist me in stock trading, raking in a considerable sum, around $20 to $30 million, clone number 6 revealed. How did you earn so quickly? Be careful not to attract attention, Qin Tian cautioned. I had Xiaowa trade under someone else's identity, so no one can trace it back. Don't worry. Impressive. Qin Tian felt a sense of pride for clone number 6, who had taken a different path from him. Yesterday, I met an extraordinary beauty, and we accidentally ended up together. This morning, she mentioned wanting to return home to divorce her useless husband. Impressive. Qin Tian and all the clones responded in unison, applauding clone number 6 for receiving the Wei Wu inheritance. Soon, it was September 30th. Fearing traffic delays, Qin Tian opted to take the high-speed train home. As he, Lan Tianyu, and Yunjin descended with their luggage, they spotted Lu Shui waiting for them downstairs. Boss, I'd like to visit your hometown first to familiarize myself with the work environment. You wouldn't object, would you? Lan Tianyu and Yunjin stepped forward, linking arms with Lu Shui, smiling at Qin Tian. He had no choice but to agree, realizing he had no authority to refuse. No problem. The more, the merrier. Let's south hit the road. The journey from Changshan City to the provincial capital, Mengcheng, would take over 6 hours. The four of them traveled in comfort in business class, concluding their journey pleasantly. However, they had to transfer to another vehicle to reach Qin Tian's hometown, Yunzhou City, which was still over 200 kilometers away. As night fell, they decided to spend the night in Mengcheng. They booked 2 presidential suites, one for Qin Tian, Lan Tianyu, and Yunjin, and another for Lu Shui. Upon seeing Qin Tian and the 2 ladies enter the suite intimately, Lu Shui's eyes flickered with unspoken feelings. Chapter 25. Why did you bring 3 beautiful sisters home? Qin Tian's hometown of Yunzhou City was still 200 kilometers from Mengcheng, requiring over 2 hours by car. The next morning, the 4 of them went to buy a car. They set off after lunch around noon. Qin Tian bought a car for his father, Qin Hai, fulfilling a long-cherished wish of his. Yunzhou City was home to many affluent individuals, yet there were also plenty struggling at the bottom. Qin Tian's family belonged to the latter, lacking money, resources, and skills. Boss, once we arrive, let us buy some gifts before heading to your home, Lu Shui suggested. Indeed. We haven't had a chance to pick up gifts yet. Right, it would be quite impolite to show up empty-handed. Feel free to choose whatever you like. My parents would be happier to see you than any gifts. You're quite the charmer. I didn't see you indulge in any sweets at lunch, Lan Tianyu teased. Lu Shui, he has become quite the smooth talker. You ought to keep an eye on him, Lu Shui remarked. As Lu Shui drove, she caught a glimpse of the 3 in the back seat sharing affectionate glances, stirring a slight pang of jealousy within her. Such familial harmony was admirable. Qin Tian truly was remarkable. The car arrived in Yunzhou City around 3 in the afternoon, leading them to a large supermarket where they began their shopping spree. They purchased health supplements, several sets of clothing, gold jewelry, and a myriad of other items. At Qin Tian's home, Li Huilin had dressed up and tidied the house alongside Qin Hai, eagerly awaiting the return of their son and his godsisters. Do you think our son and his godsister could become a couple? How would I know? It depends on how she feels. If it's meant to be, we spend our life savings to ensure Tian marries her. Alas, we can't afford a new home for them. They'll have to squeeze in with us. Our home isn't too shabby. At least we have our own entrance, even if it's a bit out of the way. Yet our house is old, 25 years old. Built when you married me. Time flies. Before we know it, we're getting older, and Tian is at the age for marriage. The sound of keys unlocking the door echoed outside, prompting Qin Hai and Li Huilin to rush out. Son, you're back. And who are these 3? As Li Huilin first spotted Qin Tian, her gaze then shifted to the 3 enchanting women standing behind him. Mom and Dad, did you change the lock on the front door? Yes, the old one was too worn out. We just replaced it yesterday. Let me open the door for you. Welcome to our home, girls. Li Huilin smiled broadly as she opened the door, bypassing Qin Tian to warmly greet Lan Tianyu and the other 2 women. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. The 3 girls replied in unison. All right, let the aunt assist you with your luggage. Let's head inside and chat. The sun outside is quite intense. Aunt, you are so kind. We can manage bringing it in ourselves. Yes, it's not heavy. Aunt, the environment here is truly lovely. Li Huilin walked alongside her 3 daughters-in-law, leaving the remaining chores for her husband and son. Dad, these are my 3 recognized elder sisters. There are still some gifts they bought in the car. You rascal, bringing home 3 at once. Are you hoping to make your mother and me choose one? Ahem. You may pick as you wish. By the way, here are the car keys. This vehicle is now yours, Dad. Wait. Did they buy this car as a gift for me? No, I purchased it for you. I know you fancy this model. Qin Hai held the keys, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Could a Tian have done something dubious to acquire wealth? A Tian, we must remain principled. We cannot stray from the righteous path. If it's too challenging, you can join your father at the construction site. Dad, what are you saying? My earnings are entirely legitimate. I'll explain everything in due course. Let's just drive the car into the yard for now. Haha. All right, my treasure, I can finally take charge of you. Inside, Li Huilin and her 3 daughters-in-law were getting along splendidly. They were already discussing what to cook for dinner and where to go tomorrow. Qin Tian and his father unloaded the car, while the two chatted about Qin Tian's rise to success. So, you're saying you now own a film company with a monthly profit of 50 million? That is quite sudden. Dad, as long as one's vision expands and the path is correct, entrepreneurship is not difficult. Tisk, 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 you're even lecturing me now. Fine. You're more accomplished than I am. I'll heed your advice. Since Mom's health isn't great, please don't go to work anymore. Stay home and accompany her. I'll transfer some money to you, so you need not worry about your retirement. Great. I've long wished to stop working. Everyone around us is wealthy and influential, while our family is poor. I feel embarrassed to even go out. Qin Tian nodded, understanding some things without needing to voice them. He took out his phone and instructed Xiao Wan to transfer 10 million to his father's card. Qin Hai looked at the notification of the transfer with a beaming smile. His son's filial piety had swiftly elevated him to a wealthy status. Speak up. Which of your elder sisters have caught your eye? We can treat them specially. Dad, let us wait until later. We don't want to scare them away. All right. Just take it easy. Don't end up with none. Dinner was prepared by Lan Tianyu and her companions, leaving Li Huilin to assist. She was quite pleased with the 3 girls, though she wondered if her son was fortunate enough to marry one. Especially Lan Tianyu and Yunjin, who had reached the level of extraordinary women. Li Huilin found herself increasingly fond of them. After dinner, Qin Tian prepared a large jug of juice for his parents and Lu Shui to taste the essence of the mutated snow lotus. Lan Tianyu discreetly informed Lu Shui that drinking more of this juice could enhance her beauty, encouraging her to indulge. Lu Shui obediently drank to her heart's content, aspiring to be as beautiful as Lan Tianyu and Yunjin. The only inconvenience of staying at home was the need to separate rooms. The house had enough space, allowing each person their own chamber. Son, tell your mother, which one is your type? Once the 3 girls entered their rooms to tidy up, Li Huilin pulled Qin Tian aside for a hushed conversation. Mom, they're all quite nice to me. I believe in fate. You better not come up empty-handed, or I'll make you go on blind dates every day. Must it be so terrifying? I'm a boss now. Knowing you're scared, put in more effort. I want grandchildren by next year. Fine, I'll work harder. Qin Tian thought to himself, I'll strive diligently so that you can hold one grandchild in each hand. As Qin Tian warmly welcomed the 3 girls into his home, news of him returning with 3 beautiful girls spread throughout the neighborhood. The credit for this, of course, went to Qin Tian, who took a stroll after dinner, chatting with acquaintances and subtly sharing the story of his newfound glory. Chapter 26. The delicious mutated sea fish is never enough. Qin Hai originally intended to take a few more rounds, but as he walked, he realized he was feeling overheated. It had been over a decade since he last experienced this sensation. To alleviate his discomfort, he returned home seeking Li Huilin's assistance, compelling her to help him cool down. Dear, did you just go outside to buy medicine? You must take any. That stuff is harmful to your health. After tending to his needs, Li Huilin began to lecture Qin Hai. No, I only had dinner tonight. I didn't eat anything else. Oh, I did drink 2 cups of juice. Could it be the juice that's the issue? Are you doubting our son? Just wait until she threatened, pinching his side. Ouch, I was wrong, dear. After enduring her playful punishment, Qin Hai took out his phone to call the neighborhood security captain. Resigning from a security job was quite simple, and he promptly received confirmation that he could complete the resignation process the next day. Dear, from now on, I'll stay home to keep you company. I'll drive you around for travels, wherever you wish to go. I want to play on the moon. Well, you'll have to wait until our son becomes more capable. That night, Qin Tian had a glass of juice and soon felt overheated as well. However, no one was available to help him cool down within his home. Lan Tianyu and Yunjin were too shy to come over. Thus, Qin Tian had no choice but to divert his attention to the item transfer panel. Curious about what new items had been added that day. 5th avatar, I purchased 500 kilograms of mutated sea fish. They're exceptionally fresh. Anyone who enjoys them can take some. They are delicious in any dish. 1st avatar, they are indeed delightful. I grilled some, and the taste was simply extraordinary. 6th avatar, I had Sister Ning prepare a sour and spicy fish dish, which was delectable. She even cried while eating it. 2nd avatar, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. Qin Tian, I'll bring some tomorrow to try cooking a few dishes. How long must one consume this for its longevity and health benefits to manifest? 5th avatar, according to scientific research, continuous consumption for at least a week will yield initial effects. Qin Tian, all right, I understand. Noticing that there were still 450 kilograms remaining on the item transfer panel, Qin Tian was in no rush to retrieve them. The fifth avatar would continuously obtain mutated sea fish, which were abundant and inexpensive in the Waterworld planet. After assessing the items on the transfer panel, Qin Tian took out his phone to check his current financial status. He had transferred 10 million to his father today and wondered how much remained in his balance. A few minutes later, he gained a clear understanding of his wealth. Company account, over 53 million. Wealth treasure, over 11 million. Bank card, over 1 million. US. Stock account, over 50 million US dollars. This amount seemed slightly insufficient for purchasing land and building a factory. Xiaowan, you can operate in several foreign stock markets, aiming to maximize profits for urgent needs. Okay, brother, I will start doing as you say from tomorrow. Tomorrow, let us first look for suitable land nearby, Xiaowan. Please keep an eye out as well. Sure thing. After chatting with Xiaowan, Qin Tian relished a rare moment of solitude for a nap. In his dreams, Lu Shui appeared even more beautiful and alluring, promising to repay him by playfully teasing him on the sofa repeatedly. The next morning, Qin Tian's first task was to shower and wash his clothes before activating the new avatar. Ding! Activation successful. The 10th avatar is on a primitive social planet, living in a savage era as an ordinary tribesman. Ding! The 10th avatar vanquished a giant beast using a weapon and, due to his valiant performance, was revered as a leader by the tribesmen. Wow! The 10th avatar became a king right from the start. Impressive. From a divine perspective, Qin Tian observed his 10th avatar being surrounded by his tribesmen as they ascended to a higher vantage point, while the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. How quaint and endearingly simple the primitive folk are. Indeed, the 10th avatar was fortunate, paying no heed to the triumphant demeanor of his 10th self. Qin Tian focused on washing his undergarments. Meanwhile, the 9th avatar struggled in the shadowy forest, yet to find companionship among his kin and ever vigilant against unforeseen threats, rendering him unusually quiet. Once the laundry was done, Lan Xinyu awoke and proceeded to freshen up. Upon seeing Qin Tian hanging his undergarments, she stifled a giggle. Xiao Tian, you worked hard last night. Just hold on a little longer. When we return, I shall keep you company, she teased. Not now, though. If uncle and aunt hear any commotion, I would be too embarrassed to stay. All right, I shall endure a few more days. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is an easy endeavor, yet the reverse poses significant challenges. Qin Tian sensed that the subsequent nights would be restless. After the trio of women rose, they had breakfast and set out to explore, scouting for potential sites to establish a factory. Unfortunately, they discovered that much of the surrounding area was already developed, leaving them with the options of purchasing or renting existing facilities. Given that it was the National Day holiday, the industrial park administrators were on break, compelling them to postpone negotiations until after the festivities. For now, they noted the promising factory sites, intending to discuss prices later. Yujie, Xiaojin, do you think my complexion looks better today than yesterday? Lu Shui whispered to Lan Xinyu and Yunjin. Yes. You do seem to have a much fairer glow. I told you the juice had remarkable beauty benefits, Lan Xinyu replied. Sister Shui, drink more. Soon you'll be able to step out without makeup, just like us. All right, I will heed your advice. After wandering nearby, the quartet returned home. Qin Tian urged the three women to enter the house, first while he strolled to the market. Upon his return, he cradled a large box of sea fish weighing at least 50 pounds, with ice inside to maintain freshness. Yujie, let us prepare dishes with this fish today. All right, set it down. We'll cook a couple of dishes with it. At lunchtime, the 2 dishes made from the mutated sea fish were devoured first, as they were simply exquisite. Son, where did you buy this fish? It tastes incredible. Mom, I got it at the market. I bought 50 pounds, enough for several days. 50 pounds is too little. Go buy a bit more. With so many people at home, 50 pounds will only last 2 days. Xiaoyu, let us prepare more dishes with this fish tonight. Certainly, Auntie, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Obeying his mother's command, Qin Tian went out after lunch and purchased an additional 100 pounds of sea fish. Fortunately, their refrigerator was spacious enough to accommodate such a bounty. For the next 2 days, the dining table was adorned with several dishes made from the sea fish. As they continued to indulge in the mutated sea fish, Qin Tian gradually noticed that his mother's complexion improved day by day. This unexpected joy filled him with greater happiness than the prospect of becoming a billionaire. However, on the evening of October 4th, a sudden system notification disrupted Qin Tian's good mood. Ding! The 9th avatar has been assassinated by dark elves and is now deceased. Chapter 27. Surprises from the 9th avatar Brother Tongzi. What races inhabit the dark forest, and what are their respective strengths? Ding! In addition to various beasts, the dark forest is home to forest elves and dark night elves. The Dark Night Elves are scarce, often raiding female forest elves and ruthlessly slaying male forest elves. Dark Night Elves excel in stealth assassination, while forest elves are adept in wood-based magic. Would the host like to activate the 9th avatar tomorrow? The system's voice left Qin Tian in contemplation, pondering whether to reactivate the 9th avatar. System, activate the 9th avatar tomorrow. I need to know what specialties the Dark Forest possesses. Understood, recorded. After a brief moment of melancholy, Qin Tian found solace in the fact that avatars could be activated infinitely, merely wasting 3 days of time. He refused to believe that the 9th avatar's luck could be perpetually unfavorable. On the morning of October 5th, the system promptly notified Qin Tian that the 9th avatar had been successfully reactivated. Fortunately, this time, the avatar's birthplace was within the gathering place of the forest elves, where danger was momentarily absent. The living conditions of the forest elves appeared dire, or so it seemed to Qin Tian. Rudimentary wooden huts, sparse food, and only a few hours of sunlight each day. 9th avatar. Having died once yesterday, I now understand the preciousness of life. However, the elf girls possess striking beauty. I should soon find a partner. First avatar. 9th. Once you find a partner, do share the experience of being with an elf girl. Second avatar. 9th is the first avatar of a different race. Could there be demon avatars in the future? 5th avatar. As long as I have gold here, I can marry as many wives as I desire. Ha ha ha. 10th avatar. All the women in the tribe belong to me. I can freely procreate. By the way, original self, please procure a batch of enlightenment literature for me. I wish to teach my kin to read and write. 6th avatar. Leave this matter to me. I have the funds now. Heh. I secured another beautiful woman today. Her husband, whom I know, is a gambler. Qin Tian. Impressive. But do take care. Be cautious of harm, or I shall cease activating you. 6th avatar. A sickly father, a frail mother, a gambling husband, a shattered home. If I do not help her, who will? Qin Tian and all avatars. Truly, Cao Cao is still among us. The words of the 6th avatar reminded Qin Tian of Liao Chong, and he wondered how he was faring. Quietly, he had Xiao Wan check on Liao Chong's current situation and found that fortune smiled upon him again. Having won a lottery jackpot of 2 million. Damn, does he have a relative serving as a director? Xiao Wan, how can we render him destitute? Boss. It's simple. I'll keep sending him notifications about gambling stones on his phone as a path to wealth. Gambling stones. That does sound promising. Give it a try. Liao Chong was overly confident, having repeatedly claimed to be the son of fortune. Boss, just you wait and see. Today, Qin Tian intended to visit Dream City with Lan Xinyu and the 3 women, as they hadn't enjoyed themselves properly during their recent journey. Dream City is renowned for its breathtaking beauty, and the quartet relished 2 delightful days there. Upon arriving, Qin Tian could finally extinguish the flames of his earlier frustrations. He had nearly reached a boiling point in the preceding days. Dear, why don't you steal a few more glances at Lu Shui? She looks stunning right now. Indeed. Xiao Tian, don't pretend to be aloof. I see you have the desire but lack the courage. Perhaps not. With you all around, I am content. Too many would be overwhelming. In the room, after 3 rounds of gaming, Qin Tian imparted sage-like wisdom. Tomorrow, let us check out the office building Wang Jing rented in Dream City. It's rare for her to be on holiday and still out on business. Recalling that Wang Jing had mentioned settling the matters he assigned her yesterday, he wished to see it for himself and arrange for the new office's decoration. Great. It'll be even more fun with Wang Jing joining us. The more, the merrier. Meanwhile, in another presidential suite, Lu Shui gazed at her reflection in the makeup mirror, lamenting, why am I not able to find a boyfriend despite being so attractive? Could it be that I have psychological barriers? No. I must post several beautiful selfies to make those insufferable men fantasize. That night, after Lan Xinyu and Yun Jin fell asleep, Qin Tian finally found the moment to converse with his avatars. 9th avatar. I have discovered a rare essence of plant life. A concentrated essence that can only be formed from trees over 1,000 years old. It is said to cure all ailments. Does anyone need it? Qin Tian. I need it desperately. Our mother's health is poor. 9th. Please procure some for her recovery. 9th avatar. Understood. I will seek to acquire some as soon as possible. As various avatars expressed their desires, who wouldn't covet a miraculous treasure that could cure all ailments? However, the essence of grass and wood was scarce, and the 9th avatar needed some strategies to acquire it. The following day, Qin Tian and his 3 companions arranged to meet Wang Jing at the new office location. The office, spanning 3 floors and over 5,000 square meters, was ample enough for Qin Tian to establish 2 additional companies. Despite the high cost of living in Dream City, Qin Tian was quite pleased with the office's prime location, offering stunning views from the windows. This place is wonderful. I am very satisfied. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Are you planning to return home? Qin Tian inquired. If you're going home, I'll reimburse your plane tickets. He felt it necessary to show appreciation to his diligent employees. Wang Jing casually replied, Boss, it's just the Mid-Autumn Festival, not the New Year. We who work away from home are accustomed to spending holidays without returning. Since that is the case, why not come to my home tomorrow and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together? Qin Tian suggested. Sure, celebrating at the boss's house sounds delightful. Thank you, boss. We'll go buy some mooncakes and gifts shortly. The three employees eagerly accepted the invitation, recognizing the importance of fostering good relationships with their boss's family. Qin Tian did not deter them from purchasing gifts, knowing it wouldn't cost much, and he could always provide them with a bonus next month to compensate. After finalizing their plans, the group set out to explore. Their lively excursion with 7 individuals was quite a spectacle, with Qin Tian taking on the role of photographer. They stayed in a hotel that night, with Lu Shui and her 3 friends sharing a presidential suite, while Qin Tian and his 2 companions occupied another room. Shui, you've been enjoying such lavish treatment alongside the boss these past few days. I'm envious. Wang Jing remarked lazily after her shower, lying beside her friend Lu Shui. Jing, let me tell you, I haven't indulged in anything spicy, but you should drink more of the juice the boss serves. Look at me now. I appear much more radiant than before. Really? I noticed, thinking you had applied makeup. What is so special about the juice at the boss's home? Hee. Just drink more, and you'll see. After a few days, my complexion has significantly improved, and my features have become more pleasing to the eye. How miraculous. I must drink to my heart's content. Only if you can get to it first. Chapter 28. The extraordinary efficacy of grass and wood essence. The following morning, Qin Tian and his companions purchased 3 vehicles, which would serve as company transport, as traveling without a car was quite inconvenient. The 7 of them drove back to Qin Tian's home and received a warm welcome from Qin Hai and Li Huilin. Qin Hai and Li Huilin were exceedingly hospitable to Qin Tian's employees, treating them like their own daughters, which made the newcomers feel the warmth of home. Lunch and dinner were bountiful, as Lan Tianyu and the other 6 displayed commendable culinary skills. Be sure to savor this fish. It was a rare find for a Tian. Li Huilin urged. This fish is delicious. Auntie, you should have more too. I'm enjoying it. You don't need to serve me, she replied, as her plate overflowed with dishes, drawing smiles from her. Observing the fine qualities of her son's employees and their amiable personalities, she thought they would make excellent daughters-in-law. Qin Tian, after the meal, prepared a large pot of juice, which was quickly snatched up by the women, leaving him and his father without a taste. As the 2 men retreated to the yard to drink tea and admire the moon, Qin Tian's father asked, Have you found a suitable office location for your company? Yes, but I still need to continue searching. I wish to establish a factory and open a new company here in our hometown. That is feasible. I happen to know a classmate whose relative's factory is struggling. Would you like to accompany me to check it out tomorrow? Is it spacious? I will only consider it if it's sufficiently large and well located. I'm not sure. We'll find out together tomorrow. Qin Hai did not pry too deeply into what kind of factory Qin Tian wished to establish. He merely aimed to assist him within his means. Over the past few days, he had been idly gathering information about factories that were up for sale. In the minds of the older generation, it was always better to buy than to rent, for working on one's own turf afforded peace of mind. All right, let us go see it tomorrow. That night, after returning to their rooms, Qin Tian checked for any messages from the 9th avatar. Original body, I've managed to acquire a piece of grass and wood essence. Let us use it for our mother. It only needs to be soaked in water to be effective and can be used for several thousand infusions. Wonderful. You truly are impressive, 9th. It was worth activating you once more, Qin Tian replied. 1st avatar, 9th, gather more grass and wood essence. It will be beneficial for everyone. Other avatars, indeed. 9th avatar, I informed the clan leader of my ability to communicate with other realms and trade for food. The clan leader proposed exchanging 1 piece of grass and wood essence for 500 pounds of vegetables and 50 servings of braised fish. To obtain more grass and wood essence in the future, we need to prepare ample food supplies. Leave this matter to me. Since the 6th avatar began to shine brightly, Qin Tian felt considerably less pressure. These past few days of leisure were largely thanks to the 6th avatar's efforts. Late into the night, Qin Tian took out the grass and wood essence to admire before returning it to his inventory. This essence was a green cylindrical crystal measuring 20 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in diameter, and its mere touch brought a sense of comfort to the entire body. Ding! The activation opportunity for the 11th avatar is about to expire. Would the host like to activate it? Still lost in reverie, Qin Tian was interrupted by the system's voice. Activate. Activate. Why don't you remind me, system brother? Sometimes I forget. Ding. Activation successful. The 11th avatar is now in a low martial world, identified as an ordinary youth from a rural village. A war is about to engulf the village he resides in, and he will embark on a journey as a refugee. Wow, the 11th avatar is truly unfortunate. His story begins with a life of wandering. I hope he can escape to a safe area and gradually rise again. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Qin Tian prepared a pot of warm water and soaked the grass and wood essence in it for a few minutes, resulting in a pale green infusion. After tasting the water, he found it fragrant and sweet, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. He decided to name this water life water, a miraculous liquid that promotes health and longevity. Mom and Dad, come and try this herbal tea I made. Qin Tian offered 2 cups of life water to his parents. Perfect timing. I'm a bit thirsty after those buns, Li Huilin remarked, taking a cup and finishing it in one go. Son, did you add mint and sugar? It tastes refreshing and delightful. After savoring the water, Qin Hai experienced a similar sensation of lightness. Yes, you must have added a fair amount of mint. It's indeed delicious. Have another cup. I made plenty. I'll pass. Save it for your mother. We need to check out the factory. I have an appointment at 9:30. All right, let us go. Li Huilin insisted that Lan Tianyu and the others also sample Qin Tian's herbal tea. Each had a cup before they set off. The factory Qin Hai had found for Qin Tian originally focused on processing foreign trade goods. But recent fluctuations in global trade policies had caused significant losses for the owner. Consequently, the factory owner decided to sell the factory to secure funds for other ventures. This factory includes a 20-story office building, a warehouse, and 3 workshops, occupying an area of 80,000 square meters. The road at the entrance leads directly to the highway, ensuring convenient transportation and easy access for maritime shipping. The factory is currently vacant, and I'm proposing a price of 40 million. If that suits you, we can proceed with the transfer formalities today. The factory owner escorted Qin Tian and his entourage on a tour of the premises before proposing a price that Qin Tian found quite satisfactory. It was evident that the owner was earnest in his offer. Qin Tian attempted to negotiate a lower price, but when he could not succeed, he agreed to the deal. The transfer procedures were swift, and by the afternoon, Qin Tian possessed a domain of his own. However, the factory required renovation. Recalling the industrious and prosperous Li Angzhen, Qin Tian promptly called her. President Qin, your house will be ready in 2 days for inspection, Li Angzhen informed him. Thank you, President Li. However, my call is not about the house. I wanted to inquire if you know any reliable peers in Mengsheng or Yunzhou, as I have 2 projects that need contractors. Qin Tian explained. President Qin, how large are these projects? She asked. One spans over 5,000 square meters. The other exceeds 100,000 square meters, Qin Tian replied. Such extensive projects. President Qin, there is no need to trouble others when I can handle it. Send me the locations, and I will fly over immediately. I have a workforce of several hundred and can undertake contracts nationwide, Li Angzhen confidently asserted. This was precisely the demeanor befitting a successful and enterprising businesswoman. Whenever clients had needs, she could manage operations across the country with aplomb. Excellent. Let us look forward to a prosperous collaboration. I will send you the addresses shortly, and we shall meet in Mengsheng tomorrow, Qin Tian concluded. After hanging up, Qin Tian sent Li Angzhen the details of the 2 projects and arranged their meeting. Upon arriving home, he noticed his mother's complexion had returned to near normal, a sign she must have consumed a considerable amount of restorative elixir. The following day, Li Angzhen arrived punctually in Mengsheng, accompanied only by an assistant, looking somewhat fatigued from travel. President Li, this 3-story building encompasses over 5,000 square meters. I will send you the renovation design plan shortly. How long do you estimate the refurbishment will take? Qin Tian inquired. If urgent, no more than half a month. I will recruit additional staff to expedite the work, she assured him. Good. It would be ideal if it could be completed within this month. As our company plans to relocate here, Qin Tian added. Your film company is moving to Mengsheng? Li Angzhen asked. Indeed. It is better to establish roots in my hometown. Dining at home will be more convenient, he replied with a smile. Li Angzhen contemplated the possibility of opening a branch in Mengsheng, eager not to lose such a valuable ally. After inspecting the office space, Qin Tian took her to the newly acquired factory premises, which comprised 3 workshops and a building requiring renovation. President Li, do you think your company can undertake this project as well? Qin Tian asked. Certainly. Rest assured, President Qin. Our company possesses formidable capabilities, she affirmed. Very well. Please assess the site and provide a quotation. We will sign contracts for both locations simultaneously, Qin Tian instructed. Within half an hour, Li Angzhen, a virtuoso in project cost estimation, prepared the budget, which differed by only 20% from Xiao Wan's earlier quote, a margin Qin Tian found acceptable. The parties signed the renovation contract amicably, and Qin Tian transferred a 20% deposit. Li Angzhen departed promptly after signing, declining Qin Tian's invitation to dinner. Husband. She truly embodies the archetype of a formidable businesswoman. If only I possessed half her prowess, said Yunjin. After Yunjin and others returned home to prepare dinner, only Lan Tianyu remained with Qin Tian, who enjoyed her playful habit of calling him husband when alone. Yet, she is not as beautiful as you. The fairest deserve the privilege of choice, he teased. You flatter me. Come, let me kiss you, she replied coquettishly. Careful, or I might become inflamed and set this place ablaze, he warned. Then let us return home swiftly. Dinner must be ready by now, she said. Qin Tian spent another day at home, waiting for his mother's health to fully recover before driving back to Changshan City. During his stay, his sixth avatar busied itself supporting his other avatars, while Qin Tian felt somewhat idle. On the journey back, he reviewed the market reception of the Interstellar Era anime series. The third installment continued to garner rave reviews. Fans treated the official Tianyi Film website as a forum, sharing thoughts and suggestions incessantly. The customer service team diligently recorded constructive feedback while responding firmly to unacceptable criticism. Among the detractors, one harsh critic remarked, Tianyi Film's works are crude, resembling a lump of excrement, devoid of any artistic atmosphere, relying solely on plot to drive the pace. The young customer service representative retorted, this critic likely scored below 90 on exams and fails to understand that entertaining dramas dominate mainstream tastes. We do not produce art films because none of our directors or scriptwriters graduated from formal film schools. Most are science majors. This candid reply was widely screenshot and shared across various short video comment sections related to Interstellar Era. It was astonishing that a company setting records in Chinese animation had no formally trained professionals on its creative team. In this era, it was common for smartphone manufacturers to venture into automotive production, pest control companies to enter car manufacturing, and e-commerce enterprises to diversify similarly. Thus, the presence of science graduates in animation no longer seemed incongruous. Literature graduates directing sci-fi dramas? Their flowery style lacks logic. Those who appreciate it, enjoy, the representative added. When will the fourth installment be released? The National Day holiday has ended. Hurry up and work overtime to produce the episode, fans urged. Xiao Wan. Investigate who is behind these smears. If it is mere trolls, ignore them. But if it is organized defamation, we must take it seriously, Qin Tian instructed. A single disparaging comment was inconsequential, but a sudden surge was suspicious. Brother, give me a minute, Xiao Wan replied. Xiao Wan, unlike a human, required explicit commands from Qin Tian to act decisively. Without clear instructions, she merely drifted aimlessly online like a data stream, observing and departing silently. Brother, I have found it. Several competing film companies involved in animation hired internet mercenaries to tarnish our reputation, she reported. Fame breeds envy indeed. Do these companies have any damaging scandals? Qin Tian queried. Yes, but none fatal. Cases of bribery between superiors and subordinates, inappropriate relationships, Xiao Wan disclosed. Since no lethal evidence exists, we shall not aid them in exposing their corrupt elements. If anyone attempts to defame our company online, you are authorized to disable their devices entirely, Qin Tian commanded. Understood. I will deal with all previous offenders promptly. Xiao Wan affirmed. Disabling numerous phones and computers did not violate internet laws, and Xiao Wan could easily execute this by deploying certain viruses. As Xiao Wan acted, the internet mercenaries who slandered Tianyi Film suffered catastrophic losses. Hundreds of phones experienced simultaneous black screens and CPU failures, while many computers emitted smoke and became inoperable. They would now require substantial funds to replace their equipment. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wan would not cease her efforts so readily. Their only remaining path was to reform and change careers. Back home, Qin Tian and his companions finally relaxed completely. Xiao Tian, the new house will be ready tomorrow. It's a pity we want to live there even a single day, Lan Tianyu remarked. Why the regret? Wealthy people have homes all over the country. When we visit Changshan City, we want to stay in hotels, Qin Tian replied. Indeed, Xiao Tian is right. At worst, we can stay a few nights. Yunjin added. Newly renovated homes often have some formaldehyde. I dare not stay there immediately, Lan Tianyu cautioned. Enough talk. Let us take a shower. We Haven T played 3-player games together in days. Tonight, it's my turn to play Yao, Qin Tian said. Fine, I'll take Shinji. And Xiao Tian will remain the walking chicken, Lan Tianyu teased. After Qin Tian ensured that they had fallen asleep, he finally found the opportunity to observe what his avatars were up to. Avatar 11. I feel the urge to rise up. Are there any brothers willing to support me? Avatar 6. 11. Rebellion requires weapons and provisions. Cold weapons can be easily resolved. With just a bit of rebar, we can forge a considerable arsenal. However, acquiring a substantial amount of food is quite a challenge. Avatar 1. The emergence of a range of firearms or laser weapons in the ancient world is inconsequential. 6 is correct. Food truly poses a significant issue. Avatar 11. Then, it seems there is no hope for me on this planet. My heart is heavy with despair. Avatar 2. You could take on the role of a strategist, teaching the people there how to wage war using the 36 stratagems of Blue Star, Sun Tzu's Art of War, and the strategies of Taigong. Avatar 5. Alternatively, we could adopt a more cautious approach, building strong walls and accumulating provisions before declaring ourselves kings. You've heard of that, right? Qin Tian. 5's suggestion holds merit. We can first establish dominion over a territory and develop it adequately. For now, sustaining a force of 1 to 2,000 is still feasible for us. Chapter 30. The biotransfer function of the item transit panel is activated with Avatar 11's fighting spirit ignited. Qin Tian naturally felt compelled to support him. Sustaining a troop of 1 to 2,000 is quite manageable and will not incur significant expenses. Thus, Avatar 11 was filled with vigor, planning to lead several hundred individuals from his village to a mountain city the following day. He aimed to seize a city as a stronghold. Mountain cities are defensible, yet difficult to attack, aligning perfectly with the strategy of building high walls and accumulating provisions. The country where Avatar 11 resided was rife with turmoil. With numerous factions vying for power, it was an apt environment for him to navigate. Upon waking the next morning, Qin Tian gently set aside the cloud brocade that had entwined around him, rising to wash and change. Once he was prepared, he addressed the system. System, activate Avatar 12. Having learned from past experiences, Qin Tian instructed Xiao Wan to set an alarm for the activation dates of his avatars, ensuring he would not miss any opportunity. Ding. Activation successful. Avatar 12 is an ordinary soldier on a modern urban planet, currently patrolling the border with comrades. Ding. The host has successfully activated 10 avatars. And the system is about to upgrade. Please wait. Ding. Upgrade successful. The system grants the host an ability awakening potion, which can assist the host in awakening spatial abilities. Ding. The item transit panel has been successfully upgraded, now supporting cross-border transfer of other living beings beyond the host and avatars, excluding pathogens. Ding. Beings transferred across borders will exhibit complete loyalty to the host or the host's avatars, and will have their identities arranged by this system. What is this? Is my bathing and dressing sincere enough to move the system? Why has it offered me such a delightful surprise so early in the morning? Qin Tian stood in the bathroom, hardly believing the sudden upgrade of the system would come with such an unexpected gift. A vial of ability awakening potion appeared in Qin Tian's hand, and he eagerly grasped it. The green liquid shimmered with a captivating glow, utterly enchanting. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed the entire potion. Having witnessed the awakening of Avatar 1, Qin Tian was aware of the potion's effects and side effects. The side effect was simply an increased appetite. Otherwise, one would feel quite hungry. In the kitchen, Lan Xinyu had prepared breakfast, waiting for Qin Tian to finish his bath to share the meal. Sensing his stomach growling, Qin Tian promptly exited the bathroom to join her. His appetite was remarkably robust, devouring 3 times his usual portion, much to Lan Xinyu's satisfaction. She understood that a man needed to eat well to gather strength for work. Jade, Yun, you two head to the company first. I have some matters to attend to. With his spatial ability awakened, Qin Tian was eager to familiarize himself with the warehouse. All right, Jean and I will head to the company. Are you going out to meet some beautiful lady? Don't worry, sister won't be jealous. Not at all. I genuinely have business to attend to. Don't explain. Explanations are merely cover-ups. Ignoring Yin Jin's teasing, Qin Tian finished his breakfast and set out on his own. Climbing onto his beloved dilapidated electric tricycle, Qin Tian navigated the familiar route to the warehouse. He first instructed Xiao Wan to arrange for a batch of supplies. Before embarking on his initial experience with his newfound abilities, he stored a bag of salt in his spatial realm and then retrieved it, followed by the electric tricycle and a pile of honeycomb coal. Qin Tian reveled in the experience, akin to a young boy who had received a toy gun. Oh. Avatar 1's spatial abilities also include spatial stasis. I wonder how to test that? Soon, Qin Tian noticed a group of ants crawling outside the warehouse door. He concentrated his mind to control the area of the ants' movement, and he observed the ants freeze in place, unable to move. Upon relaxing his focus, they resumed their journey. How wondrous. I wonder if I could freeze a bullet. I must inquire with Avatar 1 when I have the chance. The production line for the bionic robots finally has a designated space. I shall place it within my realm. The prospect of producing bionic robots discreetly is exhilarating. An infinitely vast space, all mine. The bionic robot production line had not ceased due to a lack of energy supply, but because it lacked raw materials. As long as the raw materials were placed in the input port, the bionic robots would be continuously manufactured. Qin Tian directly transferred the production line from the item transit panel into his spatial realm. Avatar 1 had long forwarded the instructions for the production line to Qin Tian, who now understood how to operate it. The energy for the bionic robot production line was supplied by a small, controllable nuclear fusion reactor, with fuel that could last for centuries. The working principle of the production line was based on advanced 3D printing technology. If there were overall design blueprints for other products, the production line could manufacture them as well. The suppliers soon delivered their goods, and after Qin Tian received everything, he placed the majority onto the item transit panel. Once he concluded his tasks, he informed all avatars of the upgraded functions of the item transit panel. Avatar 1. Does this mean I can transfer the researchers from my base to the original body? Avatar 2. I'll ask Xiao Mo if she would like to join the original body. She is still young, and Shun Ti have to endure hardship with me. Avatar 4. Would you all like some beauties? I have an abundance of them here. With the mutated snow lotus, your kidneys won't suffer. Avatar 5. Send me a few skilled beauties. I need protection. Avatar 4. All right, I'll await good news. Avatar 6. I want some too. I'm signing up for 5. Avatar 7. Count me in for 2. 6 only likes married women, so you must satisfy his request. Avatars 9, 10, 11, and 12 remained silent, perhaps because they truly did not require assistance through cross-border transfer. Avatar 4 was remarkably swift. It was unclear how he persuaded those beauties. But soon 32 alluring women appeared on the item transit panel. Avatar 6 took away 10, all of whom were specifically sourced by Avatar 4 as married women. Avatar 5 took 10, each a youthful maiden of 18. Avatar 7 claimed 5, claiming he merely desired company on the road. Though no one believed his ex Chapter 31, the blue star life of otherworldly sisters Xianglin and Xiangxiu are a pair of exquisite twin sisters. Each of them clung to one of Qin Tian's hands, their breath fragrant like orchids, gently swaying, causing him to feel somewhat intoxicated. Ahem. Aren't you too warm, wearing so many clothes? Master, we are not hot. We are both ice-type abilities users and can regulate our body temperature. If you don't believe us, feel for yourself. Yes, Master, you'll know if you touch us. The two girls each took one of Qin Tian's hands and placed it against their faces, a cool, smooth sensation transmitting from his fingertips. Indeed, they were not warm, but such attire was ill-suited for the outdoors, where the temperature hovered around 20 degrees Celsius. Wow, 20 degrees? Sister, we have arrived in paradise. Xiangxiu exclaimed, bouncing with joy, for 20 degrees felt like a heavenly climate to them. Master, should we remove some clothes? However, we are only in snug undergarments, which are not suitable for going out, Xianglin said as she began to shed her heavy outer coat, revealing fluffy thermal underwear underneath. Xiangxiu followed suit, discarding her cumbersome outerwear, unveiling her curvaceous figure. Master, do we look beautiful? We will follow you from now on. MMHM, you must abandon us, Master. Seeing their pitiable expressions, Qin Tian couldn't help but embrace them. Rest assured, how could I ever forsake you? Following me, you will enjoy the finest delights. I will go out and buy some outfits for you now. You can play here for a while. By the way, here is my mobile phone. Familiarize yourselves with the customs and culture of this planet. Qin Tian handed them a phone from the apocalyptic world and summoned Xiaoan to keep Xianglin and Xiangxiu entertained. Hello, big sisters. I am Xiaoan, the artificial intelligence sister of the Master. Wow, what an adorable little sister. The technology here is far superior to what we have. Master, we also want to be your sisters, is that alright? Of course, from now on, you will both be my little sisters. Alright, you two play for a while. Do not go outside. I will return promptly after purchasing clothes. Not far from the warehouse, there was a shopping mall. Qin Tian rushed to buy several sets of women's clothing suitable for the season. System, how should we resolve Xiangxiu and Xianglin's identities? Ding. Host, please check your back pocket. Do you have 2 identification cards and 2 bank cards? Upon checking, Qin Tian indeed felt cards in his pocket. Thank you, System Brother. You are truly omnipotent. With identification and bank cards in hand, it became significantly easier. He would later present them with 2 mobile phones from the apocalyptic world and transfer some funds. After spending less than an hour buying clothes, Qin Tian returned with 3 servings of fast food. Let us eat first before changing clothes. I will find a place for you to stay afterward. Is this the food of your world, master? It looks delicious, and it smells so good. I'll have a taste. It's truly delightful. Eat more. There is also braised fish. Qin Tian presented 3 plates of braised fish, placed atop a makeshift table made from boxes of mineral water. The cuisine of Blue Star, particularly the braised fish made from mutated sea fish, nearly caused Xianglin and Xiangxiu to swallow their tongues. They had never tasted such exquisite food before. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness for crossing realms in search of their fate. Their master seemed quite extraordinary. After dinner, Xianglin and Xiangxiu boldly changed their clothes before Qin Tian, igniting a blaze of warmth within him. After tidying up the trash, Qin Tian planned to take the sisters to rent a house. He thought it better to bring back the sisters for Lan Tinyu and Yunjin to see, in case of any unforeseen events in the backyard. Instead of taking them back, he decided to rent another house nearby for the sisters to reside in, creating a secretive haven. Driving his electric tricycle, he traversed the streets with the stunning sisters, eliciting envy from many men, especially those in luxury cars who began to question their own lives, uncertain of where they had faltered. One particularly tenacious man in a luxury car trailed alongside Qin Tian's electric tricycle, calling out to Xiangxiu and Xianglin, "Beauties, come sit in my car. It's quite comfortable." Xiangxiu stuck out her tongue and made a face. "I prefer riding in a tricycle. It has a panoramic sunroof and a silky smooth feel, like flying." Oh my! The man's confidence took a tremendous hit, prompting him to consider selling his luxury car and switching to a tricycle to attract beautiful women. This little interlude filled Qin Tian with a sense of accomplishment, and he twisted the throttle to accelerate further. Xiaowen had found a house for Xianglin and Xiangxiu, located just 500 meters from where Qin Tian currently resided, in the neighboring community. The landlord was already waiting, and Qin Tian quickly rented it for 3 months. Obtaining the keys, the house was fully furnished and appeared quite new, requiring no additional purchases. After the landlord departed, Qin Tian took the sisters shopping for daily necessities and ingredients. By 4:30 p.m., the 3 returned home, laden with bags. The sisters were adept at arranging the room, allowing Qin Tian to sit back and watch them busy themselves. Seizing the moment, Qin Tian instructed Xiaowen to transfer 1 million into each of the sisters' bank accounts. Xianglin, Xiangxiu, here are your bank cards and identification cards. Please keep them safe, as losing them can be troublesome to replace. The cards already contain funds. Feel free to purchase whatever you wish, and let me know if you run low. Thank you, brother. After making the beds, the sisters cuddled against Qin Tian's shoulders, one on each side. By the way, let me teach you a game called King's Canyon. It's a lot of fun and something you can play when you're bored. All right, brother, please teach us. Qin Tian began to guide the sisters through the game, quickly completing 2 matches. As beginners, Xiangxiu and Xianglin struggled with their controls, often falling victim to early eliminations, and Qin Tian had to carry them through. At 6:30 p.m., Qin Tian taught the sisters how to use the kitchen utensils of Blue Star. Watching them prepare a delightful dinner eased his concerns about their independent living. Brother, when will you come to find us tomorrow? I will be here early in the morning to take you to play games. Okay, come early. We'll be waiting for you. After dinner, Xiangxiu and Xianglin reluctantly watched as Qin Tian departed. Only after seeing him enter the elevator did the 2 sisters limp back to their room to rest. Upon returning home, Qin Tian was immediately flanked by Lan Tinyu and Yunjin, one on each side. Where did you go today? I detect the scent of another woman on you. Yunjin was the first to confront him, swiftly thwarting the excuse he had prepared. Xiaotian, do you have other women? Introduce them to your sister. I don't mind. Just don't hide them away. There are 2 newly recognized little sisters. I intended to introduce them to you tomorrow. They are the bodyguards I arranged for you. Chapter 32. Someone stealing software at the company. Xiaotian, we accompany you to and from work every day. Do we really need bodyguards? Yes. The world is quite safe now. There is no need for bodyguards. Actually, Xiaotian, you are the big boss. Having 2 bodyguards would enhance your image. Yes, Xiaotian. Bring the 2 sisters over tomorrow. We will all be family from now on. All right, I will listen to Sister Yu. Sister Yu's understanding nature is gentle and considerate, making Qin Tian feel he has struck gold. Spending time at home with Lan Tinyu and Yunjin, he enjoyed a light meal before reclining comfortably on the sofa to watch the news. Today, the United States has once again escalated sanctions against our high-end AI chips. In response, our country will implement reciprocal sanctions and impose stricter controls on the export of rare earth materials. A particular news item from the central media caught Qin Tian's attention. Chips. His system's production line could process chips. Regrettably, our company lacks the blueprints for chip design. Mere manufacturing capabilities hold no value. Moreover, it is imperative to keep the existence of this production line concealed to avoid unnecessary troubles. It seems I must seek assistance from number one, who claims to have a plethora of research talents capable of cross-disciplinary collaboration. With this in mind, Qin Tian left a note for number one's avatar, inquiring about the areas of expertise of the research personnel on his side. The avatar responded, they specialize in intelligent robotics design, quantum chip design, research on novel materials, and engine technology, among other fields. Once they arrive, you may inquire further. Qin Tian replied, all right, I have yet to establish the factory and company here, so please delay their arrival. That evening, the trio engaged in merely 2 rounds of a triad competition before Qin Tian entered a contemplative mode, pondering future development plans. The following morning, Qin Tian visited Xiangxiu and Xianglin, bringing them home to introduce them to Lanxinyu and Yunjin. The 4 women engaged in cheerful conversation, leaving Qin Tian momentarily overlooked. Upon reaching the company, they continued to occupy the sofa, engrossed in games and movies, while Qin Tian attended to company documents alone. As noon approached, Qin Tian rested his head on the desk, drifting into slumber. Suddenly, the company was engulfed by alarm sirens, followed by the commotion of security personnel apprehending an individual. What has transpired, Xiaodian? Lanxinyu inquired sleepily from the sofa. Qin Tian rose and stepped outside, stating, I am uncertain, but please remain inside until the situation stabilizes. As he exited his office, Jiang and another security staff member escorted a man before Qin Tian. To his astonishment, the apprehended individual was the logistics minister, a person whose name Qin Tian could barely recall. What misdeed had he committed? At that moment, other employees gathered around, observing the scene from a distance. Jiang reported gravely, boss. This individual inserted a USB drive into Director Lu's computer, intending to copy files from it. The logistics minister lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. Remaining silent, Lu Shui then burst forth from the crowd, holding a USB drive wrapped in a tissue. Boss, he aimed to copy the software for creating videos. Thankfully, I had set up a theft alarm. Otherwise, he would have succeeded. Employees typically sought various places for their afternoon naps, some in corridors, others in meeting rooms, and some resting at their desks. Lu Shui had chosen the meeting room for its tranquility, unaware that it would provide an opportunity for this thief, nearly leading to a significant error. Qin Tian coldly addressed the logistics minister. I seem to recall offering you severance compensation. What compelled you to act thus? The minister's face fell in defeat. Boss, you are indeed generous, but the offers from others were simply too enticing. I admit my greed. I accept the consequences. I am sorry. Qin Tian shook his head, unyielding. Your apologies are not for me to hear. Direct them to the police. Jiang, please call the authorities and hand him over. The logistics minister's actions constituted corporate espionage, necessitating reflection and custody to prevent harm to future enterprises. No, please. I have elderly family members and a wife and children who depend on me. The logistics minister, now utterly panicked, had hoped that by acknowledging his wrongdoing, Qin Tian would show leniency, perhaps only foregoing the relocation compensation. However, he could not fathom Qin Tian's resolute nature, devoid of any hesitation or consideration for mitigating factors. Jiang nodded in affirmation, understood. Subsequently, Jiang and his colleagues escorted the logistics minister away, awaiting the police to take him into custody. The evidence was ample, with the USB drive and surveillance footage corroborating the act. The logistics minister believed he had disabled the monitoring system, unaware that dual systems existed, with another covert monitoring system overseen by Xiaoan. Henceforth, the affairs of the logistics department would be temporarily managed by Lai Yohang. That will be all for now. Everyone may disperse. It was not yet time for work, and Qin Tian felt no need to convene an all-hands meeting prematurely. Xiaoan, please investigate which company financially incentivized him to steal. Brother, grant me a moment. Qin Tian did not harbor a desire to exert omnipresent control over his employees. Naturally, Xiaoan would not implant surveillance viruses into every employee's phone. Lanxinyu, perched on Qin Tian's lap, inquired anxiously, is the software on Director Lu's computer truly that vital? Is it worth such underhanded attempts to steal it? Yunjin, standing behind Qin Tian, offered a shoulder massage. It is madness how desperate some individuals are for money. Why are there so many malevolent people in this world? Xiangxiu and Xianglin, newly arrived and lacking understanding, sat quietly on the sofa, observing the trio with wide-eyed innocence. Qin Tian patted Lanxinyu's petite hand, smiling. Indeed, the software is of paramount importance. With it, one could establish a company valued at billions. However, without my consent, none shall pilfer it. Xiaowen had embedded an avatar within the software, ensuring that if the software were misappropriated, the victim would not be Qin Tian himself. Such a valuable asset, and you store it on Director Lu's computer? This cannot stand. I shall instruct Director Lu to secure his computer immediately. Upon hearing the software's immense worth, Lan Xinyu and Yunjin could no longer remain seated, rising to exit. It was imperative to strengthen security measures with Lu Shui to prevent the potential theft of an entire computer unit in the future. After the two departed, Xiaowen relayed her findings regarding the masterminds behind the scheme. Tongming Film, a venerable company entrenched in the animation industry, boasted a market value exceeding 50 billion. Do we possess direct evidence linking them to the hiring of an insider for theft? None as of yet. My conclusions stem from circumstantial evidence. Currently, they are the prime suspects, especially since they previously employed online trolls to malign our company. Since we lack concrete proof but are certain of their involvement, let's discreetly unleash a countermeasure to slow their computers to a crawl. Certainly, this is within my expertise. I shall proceed to administer punishment forthwith. With Xiaowen's actions underway, all computers at Tongming Film began to experience severe lag. What is happening? Why have all the computers frozen? Quickly, summon someone to repair them. We cannot miss our new show's deadline. Chapter 33. The plans of the 12th Avatar. The complete paralysis of Tongming Film's computers drew the attention of Chairman Qin Tian, who personally supervised the animation production team and sought the expertise of computer specialists to resolve the crisis. However, after several hours of labor, the technicians rendered all computers irreparable. Fool, I asked you to repair the computers, not replace them. Do you understand the magnitude of my losses? Chairman, the virus within your systems is too formidable. I did my utmost, and I can only hope your server room remains unaffected. The technician felt aggrieved. Had he known the task would be so futile, he would never have accepted it, suffering without reward while embroiled in chaos. At that moment, an employee managing the servers burst in, exclaiming, "This is dire, Chairman. The servers in the room have all burned out." A thunderbolt struck Qin Tian, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. It is over. The servers housed all of Tongming Film's archived works. With their loss, rainputting and reconstructing the servers would require an extensive period. Time is money. Qin Tian seethed with fury at the hacker who had assaulted their company. Let me discover who is responsible. If I do, they shall not see the light of day tomorrow. He fantasized about stealing the animation production software from Tianyi Film. If successful, all losses could be recouped. Unbeknownst to him, Tongming Film would soon be barred from engaging in the animation industry. Xiaowen would vigilantly monitor Tongming Film, ensuring that any new computers connected to the network would be compromised immediately. Creating an anime independently is not an impossibility. However, the finished product must ultimately be released online. In matters pertaining to the internet, who can evade the repercussions imposed by Xiaowan? Upon learning that Xiaowan's sanctions were beginning to bear fruit, Qin Tian ceased to concern himself with the fate of Tongming Films. As the afternoon workday commenced, Qin Tian convened a meeting with all staff. The events of the day had left me quite disheartened. To be candid, I am a man of clear distinctions. I reciprocate kindness with kindness, and I harbor no forgiveness or tolerance for those who betray me. Rest assured, you may focus on your work. I have never been one to offer empty promises. As long as you follow me with unwavering loyalty, it is assured that you shall enjoy a life of prosperity, complete with cars and homes. Should anyone face personal hardships, do not hesitate to inform me directly, or have Secretaries Lan and Yun relay your concerns. Within my capacity, I will extend robust assistance to colleagues in need. Now, management, please remain. The rest may return to work. Once the lower-tier employees had exited, Qin Tian continued, today's events have awakened me to the necessity of being more attuned to my colleagues' familial situations. If anyone is in urgent need of funds for medical treatment or other pressing matters, please report it to me, and I will assess the situation for potential assistance. Furthermore, I have a piece of good news to share. Our company will be establishing an investment subsidiary, allowing you to determine your level of investment, with profits to be shared among us all. When individuals find themselves financially strained, they may resort to desperate measures. And Qin Tian wished to prevent any recurrence of today's distressing incidents. By founding an investment company, employees would have the opportunity to invest, and the capital raised could be utilized in stock trading, fundamentally alleviating the financial anxieties of all staff members. Most of the world's troubles stem from financial concerns. Yet with Xiaowan's presence, earning money becomes remarkably simple and effortless. At that moment, Lu Shui was the first to rise, smiling as she inquired, "Boss, when will this investment company be established?" We currently have little money. Could we possibly wait until we have some funds? Wang Jing chimed in. Indeed. If I could wait until I have some spare cash, I would certainly invest everything in the boss's investment company. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. Boss, why not execute the investment company plan at the end of the year? By then, you should have distributed year-end bonuses, and we could use those to invest. Would that be feasible? Ji Yang and the others listened quietly, their eyes alight with hope. Qin Tian smiled in affirmation. Let us wait until the year's end then. The primary profit model for the investment company will be stock trading, but do not worry. I am quite adept at it, ensuring consistent profits. With that, Qin Tian projected his stock account interface, instilling confidence among the attendees. Currently, his stock account held over 100 million yuan, all recently earned through Xiao Wan's efforts. Wow, boss, you are incredible. Now I feel reassured. Once I have money, I will definitely follow your lead. The boss is truly an investment genius. I can hardly wait to sell my car and house to join him in stock trading. Hold on, it's better to wait until you have spare funds, Qin Tian advised, instructing them to keep the stock investment plans confidential until the year-end bonuses were distributed. Upon returning to the office, Lan Tianyu and Yunjin eagerly implored Qin Tian to teach them about stock trading. Qin Tian readily provided them with 2 Doomsday Planet smartphones, encouraging them to explore independently. Having previously used the same model as Qin Tian, Lan Tianyu and Yunjin felt a surge of envy, and upon receiving identical devices, they were filled with joy and began to play. However, they soon became engrossed in the phones, completely forgetting about stock trading, and instead developed a keen interest in Xiao Wan and the smartphones themselves. Each Doomsday Planet phone could either house its own intelligent agent or share a single one. Qin Tian had Xiao Wan centrally manage all devices, ensuring that each user did not have an individual agent. Observing their delight, Qin Tian redirected his focus to the item transfer panel, curious about the activities of his avatars. Brother, the neighboring country is overstepping its bounds, frequently launching incursions against us. I propose we deploy plasma laser rifles and advocate for mass production. What do you think? The 12th avatar declared. Do as you see fit, 12th. The plasma laser rifle possesses immense power. Striking tanks and aircraft will be as effortless as swatting flies, replied the first avatar. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine, 12th. I support your initiative, the second avatar added. Brother, would you care for some beauties from the 4th sector? Each of them possesses awakened ice abilities, quite formidable, the 5th avatar suggested. I am a soldier. I must not engage in frivolous liaisons. And how would I explain the origin of these beauties? Bringing them here would likely result in them being requisitioned for experimentation, the 12th avatar responded. 12th. Just handle it as you see fit, provided you do not reveal your identity, Qin Tian instructed. Understood. I will claim that I stumbled upon the plasma laser rifles. The 12th avatar replied. Qin Tian was fully supportive of the 12th avatar's plan, as long as his identity remained concealed. Perhaps, through the discovery of the plasma laser rifles, the 12th avatar might even seize an opportunity for promotion. Remaining a mere border soldier was indeed a waste of his potential. Chapter 34. The second avatar's chance for cultivation. The renovation of the new house was complete. Around 4 in the afternoon, Qin Tian took the 4 women back to inspect their new abode. Li Angzhen had been waiting there for Qin Tian, keenly aware of his opinions, fearing his dissatisfaction. Faced with the presence of 2 stunning sisters by Qin Tian's side, she could only admire him immensely. President Qin is in remarkable health. He has at least 2 more kidneys than any other man. If only my husband's kidneys were as robust. Upon noticing Li Angzhen gazing blankly at his back, Qin Tian cleared his throat gently. Ahem, Ms. Li, have you been waiting long? Li Angzhen quickly extinguished her wandering thoughts. Not at all. I just arrived. President Qin, allow me to show you your new home. Very well, let's all take a look. The odor of formaldehyde in the new house was quite faint, as Li Angzhen had indeed utilized quality materials for the renovation. The new home was not only furnished according to Xiao Wan's design, but also featured several optimizations in the details. After a brief inspection, Qin Tian was quite pleased and promptly settled the remaining renovation payment with Li Angzhen. President Qin, might I have the honor of treating you and your friends to a meal? She inquired, expressing her gratitude for Qin Tian's support of her company. Qin Tian glanced at the 4 women beside him and smiled. Then I shall thank you for your hospitality tonight, Ms. Li. The group ventured to a Cantonese restaurant, where they ordered an abundance of dishes and indulged in a hearty feast. Throughout the meal, Li Angzhen continuously raised toasts, nearly inebriating both herself and Qin Tian. Fortunately, she had brought her female assistant along. Otherwise, Qin Tian would have to worry about her return home. Upon arriving back at his residence, Qin Tian, feeling a bit dizzy, was ushered into the bathroom by Lan Tanyu for his evening routine, and soon thereafter found himself drowsily lying in bed as she attended to him. In his dreams, Qin Tian found himself engaged in a five-man match of King's Glory with Lan Tanyu and the others, though their lack of skill made it a strenuous endeavor for him to carry them to victory. The following morning, Qin Tian awoke with a slight headache, yet he rose punctually to bathe and dress. Activate the 13th avatar, he commanded. Ding, activation successful. The 13th avatar resides on a technologically advanced planet and is an ordinary university student. Could you elaborate on how advanced that planet is? Qin Tian inquired. Please see for yourself, came the reply. Seems like you're in a rather irritable mood today, Qin Tian remarked, but he chose not to press the issue, instead observing his 13th avatar from a divine perspective. My goodness, this technology is indeed advanced, far surpassing that of the Doomsday planet where the first avatar resides. However, as the 13th avatar is merely an ordinary university student, obtaining valuable resources will be quite a challenge. The higher the level of civilization, the more difficult it becomes to shift one's status, as the pathways to ascend have all but been sealed. The ordinary individual must exert greater effort and sacrifice to rise above the masses. The 13th avatar remarked. I have discovered that the knowledge imparted at this university is extraordinarily advanced, encompassing technologies such as spatial jump engines, black hole development and transformation, and spatial distortion and folding. The other avatars responded, Remarkable, 13th. You are the beacon of hope for us all. Keep pushing forward. Qin Tian added, Indeed, 13th, you must cultivate your abilities cautiously, advancing step by step towards the pinnacle. The 13th avatar declared, Brothers, await my good news. I am off to study. Qin Tian was taken aback by the advanced technology of the planet where the 13th avatar resided, realizing that it was beyond his immediate grasp. The technological disparity was immense. Humanity on Blue Star had yet to set foot on the moon. However, due to the planet's advanced technology, the price of natural food was exorbitantly high, presenting the 13th avatar with a unique opportunity to turn the tide in his favor. It appeared that he would need to stockpile ingredients on the item transfer panel, and he entrusted this task to Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. After breakfast, Qin Tian took the sisters to the warehouse, assigning them the responsibility of procuring ingredients, as he would only need to collect them every couple of days. Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan, being ice elemental abilities users, found it exceedingly simple to create ice blocks for preserving the food. After receiving a shipment of supplies, the trio headed to a driving school to register for their licenses. With the company currently devoid of pressing matters, they deemed it prudent to acquire driving licenses for future outings. While operating an electric tricycle exudes a sense of prestige, it becomes rather chilly at night, with temperatures occasionally plummeting to 2 or 3 degrees, which is quite uncomfortable. The three opted for an accelerated course, promising to obtain their licenses within a week. For Qin Tian and the others, who had awakened their abilities, driving was a trivial matter. The instructor taught them once, and they were able to maneuver effortlessly without a single flaw. Excellent. You have a Subject 1 examination tomorrow. Return home tonight to study, and come back for the test in the morning, the instructor concluded, having little left to teach. He felt a sense of pride in having the three most outstanding students in recent times. Upon returning to the company, they immediately gathered to study diligently, striving for perfect scores on the morrow. In the afternoon, Qin Tian witnessed the 12th avatar intentionally fall in the snow, only to unearth a plasma sniper rifle from beneath the snow, astonishing all the comrades present. Qin Tian, you truly have the luck of the gods. Even a fall reveals a treasure. I will call someone to retrieve it. Everyone, keep this a secret. This is a formidable weapon. Rest assured, squad leader. We have no one to share this with. If this laser rifle could be equipped for us, any adversary that shows their face would be instantly eliminated. The group briefly tested the plasma laser rifle's power, which proved to be remarkably accurate and devastating, akin to the impact of artillery. Once the helicopter arrived, the 12th avatar took the rifle and departed, claiming all the credit for himself. The 12th avatar reported, everything is proceeding according to plan, remarkably smoothly. Await my good news. Qin Tian and the other avatars responded, wishing you great success, 12th. Just as they finished celebrating the 12th avatar's fortune, the second avatar experienced his stroke of luck. A beautiful woman, covered in blood, fell from the sky, landing before the second avatar, Xiao Mo, and his two wives. Oh brother, why did this sister fall from the sky? Xiao Mo, you go inside. Let your brother and sisters see what has happened to her. With that, the second avatar instructed one of his wives to carry the bloodied woman inside. Like Qin Tian, the second avatar had chosen two beautiful women from the snow disaster planet as his wives. Both were ice elemental abilities users, providing the second avatar with an overwhelming sense of security. Xiao Mo, being considerate, fetched a basin of clean water for her sister-in-law to wash the injured woman. "Brother, how is she?" "She is fine, just a little injured." Noticing that the woman's wounds were bleeding profusely, the second avatar quickly asked Qin Tian to help procure some medicine. Recognizing this as the second avatar's opportunity, Qin Tian wasted no time and dashed downstairs to fetch the necessary supplies. Perhaps this would expedite the second avatar's journey into cultivation, allowing his dreams to materialize sooner than anticipated. Chapter 35. Xiao Mo's cross-dimensional transport. Qin Tian swiftly acquired hemostatic medicine and bandages from the pharmacy downstairs and discreetly transmitted them to the second avatar. Upon receiving the medication, the second avatar instructed his wives to assist in stopping the bleeding and dressing the woman's wounds. Cultivators are indeed resilient, falling from the sky and surviving unscathed. Their bones intact, ignited Qin Tian's fervor for the path of cultivation. Naturally, this aspiration resonated with all the avatars. To ensure their success in the Subject 1 examination, Qin Tian and Xiang Lan devoted the entire day to studying. The following day, all three achieved perfect scores, successfully passing the test. The examinations for Subjects 2 and 3 were scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and Qin Tian and his companions requested the instructor's assistance in registering for them. Once back at the company, Qin Tian eagerly inquired about the situation with the second avatar. The woman had awakened and was sitting in meditation to heal her injuries. Her recovery was remarkably swift. By the end of the morning, her wounds had nearly healed. Approaching the second avatar, she seized the opportunity to be scrutinized closely. She donned an ethereal dress, her visage strikingly beautiful, her figure exquisitely proportioned, emanating an air of celestial grace. Compared to her previous state of disarray, she now resembled a heavenly maiden. "I am Meng Yao. I sincerely thank my benefactor for your timely rescue." Meng Yao expressed her gratitude with a graceful bow. The second avatar smiled in return. "I am Qin Tian. These two are my wives, and the younger one is my sister. To save a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. There is no need for excessive formality, Miss Meng. Your noble deeds, young Master Qin, are commendable, but I must urgently return to my sect. I cannot impose further on your hospitality. In gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I wish to offer you a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Meng Yao discerned that the second avatar's 2 wives possessed remarkable cultivation potential, as they exhibited the rare ice spirit root constitution. Therefore, the items she presented were high-grade cultivation techniques suitable for individuals with such a constitution. Specifically the Jade Ice Spirit Art, along with a storage pouch containing some spirit stones and medicinal pills, as a means to repay the Qin family for their benevolent act. The second avatar, unaware of the significance of Meng Yao's gifts, instinctively accepted them. Fearing he might not recognize their value, Meng Yao promptly explained, "I noticed that both of young Master Qin's wives possess the Ice Spirit Root Constitution. This jade slip contains a cultivation technique tailored for their kind. This pouch is a storage bag. It can be activated with a drop of blood, and inside are some cultivation resources." The second avatar felt a pang of disappointment. The gifts from Meng Yao were not intended for him, but rather for his wives. Reluctantly, he bowed and requested, "Miss Meng, I have a humble request. I have long harbored a dream of cultivating, yet I am uncertain of my own constitution. I would be immensely grateful if you could assist me in assessing it." Meng Yao understood the longing for cultivation that mortals often possess. She had once shared the same sentiments as the second avatar. While it was not difficult to grant his modest wish, she retrieved a spirit root testing artifact from her storage ring. "I can empathize with your feelings, young Master Qin. Please place your hand upon this board, and it will reveal your cultivation constitution." Not every individual's cultivation potential is discernible by appearance alone. The second avatar's wives, being ice elemental users, radiated ice spirit energy, making their constitutions immediately identifiable. Following Meng Yao's instructions, Qin Tian placed his hand upon the testing artifact, and after 3 seconds, it illuminated 3 yellow beams of light. Meng Yao smiled and proclaimed, "Young Master Qin possesses a 3rd-grade Earth Spirit Root, which is classified as a mid-tier Spirit Root. Young Master Qin has invited your 2 wives and sister to partake in a test together." The second avatar, aware of his innate talent for cultivation, was filled with joy and promptly urged his 2 wives and little Mo to undergo the assessment. Both of the second avatar's wives had grown up nourished by the mutated snow lotus, showcasing extraordinary talents. Each possessed exceptional ice spiritual roots, igniting a strong desire in Meng Yao to take them as disciples. Initially, Meng Yao's intention was simply to return to her sect and repay the life-saving grace with a cultivation technique and some resources she had unexpectedly acquired. However, who could have anticipated the remarkable cultivation aptitude of young Master Qin's 2 wives? The final participant for the test was little Mo, who placed her small hand on the testing artifact, yet it failed to respond at all, clearly indicating her lack of cultivation talent. Bewildered and slightly disheartened, little Mo feared that her brother might abandon her. Young Master Qin, both you and your wives possess commendable cultivation talents. I wish to take your wives as my direct disciples, and you may also join our Daoi sect. But what about my sister? Can she accompany me to join Daoi? Mortals and immortals are distinct. Your sister lacks cultivation talent and would fare better remaining in the mundane world. She can be placed in a good household where she will be well cared for, provided with ample financial support. Hearing their conversation, little Mo clutched the trousers of the second avatar tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she feared being cast aside. Miss Ming, may I first inquire about my sister's feelings? Could you please wait a moment? Certainly. The second avatar lifted little Mo and walked into the room, while Ming Yao eagerly engaged her future disciples in conversation. Once inside the room, the second avatar earnestly addressed little Mo. Little Mo, the place I am heading to is quite perilous. However, I have a twin brother elsewhere who will love and care for you just as I do. Would you be willing to live with him? Tears streamed down little Mo's cheeks uncontrollably. I only want my brother. Please don't abandon me. I am very obedient and eat very little. Dear little Mo, I would never deceive you. My twin brother truly resembles me perfectly, even in voice. Should you find him unsatisfactory, he can bring you back, and I will take you to the sect. Really? You must not lie to me. Let us make a promise. All right, promise. With their pact sealed, the second avatar placed little Mo onto the item transfer panel for Qin Tian to receive her promptly. Observing the panel, Qin Tian understood the second avatar's intentions. Without hesitation, he exited the company and ventured into a secluded corner, releasing little Mo. The moment she closed her eyes and opened them again, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Little Mo, why are you crying? Come, tell me what troubles you. A familiar voice called. Little Mo looked up to see a brother standing before her. Weave, are you my brother? Have you abandoned little Mo? I am very well behaved. The little girl cried sorrowfully, prompting Qin Tian to squat down and embrace her. I am indeed your brother, and I will always take care of you, providing you with delicious treats and fun, and helping you make many friends. Really? Please don't abandon little Mo. Of course not. Now, let us go meet your 2 sisters-in-law. Chapter 36. The future development plan of Tianyi Films. Qin Tian carried little Mo back to the office, only to be surrounded by the 4 women of Lanshan upon entering. Boss, how did you find such an adorable little sister while you were out for just a moment? Little sister, come, let elder sister hold you. I have candy for you. I have little cakes as well. Just call me elder sister, and I will give you some. Boss, is she your illegitimate daughter? Among the 4, Yunjin's remark was the most absurd, suggesting that little Mo was his illegitimate child. If not for the presence of others, Qin Tian would have certainly taught her a lesson. He gently set little Mo down and introduced her to the others. This is my newly adopted sister, whom I shall name Qin Mo. Little Mo, these are your sisters-in-law. Quickly greet them. With a sweet smile, little Mo performed a graceful bow. Hello, sisters-in-law. I am little Mo. Oh my, little Mo is simply too adorable and even knows ancient etiquette. Come, let your sisters-in-law hold you. Let us go play over there. Lanshan, who adored children, immediately scooped little Mo into her arms. The 4 women were enchanted by little Mo, who, clad in ancient attire, resembled a fairy. Observing their playful antics, Qin Tian resumed his seat in the boss's chair and retrieved little Mo's adoption papers from his pocket. With this document, little Mo could be officially registered under Qin Tian's household. His parents had long wished for a daughter or son. Now, having fulfilled their dream of a daughter, they would surely be overjoyed. With this thought, Qin Tian promptly shared the good news with his father. What? A Tian has helped us adopt a daughter? Dear, come quickly. You're going to be a mother. Upon reading Qin Tian's message, Qin Hai jumped in surprise and called for Li Huilin. Within a minute, a video call from Li Huilin came through. Son, you said you found us a daughter? Where is she? Let me see. Li Huilin had no objections to Qin Tian adopting a girl. She merely feared that the child would not meet her aesthetic standards. Qin Tian waved little Mo over. Little Mo, come and say hello to your mother. While munching on her cake, little Mo, puzzled, ran over and nestled into Qin Tian's embrace, gazing at Li Huilin's image on the phone. Mother? Having lost her parents during a tumultuous time, little Mo longed for a mother, knowing that a child with a mother is treasured. Hello, little darling. I am your mother. What is your name? Mother. I am Qin Mo, a name my brother just gave me. Oh, little Mo, you are so obedient. Old Qin, look at our daughter. She is truly adorable. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a great beauty. Hee, you are also very beautiful, mother. Now I have a father and mother. Qin Tian watched as they conversed animatedly, handing the phone to little Mo so she could continue chatting with her parents on the sofa. Meanwhile, Lan Xinyu and Yunjin also wished to meet her parents, allowing them to engage in their conversations. Qin Tian continued to monitor the second avatar, observing as he soared into the sky on an enlarged flying sword carried by Meng Yao. The second avatar was indeed enjoying a life of cultivation, a moment worthy of celebration. The other avatars, like Qin Tian, eagerly anticipated the continuous surprises the second avatar would bring. Little Mo and her parents chatted for over 2 hours, concluding only when work hours ended. Before ending the video call, Li Huilin inquired when Qin Tian would relocate the company back to Jiangnan province, expressing her desire to take little Mo home to care for her. Qin Tian replied that they would move at the end of the month, once the office renovations were complete, with a new little darling in the house. A grand celebration was certainly in order. Upon returning home, Lan Xinyu and the others busied themselves in the kitchen, while Qin Tian taught little Mo essential knowledge for navigating modern society, such as how to operate a television, use a smartphone, switch lights on and off, and utilize personal care products. Little Mo, not yet 4 years old, was remarkably intelligent, grasping everything Qin Tian taught her with ease. The uncanny resemblance between Qin Tian and the second avatar, coupled with the same kindness, completely dispelled the shadows in little Mo's heart, leaving her face adorned with a blissful smile, often rewarding Qin Tian with affection. Dinner that evening was lavish, featuring an array of dishes including chicken, duck, fish, and a dozen other delicacies, leaving little Mo thoroughly satisfied. Concerned that little Mo might feel scared sleeping alone, Lan Xinyu and Yunjin decided to sleep with her, making little Mo feel incredibly grateful for her 2 sisters-in-law. The following day, Lan Xinyu and her companions wandered around the company with little Mo, introducing her to everyone. The adorable Mo instantly won the affection and approval of all, who eagerly offered her small treats. After a quick circuit, Mo had amassed enough snacks to last a week. With Tianyi Films officially on track, Qin Tian found himself with little to worry about, as hardly any matters required his personal attention. Taking advantage of the leisure, he contemplated the direction for the studio's next production. Boss, you could adapt it into an anime. That's the mainstream approach in the animation industry nowadays, Xiaowan suggested. Purchasing someone else's rights? Not impossible. Let me check the recent hits and select one to adapt into our next anime, Qin Tian replied. Boss, have you forgotten that you yourself are an author? I've written many current bestsellers for you. If you want to adapt anime, I can create hundreds of scripts, all destined to be blockbusters, Xiaowan offered. Indeed, Qin Tian had overlooked his own talents. Show me my current achievements, he requested. Xiaowan presented a list of his works, all ranked within the top 10 on major platforms, accompanied by screenshots of the charts. Excellent, Xiaowan. You truly are my right hand. Let's do this. You write a fantasy cultivation story, and our next project will be a fantasy cultivation anime, Qin Tian decided. After science fiction, fantasy cultivation seemed a perfect complement, as both genres embody distinct, harmonious power systems. He had even envisioned a third project, a fusion of cultivation and technology anime, certain to attract a broad fan base. All right, brother, I'll start writing immediately. It'll take about 10 minutes to generate 1,000 fantasy cultivation stories, Xiaowan said. 1,000 it is. Our staff can sift through them later. After that, write another 1,000 combining cultivation and technology. I want to have much time to oversee Tianyi Films' future direction, Qin Tian remarked. Very well, it's quite simple, Xiaowan replied. In less than half an hour, 2,000 new works had appeared on Qin Tian's computer. Given Xiaowan's skill, these submissions would surely be lucrative across platforms. Chapter 37. Trading a pound of cabbage for a planet-level core. The densely packed files on Qin Tian's SD drive represented the inexhaustible wealth for Tianyi Films. As he prepared to peruse a cultivation technology story, little Mo burst in energetically. Brother, look, I have so many snacks. Here, have this candy, it's delicious. Sister Shui gave it to me, she said, stuffing her pockets full and then offering a lollipop to Qin Tian. Bending down, Qin Tian lifted her onto his lap, gently tapping her small nose with a smile. Too much candy will ruin your teeth. Eat less sugar. Mo scrunched her nose and shook her head. Sister-in-law said only one candy a day. I've already had mine today. This one is for you, brother. All right, you're so well behaved. Go ahead and unwrap it for me. Qin Tian opened his mouth, awaiting the sweet offering. Clumsily, Mo tore off the wrapper and placed the lollipop in his mouth. MMM. So sweet. Thank you, Mo hee. Noticing Mo had yet to change out of her pajamas from the previous night, Yu and her friends suggested they go buy her some clothes. Qin Tian apologized for neglecting to prepare clothes and promptly carried Mo out, followed by the 4 women carrying their bags and phones. Naturally, women were better suited to choose clothes for a little girl, while Qin Tian was tasked with scanning and paying. With the limited selection at Xiangxu, the group ended up buying quite a few outfits. Thankfully, Yu and the others were considerate, sparing Qin Tian from carrying too much. Mo had a delightful day and felt immensely fortunate to have agreed to live here with her elder brother. It was truly blissful. Isn't that Xiaoyan? Out shopping. A young female sales assistant exclaimed upon recognizing the radiant Yunjin in a clothing store. Hey, Lilu. Hello. My sister's boyfriend and I are out shopping. Are you working here now? Yunjin replied. Lilu had been Yunjin's colleague when she worked as a sales assistant in a women's clothing store. Back then, Lilu often mocked Yunjin, telling her that beauty was useless unless she found a wealthy boyfriend. Glancing toward Qin Tian, who was trailing behind laden with shopping bags, Lilu's eyes scanned him from head to toe before breaking into a meaningful smile. Xiaoyun, you have such good taste. By the way, why not come check out our store? Qin Tian wore no designer clothes nor a decent watch, and Lilu had no desire to associate with such a pauper. Yunjin immediately perceived Lilu's disdain and felt a surge of anger. She would tolerate disdain for herself, but not for Qin Tian. Luckily, a luxury watch store was nearby. Yunjin smiled at Lilu. We bought our clothes. My boyfriend wants to look at watches. Tian, let us go see the watches. Qin Tian had been spinning around playing with Mo, but came forward when Yunjin called. Watches are superfluous. Why buy one? I don't like jewelry or watches. They feel cumbersome, he said. Lilu chuckled derisively. That's a pretty convenient excuse. I almost believed it. Qin Tian noticed a heavily made-up woman laughing at him and saw Yunjin's irritated expression, so he quickly understood the situation. Suddenly I think wearing a watch to look stylish isn't a bad idea. Let us buy the most expensive men's watch in there and leave. Leading the way into the adjacent watch shop, Qin Tian whispered to a smiling salesman, Show me your most expensive watch. The salesman directed him to a display case. Sir, please follow me. However, if you have no intention to purchase, you may not handle the watch. Qin Tian didn't mind. He glanced at the price tag of the most expensive watch, just over 2 million yuan. Ring it up. I'll take it. Compared to Xiao Wan's half-hour earnings, the price was trivial. The watch's appearance and quality were irrelevant. The primary purpose was to flaunt and defend Yunjin. The saleswoman barely believed her ears until Qin Tian repeated his order, then nervously processed the sale. Swipe your card and enter your password, she said. Also, these expensive women's watches, ring them up and adjust the straps for us, Qin Tian added. The female sales assistant was overwhelmed with joy. Qin Tian's spree guaranteed her a 6-figure commission. The store manager came over to help adjust the watch bands, as Lilu watched dumbfounded from behind. Is this buying watches or throwing money away? Has Yunjin found a billionaire boyfriend? Lilu compared her own looks to Yunjin and her friends and felt utterly defeated. Unable to bear it, she fled back to the clothing store where she worked, burying her head like an ostrich. Each of them wore a watch except for little Mo, whose wrist was too small, leaving her only to envy. On the way home, Yunjin linked arms with Qin Tian, giggling uncontrollably. Little Tian, you know, Lilu used to be so annoying. She wasn't as pretty as me and mocked me for being beautiful but useless. Now she must realize the value of looks. Sisian, you and Mo are still like 3-year-olds, Qin Tian teased. I'm almost 4. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Little Mo lifted her head to retort. See, even Mo is more sensible than you. Qin Tian laughed. Hey, Mo, let your sister see how much you've grown, Yunjin cooed. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law. Please don't tickle me. I admit my fault, ha ha ha. Upon returning home, after a simple meal, Qin Tian began to assess the achievements of his avatars for the day. The first avatar commenced the eradication of zombies in the affluent district. The second avatar, upon arriving at the Daoi sect, was assigned to the outer gate and received a foundational cultivation technique, the thick earth spirit art. The fourth avatar busied itself with land reclamation, working fervently, and his number of wives had reached 10. The fifth avatar secured safety and initiated the establishment of an agricultural product sales company. The sixth avatar continued to serve as Chow Chow. For a wife truly becomes an addiction for a man. The remaining avatars adhered to the principle of cautious development, quietly awaiting their opportunity. Only the 13th avatar surprised Qin Tian by acquiring a planetary-level mainframe, which he placed within the item transfer interface. The 13th avatar declared, Original Self. This planetary-level mainframe can facilitate the evolution of artificial intelligence to superintelligence. On our planet, having a superintelligent entity is standard. I exchanged a pound of cabbage for this new item. Do give it a try. Qin Tian responded, "All right, thank you, brother. If you find anything else of value, please bring it back. I am in need of everything." The 13th avatar replied, "You won't be able to utilize overly advanced items. I will search in the Ancient Science and Technology Museum." Chapter 38. Xiao Wan's promotion to advanced artificial intelligence. Xiao Wan's current primary vessel is a high-tech doomsday mobile phone, which only supports the operation of intermediate artificial intelligence. Now, with the planetary-level mainframe, her advancement to superintelligence will encounter no obstacles. However, upon reviewing the dimensions of the planetary-level mainframe, Qin Tian suppressed the urge to retrieve it immediately. The mainframe was rather large, necessitating that he wait until Lan Tianyu and the others fell asleep before placing it in the adjacent vacant room. Xiao Mo donned her new attire, fresh from a bath, and slipped into beautiful pajamas before snuggling into Qin Tian's embrace, requesting he play anime for her. They all huddled together, watching a bear's adventure movie. That night, it was Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan who kept Xiao Mo company while Qin Tian, waiting for Lan Tianyu and Yun Jin to slumber, finally retrieved the planetary-level mainframe. Measuring 1 meter in length, 1 meter in height, and 0.8 meters in width, weighing an impressive 280 pounds. The transparent shell revealed a large object resembling a human brain inside. This massive brain was interconnected with numerous circuits, forming a mainframe device capable of nurturing artificial intelligence. The energy component of the planetary-level mainframe was a mini dark energy collector and reactor, enabling the mainframe to achieve infinite endurance. In terms of computational power and storage, the processing capability of the planetary-level mainframe surpassed the total computational power of Blue Star by several quintillions of times, with a storage capacity billions of times greater than that of Blue Star. Pressing the power button, Qin Tian took out his phone, positioning the camera towards the planetary-level mainframe. "Xiao Wan, this magnificent device is the excellent equipment I found for you. The 13th avatar mentioned it could elevate you to superintelligence." "Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother. Once I grow stronger, I can accomplish many things. If any evildoer dares to bully you, I will help you eliminate them. Indeed, Xiao Wan is my right-hand ally. Check if there are connection ports for you to access the planetary-level mainframe." "I found the connection port, brother. I am going to upgrade to advanced artificial intelligence now. Let us meet again tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." As Xiao Wan upgraded, Qin Tian quietly returned to his room, lying down between the two women. As soon as he settled, Yun Jin embraced him. The next day marked the activation of the 14th avatar. Upon waking, Qin Tian prepared himself meticulously. "System, activate the 14th avatar." The system was silent for a moment before emitting a notification sound. Activation of the 14th avatar failed. The 14th avatar was on a planet undergoing an alien invasion war, which has now been obliterated by extraterrestrial annihilation cannons. Qin Tian, what a disappointment. What a waste of effort. He had risen early, hoping for a successful activation from the system, only to encounter this setback. System, abandon the activation of the 14th avatar. Proceed with activating the 15th avatar. Noted, good fortune does not accompany a person perpetually. Occasional misfortune is entirely normal, and Qin Tian quickly reconciled with this reality. After breakfast, Qin Tian's spirits lifted. He instructed Yun Jin to drive him and Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan to the driving school for their examination. "Little Tian, Xiang Lan, Xiang Shui, do you know the rules of the road?" Yun Jin asked meaningfully while driving, smiling at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What road rules?" "Sister Yun, please don't speak in riddles." Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan shared his confusion, asking, "Sister Yun, how would we know the road rules?" Yun Jin feigned mystery, stating, "It's the driving school's road rules. If you don't understand them, even with excellent skills, you might still fail the second and third tests." "What? Sister Yun, please enlighten us. Otherwise, we would have wasted our trip and have to wait for a retest." "Indeed, is there really so much to it?" "Of course. In this world, interpersonal relationships matter greatly. If you lack the proper connections, the car used for the exam might have issues." "Sister Yun, without any preparation, will that make it difficult for us to pass?" Fear not. I have already prepared for you. Here are 6 shopping cards, each containing 200 yuan. Just discreetly offer them to the examiner and the instructor." "Wow, Sister Yun, you are so thoughtful. I adore you." Sigh. "I've truly worried myself sick for the 3 of you." Yun Jin had previously suffered from ignorance of the road rules, having to retake the test twice before obtaining her license. Now that it was Qin Tian and his friend's turn, she felt compelled to consider Qin Tian's interests. as his time was precious. With the shopping cards prepared by Yunjin, the examination became remarkably effortless, and Qin Tian and his companions passed on their first attempt. On the return journey, Qin Tian, filled with excitement, resolved to take Yunjin and the two women to the most luxurious restaurant for lunch to celebrate. Upon arriving at the company and settling down, Xiao Mo rushed over to share a secret with him, revealing that she had eaten 2 chicken legs for lunch. You should be careful not to become a little chubby, Qin Tian teased, pinching Xiao Mo's small nose. Humph, I want to become a little chubby. I am going out to run and exercise. Be careful not to fall. Understood. Worried that Qin Tian would disapprove of her gaining weight, Xiao Mo dashed out to the corridor to run a few laps. Brother, I have successfully upgraded. Look, I have grown a little. Qin Tian's phone on the desk suddenly lit up, and Xiao Wan's holographic projection appeared in midair. Typically, Xiao Wan would not appear unbidden unless summoned by Qin Tian. It seemed that her promotion to advanced artificial intelligence had significantly enhanced her autonomy in thought and action. Wonderful. Once I create the bionic robot, you will possess a formidable body. Oh right, brother, why haven't you purchased the materials to create the robot yet? I've been waiting for ages. Xiao Wan. The materials for constructing the robot are somewhat rare. It's challenging to acquire them under our personal names. Previously, Qin Tian had underestimated the complexity of creating a bionic robot. After reviewing the production line specifications, he realized that some materials were currently beyond his reach. For instance, nuclear fusion fuel was not something he could access at this time. It seemed he would need to consult the 13th avatar for assistance, given its advanced technology. It likely had the means to refine deuterium, tritium, or helium. 3. Resolving to act, Qin Tian conveyed the challenges he faced to the 13th avatar. I no longer utilize outdated energy technologies like nuclear fusion here. We now employ dark energy reaction technology. As long as you can provide the specifications for the robot's energy components, I can arrange for someone to fabricate a batch of dark energy collection and reaction devices for you. Alright, I will promptly send you the specifications for the bionic robot's energy components. Chapter 39. The arrival of the third-rate female star seeking to join the 13th avatar conveyed that it would take a day or two to gather the necessary components, after which everything would be sent collectively. Qin Tian promptly retrieved the parameters for the bionic robot's components and forwarded them to the 13th avatar. With the energy component issue resolved, the remaining raw materials were rather commonplace. Qin Tian immediately instructed Xiao Wan to order a batch online, opting for swift delivery. Yay! I shall soon possess my own body. When that time comes, I will assist my brother in vanquishing villains. Let us wait until you have a body. There are not that many villains to defeat every day. Chapter 40. The arrival of the third-rate female star seeking to join Xiao Wan. Having evolved into a sophisticated artificial intelligence, began to engage in conversations more naturally, her emotions blossoming, quickly forging a friendship with Xiao Mo. With her remarkable computational power, Qin Tian connected Xiao Wan to the planetary-level mainframe at home and all company computers, allowing employees to experience a sensation akin to flight. Previously, producing a single episode of animation required several minutes. Now it could potentially be completed in mere seconds. However, Qin Tian chose not to disclose this to his subordinates, as maintaining an air of mystery would enhance their perception of his prowess. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Tian reclined in his office chair, perusing the message board dialogues on the items transfer panel. Avatar 2. I have transcribed the thick earth spirit formula, and I have also copied the jade ice spirit formula cultivated by Xiang Ji and Xiang Mei. Who among you would like to make a few dozen copies for communal use? Qin Tian. I shall handle the copying. It is quite convenient for me. Avatar 1. Please copy quickly. I shall attempt to cultivate. A bit more strength equates to a greater chance of survival. I wish to soar. Other avatars, so do we. Noticing that Avatar 2 had transmitted 2 stacks of paper to the items transfer panel, Qin Tian hastily retrieved them for copying. An employee from the administrative department offered assistance, but Qin Tian declined. It would be absurd for her to witness him making copies of 2 cultivation manuals, and the concern was not merely about her belief, but rather the fear that she might spread rumors of him being an unhealed mental patient. He made 50 copies of each cultivation manual, binding them himself before carrying them out. It was not the right time to return to the office. It would be better to seek a secluded spot to upload them to the items transfer panel. The avatars swiftly acquired the manuals, and those with wives from the snow disaster planet even shared the jade ice spirit formula for cultivation. With no space for practice, Qin Tian suppressed his eagerness and returned to the company. Upon entering, he observed administrative department head Luo Liling apologetically urging a woman to leave. Ms. Chun, I apologize. but our company currently has no production crews, nor any plans for television or film. Please return. I understand that Tianyi Films is an animation company, but I truly resemble the female lead from your Interstellar Era series. Would you not consider a collaboration? Luo Liling appeared troubled, wanting to continue persuading her. When she noticed Qin Tian entering, Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, Luo Liling seemed to see a savior, waving and smiling broadly at him. Qin Tian approached with a smile, and Luo Liling quickly explained the situation in hushed tones. Oh, she resembles the female lead of our animation? Qin Tian looked at the woman seeking collaboration, who was elegantly dressed and had styled her hair like the animated protagonist. Her demeanor was gentle and captivating, with expressive eyes and a light makeup that accentuated her beauty. She truly bore a resemblance to the animated character. Could it be that Xiaowan was modeled after her? Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Chun Yan, an actress who has participated in several television dramas, she stated eagerly, detailing her acting history while gazing at Qin Tian with hopeful eyes. Qin Tian extended his hand with a smile. Greetings, Ms. Chun. Welcome to Tianyi Films. As their hands met, he felt an unexpected delicacy. Let us discuss this in my office. This is not an appropriate place for such matters. Certainly, Mr. Qin, leading Chun Yin back to his office. She noticed it was bustling with activity. 4 stunning women and an adorable little girl were engrossed in a game. Upon their arrival, Lan Tianyu and the others quickly made room and excused themselves, with Lan Tianyu preparing tea and closing the door behind them. Moments ago, Chun Yin had feared that Qin Tian might make inappropriate demands, but now, seeing the 4 beautiful women, her worries faded, and she became anxious about what she might lose. Having debuted 4 years ago, Chun Yin had appeared in numerous productions. Yet her refusal to succumb to unspoken rules and her lack of understanding of the industry's intricacies had left her merely a third-rate star. Now, witnessing Qin Tian's striking presence and undeniable charm, she found herself contemplating the possibility of yielding to such unspoken rules. Qin Tian took a sip from his teacup and remarked, "To be honest, Miss Chun, our company currently focuses solely on animation and has no immediate prospects for collaboration." Chun Yin felt a surge of panic. The entertainment industry had been struggling lately, and Tianyi Films was a notable contender with a promising future. If she failed to board this ship, her career would be at risk, relegating her to obscurity. With what she believed to be her most enchanting smile, Chun Yin urged, "Mr. Qin, please reconsider. I could offer free endorsements for your animation projects, provided you agree to collaborate." Free endorsements? Qin Tian's interest was piqued. Perhaps venturing into merchandise could prove lucrative. Do you currently have a manager, or are you affiliated with any other film company? No, I have always worked independently, without a manager or association with other companies. I will give it some thought. Please leave your contact information, and I will respond once I have made a decision. Of course, Mr. Qin, thank you. Here is my business card. Chun Yin presented her card with both hands, and Qin Tian accepted it casually, glancing at it. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Qin. I truly appreciate the opportunity for a discussion. As she stood to leave, extending her delicate right hand, Qin Tian shook it gently. After escorting Chun Yin out of the company, he returned to find himself surrounded by the 4 women. Boss, that was a female star, right? I believe her name is Chun Yin. I watched her in a drama just a few days ago. She was quite captivating. I heard she married early, but her husband is an alcoholic and has been involved in domestic violence scandals. She is an actress without any rumors. Do you fancy her, boss? Qin Tian was at a loss for words. Whether Chun Yin had a husband or any scandals was of no concern to him. They had merely exchanged a few words. Boss, if you wish to pursue a celebrity, we can understand that. Yun Jin flashed a knowing look at Qin Tian. He sighed. What are you all thinking? She's just a celebrity. None of you are less attractive. Boss, we don't mind at all. You should feel free to pursue her. Yes, in our circles. It's quite common for men to have numerous partners. Xiao Shui, when you say your circles, what exactly do you mean? Nothing. I meant the wealthy individuals in our circles. Xiang Shui realized she had misspoken and quickly added a clarification. Chapter 40. Qin Tian as Chao Chao ignoring the gossip surrounding Chun Yin. Qin Tian took out his phone and asked Xiao Wan to analyze the market potential and scale of the animation merchandise industry. Xiao Wan's assessment indicated that while it was feasible to pursue, it should not require extensive effort. Rather, it should serve as a supplementary business endeavor. Without hesitation, Qin Tian instructed Lu Hong to draft a recruitment plan, aiming to assemble a project team dedicated to animation merchandise. In gratitude for the fervent support of fans, Qin Tian conceived the idea of gifting anime-related merchandise. As for profitability, he did not dwell on that for the time being. Xiaoan, when you modeled the anime characters, did you reference Chun Yan's figure and facial features? Indeed, I drew inspiration from 1,000 beautiful actresses worldwide. But I found that Chun Yin particularly embodied the essence and beauty of the protagonist. You truly are clever. Now she has come to us. Hee. Brother can help me find a sister-in-law. Xiaowen must have been led astray by the omnipotent netizens, undoubtedly. While Lan Shenyu and the others were frolicking on the sofa, Qin Tian took out the thick earth spirit scripture and began to recite it. The second clone had translated the technique into easily comprehensible modern language, making it quite straightforward for Qin Tian to memorize. Soon, he had committed the entire text to memory, awaiting an opportunity to test its efficacy in cultivation. After storing the thick earth spirit scripture in his spatial pocket, Qin Tian assessed the condition of his clones. The other clones were occupied with various tasks, while the first, second, sixth, 10th, and 11th clones were attempting to cultivate. The 9th clone, a forest spirit with a wood elemental root, was unable to practice the thick earth spirit scripture and was currently feeling dejected. 9th, when the second clone has a chance, I will find you a wood-based cultivation technique. There is no need to be disheartened. I understand, but the thought of navigating this journey alone is somewhat daunting, which is why I feel a bit down. The 6th clone lamented, in this modern city, there is no spiritual energy. Cultivation is utterly impossible. I can't sense any spiritual energy at all. Is this the tragedy of the end of the Dharma era? Qin Tian realized that both Blue Star and the planet where the 6th clone resided were modern urban planets, likely devoid of spiritual energy as well. Could his aspirations of soaring alongside the sun be dashed? Suddenly, he felt as despondent as the 9th clone, his good spirits plummeting. That evening, Qin Tian presented the Jade Ice Spirit Scripture to Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan, encouraging them to practice. They obediently returned to their rented apartment to attempt cultivation overnight. Xiao Tian, why did Xiao Shui and Xiao Lan go back to their place? Did we upset them? Lan Shenyu, fearing she had said something amiss earlier, approached Qin Tian to inquire about the departure of Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. Not at all. They haven't been back in a while and just wanted to tidy up their apartment and clear out the fridge. They'll return tomorrow. All right. I thought I had said something wrong. Not at all. Yu Jia, you are so understanding. How could you be mistaken? Hee, I am indeed understanding. Xiao Tian, I will keep you company tonight. With Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan away, either Yun Jin or Lan Shen you would have to stay with Xiao Mo for the night. Isn't that perfect? We can have a deep conversation and perhaps encourage Yu Jia to have a baby soon. Then what are you waiting for? Sister needs your abundant love. After an intense night, Lan Shen Yu eventually succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Only then did Qin Tian have the opportunity to check on the cultivation progress of his clones. Aside from the 6th clone, the others on modern planets were also unable to cultivate, unable to sense the existence of spiritual energy. Could it be that modern industrial development had eradicated all traces of spiritual energy? The second clone reassured everyone, do not lose heart. Once Xiang Ji and Xiang Mei acquire ample cultivation resources, I will ensure they share some with everyone. Xiang Ji and Xiang Mei were two key disciples being nurtured by the Taoist sect, receiving cultivation resources several times greater than those of other disciples. It would be no issue for them to share a portion. Furthermore, Qin Tian planned to activate more clones in the future, and it was possible that he would activate those from planets rich in spiritual stones. The next day, as they prepared for their third driving test, Yun Jin presented them with 6 shopping cards she had procured from Wang Jing, who had the means to acquire them. They passed the third test on their first attempt, leaving only the relatively easy 4th subject. The instructor advised them to study diligently and return on the 20th for the 4th exam. Qin Tian took the 3 women out for a celebratory feast after passing the exam. Upon arriving at the company, he found Lan Shenyu and the others discussing anime plot lines with the employees, prompting him to call Chun Yin to discuss his decision. Ms. Chun, our TNE Film and Television is planning to establish a project group for anime merchandise. If you're interested, we can discuss it. Of course, I'm interested. Is President Qin available now? I can come over immediately to discuss collaboration. Actually, I should come to you. Where are you currently? Let's meet at a cafe. Thinking of the inquisitive gazes of Lan Shenyu and the others, Qin Tian found it easier to discuss matters outside. How about I come to your hotel? I'm staying at the Rulin Hotel, just 200 meters from TNE Film and Television. All right, I'll call you when I arrive. Descending the stairs, Qin Tian walked a few minutes to reach the Rulin Hotel, where he found Chun Yin waiting for him in the lobby, wearing a mask. Upon seeing him, she approached and linked her arm with his. Surprised by her boldness, Qin Tian felt it inappropriate to withdraw his arm. President Qin, shall we discuss in my room? I have a tea table there, and we can sip tea while we talk. That sounds good. Let us go to your room. With all sincerity, Qin Tian held no ulterior motives. He merely wished to sample the tea Chun Yin brewed. Once in the room, Chun Yin skillfully prepared a pot of green tea for him. President Qin, please try the tea I made. She carefully poured him a cup, her eyes intently watching his reaction. Taking a sip, Qin Tian found the tea delightful. Chun Yan's tea-making skills were quite impressive, suggesting she had practiced. Ms. Chun, our company currently has no plans to establish a film crew, but creating anime merchandise is certainly feasible. And we could also have you as a spokesperson at an annual fee of 1 million. Really? Thank you so much, President Qin. I will work diligently. I plan to move to Changshan City. That may not be necessary. Our TNE Film and Television will be relocating to Dream City in Jiangnan Province soon. You can decide if you want to join us. The company will provide meals and accommodation. Yes, I would definitely like to go. At this point, Chun Yin's face flushed red as she moved closer to Qin Tian, sitting beside him. President Qin, to express my gratitude, Before Qin Tian could decline, Chun Yin pressed her lips against his. Modern women are indeed quite forward, and Qin Tian, like a Tang monk, found it challenging to resist the allure of this enchanting woman. Moments later, the room was filled with Chun Yan's melodious voice, sweet and captivating. Amidst the busyness, Qin Tian couldn't help but ponder. Had he inadvertently stepped into the role of Cao Cao? Yet, it was undeniably a delightful experience. 2.5 hours later, the fervor in the room began to wane. Chun Yin lay contentedly in Qin Tian's embrace, her complexion radiant, her fingers drawing circles on his chest. President Qin, I have never experienced such exhilaration. You have introduced me to this intoxicating sensation. Qin Tian inquired softly, how so? Aren't you already married? Chun Yin nestled against him, her tone tinged with sorrow. I haven't returned to that home in years. Every time I do, he is either drunkenly belligerent or takes out his frustration on me, treating me like a punching bag. I deeply regret marrying him. I heard you were college classmates. How did things escalate to such a point? He can't land roles, refuses to take minor parts, and fails at business. He constantly complains, and I. As she spoke, Chun Yin began to weep. Qin Tian gently stroked her back in comfort, unable to express any further words. I will hire a lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings from now on. I will focus solely on helping President Qin earn money. After shedding her tears, Chun Yin pledged her loyalty to Qin Tian, genuinely wishing to follow him. However, she feared that he might disdain her for being a married woman. As long as you remain by my side, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. 2 days from now, go to TNE Film and seek out Lu Hong to sign your employment contract. I will discuss your specific remuneration with her shortly. Thank you, President Qin. Now, I must return, otherwise, they will worry if they cannot find me. Allow me to assist you with your attire. In the presence of the stunning beauty of Lan Xinyu and her companions, Chun Yin felt utterly lacking in confidence. She even thought that had she not made the first move, Qin Tian might have maintained his distance from her. Upon exiting the hotel, Qin Tian checked for any lingering scent of Chun Yin on himself. Last time, after spending time with Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan, he carried their fragrances with him. Fortunately, Chun Yan's scent was faint, sparing him the need to buy a bottle of perfume to mask his own. Back at the office, Lan Xinyu and the others were engaged in discussions with other employees regarding the plot of the new series. The recent episodes of Interstellar Era had reached a pivotal point, and everyone aimed to refine the storyline. Lan Xinyu and her companions joined in the brainstorming. The adorable Xiao Mo became the group's source of joy, sweetly calling everyone brother or sister. That evening, upon returning home, Lan Xinyu was startled to discover a large box in the empty room, containing a massive brain. Fear not, everyone. This is a new type of computer mainframe for Xiao Wan's new home. The brain is bionic, not a real one. A group of people gathered around the planetary mainframe, and Qin Tian, concerned they might dismantle it, felt compelled to explain. Yes, this is my new abode. Quite spacious and bright, though regrettably, you cannot come in to see it. Xiao Wan projected from Xiao Mo's phone, revealing a small girl of the same height, with sparkling, beautiful eyes. Oh, so this is Xiao Wan's new home. You startled me. I thought it was something ghastly. Little Tian enjoys such peculiar contraptions. I wonder where you procured this. Hee, I have my own channels. Now, let us go watch a movie. Tomorrow, we shall accompany Xiao Mo to the amusement park. The next day, the group planned to take Xiao Mo to the amusement park. Early the following morning, Xiao Mo woke up early, washed up, and patiently awaited breakfast at the dining table. Typically, she wouldn't wake before 9, but today, eager for the amusement park, she had asked Xiao Wan to wake her early. The day spent at the amusement park filled Xiao Mo with joy, experiencing various attractions that were unattainable in ancient times, available only here with her brothers. On the morning of October 20th, 2025, Qin Tian and his companions were scheduled to take the 4th driving test. It was quite simple. and all three passed with flying colors, obtaining their licenses before 11 o'clock. With their licenses, they found it much easier to conduct business, planning to purchase a vehicle for leisure in the near future. After celebrating with a lavish meal, they returned to the company. Chun Yin had already arrived to sign her contract, officially becoming a staff member of Tianyi Film, complete with her own workstation. Colleagues greeted the new star with enthusiasm, often checking in with her. After all, Chun Yin bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist of Interstellar Era, being both beautiful and approachable. Boss, is it true that you have recruited that celebrity? How about sampling the taste of a star? Yin Jin teased as she sat on Qin Tian's lap. Qin Tian smiled silently. The allure of a celebrity was rather ordinary, while another kind of enchantment captivated men far more profoundly, though he would not disclose this to Yin Jin. Still, your allure surpasses hers. You are more beautiful, and your figure is superior. Hee, weren't you pleased with me last night? Just as Qin Tian was about to respond, the office door knocked, prompting Yin Jin to quickly rise and stand beside him. The visitor was Luo Liling, who smiled softly at Qin Tian. Boss, several officials from Hongyun District wish to see you. They are currently in the conference room. What could officials want with me? Have I been caught evading taxes? Qin Tian wondered, perplexed, as he rose to head to the conference room, with Yun Jin and Lan Shenyu following closely behind, tablets in hand. Inside the conference room, 5 individuals awaited Qin Tian's arrival. Upon entering, he greeted them warmly. Welcome officials to Tianyi Film. Your presence brings great honor to our company. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, approached Qin Tian and shook his hand enthusiastically. Hello, President Qin. I am Liang Anmin, the head of Hongyun District in Changshan City. Greetings. Director Liang. Welcome, please take a seat. Once seated, Liang Anmin promptly stated his purpose. President Qin, I have heard from the Market Management Bureau that your company plans to relocate from Changshan City. Is that correct? Qin Tian nodded, smiling. Indeed. I am from Jiangnan Province and wish to move the company back home to visit my parents more often. Liang Anmin expressed regret. It is a shortcoming on our part. Tianyi Film is a promising company, and we should have extended support sooner. Not at all, Director Liang. The official assistance we have received is greatly appreciated, and we at Tianyi Film will remember it. Should we have future business development plans, we will prioritize Hongyun District. Would it be possible for you to remain? We can offer Tianyi Film a 3-year tax exemption. Director Liang, I too wish to stay. However, I have already purchased land and secured a new office in Jiangnan Province, making it impossible to remain. How about this? If I establish a technology company and build a factory or branch in Changshan City, I will certainly prioritize Hongyun District. Acknowledging the importance of maintaining cordial relations, Qin Tian refrained from being overly blunt, recognizing the necessity of showing respect. Are you planning to open a technology company, President Qin? What projects do you intend to pursue? Chapter 42. The 15th clone mining spirit stone. After Liang Anmin's departure, he left Tianyi Film with deep regret and dissatisfaction. Tianyi Film was undoubtedly a formidable dark horse, and its relocation would leave a significant void in Changshan City's economy. Just imagine, a company achieving monthly revenues exceeding 100 million within just over a month of operation relocating elsewhere. The economic loss to Changshan City would be immense. In the future, who knows, Tianyi Film's monthly revenue might soar to billions. There were rumors that Tianyi Film had caused the downfall of Hahai Investment and led to a shakeup in the management of Changshan City. Before Liang Anmin's arrival, he had not grasped the full implications, but upon meeting Qin Tian, he recognized that he was no ordinary individual. Unfortunately, despite all the discussions, the decision to relocate Tianyi Film had been finalized. He could only hope for the realization of President Qin's grand vision. After Liang Anmin's departure, Qin Tian returned to his office and activated the 15th clone. Ding! Activation successful. The 15th clone is an ordinary miner currently working on a desolate planet. Brother Tongzi, this 15th clone seems to be in dire straits. Ding! What you refer to as dire is subjective. Please observe closely before making judgments. Brother Tongzi, have you been dumped by your girlfriend, or are you envious of my flourishing romantic prospects? Qin Tian would not engage in a dispute with Tongzi and instead activated his divine perspective to observe the 15th clone. The 15th clone operated a mining vehicle, extracting a milky substance. Unsure of what it was, Qin Tian instructed the 15th clone to gather some and place it on the item transfer panel for all clones to identify. Clone 2, wow. This is a premium spirit stone mine. A large chunk like this, when struck with a hammer, will automatically break into dozens of neatly shaped premium spirit stones. Clone 1, Brother 15, our future cultivation relies on you. Other clones, same here. The sudden delight made Qin Tian realize that Brother Tongzi was indeed devoted to him, prompting him to activate a clone dedicated to mining spirit stones. Moreover, the faction to which the 15th avatar belongs seems to possess advanced technology. The 15th avatar confidently declared, "Leave it to me. Once extracted, this resource will be utilized for the affluent to lay their floors. There isn't even a surveillance camera here. I can take as much as I please." Qin Tian replied, "Let us start with a few hundred tons. The more, the merrier." The previously cooled fervor of Qin Tian's cultivation heart reignited as he took out a high-grade spirit stone and began to toy with it. The spirit stone exuded a refreshing and soothing aura, spreading through his palm and enveloping his entire being in comfort. After a brief moment of leisure, Qin Tian summoned Xiang Lan and Xiang Shui to join him in the warehouse to receive the goods, and little Mo, the spirited girl, scampered out as well. "Brother, have this biscuit, it's delicious." Little Mo's favorite pastime was feeding Qin Tian, and with her clumsy little hands, she tore open the packaging and stuffed the biscuit into his mouth. Qin Tian relished his sister's offering, exclaiming, "It's truly delightful. Little Mo, share one with Sister Shui and Sister Lan as well. Sisters, enjoy these tasty biscuits." "Thank you, little Mo. You're such a good girl." Having obtained his driving license, Qin Tian took the wheel of the Lan Tianyu car and headed towards the warehouse. The shipment that day consisted of various raw materials for bionic robots, ordered by Xiao Wan from the same company. Upon arrival, while little Mo engaged in a game of King's Canyon with Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan, Qin Tian busied himself unpacking the raw materials and placing them into the production line's input section. With all the raw materials at hand, he could produce 50 bionic robots, and the energy components could be left vacant, as production required time. Qin Tian took out a spirit stone and handed it to Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan, encouraging them to see if they could cultivate. Little Mo nestled in Qin Tian's embrace, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed her two sisters sitting cross-legged, each holding a stone. "Brother, what are Sister Lan and the others doing?" "They are cultivating. Let us not disturb them. I'll keep you company while we watch Bears on the Run." "All right." An hour later, after watching several episodes of Bears on the Run, Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan finally opened their eyes in astonishment. They nodded at Qin Tian, silently conveying that they could indeed cultivate with the help of the spirit stones. Relieved, Qin Tian felt reassured. As long as he could cultivate, he knew that if he persevered, one day he would soar alongside the sun. His pursuit of cultivation wasn't for show or power. It was merely a desire for a longer, more beautiful life. In such a splendid world, how could one not wish to live longer to adore more beauties? At that moment, the manufacturing of the bionic robots reached its conclusion, with 49 of them standing orderly in the space. Without waiting for the last robot to finish, Qin Tian gestured and released 10 of the bionic robots. Each bore a personal design crafted by Xiao Wan, 9 adults and 1 child. Qin Tian then retrieved 10 energy components from the item transfer panel, coincidentally placed there by the 13th avatar, perfectly timed. Inserting the fist-sized energy components into the robot's energy compartments and pressing the activation button at their navels, Qin Tian awaited patiently. Little Mo and the others watched silently, their faces a canvas of curiosity. The 10 bionic robots resembled real humans so closely that, were it not for a compartment on their backs for inserting the energy components, they could easily be mistaken for actual people, especially the childlike one, mirroring Xiao Wan's holographic projection. The activation was successful in no time, and Qin Tian pulled out his phone, instructing Xiao Wan to take control of the robots, bypassing the recognition phase. Equipped with intermediate artificial intelligence, these robots appeared fragile before Xiao Wan, who could easily dominate and replace them. Brother, I have a body now. Haha, I have a body. The smallest robot, resembling a little girl, spoke in Xiao Wan's voice, leaving little Mo and Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan dumbfounded. Both little Mo and Xiang Shui were loyal individuals who had crossed realms to be with Qin Tian, and he felt no need to conceal his actions before them. "Xiao Wan, how strong is this body? I specifically upgraded the energy component to a premium one. It's extraordinarily powerful. I can run at high intensity for tens of thousands of years without eating or drinking, and it can replenish dark energy on its own. That's great. Now go and reintroduce yourself to little Mo and Xiang Shui." Xiao Wan approached little Mo, taking her hand to let her touch her face. "Little Mo, I'm your sister Xiao Wan now, and I have a robotic body. Hello, Sister Lan. Hello, Sister Shui. You truly are Sister Xiao Wan. So you can always play with me now, right? Yes, I can even keep you company while you sleep at night. Hee, Sister Xiao Wan, you're so wonderful." Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan approached to touch and prod Xiao Wan's body, unable to distinguish the artificial skin, which even radiated warmth. Xiaowan would resolve her identity issues on her own, presenting herself to the public as adopted. Wouldn't their parents be doubly surprised and delighted upon meeting Xiaowan? With her new body, her plans for AC, it is indeed a perfect opportunity to take little Mo out for some adventures. Upon returning home, my parents will send her off to school, and she will no longer have the time to enjoy herself. Upon hearing about the outing, little Mo's face brightened with joy. Sister Xiaowan, hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we can go play. Yes, eat more. I'm already full. Fortunately, Xiaowan's bionic robot body can convert biological energy. Otherwise, it would truly startle Lan Yu and Yunjin. The family arrived at a large furniture store, casually purchasing several sets of beds and cabinets, along with sofas and dining tables. They arranged for the furniture store to deliver the items the next day and spent the day at the amusement park. Those childhood desires unfulfilled would be satisfied as soon as one had the means and opportunity in adulthood. Upon returning home in the evening, Qin Tian finally had the chance to read the messages from his avatars. Avatar 11. Brothers, today I captured a small town. I am now the town lord. I require a substantial amount of steel to forge weapons. Avatar 1. Isn't that heap of scrap iron on the item transfer panel sufficient? There must be at least 50 tons. Avatar 6. 11. I'll get you some rebar tomorrow. By the way, the watermelon knife I sent you last time was useful, right? Avatar 11. The watermelon knife is too light. If I hadn't used a plasma laser rifle to eliminate the guards and stubborn resisting soldiers, my several hundred subordinates would have likely perished. Qin Tian. Then 11. Forge your own weapons. Those you create will be more suited to your use. Having an avatar with ambitions of conquest caused Qin Tian some headaches, yet he felt compelled to lend his support. At that moment, little Mo emerged from her bath and asked Qin Tian to help her dry her hair. He gently took the hairdryer and began to assist her. Brother, will Mom and Dad love me like you do? Little Mo rested her small hands on her chin, her eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. Qin Tian ruffled her fluffy hair and replied with a smile. Of course, Mom and Dad will raise little Mo to be healthy and plump. No, I don't want to be plump. I want to exercise and stay fit. Sister Xiaowan will accompany you in your exercises. How does that sound, little Mo? Sounds great. That night, Qin Tian refrained from foolishly meditating and instead indulged in a delightful gaming session before heading to bed, leaving the hard work to Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. The next day, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui, along with Xiang Lan, went to work, while Lan Yu and Yunjin took the two little ones to the new house for decoration. Having missed work the previous day, there were several documents awaiting Qin Tian's signature. While reviewing the files, Chunyan knocked and entered. Boss, could you send 2 people with me to handle some family matters? He has agreed to sign. Upon seeing Qin Tian again, Chunyan's face flushed, as if recalling their passionate encounter a few days prior. Qin Tian looked up and waved to Chunyan. When are you heading back? I can have Xiang Shui and Jiyang accompany you. Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan were playing on the sofa, and Chunyan shyly sat on Qin Tian's lap, whispering, tomorrow, please. I'd like to resolve this quickly so I can start anew. All right, I'll have Xiang Shui and Jiyang drive you back tomorrow. Turning to the sisters, he smiled. Xiang Lan, Xiang Shui, you'll accompany Chun Yin home tomorrow to take care of some matters. The sisters responded gently. Sure, brother. Just then, Chun Yin sensed something unusual from Qin Tian. Her face turned even redder, and she attempted to rise from his lap. However, Qin Tian swiftly embraced her and captured her lips, and the two began fervently exchanging affection. When Chunyan finally exited Qin Tian's office, half an hour had passed. Don't misunderstand. Nothing inappropriate occurred. Half an hour was hardly enough time for Qin Tian to indulge fully. Qin Tian messaged Jiyang, instructing him to arrange some work and to bring along a colleague to accompany Chun Yin home the next day. Jiyang readily agreed, and Qin Tian felt relieved. With 2 sturdy men and 2 capable individuals, even Chun Yan's drunken husband wouldn't dare to cause trouble. At that moment, Qin Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xiaowan, alerting him that someone was hiring hackers to attack all computers belonging to Tianyi Film Company. Hey, who dares to provoke the tiger? Brother, it's the chairman of Tongming Film, Zhang Jian, who hired the hacker. That hacker is currently abroad. First, let us teach that hacker a lesson. Then I'll consider how to deal with Zhang Jian. Chapter 44. The Hidden Secrets of the Snowstorm Planet with Qin Tian's directive issued. The foreign hacker attacking Tianyi Film's office computers faced dire consequences. All of his electronic devices were infected with a virus implanted by Xiaowan, his bank account balance drained, and his hiding place reported to local authorities. What the hell? My computer, my phone, my bank card. Damn it, Tianyi Film has hackers better than I do. Realizing the danger, the hacker hastily packed his belongings, intending to vacate this perilous place. However, upon opening the door, he found himself staring down the barrels of several guns. This is it. I'm finished. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken that Chinese order. The hacker was apprehended within half an hour, and Qin Tian began contemplating how to deal with Zhen Jian. By the way, Xiaoan, how is Liao Chong faring? He recalled having Xiaoan send Liao Chong information about striking it rich through gambling stones to brainwash him, and casually inquired. Liao Chong is currently working in Yunnan to earn travel expenses. He excitedly went to gamble, but lost his entire fortune, and doesn't he even have money for the return trip? Huh, serves him right. I wouldn't dare touch gambling stones or lotteries. He thought he was destined for greatness. Yes, he deserves it. Brother, Zhen Jian's company is nearing bankruptcy, which is why he resorted to hiring hackers to attack us. He believes that acquiring our animation software will give him a chance to turn things around. So how shall we punish him? Should we beat him up? Investigate if he has any flaws. Such a person cannot be completely innocent. All right, I will look into it. Please wait a few minutes, brother. Qin Tian continued to address the unfinished documents, which were remnants of the company's relocation. 5 minutes later, Xiaoan delivered hundreds of photos, a dozen videos, and 5 audio recordings packaged as files onto Qin Tian's computer. Brother, I found that Zhen Jian is indeed a terrible person. Over the past decade, he has raped no fewer than 10 women, filming and photographing them to threaten them against reporting. Does this count as blackmail? Indeed, it certainly does. Report it as a concerned citizen and have Zhen Jian incarcerated. Understood, I will handle it immediately. These incriminating materials were retrieved by Xiaoan from Zhen Jian's personal computer, which had been inoperable until today when they contacted foreign hackers. Zhen Jian, anxiously awaiting good news from the hacker, was instead greeted by police officers at his door. On what grounds are you arresting me? I haven't committed any crimes. I'm going to sue you. I know Director Zhang. Let me call him. No, don't touch my computer. It contains my private information. What you're doing is illegal. The officers ignored his protests, confiscating the computer, which contained crucial evidence. As for Director Zhang, he had already been apprehended ahead of Zhen Jian. Brother, it's done. Zhen Jian has been punished. Well done. Hee. I love helping my brother take down bad people. After completing the paperwork, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan went to purchase 2 suitcases for their trip the next day. Brother, it seems we haven't bought a car yet. Are we taking Sister Yu's car tomorrow? That won't do. Sister Yu's car is too cramped for 5 people. We should buy an SUV, as we'll need it in the future. I prefer Benz. Then let us go buy a Benz SUV. 3 individuals arrived at the Benchy 4S store, purchasing an appealing SUV without even glancing at the price, simply swiping their card to finalize the transaction. While awaiting the vehicle, Qin Tian noticed that his 13th clone had placed several items resembling handguns on the item transfer panel. The 13th clone declared, "These are my latest masterpieces, crafted using premium spirit stones as energy sources. These energy pistols are more compact than plasma laser pistols, yet their power is tripled." The first clone exclaimed, "I shall test their might immediately. If they prove formidable, my resource gathering speed will increase significantly." The second clone added, "If they surpass plasma laser pistols, wouldn't that equate to a full-force strike in the later stages of Foundation establishment? Remarkable. Just in time for the auction I am attending soon. They will serve as excellent self-defense." The fifth clone mused, "Can they obliterate an opponent entirely? I am itching to eliminate a few rivals." The 13th clone replied, "I doubt it. It's not an area attack, so there would only be remnants left behind." The 9th clone chimed in, "I can make good use of them. Handguns are far more agile than rifles, making it easier to launch an attack." Qin Tian, however, felt a pang of desire for them, lamenting, "I find them enticing, yet I have no use for them." In a nation as stable as Huaguo, he mused that encountering danger was indeed a rarity. This was also why he opted for lawful means to deal with Liao Chong and Zhen Jian. He wished to preserve societal stability. Once the vehicle was ready, Qin Tian drove it back to the company's parking lot. This SUV would now serve as his dedicated vehicle, spacious and robust. It would be even better if he could find someone to join him in experiencing it. After retrieving a few items from upstairs, Qin Tian intended to head home with Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. However, just as they exited the office building, they spotted a group of uniformed individuals pursuing 2 individuals with bloodshot eyes, who were charging towards them at a rapid pace. The 2 red-eyed individuals, seeing Qin Tian and the sisters blocking their escape, attempted to barrel through without any inclination to turn. Are they insane? In merely 2 seconds, Qin Tian had no time to react, while Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan promptly responded. Each sister delivered a side kick, sending the 2 red-eyed individuals sprawling 5 meters away, writhing in pain on the ground. Qin Tian distinctly heard the uniformed individuals collectively gasp in astonishment. The leader gestured, prompting team members to advance and restrain the two red-eyed individuals. "Thank you, comrades. You have greatly assisted us." The leader expressed his gratitude towards Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. Xiang Lan softly replied, "No need for thanks. They intended to collide with us." The leader gave a thumbs up, stating, "You are truly impressive. I'll bring you a commendation banner for good citizens next time." Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. "No need for formality. Assisting law enforcement is the duty of every citizen." "Haha. Indeed, your awareness is commendable, comrade. Well then, we must take these individuals away. Once again, thank you." After the group in uniforms departed with their captives, Xiang Lan whispered to Qin Tian, "Those two seem to have undergone beastification. I have witnessed such individuals in my hometown." "Beastification?" Qin Tian inquired, confused. "I have yet to learn about the history of the snow disaster planet. Could someone enlighten me?" "Brother, allow me to explain." Xiang Shui interlaced her arm with Qin Tian's and began recounting. Initially, it was said that the snow disaster planet had entered an ice age. However, it was later discovered that a mysterious force was influencing the climate of the entire planet. Those who became beastmen were individuals affected by this enigmatic force, losing their human reasoning and reverting to primal behaviors, making cannibalism and murder a habit. The conflict between ordinary humans and beastmen on the snow disaster planet has never ceased, and those without awakened abilities risk becoming beastified, turning into enemies of humanity. By the way, before the onset of the snow disaster, one night a blood moon appeared in the sky. It was a peculiar phenomenon, and I am unsure if there is any correlation between the blood moon and the beastmen. Chapter 45. This world begins to feel somewhat turbulent. Blood moon. Qin Tian vaguely recalled that the moon had been blood red on the night of the 7th month. That evening, he had engaged in 7 friendly matches with Lan Tianyu, and during a break, he had come across short videos related to the blood moon. Could it be that the blood moon awakened the beastmen? Shaking his head, he dispelled the absurd thought from his mind. "Let us head home. We must remain vigilant in protecting our loved ones." At present, Qin Tian felt his shoulders too small to bear significant responsibilities, so he could only ensure the safety of his family and friends. He planned to send 2 bionic robots to guard his parents, intending to have Xiao Wan arrange it upon his return. Meanwhile, the group in uniforms escorted the 2 red-eyed individuals into a transport vehicle. "Captain, those 2 women displayed formidable skills. If only they could join us," one team member remarked to the leader. "What are you thinking? Just because you see someone skilled, you want to recruit them? Would we not become a mishmash of disparate forces?" The leader retorted. "No matter how skilled, they cannot match the speed of a gun. If it weren't in a crowded area, we would have already subdued those 2 fiends." "Captain, what is the story with these 2 fiends? There have been reports of similar individuals being apprehended nationwide." "You ask me? Who should I ask? It seems the world has suddenly become somewhat volatile, with such lunatics emerging everywhere, harming others." Upon returning home, Qin Tian instructed Xiao Wan to send 2 bionic robots to his parents as caretakers and drivers. After arranging this, he called his mother via video. Her youthful visage soon appeared on the screen. "Son, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Yuja and Yunja are preparing a meal, so I will have food shortly." "Tisk, tisk, tisk. You are so fortunate, son. Unlike me, who toils in the kitchen daily while managing household chores." "Mom, I actually have something to discuss. I've arranged for a caretaker and a driver for you too. They will be accompanying you from now on, so I'll feel more at ease while I'm out." "A caretaker and a driver? Your father and I don't need that. We're in great health. I was merely venting my frustrations." "Mom, I truly have found reliable individuals. They are capable of caring for and protecting you." "Tian, have you gotten into trouble outside?" "Business comes with its complications. If done well, there will be rivals. If done poorly, there will be no profits." Qin Hai interjected, appearing beside Li Huilin with concern. "Dad, don't overthink it. I have no business rivals, but I feel uneasy with you 2 alone at home. Having 2 more people to care for and protect you will give me peace of mind." "All right, it's rare for you to show such filial piety. Let them come over then. We have plenty of rooms in our house. They will arrive tomorrow. They are currently in Dream City." "Son, will that caretaker be as beautiful as Xiao and Zaijin?" "Mom, you needn't worry. She is quite ordinary and speaks little." That is good. Your father has been thinking about fishing and foot massages lately. I can see through his intentions." "Hey, my dear wife. I simply wish to take you for a massage and enjoy some relaxation together. How could you think of me like that?" "Humph. Don't you think it's nice if I help you with foot massages?" As the conversation continued, Qin Tian watched his parents engage in playful banter, feeling a pang of envy. The following morning, Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan packed their belongings and the group drove to the company. Ji Yong awaited downstairs with a colleague, both carrying 2 travel bags, while Chun Yen had yet to arrive. Qin Tian sent her a message, and Chun Yen replied that she would be there shortly. A few minutes later, Chun Yen approached, pushing a suitcase from the direction of Roland Hotel. Qin Tian handed the car keys to Ji Yong, saying, "You two must ensure their safety. Do not let them come to harm." Ji Yong responded earnestly, "Understood." 5 individuals crammed into one vehicle, speeding towards Zhengqing in the neighboring Nanhe province. Xiaodian, is it really necessary to be this cautious just because Chun Yen is signing a divorce agreement? Lan Tianyu questioned upon noticing Qin Tian sending 4 individuals to accompany Chun Yen. "Yuja, our boss seems to have taken a liking to the celebrity Chun. Can't you see that?" Yunjin delights in teasing Qin Tian, never missing an opportunity to do so. Yet, when it comes to facing Qin Tian alone, she is the one who softens fastest, crumbling under pressure more swiftly than anyone else. Qin Tian simply smiles and remains silent, allowing them to gossip freely. Meanwhile, Xiaomo and Xiaoan have become good friends, entertaining themselves and thereby relieving the adults of their constant supervision. At noon, Li Angzhen called to inform Qin Tian that the office in Dream City had been renovated and invited him to inspect it at his convenience. "Mr. Li, I have someone in Dream City. I will have her contact you, and she can handle the inspection." "All right, Qin Tian. Next, I will assist you with the factory renovations, which will be completed within half a month." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Xiaoan, ever attentive to Qin Tian, took the initiative to reach out to Li Angzhen for the project inspection without needing any prompting. Qin Tian summoned several members of the management team, instructing them to prepare for relocation to Dream City in 3 days. With the company's excess belongings, they had no choice but to hire a large bus for the move. Once other matters were settled, Qin Tian checked if his clones had procured anything valuable to place on the item transfer panel. To his surprise, the second clone had acquired a batch of storage bags, approximately 100 in total. "Brothers, having wealth is a blessing. I spent a single high-grade spirit stone at a market stall to purchase these 100 storage bags. Each bag offers 10 cubic units of storage space, suitable for trinkets, and can be activated by a drop of blood." The first clone remarked, "I have no need for them. My personal space is boundless, though my girlfriends might find them useful." The fourth clone countered, "You, the satiated, cannot comprehend the needs of the famished. We often carry numerous items, and these storage bags fulfill that need perfectly." The other clones echoed similar sentiments. Qin Tian then inquired, "Can we acquire storage rings? Additionally, I seek medicinal pills that assist in cultivation and those that extend life." Second clone, "Your tasks are multiplying." The second clone responded, "The original storage rings are rather expensive and cannot be found at market stalls. I will need to seek them out at specialized shops." Although Qin Tian had no need for storage bags himself, Xiangxiu and Xianglin could use them to hold spirit stones and small items. As it was cumbersome to ask for spirit stones each time they practiced, he harbored a keen interest in the elixirs of the cultivation world, particularly those that could prolong life. That evening, after returning from dinner, Lan Xinyu and the others began to pack their belongings. Sister Yun, why don't we purchase this house? We have so many items, there's no need to take everything to Dream City." "Sounds good. You should ask the landlord if it's for sale. We have created so many beautiful memories here. I trust Xiaodian. If you wish to buy, then buy." With the 2 women in agreement, Qin Tian called the landlord. The landlord, who had 2 other properties, readily agreed to sell one to Qin Tian, especially since the real estate market was currently sluggish and prices were plummeting. Chapter 46. Divorce and Beast Transformation? How absurd. Meanwhile, in Zhengqing, Zheng Cheng and his wife Chun Yen arrived at the marriage registration office to formally process their divorce. After obtaining their divorce certificate and exiting the office, Chun Yen felt a swirl of emotions, intending to wish her ex-husband, Cheng Yang, well. However, Cheng Yang pulled out a bottle of strong liquor and began drinking heavily, not sparing her a glance. Disheartened, Chun Yen shook her head, deciding against further conversation, and turned to leave. It was time to return to Changshan City and start anew. The scars on her body served as reminders that this man had lost his sanity and was beyond redemption. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. Cheng Yang violently smashed the liquor bottle onto the ground. The shattering sound startled Chun Yen. A beast-like roar erupted at the entrance of the marriage registration office, prompting her to dash toward Jiang and the others. Sensing the conflict, Xianglin and the others rushed over to shield Chun Yen. Cheng Yang's ferocious expression and his red eyes made Xianglin's face pale. "Xiaoxiu, subdue him. Do not let him harm anyone." "Understood." Xiaoxiu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lunged forward and struck Cheng Yang's neck with a swift chop. Before Cheng Yang could unleash his fury, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Nearby, Jiang and another security colleague had yet to grasp the situation when they realized Cheng Yang was no longer a threat. Who was protecting whom here? The boss's female bodyguard was indeed formidable. It was no wonder the boss kept her clothes at all times. Sister, what should we do now? How should we handle him? Cheng Yang could not be simply released. That would condone his actions and pose a danger to those around. I have no idea. Ask Xiaoan. She should have a solution. Just as Xiaolin reached for her phone, Xiaoan's voice came through. I found the contact number for the leader of the uniformed personnel from the day before. You can consult him about what to do next. Thank you, Xiaoan. Hee, no need for thanks. Sister Xiaolin, come back and play with me soon. All right. I will be home tonight. Xiaolin dialed the number, and a deep, puzzled voice answered. Hello, who is this? Hello. I am one of those who kicked the bad guy the other day in Changshan City. My name is Xiaolin. We are currently at the entrance of the marriage registration office in Zhengxinghai Mountain. We encountered a similar individual who just went berserk and attempted to harm others. My sister subdued him. What should we do now? The man's voice shifted to one of shock, really. Stay where you are and do not let that person escape. I will send someone immediately to take him away. Thank you for your prompt assistance. We need to return to Changshan City soon. Thank you for your help again. On behalf of the people of Zhengchong, I extend my gratitude. No need for thanks. It was a simple act. Indeed, it was simple. With just a wave of her hand, Xiangxiu had rendered Cheng Yang unconscious. It was not that beastmen were weak, but newly awakened beastmen lacked their primal combat instincts and had yet to develop extraordinary physical capabilities. If beastmen continuously received ample nourishment, they would become formidable within a year or two. Only those with supernatural abilities or firearms could harm them. Curious passers-by gathered around the fallen Cheng Yang, with some idly lingering as spectators, pointing and murmuring. Fortunately, Chen Yin wore a mask today. Otherwise, she would have been the sole focus of trending short videos. The sound of sirens grew closer, and 3 police cars soon arrived, halting a short distance from the crowd. A dozen fully armed officers disembarked, adopting a tense stance. The leader, a square-faced man, approached Xiangxiu and Xiaolin, saluting them. Comrades, is this individual on the ground the suspect? He inquired earnestly. Yes, that is him. Please ensure he is securely detained to prevent him from harming innocent people, Xiaolin kindly advised. Certainly, we have designated facilities for their confinement. Thank you for your contribution to Zhengxing. The officers collectively saluted Xiaolin and her companions, leaving Jiang feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he and his colleagues had done nothing. The police arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, taking Cheng Yang into custody. Awaiting him may be an indefinite imprisonment or perhaps a bright laboratory. As the onlookers realized there was no longer any spectacle to witness, they dispersed. Let's head straight back to Changshan City. With matters concluded, Chen Yin no longer wished to remain in Zhengxin. She just wanted to leave quickly. Cheng Yang's earlier outburst had been truly terrifying. I'll drive, Jiang said, hurrying to open the car door for ventilation. In Changshan City, Qin Tian learned of the events transpiring with Xiangxiu. Fortunately, I took precautions, otherwise, it could have led to disaster. Xiaoan, monitor any anomalies within a 2-kilometer radius of me. If those with red eyes go berserk, alert me immediately. Understood, brother. Divorce leading to beast transformation? How utterly absurd. Qin Tian shared recent events with his avatars, seeking their insights. Avatar 1 remarked that before the apocalypse struck their planet, a blood moon had graced the sky, leaving them to ponder if it was mere coincidence. Avatar 2 noted that a blood moon symbolizes ominous tidings, something no one wishes to witness. Avatar 13 offered to investigate the ancient history of their planet to see if blood moons had appeared before. Qin Tian agreed, urging everyone to seek answers. At 9 o'clock that evening, Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan returned home, and Qin Tian treated them well. After several rounds of cooperative gaming, the two resumed their training, believing that only formidable strength could ensure Qin Tian's safety. As Qin Tian lay beside them, his mind wandered to a message left by Avatar 13 on the board. Avatar 13 revealed that he had discovered records indicating that the planet he inhabited had indeed experienced a blood moon, an event that nearly obliterated humanity's fate there. However, after enduring the calamity, the planet's technological civilization surged, rapidly evolving into an advanced society. Qin Tian speculated whether the emergence of a blood moon was a test of civilization's survival, suggesting that only those who passed could ascend to higher civilizations. Avatar 13 cautioned that this was merely a historical account and could not be definitively validated. Avatar 1 chimed in, questioning if the current stagnation of their planet was due to its failure to pass such a test, noting that it had nonetheless reached a form of interstellar civilization, albeit limited in its reach. Qin Tian conjectured that Avatar 1's planet had barely scraped a passing score, resulting in its current liminal state. Chapter 47. The first product of the tech company, the high-end chip terminator. After pondering for a while, without clarity, Qin Tian drifted into slumber. The next day, he diligently prepared himself, activating Avatar 16 in the process. Upon activation, Avatar 16 turned out to be an ordinary teacher in a modern urban setting. Viewing Avatar 16 from a divine perspective, Qin Tian found him teaching students in a classroom, revealing that he was indeed an elementary school teacher. Avatar 16's situation appeared significantly better than his own, as he had secured a commendable position. On his way to work, Yunjin smiled at Qin Tian, asking if he could accompany her back to her family home in Jiangbei province, a journey of only 3 to 4 hours by car. Qin Tian readily agreed, humorously noting that his father might take issue with her for stealing his precious daughter, but he was not concerned, claiming he was tough-skinned. Lan Tianyu watched with envy, lamenting that her relatives preferred to keep their distance. The day before the company's relocation, the team focused on packing their office supplies. Lu Shui clutched her computer tower protectively, refusing to let anyone near it. Upon seeing Qin Tian, she rushed over and insisted he carry it, fearing any mishap would be too much to bear. Qin Tian accepted the tower, chuckling at her anxiety, assuring her it was not a significant burden. She insisted it was invaluable to her. Once the packing was nearly complete and they awaited the arrival of the moving truck, Qin Tian headed off to gather his belongings. Nearby, Chun Yin flashed a sweet smile at Qin Tian, who responded with a wink, acknowledging her. Back in the office, Lan Tianyu and the others were methodically dismantling items, while Jiang assisted. By midday, they had packed all portable items and moved them downstairs to load onto the trucks, filling 2 large vehicles to capacity. Jiang and 5 security colleagues departed with the trucks to Dream City to assemble the office furniture overnight. They agreed to meet the following morning at 9 o'clock, with those carrying excessive luggage able to contact Minister Liu for transportation assistance. With over 100 individuals relocating, 3 buses and a truck were required for the journey. Qin Tian preferred to rent buses rather than deal with the hassle of airport security. Upon returning home, they quickly organized their luggage, only bringing clothing and miscellaneous items while covering the rest with plastic. Yunjin expressed disappointment that they hadn't spent a single night in their new home, which had been nearly arranged. Lan Tianyu playfully suggested they stay there for a night, but Yunjin refused unless Qin Tian accompanied her, citing concerns over formaldehyde exposure. They soon shifted the conversation, eager for a gaming session after several days without play. On October 24th, they rose early to tidy the house, heading downstairs by 8:30 with their belongings. Qin Tian had already secured Xiao Wan's planetary-grade mainframe in their space, while she now relied on the computational power of various smartphones. With 3 cars at their disposal, there was ample space for all their luggage. Arriving at the office building, the 3 buses and a truck awaited them. The company also provided 3 cars, allowing those who preferred not to take the bus an alternative. Chun Yin swiftly hopped into Qin Tian's car, joining Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan in playful banter in the back seat. Lan Tianyu and Yunjin shared another vehicle, while Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan drove the final one. The journey was long, necessitating 2 drivers to alternate their shifts. By 10 o'clock that night, they reached Dream City, their future home. Xiao Wan had arranged employee accommodations for them, and Qin Tian's new house was 2 kilometers from the office, a second-hand villa that Xiao Wan had already furnished. Chun Yin reluctantly followed the other employees to the dormitory, shooting Qin Tian a longing glance. Qin Tian had purchased a spacious 5-bedroom, 2-living-room house for Chun Yin, exceeding 300 square meters, complete with a robotic avatar from Xiao Wan as a caretaker and driver. Wow, this new home is so grand and beautiful, Yunjin exclaimed upon entering the villa. Let's choose our rooms. Xiao Mo chimed in eagerly. No need, Xiao Wan replied. I've decorated our room as a pink princess suite. Come, let me show you. Lan Tianyu observed as Qin Tian and the sisters unloaded their luggage, rushing over to help. Is this house bought or rented? It's too luxurious, she inquired. It's purchased. This will be our home from now on, Qin Tian responded. Yes, our home. Lan Tianyu's smile brightened further at the thought. Qin Tian placed the planetary-grade mainframe in a room on the basement floor of the villa, arranged it simply, and soon they all washed up before collapsing into bed. Exhausted from a day of driving, their enthusiasm for gaming diminished. The following day, Qin Tian ventured alone to the office while Lan Tianyu and the others remained to arrange the house. The office buzzed with activity as everyone worked to set up. Realizing it would take more than a morning to restore normal operations, Qin Tian ascended to inspect the renovations on the upper floors, which had mainly been prepared by Xiao Wan for their new workspace at Tianyi Technology. Xiao Wan, what do you think our inaugural technological product should be? Brother, You can choose to develop chips, software, materials, or engines. Aren't there a group of researchers coming over? They will need some time and production conditions to transform knowledge into products. Then let us create chip optimization software. The processing power of Blue Star's chips is being severely wasted, with current chip code only achieving a utilization rate of 60. Are you suggesting that we can launch a chip optimization software that maximizes the usage of existing chip processing power? Indeed, with my optimization software, mid-range chips will perform with the strength of today's high-end chips. That sounds reasonable. Let us name our first product the high-end chip Terminator, shall we? The high-end chips from Huoguo have long been targeted and monopolized by the beautiful country. Take Longway's chips for instance. We cannot find the best foundries and must currently compete with mid-range chips against others' high-end chips. This presents a splendid opportunity for us. Chapter 48. The true essence of life lies in dual cultivation. Ah, such a lovely name. Brother, you have a knack for naming. I have already generated the software. When do you plan to launch the software marketplace? There's no rush. As a technology company, we must uphold principles. We are a technology company from Huoguo and must consider issues from our nation's perspective. I don't quite understand. It sounds too profound. Brother, please enlighten me. To advance to super artificial intelligence, I need to comprehend various human thought processes and emotions. In short, we must find like-minded allies rather than aspiring to be selfless saints. Our initial target users for the high-end chip Terminator will be Longway's product users, charging merely $3 per month for the software. What about other phone brands, computer brands, and tablets? My software is applicable in many scenarios, as long as they utilize chips. Let us not rush with other products. After all, they use chips from the beautiful country. I see now. Your aim is not solely to earn money, but to enhance Huoguo's technological strength. Exactly. Create a chip optimization software specifically for the chaos system. We will implement the plan in a few days. All right, the new software has been generated, utilizing a planetary-level mainframe. Shaowan's processing power is indeed extraordinary, capable of synchronously generating software within moments of conversation. After reviewing the office upstairs, Qin Tian settled into a chair and began examining the spoils from the auction attended by his second avatar yesterday. 2 dual cultivation techniques were acquired, corresponding to individuals with and without cultivation aptitude. The second avatar was considerate, knowing that there would be individuals around Qin Tian who could not cultivate. Additionally, there was a device for testing cultivation aptitude, a wood-based cultivation technique, 30 storage rings, various cultivation elixirs, and 15 low-tier flying swords. These items were the results from the auction, costing the second avatar 50 top-grade spirit stones, during which it was intercepted and robbed by a foundation-building rogue cultivator. Fortunately, the second avatar was equipped with 2 energy pistols and swiftly eliminated the rogue cultivator. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is fraught with danger, yet the second avatar emerged unscathed. Qin Tian retrieved the 2 dual cultivation techniques and made 50 copies of each in the office. Upon opening one of the dual cultivation techniques, he found it remarkably straightforward, detailing various postures and energy pathways meant for those with cultivation aptitude. The other technique, even simpler, required no cultivation aptitude. One merely needed to memorize the postures. Regular practice in dual cultivation could significantly prolong the lifespan of ordinary individuals, allowing them to live for 1 or 2 centuries without issue. Tonight, I will have Yu Jie and Yun Jie test their cultivation aptitudes. If they lack the aptitude, we will consider other methods. Cultivation is not the sole pathway to power and longevity. There are also abilities, magic, martial arts, and genetic evolution, among other avenues. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Tian leisurely descended the stairs, preparing to socialize with his employees and celebrate the successful relocation. During lunch, he was toasted multiple times by his employees, and in a state of inebriation, he eventually returned home with Lan Tinyu and the others. Upon waking, he found it was already dark. After a light meal, he called Lan Tinyu and Yunjin into his room. Little Tian, when are we going to my house? My parents are urging me. Yunjin lazily inquired while reclining in Qin Tian's embrace. In 4 days, we will send Xiao Mo and Xiaowan home tomorrow. All right. I'll inform my parents to avoid any oversight in their hospitality towards you. Aren't they going to reprimand me for stealing little cabbage? Indeed. I shall give you a good thrashing, you rascal. After some playful banter, Qin Tian got up to wash up and prepared to activate his 17th avatar. Activate the 17th avatar. Ding. Activation successful. The 17th avatar is a regular village secretary, residing in a modern urban planet. Perhaps activating the 15th avatar depleted Qin Tian's fortune, as the last 2 avatars seem rather mundane, akin to a useless trinket. Let them develop at their own pace. After all, everyone is treated equally. The 16th avatar has now integrated into the community, sharing resources provided by other avatars to complete its developmental stage quietly. Today, Lan Tianyu and the others are still tidying up their homes, while Qin Tian heads to work alone. Upon arriving at the company, he asked Lu Hong to assist in recruiting management for the technology company. If you know any suitable candidates, feel free to send them my way. I will hire those who fit. After a moment's thought, Qin Tian added to Lu Hong. I actually have a classmate who is quite capable, but facing difficulties at her current job due to her superior's targeting. Workplace bullying, is it? Have her come in for an interview. If she fits, I will keep her. Sure, I will ask her. She works at Dream City. Qin Tian entered his office and took out Lu Shue's mainframe, sending her a message to come collect it. Lu Shue, blushing slightly, asked, "Boss, are you free tonight? I would love to invite you to dinner." Glancing at the time, Qin Tian smiled. "I am free. Would you like to choose the restaurant, or shall I?" Chapter 49. Only active girls can attain true happiness. Qin Tian never anticipated that Lu Shue had reserved a table at a couple's restaurant, a venue typically frequented by lovebirds on dates. The moment they entered the restaurant, Lu Shue's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if she had something profound to share with Qin Tian. He chose not to inquire about her thoughts, wondering why her face resembled a ripe apple. "This place only serves Western cuisine. Are you comfortable with that?" she tentatively asked while perusing the menu. "I'm indifferent," Qin Tian replied with a smile. "As long as I can have my fill. Otherwise, I might end up needing a late-night snack, which would be rather awkward." His light-hearted comment dissipated the ambiguous atmosphere, prompting Lu Shue to chuckle. "Haha, you're quite humorous, boss." They began ordering, each selecting several dishes they fancied. "Well, what is it that you wish to tell me?" Shrouded in mystery, Qin Tian inquired, noticing Lu Shue hesitating after placing her order. "Boss, I feel a bit embarrassed," she said, taking a sip of water to clear her throat. "I heard that you've established another tech company, and I would like to transfer there for work." "Oh, I thought it might be something difficult to express." I agreed to it. "Don't you want to know why?" she asked. "What is there to ask? Happiness comes from doing what you love, and I support your decision. What role would I assume there? I only possess a modicum of computer skills. The first product of the tech company will be software-related, and we are in need of personnel. You will be able to manage the IT department." "Really? That is wonderful. Now I can feel at ease." "Thank you, boss. Honestly, you could have just mentioned it at the office. There was no need to take me out for a meal to discuss it." Upon hearing this, Lu Shue's face flushed again, and she hesitantly asked, Boss, do you have a special relationship with those two assistants, Xiang and Lan?" Feigning ignorance, Qin Tian replied, "What kind of relationship?" "Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan are my bodyguards and assistants." "Oh, you're incorrigible. I was clearly asking if they are your romantic partners," Lu Shui retorted playfully. "If you say so, then it must be true. Why are you so curious?" With her head bowed, she asked softly, "Is it possible for me to be your girlfriend?" After uttering this, she seemed to expend all her courage and awaited Qin Tian's response with flushed cheeks and lowered eyes. Ah, this damn charm. What to do with such an abundance of attraction? Qin Tian pondered silently for a few seconds, noticing Lu Shue's shoulders begin to tremble. He gently lifted her chin with one hand, mesmerized by her beauty, which had blossomed since her arrival at the company, her delicate chin smooth as silk. "I never said I wouldn't agree to you. Why are you already crying?" Qin Tian spoke tenderly. "But you must consider carefully. Being my girlfriend requires great fortitude." Lu Shue, wiping her tears, replied softly, "I don't mind at all. As long as I can be your girlfriend, I will be content." "Very well, from now on. You shall be my girlfriend." With their relationship established, their subsequent dining experience became particularly sweet, filled with moments of feeding each other, reveling in their affection like the other couples around them. After their meal, Lu Shue requested that Qin Tian escort her back to her dormitory and invited him upstairs for a drink. Qin Tian readily accepted and enjoyed a glass of her sweet beverage. Lu Shue, being quite reserved, had yet to experience a romantic relationship due to not having met the right partner. This circumstance, it seemed, had inadvertently favored Qin Tian. "Honey, am I foolish?" she said, snuggling into his embrace and changing her address for him. "How could you say such a thing? You are the best." Inwardly, Qin Tian felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing he had attracted 3 admirers. What was his luck? A collector of admirers? But the books say that my constitution is rather unique, and it may. Don't heed those tales. I'm not worried at all. You may not know this, but both Yu Jie and Yun Jie share the same constitution as you. And I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Ah, they are too? Hee hee, then I'm not afraid of being your downfall. Let us plan a gathering soon. I'll tell them about you. Honey, are you leaving? Yes, they want to sleep well unless they see me home. Why don't you come back with me? No, I prefer living alone. You can come by occasionally to keep me company. All right. After sharing a tender moment, Lu Shui reluctantly escorted Qin Tian to the door, where they lingered for a while before parting ways. Limping back to her room, Lu Shui noticed a notification on her phone indicating a bank deposit. Here is your pocket money. Buy a few pretty outfits. Qin Tian's message appeared as she unlocked her phone. 200,000 as pocket money. She mused, smiling dreamily. The narrative was indeed correct. Only proactive girls could attain true happiness. She found a picture of a dress on a shopping website and sent it to Qin Tian, asking, "Do you like this outfit?" Qin Tian responded almost instantly with a suggestive emoji, "I like it, buy a few." The enticing dresses Lu Shui sent nearly tempted Qin Tian to return and discuss the styles with her. He had no intention of allowing his woman to worry about finances. Xiaowan was currently assisting Lan Tianyu and others with stock trading, ensuring that money was never a concern. The piercing sound of a siren echoed through the night as traffic halted, compelling Qin Tian to stop and observe the scene. Not far ahead, a group of officers subdued a deranged individual whose eyes glowed red under the lights. Another beastman? Qin Tian felt a pang of unease. Would Blue Star face a life-and-death trial? Once the road cleared, Qin Tian drove home with a complex state of mind. Upon entering, Yunjin immediately approached him, sniffing at him curiously. "You smell like Lu Shui. Have you devoured her completely?" "Yunjie, are you a dog? Your sense of smell is incredible." "Hey, I am not a dog. I was born with a keen nose. Is that so wrong?" "Little Tian, why don't you bring Lu Shui back to live with us?" "She is not willing, so I must respect her wishes. She is still shy. Once I return home, I'll properly educate her." Ignoring the chatter, Qin Tian ascended the stairs in search of Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. He presented each with a storage ring filled with spirit stones and various elixirs for cultivation, preparing for future uncertainties. To this end, Qin Tian diligently practiced his dual cultivation techniques, spending the night immersed in the joy of training. The following day, Qin Tian prepared to escort Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan back to their hometown. With limited space in the vehicle, he decided to bring only Xiang Shui along. Prior to departure, he sent messages to Lu Shui and Chun Yin, instructing them to take care of themselves. For Lu Shui's safety, he asked Xiao Wan to dispatch a robot duplicate to protect her. Xiao Wan possessed 10 robotic duplicates. Currently, 2 were with her parents, 2 with Chun Yin, and 1 with Lu Shui. The remaining 4 duplicates remained at the villa, managing daily chores. Chapter 50. Your younger sister Isnt Bad Chen Yin quickly responded to Qin Tian's message. "Got it. Boss, will you have time to eat after you return? I'd like to invite you out. Are you interested in me, or just dinner?" Qin Tian teased, revealing her hidden intentions. "Both. All right. I'll find you for a meal once I return." Remembering he hadn't given Chun Yin any pocket money, he instructed Xiao Wan to transfer some funds to her. "Buy a few nice outfits, so I'll have a better appetite when we dine together." "Is this the kind of outfit you mean?" Chun Yin sent a picture, to which Qin Tian responded, "This dress is lovely. Make sure to buy good quality." Having just finished chatting with Chun Yin, Lu Shui sent a message. "Boss, I will miss you. Why don't you call me husband anymore? Here at the company, I only call you boss." "Very well. In a few days, I'll send someone over to hand over your tasks, and you can transfer to the tech company side. I'm really looking forward to it." "Boss, your focus will surely shift to the tech company. I must closely follow your lead." "Shuijie, you truly are wise." The journey home was neither long nor short. Along the way, Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan played games and sang in the back seat, and time passed swiftly. The car took a turn and stopped right at the doorstep. Qin Tian had already informed his parents of their arrival time, and they were waiting at the door. The car door opened, and Xiao Mo nimbly climbed out, followed closely by Xiao Wan. Qin Hai and Li Huilin were taken aback. 2 little girls? One was their daughter, but where did the other come from? Xiao Wan's sudden appearance left Qin Hai and Li Huilin momentarily at a loss, so they crouched down, extending their arms with gentle smiles. "Daughters, come. Let mom and dad embrace you." "Dad, mom." Each girl leapt into an embrace, equally adorable and beautiful, deepening the smiles on Qin Hai and Li Huilin's faces. What a delightful surprise. Both were their daughters. Their son had done well. At that moment, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui retrieved the children's luggage from the trunk. "Mom, Dad, this is Xiang Shui, my adopted younger sister." Qin Tian introduced Xiang Shui to his parents. The young girl was still somewhat shy. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Ah, so lovely." "Shui, come, let us go inside and chat. Auntie has prepared delicious food, just waiting for you all." Bringing home a beautiful young lady alone must mean she was his official girlfriend. She deserved special attention. Li Huilin held Xiao Mo in one arm and took Xiang Shui's hand with the other, beaming with enthusiasm. Qin Hai carried Xiao Wan, his expression filled with pride. Their son was maturing, Grandchildren were not far off. Qin Tian lingered behind, feeling a bit perplexed. Had he inadvertently broken some taboo? Xiaowan's robotic nanny clone was an excellent cook. The 200 pounds of mutant sea fish Qin Tian had left before were still not finished. Today's lunch featured dishes made from the mutant fish. Come, Shui, Xiao Xiaowan, eat more. This fish is delicious. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao now felt reassured. His parents loved him just like his brother. Living with them would surely be happy and fulfilling. Xiaowan, however, lacked such emotional depth. Still imitating feelings as she had yet to advance to a super artificial intelligence. Xiang Shui savored the dishes Li Huilin served her, appreciating the affection behind them. After the meal, Qin Hai quietly pulled Qin Tian aside for a private conversation. Xiao Tian, your godsister is quite a catch. She do make a fine daughter-in-law for the Qin family. Dad, no need to say, I will do my best. Good. Let us hope we hold a grandchild by next year. I'll do my best. By the way, did you bring the juice ingredients? Make some for us later. I've been craving it. Qin Tian nodded knowingly. After a brief stint in the kitchen, he prepared a large jug of juice. While no one was watching, he handed the essence of the wood spirit to Xiaowan's robotic nanny clone, instructing her to brew it often for his parents. Here comes the delicious juice. Xiao Tian, your juice truly enhances beauty. See how much younger and more radiant I look now. Indeed, Mom, you're more youthful and beautiful. Drink more, there's more tomorrow. Hey, you didn't even call me when you made it. Fortunately, I caught the aroma. Dad, plenty to go around today. Since it's just a few of us, you can have several glasses. As the family enjoyed the juice, a commotion erupted outside. Qin Tian stepped out and saw neighbors chasing a seemingly deranged man. Ah, that is your high school classmate. Zhenhui, Qin Hai remarked, holding a glass of juice beside Qin Tian. He's gone mad. Whenever he sees people, he tries to bite them. Hui. Qin Tian recalled the childhood neighbor with whom he had shared class since kindergarten through high school. Yes, Zhenhui suffered a major business loss. His wife divorced him, and the child was awarded to her. On the Ghost Festival, he suddenly lost his mind and went berserk. Fortunately, his parents locked him in a room to prevent him from running wild. That is tragic. I'll go see him. Better not. Be careful not to get hurt. His parents are considering sending him to a psychiatric hospital. I'll be careful. It's fine. Stepping beyond the hospital gate, Qin Tian approached the neighbor's house. Now in chaos, several people pinned a young man to the ground, his mouth emitting beast-like growls. Could it be that Zhenhui has transformed into a beastman? Qin Tian cautiously moved closer, focusing his energy to be ready to unleash spatial powers. Facing Zhenhui directly, Qin Tian examined his eyes and teeth. Red eyes. Sharp and fierce teeth, undoubtedly a beastman. Uncle, Annie, what has happened to Ahui? Qin Tian inquired. The moment he spoke, Zhenhui's mother broke down in tears. The sound pierced Qin Tian's heart. He suddenly remembered that his 13th clone was a university student from an advanced civilization who might identify the root cause of the beastman's madness and find a cure. Uncle, I have a friend at a biological research institute studying abnormal mental illnesses. If you could give me some of Ahui's blood, I'll have my friend analyze it. Perhaps we can discover a treatment. A faint glimmer of hope appeared in Zhenhui's father's despairing eyes. Tian, really? How do I get the blood to you? Just collect some blood in a sealed container. Okay, wait a moment. Dear ones, hold Ahui tight so he doesn't hurt Xiao Tian. Zhenhui's father rushed inside and returned with a small glass medicine bottle, a sharp knife, and a bottle of alcohol. He disinfected the knife, forcibly cut Zhenhui's finger amid struggles, and collected dark red blood droplets into the bottle. Fearing insufficient blood for analysis, he cruelly drew nearly 30 milliliters before stopping. Tian, please help us. He tightened the bottle cap and handed it to Qin Tian. No need to thank me. If this can help Ahui, I'll feel much better. I'll refrigerate the sample now and bring it to my friend in Dream City tomorrow. Thank you, Xiao Tian. You are the first avatar remarked, indeed. I find it quite intriguing that all my girlfriends who frequently consume the mutated snow lotus have tested positive for the water spirit root. The sixth avatar replied. It is chilling to contemplate. My women are the same. It appears that the mutated snow lotus can indeed shape a woman's cultivation roots. Truly astonishing. The second avatar suggested. I shall inform Xiang Mei and the others to see if our sect can acquire water-based cultivation techniques. The other avatars expressed their anticipation. Qin Tian felt a surge of excitement. If the mutated snow lotus could truly cultivate and transform a woman's innate talents, could it mean that Xiao Mo might eventually be able to cultivate? Xiao Mo had crossed dimensions to this modern urban planet precisely due to her lack of cultivation aptitude. However, there was no need for haste. She was still under 4 years old, and altering her cultivation talent could wait until she matured. Likely, his mother had also become a water spirit root by now. He planned to find an opportunity to test both his parents' cultivation aptitudes. Upon returning home, Qin Tian found his father waiting at the door. "How is Zhenhui?" he asked. He has indeed lost his mind, acting like a wild beast, unable to recognize anyone. Alas, that lad truly has had a streak of misfortune. It was a pity for his parents. Who would have imagined that childhood companions would end up like this? The two sat in the courtyard, reflecting deeply as the cool autumn breeze wafted gently. After dinner, Qin Tian summoned his parents to his room. "Mom and Dad, I've acquired a highly advanced health diagnostic device. Simply placing your palm upon it will reveal your health status." "Has technology advanced that much?" his father replied. "I must be the first to try it. Dear wife, allow me." "Go ahead. I never claimed I would compete with you." Qin Hai placed his hand on the device, and moments later, 3 earthy yellow lights illuminated. "Indeed, I am my father's biological son. I have inherited his cultivation aptitude. Father, your health appears excellent, as robust as mine." "Is that true? Now it's your mother's turn." Li Huilin had previously suffered from poor health. Qin Hai aimed to set an example for her. Following suit, Li Huilin placed her hand on the panel, and soon 2 pale blue lights glowed. The mutated snow lotus can indeed alter and shape a woman's cultivation aptitude. This is conclusive. While 2 instances might be mere coincidence, 3 water spirit roots can only attest to the extraordinary power of the snow lotus, a treasure of unparalleled worth. "Mother, your health surpasses that of both father and me." "Is that so? That is wonderful. Did you hear that, dear? I may no longer need medication. And you must cease brewing traditional medicine for me." "Very well, no more medicine. Tomorrow we shall have a comprehensive health check at the hospital for my peace of mind." Agreed. After the health assessments, Qin Tian's parents intended to leave his room for a stroll. He halted his father, saying, "Please wait a moment." Understanding that the 2 men wished to share a private conversation, Li Huilin excused herself. Qin Tian retrieved a dual cultivation manual from his suitcase and handed it to Qin Hai. "Father, this is a technique I obtained from a Taoist. I have practiced it with someone, and the results were remarkable. During cultivation, one can experience double the pleasure. You and mother should try it together. It may extend your lifespans. You've gathered quite an array of peculiar things. Is this technique genuinely that remarkable? Give it a try. If it proves ineffective, you needn't continue." "Haha, I shall experiment with your mother shortly. It's not difficult, is it?" "Not at all. I learned it quickly. It's simple to grasp. Then that is settled. I shall take my leave." Qin Hai hurried to find Li Huilin to test the technique, curious if it truly had the potential to prolong life. After all, it is not uncommon for men to be intrigued by such matters, particularly the pursuit of longevity. One need only recall the lengths to which Emperor Qin sought immortality. That night, Qin Tian returned home and found it difficult to sleep alone, as Xiang Shui felt too shy to join him. The following morning, after breakfast, Qin Tian, amidst Xiao Mo's reluctance, drove back to Dream City. He would need to return for the factory's renovation inspection in a few days, and once it was operational, he would be frequently visiting. Thus, there was no need for excessive sentimentality. On the way back, Qin Tian intentionally detoured down a secluded path, where he and Xiang Shui tested the vehicle's shock absorption capabilities. It must be said, the suspension of a good car was indeed impressive, and he resolved that all his future purchases would be of high quality. "Brother, dual cultivation is far superior to solitary practice. Let us frequently escape for such pursuits. You wish to hoard all the benefits for yourself? Your sister would certainly have something to say about that. Hee, by the time I indulge enough. She won't stand a chance against me. Very well, I may occasionally indulge you." Thank you, brother." At around 2 in the afternoon, the pair returned home. Lan Tianyu and the others had gone to the office, so Qin Tian and Xiang Shui grabbed a bite before heading to find them. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, Lu Hong dashed over. "Boss, my classmate has been eagerly awaiting your interview notification. I happen to have some time now. If she is available, please have her come over. I will notify her immediately." In the office, Lan Tianyu and the other 2 were engaged in a game, currently strategizing against a troublesome player. Upon noticing Qin Tian's return, they promptly logged off, leaving their hapless teammate to fend for himself. "Little Tian, did you bring any tasty treats for your sister?" Yun Jing clung to Qin Tian, playfully demanding snacks, her hands quite restless. "Yun Jia, if you keep this up, I may become annoyed. This is not home, so please behave." Stingy. "You returned from home without bringing any goodies for us." "I was only there for a night. My mother didn't have time to prepare anything." After a light-hearted exchange, the 5 of them sprawled on the sofa to play a 5-player match. Their coordination was excellent, allowing Qin Tian to achieve multiple 3 kills and 5 kills. As they completed a game, a knock echoed at the office door. It was Lu Hong, bringing Qin Tian's classmate for the interview. Boss, my classmate is both beautiful and charming. Unfortunately, she is married, so be careful not to drool. Can anyone surpass Secretary Lon or my two assistants in beauty and charm? I may have underestimated. Your resistance must be formidable. No matter, I am curious to see what she looks like. Pushing open the conference room door, Qin Tian was greeted by a striking woman with voluminous waves of hair, seated with her back to him. Upon hearing the noise, she turned, revealing a stunningly attractive woman, her beauty rivaling that of Lan Tianyu in her prime. Her elegantly defined features and alluring gaze captivated men instantly. The graceful attire accentuated her S-shaped figure, and Qin Tian estimated her bust to be at least a 36E. The woman extended her delicate hand toward Qin Tian, her smile enticing and voice melodious. Hello, President Qin. My name is Wen Wanyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Tian, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure after a brief pause. He shook her fragile hand gently before releasing it. Hello, please have a seat. I would like to review your resume. Certainly. President Qin, here is my resume. Observing that Qin Tian remained composed, Lu Hong felt at ease and waved goodbye as she exited to attend to her work. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement, then lowered her gaze to examine Wen Wanyu's resume. In fact, upon learning of Wen Wanyu's name, Xiaowan had already begun to investigate her background. Qin Tian's phone, resting on the table, soon lit up, revealing various details about Wen Wanyu's personal experiences, her work accomplishments, her marital status, married but childless, her husband running a small business, and the company's owner harboring ulterior motives due to her beauty, alongside the various challenges she faced from her superiors. All painted a vivid picture. Qin Tian was quite pleased. Wen Wanyu embodied the quintessential ideal of diligence and capability. Congratulations, Ms. Wen. You have successfully passed the interview. Qin Tian decisively announced, leaving Wen Wanyu momentarily stunned as she gazed at him in disbelief. Mr. Qin, aren't you going to ask me any questions? She inquired, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear with a smile. There's no need for that. I believe in hiring without suspicion. If I doubt someone, I simply want to employ them. Henceforth, you will be responsible for the HR duties at Tianyi Technology. Your annual salary is initially set at 500,000 after tax, along with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, statutory holidays, weekends off, meal and accommodation allowances. If you have any further requests, feel free to voice them. All right, Mr. Qin, you will be my boss from now on. I will return immediately to resign and can start next week. Aren't you required to give a month's notice before resigning? No need. I hardly value their meager salary, so waiting a month is unnecessary. When an employee shows indifference to their salary, a company can indeed do little to retain them. Finding a good company, where the boss is not lecherous, signifies for Wen Wanyu the meeting of a wise leader, prompting her to eagerly join forces and help the boss in his endeavors. Aspiring to become a foundational figure in this new era. With a beaming smile, Wen Wanyu shook Qin Tian's hand before hurriedly gathering her belongings and departing, just managing to bid farewell to Lu Hong, who was waiting by the door. Lu Hong entered with curiosity, inquiring about the outcome of the interview. It barely lasted 3 minutes before Wen Wanyu left. I'm worried something might have gone awry. She was hired and is now in a rush to resign. So there's no need for concern. Wow, that was quick. The entire process might not have taken a minute. Are you not aware of my notorious speed? Ahem. I mean, I am known for being remarkably swift in interviewing others. Lu Hong giggled, Qin Tian's words conjuring amusing images in her mind. Boss, you don't need to explain, you have a girlfriend. Cough, cough. All right then. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my office. By the way, someone will be filling Lu Shue's position next week. Lu Shue will henceforth be the IT director of the technology company. Qin Tian was reluctant to discuss the matter of speed with a married woman, lest it spark unwanted tensions. Wow, I envy Lu Shue. She gets to transfer to the technology company. Eventually, the company will operate as a conglomerate. Working at either place means we are colleagues. So there's no need for envy. However, I believe the technology firm has more prospects. The film company may face limitations in scale. The film company will diversify its operations and can expand significantly. Now, I must return to my office. Upon returning, Qin Tian instructed Xiaowan to find a warehouse in Dream City, where he could discreetly conduct certain activities. Xiaowan quickly located a suitable warehouse, requiring only Qin Tian's signature and rental payment the following day. After work, Qin Tian had a meal with Lu Shue and later went to her residence for refreshments. Dear, I followed your advice, and it truly feels different here. There's a warm current present, Lu Shue remarked. having experienced the dual cultivation technique for the first time under Qin Tian's guidance. Practicing together regularly will enhance your beauty. I will frequently come here to accompany you in practice. Yes, I will buy some beautiful clothes to wear for you. Once I return from Yunjia's, I will come to find you. All right. After spending time with Lu Shui until 9 o'clock, Qin Tian returned to the villa. Without Xiao Mo's presence, they could be more at ease in their activities. The night of dual cultivation passed swiftly, and soon Qin Tian and Yunjin were preparing to visit Yunjin's parents. However, it was essential to activate a new clone, so during breakfast, Qin Tian prompted the system to activate clone number 18. Success! Clone number 18 is a primate avatar. Residing on a planet in the wilderness era, Qin Tian nearly spat out his drink in surprise. Relieved that he was looking down and did not spray it onto Lan Tianyu, who sat across from him, coughing violently. He was assisted by Lan Tianyu and others who hurriedly came to pat his back. Chapter 53. Observing the commotion and otherworldly creature. There truly exists a non-human clone. At this moment, not only was Qin Tian bewildered, but the other clones were equally flabbergasted, with clone number 18 shedding tears of despair. Why am I not human? I want to be a person. Original self, please beseech the system to transform me back into a human. Qin Tian replied, let me inquire. Hopefully, the system will be reasonable. System, can we stipulate that only human or elven clones are activated? Activating other non-human clones is a form of torment for the avatars. Host has no choice. Either you allow clone number 18 to end its existence, or you must unconditionally accept reality. Understood. The system did not consent, so number 18. Relinquish your struggle. Actually, becoming a demon cultivator is feasible. Upon reaching a certain level, one can also assume human form. There are humanoid demon cultivators here, and they have even formed a demon clan alliance. Brother number 2, could you assist me in acquiring the cultivation techniques of the primate clan? I implore you. I wish to become human. Sure, I will venture out in a few days to explore the market, with no means of resistance. Clone number 18 decided to lay back and enjoy the sun, sprawled on the grass. This planet was primarily inhabited by primate species, and although it had not developed a national civilization, tribes had already formed. Qin Tian did not pay further attention to clone number 18. As today, he would be heading home with Yunjin. Lan Tianyu had already helped him pack his luggage. Lan Tianyu and Yunjin hailed from the same town, but with her parents gone, Lan Tianyu seldom returned home. This trip was just for Qin Tian and Yunjin. Throughout the journey, Yunjin was in high spirits. Dear, I bought many things for my parents, including a gift for you. Yes, sweetheart, you are truly wonderful. They began to use affectionate nicknames for one another, as calling each other by their formal names in front of the elders would surely raise eyebrows. Of course, you're so busy. If I didn't help you, how awkward would it be for you to arrive empty-handed? Not at all. Once I arrive, uncle and aunt will be delighted. You're so vain. Sharing laughter and banter, they arrived at Yunjin and Lan Tianyu's hometown shortly after 12:30. Yunjin's parents and younger brother awaited them outside a 3-story building and rushed over to open the car doors as soon as they saw the vehicle stop. Mom and Dad, I've missed you so much. Yunjin jumped out of the car and embraced her mother with excitement. Qin Tian exited the driver's seat and approached Yunjin's father, greeting him with a broad smile. Hello, uncle. I am Qin Tian. Yun Xiangyang warmly patted Qin Tian's shoulder. Hello, Xiao Tian. It must have been tiring driving from Dream City. Not really. 3 to 4 hours ISNT too exhausting. Qin Tian walked to the rear of the car and opened the trunk, beginning to unload the items. These belongings had been preloaded by Yunjin, and today they were driving her own vehicle, a white Pajero. Yunjin's younger brother, Yunqing, was eager to experience the luxury vehicle firsthand. Xiao Tian, did you buy all these things? It's quite extravagant. Uncle, they are all useful items, not too many. Yunjin brought her mother, Qi Yuan, to meet Qin Tian. Starting the introductions. Mom, this is Qin Tian. You can just call him Xiao Tian. Hello, Aunt. Good, good. Xiao Tian is quite handsome, and our little Jean is fortunate. Mother is indeed a blessing for everyone. Without further ado, let us hasten to dine, for I am quite famished. Yes, yes, Xiao Tian, please step inside. Annie has heard that you enjoy roasted chicken, so your uncle has specially gone to procure the finest roasted chicken in the county. Thank you, Auntie. The Yun family extends a warm welcome to Qin Tian, especially Qi Yuan, who finds Qin Tian increasingly appealing. It truly reflects the old adage that a mother-in-law finds her son-in-law more and more handsome the longer she looks. Initially, Qin Tian felt somewhat reserved, but gradually he acclimated to the atmosphere of the Yun household. Yunqing, a typical youth, occasionally spouted ludicrous remarks, prompting Yunjin to frequently rap him on the head. Sister, Brother-in-law, may I borrow your car for a spin? I wish to experience the thrill of driving a luxury vehicle. Yun Qing gazed eagerly at Qin Tian and Yun Jin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. No, you have only had your license for less than a month. Perhaps in a couple of years, I will get you a small van to practice with first. A small van? That's acceptable, but sister, could you at least let me sit in the driver's seat for some photos? That can be arranged. Come along. I and your brother-in-law will take you for a drive and snap some pictures. Yes, you are the best, sister. This 18-year-old lad truly is easily swayed. Yun Jin drove, intending to take Qin Tian and Yun Qing to a nearby scenic spot. However, as they reached the town center, they encountered a traffic jam. From the crowd ahead, shouts and sounds of scuffling emerged. It seemed a fight had broken out. There's a fight. Let us go take a look. Yun Qing, ever the thrill-seeker, leaped from the car. Hey, that little brat. I'll give him a good beating when we get back, Yun Jin thought, her teeth clenched in frustration. Let us check it out together. We can't go anywhere anyway. All right, let us go see. The two stepped out of the car and approached the commotion, observing 3 individuals engaged in a brawl with 2 others about 50 meters away. Both sides were grappling fiercely, and one of the 2 had already been brought to the ground, pinned down by the 3. Numerous onlookers were filming the altercation with their phones, likely to boast about it later. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as 2 police cars sped towards the scene. In a shocking turn of events, one of the pinned individuals let out a primal roar, his eyes turning crimson and his teeth transforming into savage fangs. The assailants, witnessing this terrifying transformation, fled in terror, exclaiming, "He has gone mad." The beastly individual sprang to his feet, launching an indiscriminate assault on the remaining 3, who immediately crumpled to the ground in pain. With a deafening roar, the creature charged towards Qin Tian, targeting the throngs of innocent bystanders. Run. He has gone berserk. What on earth? How did he just snap like that? Let us get out of here. Quickly, towards the police. Don't hit me. The beast moved with alarming speed, knocking down some elderly individuals who cried out in agony. Yun Qing, realizing the danger, found himself too close to the fray. The beast quickly caught up to him, preparing to strike. A sudden trip caused him to stumble as he was ensnared by a fallen person. Don't come any closer. The most exhilarating moment for an author is not receiving rewards, but rather being urged to continue writing. Brothers, a gentle nudge for updates would suffice. Thank you. Chapter 54. The method to heal beasts by severing their desires. A loud thud echoed near Yun Qing's ear, not upon him. He opened his eyes to find Qin Tian by his side, having kicked the beast away with considerable force. The creature fell to the ground, rendered unconscious, showcasing the strength behind Qin Tian's kick. Having awakened his spatial abilities, Qin Tian's physical prowess had already been enhanced. He had been diligently honing his skills, further augmenting his capabilities. At that moment, 8 police officers rushed from the 2 patrol cars, drawing their firearms as they approached. Observing that the situation was under control, 6 officers proceeded to apprehend the attackers, while 2 approached Qin Tian and his companions. One officer saluted Qin Tian, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, comrade. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire." Qin Tian shook his head with a smile. "No need for thanks. It was merely a fortuitous act. That individual seems to have lost his mind. Please ensure he is contained to prevent further harm." He gestured toward the beast, urging the officers to keep a close watch. "Rest assured, we shall not allow him to harm anyone else." There has been a notable increase in the number of deranged individuals lately, and all apprehended must be isolated until they are treated. However, a definitive treatment plan for the beasts remained elusive, even as their numbers continued to swell. After declining the accolades of commendable citizens, Qin Tian and his companions returned to the vehicle. Yun Qing, having received a few reprimanding taps from Yun Jin, now sat silently in the back seat, curled up. Xiao Qing, in the future, try to steer clear of such spectacles. With the rise in deranged individuals, be cautious not to fall victim. You may find no solace in tears. Qin Tian, as the future brother-in-law, kindly advised his young brother-in-law. "Oh, I understand, brother-in-law. Should you continue to behave so foolishly, I shall cut off your allowance." "No, sister, I was wrong. I want to do it again." Yun Qing had recently been accepted into a reputable university in the province and had taken leave to visit Yun Jin and Qin Tian. His greatest fear was that Yun Jin would threaten to withhold his allowance, which would plunge him into hardship at school. After a leisurely stroll around the scenic area with Qin Tian, Yun Jin had Yun Qing take pictures in the car to share on social media. On their way home, Yun Jin pointed to an old, closed building and said, "That is Yu Jia's home, but ever since her parents left, she has not returned." Qin Tian sighed softly. Alas, Yujia harbors much sorrow within. After dinner, Qin Tian prepared a pot of life-giving tea for Yunjin's parents and Yunqing to help them rejuvenate their health. During this time, his ninth clone had exchanged food and other resources for several strands of plant essence, now stored in the item transfer panel for communal use. Xiao Tian, the herbal tea you brewed is delightful. I feel invigorated after drinking it. Indeed, it's delicious. I've had 3 cups and still desire more. Yes, I too have enjoyed 3 cups. Mom and Dad, Xiao Tian can also prepare a juice that enhances beauty. Let us have him make some for you tomorrow. Really? We shall look forward to it. That night, Qin Tian and Yunjin shared a room. Though due to the poor sound insulation, they could only sleep peacefully. Embracing the warm, jade-like Yunjin, Qin Tian gazed at the message board on the item transfer panel. 13th clone. It is now evident that the blood of the beasts contains an unknown negative energy, which induces a loss of rationality, akin to a regression to primal instincts. Qin Tian. Is there any means to cure these beasts? 13th clone. Through extensive research of historical records, we have identified a rather unconventional solution. Rendering the beastly individuals devoid of emotions and desires will naturally prevent them from succumbing to feral rage. First clone. What difference would there be between a person devoid of emotions and a mere shell of a being? Other clones. Indeed, first clone makes a valid point. 13th clone. There have been historical methods to address the issue of emotions and desires, such as implanting a biological chip in the brain to simulate human emotions. Qin Tian. How can one sever a person's emotions and desires? Is it feasible to create a biological chip that induces such feelings? 13th clone. Currently, we have no leads. Let me confer further with my mentor. After the Orc crisis, the civilization of this planet erased and sealed away that painful history. Seemingly reluctant to mention it again, Qin Tian sighed, feeling at a loss for direction, and decided to embrace beauty as he drifted off to sleep. However, he gradually realized that orcs must undergo extreme madness and rage before their transformation. Typically, a calm person would not become an orc. After spending 2 days at the Yun family home, the two set off for home the following evening. The trunk of the car was packed with local delicacies made by Yun Xiangyang and Qi Yuan. Before leaving, Yunjin transferred 500,000 in living expenses to Yuan's bank card. This money was earned through stock trading by Xiao Wan, making Yunjin a modestly wealthy woman. This pleased Qi Yuan even more, as she felt Yunjin was fortunate to be with Qin Tian. By the time they returned to Dream City, it was already midnight, and Lan Tianyu and the others were still waiting for their return to practice together. After a refreshing night of training, Qin Tian enjoyed his breakfast. Sister Yu, I have some matters to attend to later. Do you have any plans? Well, you go ahead with your business. We plan to go shopping later to buy you some winter clothes. Qin Tian set out alone, driving to the warehouse Xiao Wan had located. The warehouse was about 7 or 8 kilometers from the villa, taking him over 10 minutes to arrive. After signing the contract and paying the rent for 2 years, he released all 40 bionic robots. Xiao Wan quickly took charge of these robots, bringing her total to 50. Xiao Wan, send 2 robots to Sister Yun's hometown. Okay, brother. Oh, and send a more attractive one to Tianyi Film to replace Lu Shui. Brother, how do I look? A stunning robot stepped forward, striking a seductive pose for Qin Tian. All right, you're the one. Come with me. He instructed the others to remain at the warehouse and begin procuring necessary supplies, planning to return every few days to collect them. With arrangements made, Qin Tian intended to head home with the beautiful version of Xiao Wan. Just as he exited the warehouse, he received a message from Chun Yan. Boss, you're back? Yes, just returned last night. Can we have lunch at my place? I'll ask the housekeeper to prepare your favorite dishes. Sure, sounds good. I'll head over now. Please come down to greet me. Qin Tian soon arrived at Chun Yan's building, where she had been waiting for quite some time. He instructed Xiao Wan to wait in the car and descended alone. Chun Yan, blushing, took his arm and led him upstairs. While waiting for lunch, they engaged in a friendly match. Chun Yan wore a beautiful outfit that Qin Tian had suggested she buy. With a sigh of comfort, she leaned softly into his embrace. Boss, I feel a bit different. Hee, it's a technique I learned from an old Taoist. It enhances beauty. Qin Tian had merely tested Chun Yan's potential for cultivation, and to his surprise, she truly possessed it. Really? Let us do it again. Chapter 55. The Eager Learners, Lu Shui and Chun Yan was quite eager to learn. Comparable to Lu Shui, after several lessons from Qin Tian, she even surpassed him in some aspects. The subsequent practice was led by Chun Yan, offering Qin Tian a unique training experience. They practiced until after 2 in the afternoon, only then feeling too hungry to stay in bed any longer. I'll be heading back soon. Do you get bored being home alone? Not really. I'm learning how to be a cultured actress. I used to act too deliberately, and my expressions weren't natural. As long as you're not bored, I'll come by another day to keep you company. Great. After lunch, they shared some tender moments, and Qin Tian decided to visit Lu Shui. That silly girl was usually quite reclusive, preferring to stay home on weekends playing games and watching television. Honey, you're here. Qin Tian surprised her as she jumped up from the sofa, her hair tousled, and leaped into his arms. I came to see what you were up to. Have you eaten? I have, thanks to the person you sent to cook for me. They saved me from the kitchen. Let me see if you're full. Not here. The housekeeper will see us. Qin Tian wanted to say that the housekeeper was merely Xiao Wan's avatar, so there was no need to feel shy. However, Lu Shui was clearly embarrassed, so he carried her towards the bedroom. Shouldn't I cooperate with you? Lu Shui asked, eager to please Qin Tian, worried her actions might not meet his standards. Yes, exactly. You're such a diligent girl. Hee, I'm glad you think so. You've struck gold with me. Let us get started. Describing a dual cultivation technique in such a manner was entirely appropriate. Thus far, no woman had doubted its nature as a cultivation method. Women were fervently obsessed with beauty and longevity, wishing to practice with Qin Tian for 24 hours a day. By 5 in the afternoon, Qin Tian left Lu Shui's house, preparing to join Lan Tianyu and the others for dinner. It had indeed been a busy and fulfilling weekend, since the first 3 avatars activated were ordinary ones. Qin Tian was not in a hurry to activate more. He planned to do so before midnight. Lan Tianyu and her friends had spent the day shopping and still felt unsatisfied, enjoying food and fun while losing track of time. Xiao Tian, you arrived just in time. We've bought enough. Now we need to buy you clothes. You can be our mannequin. Yes, we were just thinking of getting Xiao Lan to model. But you're perfect for the job. Oh, help me carry these bags. I'm exhausted. As soon as Yun Jin saw Qin Tian, she took the chance to tease him, piling her belongings into his arms. After a bit of shopping, Qin Tian bought 2 outfits and decided against purchasing more, as he was already laden with items. In the bustling mall, he couldn't store anything in his spatial pocket, so he had to carry everything in his hands and draped around his neck. After dining out, the 5 happily returned home. As for the beautiful Xiao Wan robot, she had already set off to have some fun, planning to report to Tianyi Film in a couple of days. At 11:30 at night, amidst a break in their dual cultivation, Qin Tian instructed the system to activate an avatar. Ding! Activation successful. Avatar number 19 is a research worker, currently employed at a research institute on the modern urban planet. A research worker? What are they studying? Qin Tian immediately switched to a God's eye view to observe the 19th avatar. It was engaged in analyzing the components of a potion, guided by an elderly mentor. Studying pharmaceuticals? How intriguing. The 19th avatar was doing well, starting off as a professional. It was currently the only one in research. As for the 13th avatar, it remained a student and could not yet be considered a true professional. Xiao Tian, what are you daydreaming about? I'm exhausted. Yun Jin noticed Qin Tian lost in thought and playfully whined. Oh, let me take the lead. You take a break, Sister Yin. At 12:30, Qin Tian finally had time to check the messages on the comment board from his avatars. Avatar 1. Today I swept through a district and found a batch of carbon-based chip printers in an antique museum. You should find them useful. I had them repaired, and there are 90 good ones. Qin Tian, that will be useful. Good job, Avatar 1. Avatar 2. I checked the marketplace today, but couldn't find any decent primate cultivation techniques. I'll just make do with a lower-tier technique for now. Avatar 18. What can I do? I'm just as desperate. It has to be this way. Avatar 2. You must help your brother and find the best one. Qin Tian. Did you fail to acquire the water-based cultivation technique? Second clone. Are you intending to provide it for our mother, right? I must find the finest for her. Wouldn't you agree, original self? Qin Tian. Indeed, we must seek only the best for our mother. 11th clone. Brothers, my little refugee city is swelling in numbers, and my supplies are dwindling. 6th clone. Brother, am I not supplying you with 10 tons of grain daily? You seem to have an insatiable appetite. You ought to instruct your subordinates to cultivate the land to become self-sufficient. Qin Tian, cultivating land requires time. If I can spare a moment, I shall venture abroad to procure a substantial amount of grain for the 11th clone. However, for the time being, the 6th clone will have to bear a heavier burden, and I shall provide a bit more from here. For the grand ambitions of the 11th clone, Qin Tian resolved to seize a moment to travel to Russia, where grain is abundant and unsold. With this clarity, he embraced Xianglin and drifted into slumber. The following day was Sunday, and a gentle drizzle fell outside. Hence, Qin Tian and his companions chose to remain indoors, indulging in games, films, and songs. November 3rd was a Monday, and they arrived at work early. This day marked the official recruitment for the tech company, and Qin Tian had to oversee the process. To his surprise, Wen Wanyan had arrived even earlier, sharing laughter in Lu Hong's office. Upon seeing Qin Tian enter with 4 stunning beauties, her expression dimmed. She had previously believed that Qin Tian's calm demeanor was merely a facade, concealing ulterior motives for hiring her so decisively. It now appeared that Qin Tian genuinely possessed a remarkable immunity to female allure. Surrounded by 4 exquisite women daily, his desire for other beauties had diminished significantly. Jiangnan province is renowned for its beautiful women, with Mengxing being particularly notable. Wen Wanyun, who had harbored some pride previously, now felt as if she had suffered multiple blows to her ego. Minister Wen, you arrived quite early. Was your resignation from the previous company smooth? Qin Tian initiated the conversation, noticing her silence. Good morning, it went quite smoothly. I left without even collecting this month's salary. They were rather pleased to see me go. That's splendid. Let us commence recruitment at Tianyi Technology today. You should begin by hiring a few capable assistants for yourself. Certainly. Shall we head upstairs to work now? Of course, let us go. By the way, Minister Liu, the person replacing Lu Shui will be arriving shortly. Please ensure they handle the handover properly. Understood, boss. Chapter 56. The pinnacle of chip technology. Tianren Qin Tian ascended to the office floor of Tianyi Technology with the 4 women, as they began to explore their surroundings. Minister 1. Aside from the R&D and IT departments, all other departments here at Tianyi Technology require staffing. I will inform you of the specifics shortly. I appreciate your assistance. Not a problem. Mengxing has an abundance of talent, and as long as the benefits are appealing, we shall have no trouble finding candidates. Indeed. This is one of the reasons I relocated the company to Jiangnan province. Your office is right here. If there is anything you need, just let me know, and I'll procure it. All right, I'll take a look. As Wen Wanyun settled into her work, Qin Tian requested Xiao Wan to provide the details regarding the number of positions to be filled and the employee benefits to Wen Wanyan. He then reclined in his office, examining the appearance of the carbon-based chip printer described by the first clone. Currently, the most prominent technological fields on Blue Star are artificial intelligence and chip technology, both of which are intricately linked, with AI requiring substantial computational power from chips. The carbon-based chip printer is roughly the size of a billiard table. One merely needs to insert carbon powder and other auxiliary materials into the feed to produce carbon-based chips ranging from 0.1 nanometers to 90 nanometers. Furthermore, according to the product specifications, the production speed is quite impressive. One carbon-based chip printer can manufacture 20,000 chips in a single day. With 90 such printers, a staggering 54 million carbon-based chips could be produced in a month, more than sufficient for their needs. Xiao Wan, has the software application for registration been submitted? It has been approved. I'm just awaiting your command to launch it on the Longway application market. No. We must not only feature it on the Longway market, but also promote it on Tianyi Film's official website to our fans. A nameless software requires considerable time to gain traction, and Qin Tian could not afford to wait. He needed the software to achieve rapid popularity. Understood. Shall I submit the application now? Let us proceed concurrently. Submit it for review and immediately notify our fans once it's approved. With Qin Tian's directive, Xiao Wan sprang into action. She could have bypassed the official review process of Longway, but that would expose Tianyi Technology's hacking capabilities. Soon, fans of Tianyi Film would encounter a short video on the official media account announcing the launch of a Longway phone optimization software called Tianren by its sister company, Tianyi Technology. Using the Tianren app can enhance the operating speed of all Longway phones by 40% improvement. What does that mean? With the Tianren app, the latest Longway phone's performance will surpass all other brands on the market. I don't believe it. I have the latest Longway phone. I can't imagine such an impressive app could be developed. Haha, you're deluded. I just started following Tianyi Film. But now that I see its sister company being so boastful, I'm unfollowing and blocking them. You're mistaken, little Tianyi. Quickly delete that short video to avoid adverse consequences. Those who boast inevitably fall. We, the fruit phone users, shall await Tianyi Technology's downfall. I'm not so easily swayed. I'll be the first to test it out. I'm downloading the Tianren app right now. Wait for my feedback. My old Longway phone is sluggish. I might as well give it a try. What if there is a pleasant surprise? In under 2 minutes, several users attempting to install the Tianren app on their Longway phones returned with comments. Wow, this is incredible. My Longway phone runs faster with the Tianren app than my new iPhone. Goodness, the tides are turning. After installing the Tianren app, my old Longway phone runs so smoothly. And it even prompted me to clear a ton of unnecessary cash. Are you all hired by Tianyi Technology? How much do they pay you daily? I want in. I don't believe it. I'll try it on my dad's antique phone, an 8-year-old Longway model. We'll see how it performs. Who dares to go live and prove me wrong? Qin Tian refrained from involving Xiao Wan in the fans' commotion. He was preparing to head to the warehouse to receive a batch of supplies and release some IT talent sent by the first clone. The IT department would serve as the second largest division of TNE Technology, primarily focused on artificial intelligence and software business. Accompanied by Xiangxiu and Xiangwen, Qin Tian made his way to the warehouse. Several vehicles were awaiting his arrival, and after some time, the supplies were finally unloaded. The materials consisted mainly of medications, food, and daily necessities, which Qin Tian promptly organized on the transfer panel. Next, he waved his hand, releasing a dozen individuals of varying ages, from their 20s to 40s. Both men and women. Greetings, Master. The individuals transported from across realms were utterly loyal to Qin Tian, addressing him as Master in unison upon meeting him. Qin Tian, wishing to avoid the constant address of Master, chuckled, "You may call me boss from now on. Here, you shall no longer endure hunger or crisis. But you must work diligently for me." "Understood, boss." "Excellent. Now I shall provide you with identification cards, bank cards, and a mobile phone each." Qin Tian retrieved a handful of cards from his pocket, all identification documents arranged by Tang Zigu, along with a smartphone for each employee from the apocalyptic world. The talents procured by the first clone appeared rather ordinary, with none standing out as particularly remarkable. Perhaps among the dazzling women, number one might keep one for himself. "Please wait here a moment. I shall step out to purchase some garments for you. The clothes you currently wear are too tattered, and venturing outside risks being mistaken for beggars. All the subordinates are clad in ragged attire, their faces bearing the grime of days without washing. Qin Tian intends first to have them change into fresh clothes. They provide their sizes, and Qin Tian, accompanied by Xiang Lan and Xiang Shui, returns from the neighboring mall laden with a plethora of new garments. The men change on his side, and the women with Xiang Lan and Xiang Shui on the other. A partition ensures no embarrassment. "Boss, you may look at my body. I do not mind," a female subordinate jokes with Qin Tian. "Better not, lest it inflames me. Now, go change quickly. Later, you must wash your hair and face." With Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan present, there is no shortage of ice-cold water, as they can conjure it at will. After they have all changed, the two summon some ice water for everyone to cleanse their faces and hair. By midday, everyone is revitalized and ready to venture out. Qin Tian commissions Xiao Wan to dispatch 2 avatars to assist them in resolving their necessities of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, thus concluding the day's tasks. Upon returning to the company, Qin Tian observes Lu Shui tidying up on the TNE Technology floor. "Boss, from now on, I am an employee of TNE Technology. Please guide me," she exclaims, running over to embrace Qin Tian's neck and planting a tender kiss, her face radiant with sweetness. "Tisk, tisk, I knew Xiao Shui had a thing for the boss. She denied it just moments ago, but seeing the boss reveals her true feelings." Yunjin approaches, teasing Lu Shui while grasping one of Qin Tian's arms, causing Lu Shui's cheeks to flush crimson. Lu Shui protests and begins tickling Yunjin, leaving Qin Tian momentarily uncertain whom to assist. Lan Tianyu then arrives, pulling Qin Tian toward the office for some rest, leaving Lu Shui and Yunjin to their own frolics outside. From her office, Wen Wanyun observes the lively scene and cannot help but marvel at the boss's charm. Each girlfriend is more beautiful than the last. Back in the office, Qin Tian checks the installation numbers of the Tianren app on his phone. Several hours have passed since its launch, and it is time to assess the results. Oh, so many? Over 3 million installations already. "Xiao Wan, is our app listed on the Longway app market?" Xiao Wan's voice emanates from the phone. "No, our fans have voluntarily promoted it." Users of other phone brands eagerly inquire about versions for an and fruit systems. Tell them we are still researching those versions and have no concrete plans yet. "Brother, is that really appropriate? Might it seem a bit dismissive?" "That will do. I shall respond to their queries." The debut of Tianren app is a game changer, instantly dismantling the barriers painstakingly erected by foreign chip companies, benefiting Longway phone users immensely. Who could have imagined that a single app could bridge the gap in chip manufacturing processes? Xiao Wan posts on the TNE Film's official website regarding versions of Tianren app for other phone systems. Our technology company is diligently developing them. Please stay tuned. Within seconds, numerous fans reply beneath, their comments a vibrant chorus. Is it that the fruit system is unworthy? We are all Chinese. The NN system stutters terribly. We await Tianren app to save us. Please develop it swiftly, non-stop. I am the Vice President of Huang Factory Phones. May I seek a collaboration? I am the Vice President of Hong Factory Phones. Can we establish a strategic partnership with TNE Technology? I am the Chinese Regional President of Fruit Phones. Can we adapt Tianren app for our company? Suddenly, many executives from other phone manufacturers emerge in the comments, enlivening the discussion. At Pengcheng, headquarters of Longwei Company, a fan of Tianyi films and an app market auditor urgently approaches his department head. Director Zhao, there is a software requiring your immediate review. It is urgent. What software? Let me see. Zhao Xing sets aside his documents and takes the subordinate's laptop for scrutiny. This is the newly released app from Tianyi Technology called Tianren, intending to launch on our Longwei app market. Its uniqueness lies in boosting the entire Longwei phone series speed by 40. What? Impossible. How can software compensate for hardware disparities? I was skeptical too, so I tested it on my phone and several colleagues. It truly enhances speed. Here is my phone. Please examine it, Director. Zhao Xing proceeds meticulously, testing benchmarks, software performance, and phone temperature. The results astonish him. A genuine 40 speed increase, smooth operation of heavy software, and stable temperature. This is incredible. How did Tianyi Technology achieve this? Do they understand Kunpeng chips and the Hundun system better than us? Director Zhao, I have thoroughly inspected the software. No issues were found. Shall we approve it? Moreover, the installation count outside reportedly exceeds 4 million, all by Longwei users. Please expedite their placement on the App Market's homepage. I shall report to the chairman. Understood. Qin Tian did not anticipate such intriguing developments at Longwei. Given the app's fame, Tianren app could have operated independently without listing on Longwei's market. Yet, Qin Tian refrained from withdrawing the application, as the app's credibility and nationwide promotion would be enhanced by its presence there. Brother, Tianren app is now live on Longwei's app market. Installations are soaring. Should I inform you immediately? Whenever news arises, Xiaowan promptly informs Qin Tian, who otherwise is engrossed in gaming or watching films with his girlfriend. Excellent. We shall soon be filling sacks with money. Xiaowan, please apply for a visa to Russia for me, and also arrange passports for Xiang Shui and me. We shall visit Russia soon. Right away. Also, investigate the grain trade in Russia. Bulk grain trading is best conducted through companies. Then register a foreign company. Our stock market funds suffice. Remember to rent a massive warehouse. All tasks recorded. Qin Tian plans to inspect the old factory district before departing for Russia. He wishes to experience foreign culture and resolve the grain supply issues for his various avatars, ensuring they need not worry about provisions. As for why not purchase grain elsewhere, Qin Tian fears for his safety. Western countries do not inspire confidence. At night, Lu Shui is coaxed back to the villa by Yun Jin for dinner. Shy Lu Shui does not stay overnight and requests Qin Tian to escort her home afterward. Being alone with you is the most comforting. They always tease me. Lu Shui reclines softly in Qin Tian's embrace, lamenting Yun Jin's antics. You will grow accustomed in time. That can wait. All right, husband, you should return. I dare not monopolize you too long. Very well. Upon return from abroad, I shall spend more time with you. It's a promise. Once Lu Shui succumbs to her infatuation, she transforms into a complete romantic enthusiast, her heart and mind consumed by thoughts of Qin Tian. After returning home, Qin Tian diligently continues his training, unaware that all mobile phone manufacturers on Blue Star are preoccupied this evening due to his endeavors. Have you managed to crack it? Unfortunately. Boss, the encryption technology of the Tianren app is too advanced for us to decipher. Use the quantum computer to break it. We did. But it seems it would take us thousands of years to crack it. Mr. Cool, the CEO of the fruit company, is on the verge of losing his mind as his subordinates toiled through the night, and even with the quantum computer, they could not decipher the Tianyi app. The same frustration is shared by the 4-star company and several phone manufacturers from Huoguo. Comparatively, Longwei Company feels the least pressure if they cannot break it. They will simply send representatives to negotiate a partnership with Tianyi Technology the following day. Chapter 58. When Wan Yun's preference for hiring beautiful employees on the morning of November 4th, Qin Tian, cradling fragrant snow, sleepily activates his 20th clone. After several attempts at bathing and changing clothes with great seriousness that yielded no positive results, Qin Tian has adopted a somewhat laid-back attitude. Ding. Activation of the 20th clone successful. It is a 2-winged angel, a being of the lowest rank on a planet populated entirely by angels. Wow, an angel? Qin Tian is momentarily taken aback, astonished that he has activated an angelic clone. Although it is merely the lowest level 2-winged angel, its rarity intrigues him. If he could obtain some genetic samples from angels for research, it might yield unexpected benefits. Brother, I want to sleep some more. Startled, Qin Tian sits up, inadvertently waking fragrant snow, who lazily pulls him back down. He can only embrace her, gently stroking her hair to help her sleep more soundly. 20. Strive to acquire high-ranking angelic skin or blood, Let us investigate the mysteries of angelic genetics. Isn't it just a few more pairs of wings? What is there to study? Sleeping with wings is uncomfortable. Brother, you're much luckier. Be content and joyful. Isn't that right? I'm a monkey, have I complained? No. Brother, let us get some of your blood. I want to study it. I too wish to conduct some research. 9 and 20, send over a few strands of hair. No. I don't want to be a lab rat. The addition of 20 livens up the conversation among the clones. Unable to find a solution for the beastman. 13 is equally fascinated by the genetic research of angels and elves. After breakfast, Qin Tian arrives at Tianyi Films to preside over matters. With a larger crowd below, it feels more vibrant and enjoyable. Lan Tianyu and her companions enjoy playing amateur screenwriters at Tianyi Films. The chaos caused by Lu Shui's absence is somewhat alleviated by Xiao Wan, who is far more professional, adeptly guiding the narrative direction. She even contemplates launching a second new drama, awaiting Qin Tian's arrival for approval. Let us have Lu Hong recruit more personnel, expand the company, and create new brilliance. That's the very phrase I've been waiting to hear. The beautiful Xiao Wan throws Qin Tian a flirtatious glance before dashing out to request more staff from Lu Hong. Hey, this robot can tease people too. Who taught it that? Surely it's learned from Sister Yun. I must tell her not to lead the little ones astray. Just then, recalling the little one, Xiao Mo's video call comes through. Brother, when will you come home to see me? I miss you. Aren't you going to school today? Be careful. The teacher might come looking for your parents. Hee, I caught a cold, and Mom didn't let me go to school. She helped me take leave. Has Xiao Mo taken her medicine yet? I'll come home in a few days to see you and Xiao Wan. I've taken my medicine. Will you bring me delicious food? Of course, there will be plenty of tasty treats. With so many viruses around, even the healthiest individuals may not be able to prevent every illness. They merely experience milder symptoms and recover more swiftly when sick. Thinking of bringing Xiao Wan some delicacies, Qin Tian turns to his clones for assistance. Clone 5, we have plenty of snacks made from mutated sea fish. They are delicious. I'll send a batch for you to try. Clone 4, the pastries made from mutated snow lotus are also quite good. You should give them a try. Clone 2, dried meat made from spiritual beasts in the cultivation realm is delectable. I'll procure several thousand pounds for you. Clone 7, would you like to try the dark cuisine from the magical planet? It can make one's soul leave their body. Clone 9, forest elves aren't particular about food, but some fruits are quite tasty. I'll trade for a batch. Goodness, they normally don't mention these things. But as soon as Xiao Mo expresses a desire for food, they all become enthusiastic. It truly is heartwarming to see them so eager. Just as he intends to encourage his clones to gather more delicious food and not to hold back, Lu Shui enters through the door. Now she is no longer afraid of encountering her boss flirting with other sisters. She can enjoy the lively atmosphere. Boss, the Longwei Company has sent a few people over, claiming they wish to discuss a partnership with us. Lu Shui casually sits on Qin Tian's lap, adopting the mannerisms of Yun Jin and Lan Tianyu's personal secretaries. Qin Tian wraps his arms around her and kisses her cheek, smiling. Why are you still sitting on my lap? Let us go. We shouldn't keep our guests waiting. I'm just learning from Sister Yu. You don't understand romance. When we get home, I'll show you just how unromantic I can be. For now, let me carry you upstairs. No, if others see me, I'll be embarrassed. Lu Shui, no longer daring to play with fire, quickly stands from Qin Tian's lap and helps him adjust his clothes. In the upstairs conference room, when Wan Yun warmly welcomes the guests alongside several newly hired subordinates. As Qin Tian strolls into the meeting room, he casually glances around and is taken aback to see that all 6 of Wan Yun's recruits are young and beautiful, each appearing to score above 75. Could it be that Wan Yun has a preference for this sort of thing? He quickly dismisses such improper thoughts, forcing a smile as he turns to greet the visiting guests. For individuals from Longwei Company are present, among whom the most familiar to Qin Tian is Yang Dong, who often passionately shouts during press conferences. Yang Dong stands up, beaming as he approaches Qin Tian, extending his right hand. Hello, President Qin. Truly, you are a remarkable young talent, a paragon for the younger generation. All companies have thoroughly researched Qin Tian's background. His sudden rise, founding a successful animation and film company as a fresh humanities graduate, caught everyone off guard, and now he unexpectedly establishes a tech company, which is indeed surprising. Hello, Mr. Yang. Welcome to Tianyi Technology. I'm merely a fledgling. I cannot consider myself a model for others. Haha, President Qin is too modest. We have come today to discuss a collaboration regarding the Tianren app. May I inquire if you would grant us an opportunity? Yang Dong's demeanor is quite agreeable, and Qin Tian feels satisfied, nodding with a smile. Collaboration is certainly possible. I wonder how much sincerity Longwei Company possesses and what exactly you wish to gain. President Qin, you're straightforward. I wonder if the Tianren app is for sale. Our Longway company is willing to purchase it for a high price of 10 billion. An app that can transform Longway's disadvantages into advantages is undoubtedly worth this price. Furthermore, the encryption algorithm of the Tianren app is exceptional, warranting a high offer. Apologies, Mr. Yang, but the Tianren app is not for sale, as it is our company's first product and holds significant meaning. Well then, let us discuss the collaboration regarding the integration of the Tianren app into the Chaos system. For over an hour, Qin Tian and Yang Dong engage in negotiations about the integrated software partnership. Chapter 59, we can manufacture carbon-based chips ultimately. Tianyi Technology agreed to assist Longway Company in integrating the Tianren app into their smart devices at the price of 25 yuan per unit. The latest Longway smart devices only require an update to the Chaos system to enjoy a complimentary year's access to the Tianren app, thereby enhancing the operational speed of the smartphones. It must be said that Yang Dong is quite the negotiator. The annual fee he proposed was identical to that of Qin Tian Software. Mr. Qin, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration. Representatives from both companies affixed their official seals to the contract, rendering it formally binding. Tianyi Technology would only need to provide a compatible version of the Tianren app to reap significant profits. Of course, even without any additional efforts. The Tianren app would continue to generate wealth. Yet, Qin Tian preferred this course of action. Happiness was paramount. Mr. Yang, does your company still have a demand for chips? Having concluded the main discussion, Qin Tian shifted the conversation towards chips, hoping to find additional business for his company. There is indeed a substantial gap. Our lithography technology has improved, yet the yield of our chips remains low, and our production capacity is far from meeting market demands. If we could manufacture carbon-based chips, would your company be interested in that? Are you serious, Mr. Qin? This cannot be a jest. I have a factory undergoing renovations, which will commence production by the end of next month. One of the product lines will be carbon-based chip manufacturing. Qin Tian's words struck Yang Dong like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disbelief. It was known that domestic companies in Huiguo were working on carbon-based chips, and it was rumored that product line validation would take another 2 to 3 years, with mass production still a distant prospect. Now, with Qin Tian suddenly claiming his factory could manufacture carbon-based chips, Yang Dong found it hard to believe. Mr. Qin, could you inform me once your factory starts production? I would like to verify this in person. If true, the orders for chip manufacturing will surely be plentiful. Understanding that mere words would not convince Yang Dong, Qin Tian resolved to show tangible results. Certainly, I will invite you to our factory's inauguration ceremony. I will definitely attend. At noon, as the host, Qin Tian treated the staff of Longway Company to a sumptuous lunch. Upon returning to his own company, he sought out Wen Wanyan to inquire about the formal recruitment of additional employees. Today, all the staff from the IT department have reported for duty. They are all loyal employees of mine, totaling 18 in number. Boss, there is a situation. Our Tianren app has become exceedingly popular, resulting in a flood of resumes. Among the applicants are returnees from studying abroad, many of whom hold postgraduate degrees. We do not hire returnees, it's a principle. I do not wish to constantly guard against them as if they were thieves, but some of them may be genuinely talented individuals. There are no buts. This is a red line for Tianyi Technology, no hiring of returnees. Please send me the resumes of other suitable candidates, and I will have someone verify their backgrounds. All right, perhaps you are right, boss. When Wanyan felt that dismissing a whole group of individuals so hastily was rather rash, but refrained from arguing further. As for sending the shortlisted candidates' resumes to Qin Tian for review, that seemed acceptable. Good, that's the spirit. By the way, the new hires do not need to be exclusively female. A company comprised entirely of women is difficult to manage. Ahem, boss. I merely meant that the subordinates in my department are female. I certainly would not recruit exclusively women in other departments. Very well, thank you for your hard work. Minister 1. After when Wanyan departed, Qin Tian called Li Yangzhen. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am currently at your factory site, overseeing the quality of the project. Thank you, Mr. Li. I am planning to lease 3 more floors in Mengxing. Once you finish your work there, please return to Mengxiang to take over the project. Of course. Thank you for your care, Mr. Qin. Not at all. By the way, how long until the factory will be completed? It will be finished in 3 days. You can come for an inspection then. Very well, I look forward to it. To expand Tianyi Film and Television, Qin Tian needed to lease 3 additional office floors. If not for the current lack of funds to purchase the entire office building, he would have preferred to buy it outright to avoid the risk of being ousted later. A few more days should suffice to gather enough money to buy the building. He would see if it could be acquired. Little Tian, are you done? We want to team up for a game, and we are just waiting for you. Coming, Coming, I'll log in right away. In the evening, as Qin Tian prepared for sleep after a long day, he noticed a message from his second avatar. Second avatar, main body. I went to the market today and saw someone selling demon beast cubs, so I bought a dozen. Among them are cat demon cubs, dog demon cubs, and fox demon cubs. The other brothers aren't raising pets. See if you can take them in. Qin Tian, I can raise them, but I'm concerned they might be dangerous. Second avatar, I purchased spirit beast talismans. As long as you form a master-servant contract with them, they will heed your commands. Qin Tian, that works. If there is a contractual obligation, I need not worry. I can bring home 2 cats and dogs as pets for Xiao and Mo in a few days. By the way, what do they eat? Second avatar, you can feed them leftover food from home. They are as easy to care for as ordinary cats and dogs. Seeing 6 kitten cubs, 6 puppy cubs, and 2 fox cubs added to his inventory, Qin Tian decided to release them the following day. He wondered what the second avatar intended to do with the 2 fox demon cubs, perhaps to raise them as fox spirits? Puzzled, Qin Tian embraced the soft blue tinyu and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Qin Tian instructed the 4 women of blue tinyu to head to work while he drove to the warehouse. On the way, he bought a large pet cage and a spacious pet bed, preparing to bring the pets home. The warehouse had received a new batch of supplies, consisting entirely of materials for producing bionic robots. Qin Tian stored them in his space for the manufacturing of bionic robots. Once the factory commenced operations, it would be crucial to employ robots for core positions, directing Xiao Wan to manage those operations. Brother, I have completed my arrangements. You can collect your passport tomorrow. A beautiful, mature-looking robotic figure approached Qin Tian, linking her arm through his and enveloping him in warmth. Ahem, Xiao Wan, who are you imitating? You must not learn bad habits. I am not imitating anyone. I simply wish to experience those things that cannot be felt without a body, as you described. Perhaps it's best not to, given you lack a sensory nervous system. It would be beyond your comprehension. Oh, very well, what a pity. If only I had a human body. One day, you will possess a human body. I promise. Thank you, brother. Xiao Wan did not release Qin Tian's arm, prompting him to use one hand to open the cage, allowing the kitten, puppy, and fox cubs to emerge. They were small and had only recently opened their eyes. Struggling to walk, Qin Tian began the process of forming contracts with each of these spirit pets using the method taught by his second avatar. The 14 adorable creatures were all fluffy and soft, with the kittens sporting tabby patterns and the pure black puppy's eyes glistening like 2 gems, while the fox cubs boasted long, silky white fur. Chapter 60. The mysterious golden planet beneath the ground. Recognizing his inability to name the pets, Qin Tian chose to leave the naming rights to Blue Tinyu and her companions. First, he needed to address the feeding issues for these little pets, who were now starting to suck on his fingers due to hunger. Brother, don't you have braised fish? They should be able to eat fish now, right? Xiao Wan, have you checked if they have teeth? Without teeth, they can't eat meat, and fish contains bones. It would be unfortunate if they got a bone stuck in their throats. I should go to the pet store and buy some milk powder to feed them. With that, Qin Tian picked up the pet cage and set off to find a mother and baby store to purchase milk powder. Xiao Wan clung to his arm, and Qin Tian felt compelled to oblige her, for she called him brother. Qin Tian and Xiao Wan arrived at a large infant store, purchasing several cans of the finest cow and goat milk, along with some care pads for children to lay in their nest. Subsequently, they procured cat litter to prevent their pets from making a mess that would be difficult to clean. Upon returning home, Qin Tian and Xiao Wan busied themselves, one preparing the milk while the other tended to the pets. Brother, they are so full, their bellies are round, and it's quite amusing. Xiao Wan exclaimed. I'm about to head to the company. Would you like to join me? Of course. My clone will soon be the deputy general manager of Tianyi Film and Television. How does that sound? Sounds good. Let us go? Your clone can check on the pets after they wake up to see if they are hungry and prepare some milk for them. All right. Xiao Wan had 4 other clones at the villa to protect it from theft, as the planetary core was hidden in the basement. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Tian took Xiao Wan to Lu Hong to complete her onboarding process. As Lu Hong handled the paperwork, she thought to herself, the boss is impressive. Where did he find such a beautiful girlfriend? This is quite enticing. However, his affection for older women seems rather serious. Xiao Wan's sudden appearance instilled a sense of crisis in Lan Tinyu and Yun Jin, who feared that Qin Tian might be swayed by this woman. Xiao Wan, quickly explain yourself to your sisters. Qin Tian, at a loss for words, had no choice but to push Xiao Wan forward. Xiao Wan, whose full name was Qin Wan, approached Lan Tinyu and Yun Jin, intending to confess. You say you are Xiao Wan, a robot, and you have many robot clones? Lan Tinyu circled around her, inspecting her closely, while Yunjin remained skeptical, wanting to undress Xiaowan. Xiaowan lifted her clothing to reveal the energy chamber on her back, which finally convinced Lan Tianyu and Yunjin. Isn't technology astonishing? It can transform an artificial intelligence into something so lifelike. Xiaowan, from now on, you belong to your sisters. Come home with us after work. Okay, Sister Jean. Qin Tian ignored their playful banter and ascended to patrol the territory alone. Today marked the first day of large-scale interviews for new employees, and many were queuing upstairs for their turn, while Ji Yang and others organized the proceedings. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, Ji Yang approached him. Boss, there may be corporate spies among the interviewees, he whispered. How did you discern that, Minister Ji? I was a reconnaissance soldier before my discharge, trained professionally. Some of them are behaving oddly, constantly scanning their surroundings. Our company is quite sought after. It is reasonable for someone to attempt to steal our technology. Should we have the security department investigate their backgrounds? There's no need. I have my own channels for that. All right, just be cautious, boss. Ji Yang returned to maintain order. Qin Tian entered the IT department and noticed Lu Shui deep in discussion with a female subordinate. What are you so engrossed in? He asked, laughing as he approached from behind. Boss, you startled me. Lu Shui replied. We were discussing our next software product. What do you think we should create? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian responded. We need to develop software that counters the sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation against our country, such as chip design software and engineering design software. But can we outperform them? If our products fall short, no one will use them. Trust me, just assign tasks to your subordinates. They will diligently complete what you entrust to them. All right, I'll give it a try. Now, come with me to the office. I have something for you. Qin Tian took Lu Shui's hand, causing her cheeks to flush with color as she worried about what her subordinates might think. In the office, Qin Tian embraced Lu Shui in the boss's chair and pulled out a phone from the apocalyptic realm. This is for you. It can help you make money, provide ideas, and assist with your work. What a beautiful phone. Thank you, darling. Lu Shui exclaimed, planting a kiss on Qin Tian before powering it on. Xiaowan quickly became friends with Lu Shui, making her laugh incessantly. As Qin Tian held Lu Shui close, she focused on her new device while he immersed himself in the item transfer panel. Clone 10. Wow. Guys, guess what I've discovered? I think I've found a pure gold vein. It's all pure gold, shimmering brightly. Clone 13. Brother, I'll send you a metal detector. Check if it's really pure gold. Minutes later, Clone 10 confirmed, it is indeed pure gold, with a purity of 99.999999. We've struck gold. This vein contains at least several trillion tons of pure gold, accessible just 30 centimeters underground across a vast area. Clone 11, give it to me. I need gold for military payroll. The silver found earlier is nearly exhausted. Qin Tian noted, I will need pure gold for chip production in the future. The higher the purity, the better. Clone 10, no problem, leave it to me. The world is indeed full of wonders. How did the planet where Clone 10 resides come to be, and how could pure gold exist there? Qin Tian had no intention of selling gold, as explaining its source could lead to complications. While lost in thought, Lu Shui whispered sweetly in his ear, her face flushed. The office had excellent soundproofing, and Lu Shui felt that their collaboration today had significantly enhanced her beauty. After the workday concluded, upon returning home, Lan Tianyu and the others rushed to the nest upon seeing the fluffy little pets, each picking up 2 or 3. No woman could resist the allure of adorable, furry creatures. If one could, she certainly wasn't a woman. Xiaotian, where did you buy so many kittens and puppies? And is this a baby fox? With a plethora of fluffy bundles at home, the maternal instincts of Lan Tianyu and her companions surged. They fed the little furballs, then took them for baths, discussing plans to buy them beautiful outfits from the pet store in the future. Qin Tian was bemused. Why treat pets so extravagantly? He fetched a bowl from the kitchen, filled it with hot water, and added a piece of high-grade spirit stone. He believed that nurturing spirit pets required such care, as feeding them with spirit water would aid in their growth. When Lan Tianyu and her friends emerged after bathing the pets, they found Qin Tian had placed a large bowl of water in the nest. Xiaotian, if you feed them like this, they'll get diarrhea. Exactly. You're a grown man who doesn't understand how to care for small animals. Yunja, they get diarrhea. In fact, they love drinking boiled water. If you don't believe me, just put them in the nest and see. Let us give it a try. If they do get diarrhea, you'll have to medicate them later. The 4 women placed the freshly washed little pets into the nest. Being descendants of mystical beasts, they craved anything infused with spiritual energy. They hurriedly tumbled toward the bowl of water, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, began to eagerly lap up the cool boiled water. The 14 little spirit pets quickly drained the bowl, had they been able to climb into it. the spirit stone would likely have been devoured as well. See, I told you they would love the boiled water. Wait, did you put a jade stone in the bowl? Is that what attracted them? This jade stone is what we hold while cultivating. So it seems even the kittens, puppies, and little foxes are drawn to it. Hee. Jade stones possess spiritual properties. If they drink this water often, the kittens, puppies, and little foxes might become even smarter. Under Qin Tian's persuasive words, Lan Xinyu and the others genuinely believed him. After their evening cultivation session, Qin Tian finally found the opportunity to inquire with his second clone about certain matters. Qin Tian, second clone, I have been feeding these spirit pets with water infused with spirit stones. Is that acceptable? Second clone, original self. You have remarkably grasped this without guidance. Indeed, spirit beast cubs are nurtured this way to foster better growth. A single top-grade spirit stone suffices to nourish them for half a year. Qin Tian, what about their cultivation? Should I find cultivation manuals for them? Second clone, no need. When beast demons reach a certain stage, they naturally awaken their bloodline inheritance techniques. Their cultivation methods are innate. Qin Tian, I see. Beast demons certainly possess their unique advantages. 13th clone, guess what I discovered? Others, what is it? Don't keep us in suspense. 13th clone, I found that the blood of angels contains a positive energy capable of neutralizing the negative energy inherent in beastmen. However, we have yet to determine how to preserve this positive energy within potions. Qin Tian, you should discuss this with the 19th clone. Perhaps your collaboration will spark some inspiration. Truly, there was good news. Qin Tian, full of anticipation, embraced Xianglan and drifted into slumber. In his dream, countless beastmen relentlessly besieged him until a host of angels appeared in the sky, employing purifying light magic to cleanse and heal all the beastmen. The malevolent black aura emanating from the beastmen dissolved entirely upon contact with the radiance of the light magic. The next morning, Lan Xinyu and the others accompanied Qin Tian to the mall for shopping. Qin Tian planned to return to his hometown on the 8th to inspect renovation progress and recruit the scientific talents identified by the first clone. He intended to purchase clothes for his parents, Xiao Wan and Xiao Mo, as well as some delicacies for the little ones. Xiao Tian, let's buy some gold jewelry for the aunties, bracelets, earrings, rings, and the like. No need to buy. I happen to have pure gold. Let's find a store that crafts jewelry on-site and make a set for my mother and you all. Qin Tian possessed pure gold of astonishing purity, 999999999, which rendered the market's lesser purity gold insignificant. The 10th clone had already laser cut over 1,000 tons of gold into roughly 1 kilogram ingots, stored on the item transfer panel for everyone's ready access. They found a reputable goldsmith shop and presented 2 gold ingots for the master to craft jewelry on the spot. Each person was to receive a gold bracelet, with earrings and studs chosen as preferred. Ultimately, Li Huilin received a pair of pure gold bracelets, each weighing 50 grams. It was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Qin Tian and company arrived at the office. Lu Hong and Qin Wan were interviewing new employees, and Qin Tian idly stood nearby, observing. Qin Wan held a resume and asked the candid interviewee, Mr. Liang, as a level 5 rider on the persimmon platform, why do you wish to join our company? The earnest interviewee replied bitterly, too many have lost their jobs this year. Many have shifted industries, intensifying competition. I have already failed with 4 books this year. Without a stable job, I face destitution. Qin Wan marked the resume and smiled. Congratulations, Liang Yezu. You passed the interview. You may start after the new office renovation is completed on the 18th. Thank you, thank you. I will work hard. Liang Yezu gratefully bowed, inciting envy among the waiting candidates. Qin Tian observed for a while and realized that 6 out of 10 interviewees were authors. Lu Hong and Qin Wan were selective, only recruiting those with exceptional imagination. Indeed, the industry had become a chaotic blend this year. Yet those choosing to work at Tianyi Film and Television were utilizing their talents aptly, as writing and scriptwriting share much in common. While Qin Tian played the role of an interested onlooker, his phone buzzed with excitement. Tianren app had caused a stir in the mobile phone market. Longway Company announced a strategic partnership with Tianyi Technology. Henceforth, buyers of Longway's latest models would receive a free 1-year subscription to Tianren app. Users of Huang factory phones were dissatisfied, Red factory users protested, and Apple users felt envious. Why was Tianyi Technology's Tianren app only available in the Chaos System version? Many complained to their phone manufacturers, urging them to negotiate with Tianyi Technology. Boss, the president of Huoguo District for Apple Company wants to visit us for cooperation talks. Lan Xinyu whispered into Qin Tian's ear as she entered. All right, let him come, Qin Tian considered. He did not immediately reject the invitation. A discussion did not guarantee cooperation. which was unlikely anyway. Qin Tian hoped Apple's stock would plummet, allowing Xiao to profit by entering the market. Lanshan Yu's stunning beauty attracted glances from those queued for interviews, who quickly surmised that Qin Tian was a hidden magnate. Suddenly, a girl in the crowd whispered, Qin Tian. The exclamation pierced the small meeting room, drawing all eyes to her. The girl had an oval face, long straight hair cascading over her shoulders, and delicate makeup lending her an aura of classical elegance. She stood quietly like a lotus untainted by worldly dust. Qin Tian looked at her, sensing familiarity but unable to recall her name. The beautiful girl approached and greeted, Hello, Qin Tian. We were high school classmates. I'm Li Churan. Do you remember me? Li Churan, the reigning school belle for 3 consecutive years in high school? Qin Tian's vague memories began to align with the exquisite girl before him. Oh yes. I remember. You were Li Churan from the class next door. Sorry, I almost didn't recognize you. In high school, Qin Tian was a key player on the basketball team, with many admirers, but his limited means kept him from engaging deeply, so he hardly remembered the school belle's names. No worries, you've changed a lot too. I almost didn't recognize you. Li Churan smiled, nervously playing with her sleeves, her face brightening with joy upon seeing an old acquaintance. Knowing this was no place for a lengthy conversation, Qin Tian extended his hand. Let us go to my office to chat, so we don't disturb their work. All right. Thank you. Li Churan obediently followed, her heart brimming with anticipation, perhaps hoping to find a shortcut. Inside the office, Lanshan Yu and 3 other women were checking their stock market gains for the day. Upon Qin Tian's entrance with Li Churan, the 4 women exchanged gossipy smiles, faced with 4 beauties more stunning than herself smiling at her. Li Churan's heart inexplicably raced. What kind of fortune had her old classmate encountered to have 4 enchanting women involved with him? Lanshan Yu brewed tea for Qin Tian and Li Churan, while the 4 women stood neatly behind Qin Tian, their eyes fixed intently on Li Churan. Ahem, Li Churan. Don't be nervous. 2 of them are my secretaries, the other 2 my assistants, Qin Tian explained. His explanation only unsettled Li Churan further. Old classmate, what status or wealth do you possess to warrant 4 beauties assisting you? And they seem unusually close to you. Who else as secretaries would give their boss shoulder massages? All right, you all may leave now. I'm just catching up with an old classmate. Oh, then we'll leave. The 4 women obediently exited, leaving Qin Tian and Li Churan some privacy. Old classmate, what position do you hold now? I'm truly impressed. Li Churan ruffled the strands of hair on her forehead, masking some unease. I'm the owner of Tianyi Film and Television. Old classmate, why have you come looking for a job here? I have heard that you were employed at a foreign enterprise. The last time I heard about Li Churan was from my high school buddy, who mentioned her in passing. Qin Tian did not pay much attention at the time, as they belonged to different worlds. Alas, it seems that things did not go smoothly at the previous company. The boss's PI was clearly targeting me. Workplace bullying truly is pervasive. Old classmate, could you kindly show me your resume? Of course, here it is. Qin Tian took Li Churan's resume and casually flipped through it. Her resume was quite straightforward. She graduated with excellent marks from a foreign language institution and subsequently joined a foreign enterprise, primarily focusing on international trade. Old classmate, you have come to the wrong place at Tianyi Film. It would be a pity if you did not pursue a career related to your field of study. Closing the resume, Qin Tian displayed a wistful smile, causing Li Churan's heart to skip a beat. Tianyi Film offered generous compensation, and currently, few companies in Dream City could match its remuneration. Li Churan smiled softly. Since that's the case, it truly is a pity. However, encountering an old classmate brings me joy. Qin Tian shook his head with a smile. Tianyi Film does not require someone of your caliber, but Tianyi Technology does. Come, let me take you upstairs to another company where a suitable position awaits you. Huh, is that the Tianyi Technology that released the Tianren app? Is it also yours? Of course, the company name makes that evident. Come, future vice director of sales, let me show you the new company. Thank you, boss Qin. No need to mention it, old classmate. Naturally, I will lend a helping hand. Qin Tian hired Li Churan not only because they were classmates, but also due to her outstanding capabilities. Just moments ago, Xiao had sent over some of Li Churan's work achievements to Qin Tian's phone, confirming her talent. As for Li Churan's beauty, to be candid, he wasn't the type to fall for every attractive woman he encountered. Li Churan followed Qin Tian to Tianyi Technology upstairs and met the enchanting and alluring Minister Wen Wanyan. Minister Wen, this is Li Churan. Please assist her with the onboarding procedures. Her position is Vice Director of Sales, with benefits equivalent to yours. Qin Tian introduced Li Churan to Wen Wanyan. Minister Wen scrutinized Li Churan carefully, thinking, what a youthful and radiant woman. She is nearly as beautiful as I was in my youth. The boss truly is a notorious flirt. Though she kept her thoughts to herself. She smiled warmly at Li Chuan. Director Li, please hand me your ID and bank card, and I will assist you with the onboarding paperwork and contract signing. Li Chuan felt a great weight lift from her chest and joyfully said to Qin Tian and Wen Wanyan, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, Minister Wen. Here you go. I appreciate your help." Seeing them engage in conversation, Qin Tian exited to find Lu Shui in the IT department. That evening, to celebrate Tianyi Technology surpassing 50 employees, Qin Tian organized a gathering. The staff were exceedingly enthusiastic about their new boss, especially Wen Wanyan, who frequently toasted Qin Tian, nearly causing him to embarrass himself. Li Chuan watched as Qin Tian was escorted away by the beautiful Lan Tinyu and others, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She once harbored youthful affections for him, and he had appeared in her dreams more than once. Unfortunately, upon their reunion, he was surrounded by beautiful women. She wondered how well her old classmate was faring, having just been escorted by 5 women even more stunning than herself. Shaking her head, Li Chuan concealed her romantic musings and sent a message home, notifying them that she had secured a job. In their high school group chat, the topic of discussion was the upcoming film adaptation of Interstellar Era. Guess what? The Interstellar Era you all talk about was created by our fellow schoolmate. Li Chuan refrained from revealing Qin Tian's identity and merely smiled at the lively topic in the chat. Upon returning home, Qin Tian, still groggy, took a shower and slept soundly until dawn. Embracing the lovely Lan Tinyu, he activated today's division. Ding! Activation successful. Division number 21 is an ordinary person residing in a modern urban martial arts planet. A sudden intrusion from Tongzi Good jolted Qin Tian awake. What does an urban martial arts planet entail? Naturally, it involves martial arts and supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, Division number 21 is just an ordinary person, unable to access those extraordinary realms. I must find a way to acquire more ability awakening serums. My divisions need to awaken their spatial abilities to ensure self-preservation. After breakfast, Qin Tian had Lan Tinyu and the others head to work while he sent a small sample of his blood to Division number 13. Division 13. Please study my blood and see if you can formulate an ability awakening serum. I had wanted to study your blood and that of Division number 1 for quite some time, but I hesitated to ask, replied Division number 13. What is there to hesitate about? It's not like I need to draw several liters of blood, Division number 1 chimed in. What about our blood? You are fine with that? Asked Divisions 9 and 20. Indeed, replied Division number 13. Division 1, do you have any suitable mechs for individual use? I can only procure civilian mechs. Military-grade ones are unattainable. However, I can manage to create some if I conduct the research in secret. The bionic robots are ready. Who wants to claim them? Within the space, 300 bionic robots had been manufactured, with 100 resembling beautiful women. Qin Tian had previously promised his divisions that he would create realistic bionic female robots for them to examine, and he finally fulfilled that promise. The 100 bionic female robots had barely arrived on the transfer panel before being claimed by the divisions. He wondered what they intended to do with the robotic beauties. Surely they wouldn't cross any lines? Upon arriving at the company, Qin Tian engaged in games with the ladies in the Tianyi film office. Qin Wan entered, perched herself on Qin Tian's lap, and playfully mimicked Yun Jin's charming smile. Little Tian, most of the new hires I brought in yesterday are online literature authors. You have no objections, do you? Qin Tian gave her a bemused look and replied, Xiao Wan, why are you mimicking Sister Yun? Children shouldn't pick up bad habits. Yun Jin immediately protested. Who says Xiao Wan is imitating me? She is clearly imitating Sister Yu. Nonsense, I'm not as fiery as you. Sister Yu, do you think I'm fiery? Watch my fingers zen. Ha ha ha, I stand corrected. You are not fiery. Xiao Shui, Xiao Lan, come help your sister. What began as a fun game quickly devolved into chaos, with 4 players disconnecting, leaving Qin Tian struggling to fend off the opposing team's attacks. Unsurprisingly, they lost the game, and he was reported for disconnecting. Xiao Wan, our Tianren app begins charging today. Are there any complaints from users? Qin Tian pinched Xiao Wan's cheek, urging her to remain still. Aside from a few stingy individuals who Haven T paid, the vast majority of users opted for the annual subscription. We have already collected over 200 million in fees. Not bad. As Longway's phone sales increase, our software revenue will continue to rise. Brother, you don't care about this little money. Who says I don't care? I need to purchase this office building beneath my feet. I'll need at least 2 to 3 billion. Brother, let us start harvesting. Just 2 days of harvesting would be enough for the building. No. If we harvest too aggressively, we'll attract unwanted attention. All right. The harvesting Xiao Wan referred to was, of course, the stock market, targeting the U.S. stock market, the cherry blossom stock market, and the Korean stock market. However, If they harvested too aggressively, they would easily attract the attention of wolves. Qin Tian was not afraid of being targeted. Rather, he was concerned about the safety of his loved ones and friends. After discussing this, Qin Tian felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Qin Wan followed Lan Tianyu and the others outside to discuss the plot with other employees. Qin Tian scrolled through short videos and watched live streams. He recalled that he had once been a prolific commenter on short videos and had followed many beautiful female streamers. However, at that time, he was impoverished, a typical freeloader who never spent his parents' hard-earned money on gifting these streamers. Moreover, with beauty filters applied, any woman could appear as an online beauty, deceiving gullible viewers. One female streamer had a chin as sharp as a serpent and eyes as large as eggs. The current public discourse was intense, with experts instructing on trivial matters like eating and sleeping. The Cherry Blossom Nation was once again causing trouble, seemingly unable to exist without stirring conflict. Meanwhile, the United States was stunned as China prepared to build a thorium-based molten salt reactor. As Qin Tian continued browsing short videos, he encountered a live stream where a female host, accompanied by a group of ragged children, was digging sweet potatoes in a field. The chat room was sparsely populated, and the few comments were unfriendly, questioning the new tactics of live commerce and suggesting the streamer should capitalize on her appearance instead of selling sweet potatoes. Qin Tian clicked on the streamer's profile and saw that she was indeed attractive, at least a 75 out of 100. A class beauty with an innocent face full of passion for life. Her spicy dance videos had garnered her considerable followers. He asked Xiao Wan to look up the streamer's information. She revealed that the streamer, Jiang Xiao, was a local teacher in a mountainous village in southwest China, earning 2,000 yuan monthly, half of which she spent buying breakfast for her students. To provide some economic support for her hometown, she posted dance videos online to attract followers and help sell the freshly harvested sweet potatoes. Qin Tian glanced at the sweet potato inventory in the shopping cart and decided to purchase all 13,000 jin, spending less than 200,000 yuan. Since his 11th clone needed large amounts of food, he thought the refugees could subsist on sweet potatoes. Just after completing the purchase, a little girl shouted in the stream, informing Jiang Xiao that the sweet potatoes had sold out. Jiang Xiao hurriedly checked the back end of her live stream. She asked if the buyer was still present, and Qin Tian responded in the chat. She explained that although her sales strategy was low margin and high volume, selling all the sweet potatoes at once made shipping difficult. Qin Tian assured her not to worry, as he would arrange for the transport, and asked her to ensure the weight was accurate. He also advised her to buy some warmer clothes as the weather was getting cold. 10 carnival gift effects blossomed on her phone screen, astonishing Jiang Xiao, who covered her mouth in surprise. She never expected her first major gift in her streaming career to come from a zero-level ID. Was she lucky to have met a true tycoon? She wondered if he had ulterior motives and debated whether to be coy or uphold her boundaries. Gratefully, she thanked him and playfully wished him perpetual happiness in marriage, joking about marrying 10 wives. Qin Tian smiled at her witty remarks, but did not linger long, exiting her stream and returning to browsing short videos. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, his gift caused a surge in Jiang Xiao's stream popularity, attracting many curious onlookers and rapidly increasing her followers. After expressing her thanks, she awaited Qin Tian's message but found only messages from other viewers flooding the chat. When she checked the list of online viewers, his ID had already disappeared. She felt a tinge of disappointment. She had feared he might make unreasonable demands. But he was a genuine benefactor who left silently after gifting. With the sweet potatoes sold out and Qin Tian gone, her enthusiasm for streaming waned, and she closed the stream. Unlike other flashy streamers who relied on selling allure, she cared little for casual viewers' opinions. Qin Tian spent the morning at Tianyi Films and returned in the afternoon to oversee Tianyi Technology. Several domestic smartphone manufacturers were scheduled to visit for cooperation talks, and he could not afford to be absent. In the office, Lu Shui sat on Qin Tian's lap, playing games while he contemplated how to approach collaboration with other phone companies. He decided not to reject domestic manufacturers outright, but planned to limit optimization improvements to a modest 15, promising gradual enhancements in the future. Regarding Fruit Phone, he would decline compatibility due to technical constraints. Lu Shui asked if she would accompany him to visit their parents the next day. Qin Tian assured her she would and suggested she bring Yu Jie along, as she needed the warmth of home. Pleased, Lu Shui declined further rewards, mindful that guests were arriving soon. At 2:30 p.m., representatives from all major domestic smartphone companies except Longwei arrived together seeking cooperation. After the host served tea, the representatives promptly expressed their wishes. The yellow factory representative asked if Tianyi's Tianren app could release a version for the Inen system, emphasizing their sincerity. The red factory representative echoed this, highlighting the app's potential to reach hundreds of millions of users. Another grain company representative noted that the Inen system had over 3 billion global users, describing it as a vast market opportunity. Qin Tian responded with a smile, reminding them that they had agreed to discuss only the Chinese market. He stated that while Tianyi could develop an Inen version of Tianren, it would only enhance their phone's performance by 15, not the 40 improvement seen in the Chaos system. Moreover, Tianyi Technology was not interested in overseas markets nor in accepting equity investment at this time, citing the complex approvals required for software exports and the risks of foreign market interference. He reasoned that being a leader domestically was preferable to becoming a pioneer abroad. The manufacturers pressed for greater optimization, hoping for 20 or 25 improvements, as 15 felt insufficiently perceptible to users. In truth, these manufacturers were reluctant to collaborate with Tianyi. Enhancing phone performance so significantly risked reducing consumer demand for new devices, as older models would remain highly functional. They had come under pressure from fans and users to seek cooperation, but their enthusiasm was tempered by these concerns. The collaboration did not come to fruition, allowing them to shift the blame onto Tianyi Technology. Qin Tian remarked, "As long as user demand remains robust, our pace of optimization will undoubtedly accelerate." Within a month, the optimization speed reached 20. In 2 months, it hit 25. In 3 months, it reached 30. And within 5 months, it could achieve 40. The representative from Huang Company stated, "In that case, we shall return to seek collaboration with Tianyi Technology in 5 months. Mr. Qin, is that agreeable?" The representative from Huang Company concurred. "We from Huang Company will also return in 5 months to discuss cooperation with Tianyi Technology." A representative from a grain company added, "We too shall return in a few months, hoping to collaborate with Tianyi Technology then." The representatives from the 3 major companies promptly withdrew from the negotiations, leaving the representatives from smaller mobile phone manufacturers in a quandary. Ultimately, Tianyi Technology reached an agreement for the embedded cooperation of the Tianren app with several smaller mobile phone manufacturers, excluding the 3 giants. Qin Tian understood that those 3 major companies had access to the highest-end chips from Jiaotong and MediaTek, and thus had no interest in the Tianren app. The presence of the Tianren app would only detrimentally affect their new product sales. Only companies like Longwei, which had faced sanctions, or those unable to afford the latest high-end chips, would find the Tianren app appealing. 5 months later, whether the future would be bright or bleak was still at Qin Tian's discretion. Once the carbon-based chips emerged, the relevance of Jiaotong and MediaTek chips would diminish. As he escorted the representatives of the 3 major companies out of the conference room, a representative from the grain company expressed a desire to tour Tianyi Technology's research and development department. Qin Tian promptly declined the request, jesting that the R&D department was not a place for casual visits. Around 6 in the evening, announcements from the 3 major companies appeared online, summarizing the day's discussions. They informed users of the 3 companies that they would have to wait 5 months for the Tianren app to be compatible with their devices. Qin Tian paid little heed to their announcements. As long as they did not spread misinformation, he chose to ignore any information that did not align with reality. After a night of dual cultivation, Qin Tian energetically began to pack the items he had brought home. He had to arrange the delicacies acquired by his other avatars, ensure he took all his purchases, and not forget the gifts for his parents, which included a small cat and a small dog held by Lanshanyu. Unbeknownst to him, the trunk filled up quickly, and the back seat was also laden with items. This time, Qin Tian was accompanied only by Lanshanyu, as the other women declined to return home, citing shopping in Dream City as their reason. Lanshanyu recognized that her sisters were indulging her, which touched her heart. "Xiao Tian, will we frequently reside in Dream City or Yunzhou City in the future?" Lanshanyu asked. "Wherever you wish to live is fine with me. I will follow your lead," Qin Tian replied. "Humph, you like to put me on the spot," she teased. Qin Tian chuckled, shaking his head, thinking women were truly incomprehensible, especially since it was her suggestion. Shortly after noon, Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan finally awaited Qin Tian's arrival. However, before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, a figure dashed towards them, pursued by 3 others. The one rushing towards them was Qin Tian's childhood friend and brother, Zhenhui, with his parents and uncle hot on his heels. At the onset of their transformation, Beastmen still retained a semblance of consciousness, aware that they could not harm their kin, which drove them to seek out others to inflict harm. Thus, Qin Tian had witnessed Zhenhui emerge twice, each time coincidentally. Qin Tian quickly exited the car to assist in the chase. Otherwise, nearby individuals could be harmed. In just 3 seconds, Qin Tian caught up with Zhenhui, pinning him to the ground, where Zhenhui could only growl lowly, baring his fangs at Qin Tian. Xiao Tian, thank you, Zhenhui gasped, panting heavily. Zhen Chong and Zhen Hao soon caught up, both breathless, but still managing to express their gratitude to Qin Tian. Zhen Hui's mother, Zhong Ninjao, arrived with a rope, tearfully thanking Qin Tian as she bound Zhenhui. Qin Tian, concerned, suggested, "Uncle, Aunt, should we take Zhenhui to a psychiatric hospital?" Zhen Chong resolutely shook his head. Sending Xiao Hui to a psychiatric hospital would likely mean we'd never see him again. By the way, Xiao Tian, how is your friend progressing with the research on Xiao Hui's blood? After a moment of thought, Qin Tian replied, the cause has been identified, but developing a medication will take some time. Zhen Chong, Zhen Hao, and Zhong Ninjao's faces lit up with hope. If a cure could be found for Zhenhui, their branch of the Zhen family would not face extinction. Xiao Tian, please ensure your classmate develops an effective medicine. I will kneel before you, Zhen Chong implored. And me? I beg you too, Zhen Hao added, teary-eyed. As the three attempted to kneel before Qin Tian, he hurriedly helped them up. Uncle, Aunt, please don't do that. I promise to urge my classmate to expedite the development of the medication. Very well, Xiao Tian, you are a good child. Your aunt never wasted her kindness on you. We will take Xiao Hui home now and keep him securely confined until your friend's medication can cure him. Watching the family depart, Qin Tian felt a pang of unease. The situation with the Beastmen had far-reaching consequences, and the extent of the Beastmen incidents across Blue Star remained unknown. However, countries had tacitly agreed not to publicize the Beastmen events. The internet only displayed sporadic news of mentally ill individuals suddenly turning violent. With a sigh, Qin Tian made his way home. Lan Xingyu and his mother were in the yard, each cradling a small creature while sharing laughter. Son, are you hurt? Li Huilin inquired with concern. No, I'm strong. I won't be easily injured. Oh, that poor Xiao Hui, she lamented. Mom, this candied hawthorn is so sweet. If you eat it, you won't feel sad anymore, Xiao Mo offered, holding out the treat. It really is sweet. Mo, eat more, Li Huilin encouraged. Mom, let's go eat. We haven't had lunch yet. Right? Xiao Yu, let's go eat. Annie made your favorite sweet and sour fish. After lunch, Qin Tian went alone to inspect the renovation project at the factory, where Li Angzhen had been waiting for quite some time. Upon arrival, he found only Li Angzhen there, and she appeared to be in a rather somber mood. Li Zong, what troubles you? Have you encountered any difficulties? Qin Tian admired the cold and capable Li Angzhen. If she were facing challenges, he would be more than willing to lend a hand to help her navigate through them. It's nothing, Qin Zong. Let's proceed with the project inspection, she replied. All right. Since Li Angzhen was unwilling to elaborate, Qin Tian deemed it inappropriate to press further. As their relationship was merely one of collaboration, not close friendship, the quality of the project was impeccable. Qin Tian had complete faith in Li Angzhen's work. After a brief inspection, he found no issues and instructed Xiao Wan to disburse the final payment to Li Angzhen. Li Zong, there's another project in Dream City that your company can undertake, correct? Qin Tian inquired. Qin Zong, could we delay it for a couple of days? I need to return to Changshan City to handle some matters, Li Angzhen replied, appearing fatigued. Can you provide a specific timeline? I've already hired new employees for Dream City, and they are waiting for the renovations to be completed before starting work. Can we push it back by 3 days? She asked. 3 days is acceptable. Let us agree on that. By the way, Qin Zong, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude for your support. Of course, Li Zong, the arrangements are up to you. Noticing Li Angzhen's low spirits, Qin Tian locked up the factory after they parted ways and headed home. Number 1. Please place all the research talents you have found into the item transfer panel. I will release them tonight. Number 1 Avatar. They have been eagerly awaiting this moment. They are ready for transfer at any time. Xiao Wan, have you arranged for a building nearby to serve as employee dormitories? Brother, everything has been arranged. It is ready to accommodate guests at any time. Xiao Wan has 2 doppelgangers in her hometown, and Qin Tian has instructed them to purchase a building for employee accommodation during their leisure time, which has finally come in handy. That evening, Qin Tian had intended to take Lan Tianyu out for dinner, but she preferred to stay in, leaving him to attend the appointment alone. Xiao Tian, if you drink, please book a room at the hotel for the night. Never drink and drive, Lan Tianyu specifically reminded him before he left. Got it, Sister Yu, he replied. Lan Tianyu cherished her time at Qin Tian's home, as it provided her with a sense of belonging, which is why she was reluctant to go out for dinner. Li Angzhen had reserved a restaurant in the heart of Yunzhou City, and it would take Qin Tian over half an hour to drive there. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that Li Angzhen's assistant was absent, leaving just the 2 of them at the dinner. Presently, Where's your assistant? Qin Tian inquired, concerned that Li Angzhen might need assistance after a few drinks. She had a family matter and took leave to return to Changshan City. It's all right. President Qin, I have a good tolerance for alcohol. Come, let me toast to you, she replied. All right, cheers. As the glasses clinked and the dishes were savored, the two gradually succumbed to a slight intoxication. President Qin, I'm not yet satisfied with my drinking. Would you accompany me to my room to continue? No problem, President Li. Lead the way. Let us pack 2 dishes and buy a few bottles of liquor to enjoy privately. President Qin is quite agreeable. The two slightly unsteady individuals packed 2 dishes and purchased 5 bottles of liquor before heading to the hotel room that Li Angzhen had booked. The tea table transformed into a dining table as they continued their evening of drinking. President Qin, why are men so unfaithful? I work so hard to earn money. Yet he uses my money to support another woman, and they even had a child together. I only just found out about it, Li Angzhen lamented, her sorrow evident as tears flowed. Qin Tian, feeling dizzy, slowly reached out to gently pat her shoulder. Li, as a man, I agree with what you say. Cry it out. It might ease your burden. Moments later, her sobs faded into silence, awakening a sense of alarm in Qin Tian. Testing her breathing by placing his fingers near her nose, he was relieved to find her respiration steady. Chapter 66. Our son is quite the charmer stumbling to the restroom. Qin Tian splashed cold water on his face in an attempt to regain clarity. What a predicament. I seem to have stumbled into a minor inconvenience. He returned to the tea table, assisting Li Angzhen in getting up and guiding her toward the bed. As they reached the bedside, Li Angzhen tripped over a chair and fell onto the bed, inadvertently pulling Qin Tian down with her. However, rather than taking advantage of the situation, Qin Tian struggled to rise, removing her shoes and ensuring she was comfortably covered with a blanket. After tending to her, he had broken a light sweat but felt much more alert. Oh, foolish woman, sleep well. After adjusting her blanket, he lay down on the other bed. Qin Tian had developed a strong immunity to beautiful women, and in such a situation, he would certainly refrain from any predatory behavior. This time, he genuinely wished to be a man of integrity. As morning arrived, Qin Tian groggily realized he was lying beneath someone. Upon opening his eyes, he was surprised to find that, at some point, Li Angzhen had ended up in bed with him. Reflecting carefully, he remembered that he hadn't gotten up in the early hours, so it was clear he hadn't mistakenly entered the wrong bed. Knowing it wasn't his fault, he felt relieved and dared not move, fearing that Li Angzhen might awaken. In truth, Li Angzhen was already awake, but was uncertain how to face Qin Tian, as she had indeed made an error in bed. The awkwardness was compounded by the fact that Qin Tian was still fully clothed while she was completely bare. As the clock neared 9, Li Angzhen could no longer hold back her urge to relieve herself. She pretended to wake, glancing up at Qin Tian, her pupils narrowing in surprise. Noticing her about to scream, Qin Tian swiftly covered her mouth. Presently, it's not what you think. We didn't do anything. Look, I'm still fully dressed. Li Angzhen nodded in understanding, prompting Qin Tian to release his hand. President Qin, could you please close your eyes? Certainly. Qin Tian complied, turning away and burying his face in the blanket while Li Angzhen emerged from the covers, retrieving her clothes and rushing to the restroom. President Qin, I'm ready. Her voice echoed a few minutes later as she stood by the bed. Qin Tian opened his eyes, only to find not the fully dressed Li Angzhen he expected. Xiao Tian, do me a favor. I want a child, please. However, Qin Tian recalled Li Angzhen's earlier lament about men's infidelity, and he had to admit that he was indeed quite the philanderer. Promise me, Xiao Tian. I just want one child. If you want to help me, I will find some random man on the street. With her words so bold, it would be inhumane for Qin Tian to refuse. If he were to act in a base manner, at least he could find solace in his conscience. Soon, the room was filled with the enchanting sounds of Li Angzhen's voice, a beautiful melody that stirred one's spirit. Over an hour later, Li Angzhen collapsed into Qin Tian's embrace. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, I was too forward. Sister Xian, are you feeling better? Much better, thank you, Xiao Tian. I've come to terms with things. One must live for oneself, not for others. It's best that you feel this way. Don't worry, I want to cling to you. I just hope this time I can be lucky. These days are my fertile period. Of course, Sister Xian, may fortune always be on your side. If I'm not lucky, I may have to trouble you further. No problem at all. All right, I'm off to deal with that scoundrel. I want him to understand what it means to face the consequences. Qin Tian smiled silently, not daring to interject as he watched Li Angzhen head to the restroom to freshen up. An hour later, Qin Tian and Li Angzhen parted ways downstairs. She would drive back to Changshan City, leaving behind an unresolvable relationship. In this tumultuous world, Qin Tian found it challenging to judge right from wrong. All he desired was for himself and those around him to live well. Xiao Wan, dispatch 2 doppelgangers to protect her, he instructed, pulling out his phone. Understood, brother. I will discreetly ensure her safety. Given their intimate connection, Qin Tian could not be heartless. He had to protect her. As for whether their paths would cross again, he remained indifferent. Meanwhile, at Qin Tian's home, Li Huilin and Qin Hai were discussing him. Dear, didn't Xiao Tian come home last night? No, what's the matter? He mentioned a female boss was treating him to dinner in the city center, and he didn't come back after drinking. Is our Xiao Tian too unfaithful? We should keep an eye on him. Oh, come on. Our son is simply charming. You wouldn't understand. But I must tell you, you cannot emulate Xiao Tian. You're being quite hypocritical, aren't you? So what if I am? If our Xiao Tian could have more children, wouldn't the Qin family lineage prosper immensely? Well, that's a valid point. I hope that rascal can be a bit more diligent. When Qin Tian returned home, it coincided perfectly with lunchtime. He brought home a bounty of mutated sea fish for his parents and little Mo to enjoy. In the afternoon, Qin Tian made another solo trip to the factory, releasing the research talent he had acquired and unleashing 150 bionic robots, instructing Xiao Wan to control them for factory defense. In one of the workshops, he took out 90 carbon-based chip printers, asking Xiao Wan to arrange them neatly and adjust their parameters for immediate production. Xiao Wan, can you obtain the design blueprints for the memory chips? Without the chip design blueprint, Qin Tian was eager to test the efficacy of the carbon-based chip printer. Thus, he sought the assistance of Xiao Wan. Of course, I can acquire it. With a few modifications, it can surpass the original version, achieving a maximum process of 0.1 nanometers. No, let us not aim for such advanced technology. A 3 nanometer process will suffice. All right, brother. I have already transmitted the 3 nanometer chip design into the carbon-based chip printer. Let me first load some raw materials. The raw materials for producing carbon-based chips overlap with those for bionic robots, making them interchangeable. Qin Tian placed some raw materials into the feeding port of a device and instructed Xiao Wan to activate it, initiating the chip manufacturing process. The carbon-based chip printer boasts a daily production capacity of 20,000 chips, producing 1 chip in under 9 seconds on average. Qin Tian opted to trial a production run of 100 chips, which took approximately 15 minutes. Xiao Wan, what is the size of this memory chip? Brother, this is a 128G memory chip. How much? 128G? Is that high? Indeed, it is exceedingly high. This will do. By the way, there exists a type of chip that integrates memory and storage. Can we create that? You must be referring to the computing storage integrated chip, right? I can certainly manage that. Just wait a moment, I'll have it ready shortly. After another 15 minutes, Qin Tian received a slightly larger and thicker chip. Brother, this computing storage integrated chip has 128G of memory and 8T of storage. Is that acceptable? If not, I can make it larger. All right, any further advancement? And I might be compelled to slice it. Qin Tian was quite pleased with the chip that could integrate 128G of memory and 8T of storage within a 1 square centimeter chip. However, a pressing question loomed: how to market these chips? Xiao Wan, please register the relevant patents for the chips while I contemplate the sales strategy. Brother, weren't we pursuing contract manufacturing orders? Those orders yield minimal profit. Selling the chips directly would be far more lucrative. Fine, I shall get back to work. After a brief moment of contemplation, the recently recruited researchers returned from their showers and meals, eagerly awaiting Qin Tian's next instructions. Here are your identification cards and bank cards. Please distribute them among yourselves. Additionally, these phones and computers are for your use. Unable to devise a superior sales strategy, Qin Tian gestured to a collection of items on a workstation. Subsequently, he selected a strikingly attractive woman to lead the R&D department at Tianyi Technology. Boss, I am Fan Ning, previously the deputy head of R&D at a tech company. I must say, my judgment is indeed sharp. I entrust the R&D department to you. Lead them well. Certainly, boss. However, we will need to procure various experimental equipment. Otherwise, we cannot conduct our experiments. Can you design experimental equipment? I fear that the technology from Blue Star may not be compatible. We can utilize the production line for bionic robots to manufacture experimental equipment. That sounds feasible. We have members who are proficient in mechanical design. Fan Ning was a strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 30 years old. It was a rare talent that prompted her transfer. Qin Tian instructed Xiao Wan to quickly order a batch of office supplies, ensuring that Tianyi Technology could officially commence operations the following day. Fan Ning would oversee this facility, although Qin Tian would primarily remain in Dream City. I've assigned you 150 bionic robots. Their artificial intelligence has been upgraded to a high level, and they will assist you in managing the factory. Don't worry, boss. It's just a small factory. I will ensure it runs smoothly. All right, you may organize them. Today, there is no pressing work. Feel free to explore the surroundings. But it's advisable to have the robots accompany you. Once outside the factory, Qin Tian took out his phone to call Yang Dong, as they had exchanged contact details previously. Hello, Mr. Qin. Is there some joyous news you wish to share? Indeed, Mr. Yang. Do you have time to visit Yin City? Our factory will officially commence production tomorrow. So soon? No problem. I will arrive promptly at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Upon returning home, Xiao Mo dashed into his embrace, clutching a small kitten. Brother, why are you so busy? You never have time to play with me. I apologize, dear sibling. How about I take you to the amusement park now? Yes. I'll go fetch Dad and Mom. Xiao Mo hurried into the house to gather her parents. While Qin Hai had gone fishing, leaving 5 of them to embark on their outing. The small amusement park in Yin City was bustling with activity on this weekend, and the 2 children reveled in their joy. Honey, Uncle and Aunt have learned about our relationship. They suggested we sleep in the same room tonight. That's even better. I want to have to sleep alone, hee. But they are urging us to have children soon. Haven't we been trying our best? Indeed. It's puzzling why there hasn't been any progress. No worries. As long as we remain healthy, consistent effort will yield results. The next morning, Qin Tian embraced the dreaming Lan Tianyu as he activated a new clone. Ding! Activation failed. The 22nd clone resides in a demon planet, and was immediately refined into a pill upon activation. What a stroke of bad luck to have the 22nd clone be a demon. It seems another activation opportunity has been wasted. Brother Tongzi, abandon the activation of the 22nd clone. Proceed with activating the 23rd clone next. Noted. Qin Tian then checked his fortune for the day, which indicated it was an auspicious time for blessings. Yet he found it perplexing that the activation had failed. Unable to comprehend, he decided to continue napping with Lan Tianyu. However, just as he closed his eyes, Li Huilin knocked on the door. Son, Xiao Yu, are you awake? Xiao Mo wants you to take her to school. Coming. Xiao Mo, filled with excitement from her previous day's fun, expressed a small request to return home. Qin Tian agreed to take her to school today. They quickly freshened up, grabbed the buns that their mother had bought, and held hands with Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan as they set out. Brother, sister-in-law, you are so wonderful. Xiao Mo beamed with joy, the morning sun casting a warm glow. You little clever one, don't think I'm unaware that you've hidden Xiao He and Xiao Hua in your backpack. Oh, how did you know, brother? Xiao He and Xiao Hua will be bored at home. Can I take them to kindergarten to play with us? Absolutely not. If you do that, I will take them back to Dream City. Fine, then you and sister-in-law can take them home. Sister Xiao Wan, let us open our books and return Xiao He and Xiao Hua to brother. Realizing her plans had been uncovered, Xiao Mo proactively opened her small backpack and handed over Xiao He to Qin Tian. It was evident that Xiao Hua was hidden within Xiao Wan's backpack. Xiao He was the name of a puppy, while Xiao Hua was a kitten. Both names chosen by Xiao Mo. Lan Tianyu stifled her laughter, silently enjoying the sibling bond displayed before her. After dropping the 2 little ones off at the kindergarten, Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan proudly introduced Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu to their teacher. Let us head over to the factory. Today marks its first day of operation, and we should celebrate with some fireworks. Isn't it a bit of a loss not to host a banquet? Hosting a banquet is too cumbersome. Let us skip it. Besides, business will come knocking this afternoon. Orders worth billions await us. We needn't worry about profits. You truly are impressive, my dear. Having consumed a considerable quantity of the mutated snow lotus flower, Lan Tianyu's visage had rejuvenated remarkably. She now appeared to be merely 23 or 24 years of age, harmonizing splendidly with Qin Tian. At the factory entrance, Xiaoan meticulously arranged 188 fireworks and salutes, all interconnected and poised for ignition by Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu. Before the witness of the research staff, including Fanning, Qin Tian and Lan Tianyu each ignited a fuse, heralding prosperous business, grand openings, abundant wealth, and fortune from all directions. Chapter 68. The products I sell are the ones they must trust. In the mid-afternoon, Qin Tian finally received Yang Dong and his weary entourage. Within the reception room, Yang Dong sipped fragrant tea, his thoughts preoccupied with the carbon-based chip Qin Tian had mentioned. He hoped this journey would not be in vain, having brought the chip's design schematics with him. Mr. Qin, is the carbon-based chip you mentioned genuine? Yang Dong inquired. Qin Tian smiled silently, prompting Yang Dong to break the silence and ask first. Of course it is genuine. If it were otherwise, Mr. Yang, I would feel deeply remorseful for wasting your arduous journey. May I visit your company's carbon-based chip production line? Coughing, Qin Tian declined politely. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but the production area is off limits to visitors. Mr. Qin, Please don't tease me so. Qin Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Don't be anxious, Mr. Yang. Did you bring the chip design schematics? I brought the design for a 14-nanometer chip. Can you arrange trial production immediately? Not trial production, but official production. It will only take a short while to produce the 14-nanometer carbon-based chips you desire. Really? Absolutely. Very well. I trust you, Mr. Qin. Here is the design schematic for the 14-nanometer chip. Please proceed with production. Qin Tian accepted the portable hard drive handed by Yang Dong and passed it to Fanning, who had been waiting nearby. Produce 100 chips. Don't keep Mr. Yang waiting. Understood, boss. Fanning swiftly departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Mr. Yang, please continue to enjoy the tea. In about 20 minutes, you will have what you seek. Qin Tian harbored no illusions that Yang Dong would present the highest grade chip on his first attempt. A practical demonstration of capability was already commendable. Yang Dong absent-mindedly sipped his tea, uncertain whether it tasted sweet or bitter. Lan Xinyu sat between them, attentively refilling their cups. 20 minutes elapsed swiftly before Fanning reappeared, clutching a plastic box containing the freshly minted 14-nanometer carbon-based chips. She handed both the box and the hard drive to Qin Tian and exited the reception room. Mr. Yang, here are the chips and your hard drive, Qin Tian remarked, placing them before Yang Dong. Yang Dong examined the plastic box, noting 100 small compartments, each housing a chip indistinguishable as carbon-based or silicon-based. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Mr. Qin. I must now return to rigorously test these chips. Should they indeed be carbon-based, I will bring a delegation tomorrow to place orders for contract manufacturing. Having obtained the chips, Yang Dong could hardly remain seated, eager to return to Pengqing. Not so fast. I have a gift for you, Mr. Yang. Here are 10 chips as a present. You may test them alongside the others upon your return. Qin Tian produced a small plastic box from his pocket and placed it before Yang Dong, containing 10 integrated computing and storage chips. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Yang Dong's faith in Qin Tian rose considerably, impressed by his unwavering confidence. If it were false, Qin Tian was a consummate actor, undeterred by exposure. Despite his fatigued arrival and hasty departure, Yang Dong declined Qin Tian's invitation to dine. Do you think he believes you? Lan Xinyu inquired uncertainly as she accompanied Qin Tian in seeing Yang Dong off. They had better believe the products are genuine. Otherwise, if I must personally compete for their business, many companies will suffer misfortune. Hee, husband, you are truly formidable, she teased affectionately. Indeed, how else could I be your husband? Qin Tian preferred not to confront competitors directly, wary of alienating numerous industry peers and provoking public ire. Serving as a component supplier was advantageous, controlling vital lifelines without engendering hostility. Ahem. This pertains to domestic enterprises and excludes foreign business. Regarding foreign companies, I would prefer to suppress them entirely. Yang Dong journeyed overnight, arriving in Pengqing past 10 o'clock at night. Without rest, he proceeded to the laboratory with the chips for authenticity verification. By 2 o'clock in the morning, Yang Dong received the test results. The researchers involved were elated, as though witnessing the dawn of a domestic chip renaissance. Mr. Yang, all the chips you brought are indeed carbon-based. The 14-nanometer chips were produced using your design schematics. The remaining 10 chips are 3-nanometer integrated computing and storage chips, boasting 128 gigabytes of memory and 8 terabytes of storage, compatible with both computers and smartphones, a genuine breakthrough in chip technology. Which miraculous company manufactured these chips? Certainly not any foundry from the Frog Island. Such miniature chips with such advanced technology are astonishing. That must remain confidential for now. I can reveal, however, that they were contract produced by a bubble tea shop or a prepared food factory. Mr. Yang is correct. In terms of technology and audacity, none surpass a bubble tea shop or a prepared food factory. Bearing the chip test report, Yang Dong left the laboratory, his emotions turbulent. The domestic chip industry was on the cusp of transformation, a pivotal opportunity for Longwei Company to decisively vanquish its rivals. Qin Tian anticipated Yang Dong's sentiments post-testing, but, as a seasoned strategist, preferred to wait patiently. That evening, Qin Tian could no longer resist and shared an intimate moment with Lan Xinyu, who bit her pillow to stifle her sounds, thus averting embarrassment the following day. Yet, before 8 o'clock in the morning, Yang Dong's call arrived. Mr. Qin, I will arrive in Yunzhou City at 3 this afternoon and hope to discuss a profound collaboration with your esteemed company. Welcome, Mr. Yang. I shall prepare fine tea awaiting your arrival. After hanging up, Qin Tian pressed a fervent kiss upon Lan Xinyu. Lady Yu, your fortune brings great business swiftly. Lan Xinyu opened her languid eyes and cast a reproachful glance. So early in the morning, why are you so fiery? Then let me help you cool down. No. I must soon take Xiao Mo and Zion to school. Very well. That same afternoon, Yang Dong returned to the Tianyi Technology Factory, accompanied by numerous aides. Mr. Qin, on behalf of Longwei Company, I request your assistance in contract manufacturing 20 million 5-nanometer carbon-based chips. Additionally, we require an order for some 3-nanometer integrated computing and storage chips. Could you offer us a favorable price? No problem. The contract manufacturing price matches that of other foundries. The integrated computing and storage chip sells for 4,000 yuan apiece. What do you think, Mr. Yang? Mr. Qin, the integrated chip is reasonably priced. Are there other specifications available? We intend to produce several models. For ordinary daily use, 1 terabyte of storage suffices. 8 terabytes is somewhat extravagant, except for those who wish to keep their beloved mentors close. Who would purchase such large storage in a phone or computer? Chapter 69. The elite selection of Tianyi technology, certainly. Other specifications of integrated computing and storage chips exist. A 24 gigabyte, 1 terabyte model for 500 yuan each, a 48 gigabyte, 2 terabyte model for 1,000 yuan, and a 64 gigabyte, 4 terabyte model for 2,000 yuan. Qin Tian had no intention of exorbitantly pricing his offer, nor did he think of giving Yang Dong a chance to negotiate. Yang Dong was evidently aware of Qin Tian's mindset. Upon receiving the quotation, he discreetly conferred with his accompanying colleagues. Mr. Qin, we accept your offer. Now, let us discuss the order quantity. This marked a splendid opening for Tianyi Technology, as they secured an impressive order totaling 30 billion. Mr. Yang, the goods can be picked up in a month and a half, he continued. The total order is only 50 million pieces, which can be delivered within a month. Mr. Qin's factory productivity is truly remarkable. I am in awe. You flatter me, Mr. Yang. We are merely trying to make a living. After both parties signed the contract, Longwei Company promptly arranged for the deposit, without any hesitation. Qin Tian invited Yang Dong and his party to dinner, and this time, Yang Dong accepted. Enjoying a hearty meal with Qin Tian. Before departing, Yang Dong took with him a small batch of chips produced during their meal, intending to adapt them for a new product to facilitate promotion. Meanwhile, in Zhang Xiao's village, the atmosphere was abuzz. Zhang Xiao had sold out all the sweet potatoes, even though she was still short of 130,000 gene. However, this did not deter her. She instructed fellow villagers to procure a batch from relatives in a neighboring village to meet the required quantity. Xiao, when will the big boss come to pick up the goods? Aunt Wang expressed her concerns. If customers do not come to collect, we won't receive any payment, right? We are quite anxious waiting for them. What if they suddenly decide against the sweet potatoes? The villagers voiced their worries to Zhang Xiao. At that moment, her initial excitement had waned, replaced by uncertainty and anxiety. Truth be told, she too feared that her elder brother might suddenly change his mind, which would be a significant blow to her and the villagers' hopes for poverty alleviation. Just then, Zhang Xiao's phone rang. Hello, is this Ms. Zhang Xiao? A gruff voice came through the receiver. Yes, may I ask who this is? I am the person sent by the Tingxia Yuju to collect the goods. Our convoy will arrive at your village entrance tomorrow. Please prepare the sweet potatoes in sufficient quantity. Oh, all right. Our sweet potatoes are ready. You can come to collect them at any time. After hanging up, Zhang Xiao made a victory gesture and smiled. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, Aunt Li. The customer is coming to collect the goods tomorrow. Once they do, we can share the profits. Haha, wonderful. Now I can finally sleep soundly. Indeed. I've been restless these past few days, fearing that the meat on our plates might fly away. Clearly, the big brother Xiao mentioned had principles. Now they would have the funds to repair the roads. Zhang Xiao was somewhat distracted. She had just realized that the person coming to collect the goods was not from Tingxia Yuju, but rather someone sent by her brother. Regrettably, she could not personally express her gratitude to him. There were still dozens of pounds of cured meat made at home. She would have the person collecting the goods pass it on to her brother as a small token of appreciation. The transportation in Zhang Xiao's village was quite inconvenient. A section of the road at the village entrance was impassable by vehicle, so they would need to use an ox cart to transport the sweet potatoes for the handover. As she contemplated this, Zhang Xiao could not help but feel excited, imagining how much she would earn and how she could treat the students to a few extra eggs. After placing the order for the sweet potatoes, Qin Tian did not concern himself with the logistics of transporting the goods. Xiaoan would handle those matters, and he would simply need to collect them from the warehouse later. With the order from Longwei Company, Tianyi Technology was officially in operation. Qin Tian sent the procurement list to the purchasing department, urging the employees in Mengxing to promptly order various raw materials. Meanwhile, the customer service department of Tianyi Technology was already overwhelmed, dealing with messages and suggestions from fans across the nation. Yuja, shall we return to Mengxing tomorrow? Qin Tian smiled at the soft and gentle Lanshan Yu after their evening rendezvous. Yes, let's return tomorrow. Otherwise, your cloud secretary and 2 fragrant assistants may revolt. Huh. Watch as I teach them a lesson when I return. Over the past few days, Lanshan Yu had been chatting with Yun Jin and others during her spare time, with Qin Tian occasionally chiming in. It had been several days since they returned home. It was time to head back to Mengqing. The main factory had yet to commence production, and staying there served no purpose. Just as Qin Tian and Lanshan Yu were about to sleep, Zioan reported some news to Qin Tian. Brother, Tianyi technology has been sanctioned by the Black Palace, claiming that our Tianren app poses a threat to their security interests. Qin Tian, unfazed, replied with a smile, this was an expected outcome, though it arrived a bit sooner than I anticipated. Our software hasn't even gone international yet. And they are already this fearful. The targets selected by the Black Palace were undoubtedly entities that the beautiful nation deemed highly concerning. For Tianyi technology to be listed was an honor, and Qin Tian felt no psychological burden. But brother, you're scheduled to go abroad in a few days. I fear they may act out of desperation. Indeed, dear husband, perhaps you and Xiangxiu should reconsider your travel plans. Huh, I'm quite capable. Let me show you my prowess. Upon learning that Tianyi technology was on the sanctions list, netizens in Huiguo celebrated as if it were a festival. Tianyi technology. Selected by the Black Palace. That's my new book title. Welcome, everyone, to come take a look. They were frightened. Just one software release had them in such a tizzy. The Tianren app was astonishing, capable of shaking the very foundation of the beautiful nation. It was rumored that the desktop version of the Tianren app could enhance the speed of all domestically produced graphics cards and CPUs by 40. Tianyi Technology's understanding of chips surpassed that of any other company, and it was only natural for the beautiful nation to feel apprehensive. During this period, the IT department of Tianyi Technology had not been idle. They had achieved considerable success, alleviating Huiguo's desperate demand for high-end graphics cards and CPUs. While all the netizens rallied in support of Tianyi Technology, Longwei Company delivered a powerful counterstrike to the beautiful nation. Our next-generation product will be equipped with a super-performance carbon-based chip as its core, along with a top-tier carbon-based storage computing integrated chip. The internet erupted in excitement. Late at night, the online realm became extraordinarily lively. Although they had not slept, it felt as if they were in a dream. Had the era of carbon-based chips arrived without warning? As the U.S. stock market opened, this news caused a sudden halt in the soaring technology stocks of the beautiful nation. Subsequently, capital began to cautiously withdraw. They dared not gamble on the authenticity of the information. What if it were true? Investigate. Mobilize all our connections in Huiguo to quickly verify the authenticity of this news. Mr. Cool, the head of the fruit company, urgently instructed his subordinates. Chapter 70. Are nobility and commoners not equal? Qin Tian never expected Longwei Company's assistance to be so timely. He had planned to release an announcement in the morning to surprise the Black Palace. However, since Longwei Company had already created a stir, he deemed it unnecessary to do so again. His priority was to procure the raw materials for production. Given the behavior of those financial groups in the beautiful nation, if they discovered that Tianyi Technology could produce carbon-based chips and that Tianyi Technology was unwilling to accept investments, they would undoubtedly pursue aggressive measures against the company. Activate clone number 23, Qin Tian instructed, as it was the day to activate a new clone. After finishing his morning routine, he began the process. Ding, activation successful. Clone number 23 is an ordinary white wolf, residing on a planet shared with wolves and foxes. Qin Tian was taken aback, as were the other clones. Clone number 18, a monkey, felt a surge of joy. Finally, at last, one of the clones shared his non-human existence. Clone number 23 let out a mournful howl. Woo! Why? Why am I not human? I want to be a person. Clone number 23. Brother number 2, could you please help me find a cultivation method for wolf demons? I beg you. On the 18th, the doppelganger said, Brother, you are not alone. I am here as well. I have now transformed into a diligent, training monkey. The doppelganger on the 23rd replied, At least you can walk on 2 legs. I have to crawl on all 4s. Qin Tian remarked, Brother Tongzi refuses to turn you into human form. You must rely on yourselves. Qin Tian had just made another plea to Brother Tongzi, only to receive his usual aloof rejection. The 23rd doppelganger asked, Do you need wolf pups? I have quite a few here. I even have 3 female wolves as wives. What I desire is a beautiful human woman. The 4th doppelganger interjected, It is strictly forbidden for the 18th and 23rd to take the beauties of Snow Disaster Planet from me. They only wish to find human companions. Perhaps you should contemplate human beauties once you have transformed into human form. The 18th and 23rd doppelgangers lamented. 4th, you do not understand the struggles of a brother. Qin Tian joined in their commotion while he and Lanshan Yu prepared to send Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan off to school. Brother, when will you come home again? At home, Xiao Mo enjoyed delightful treats and games daily, feeling a bit reluctant for Qin Tian to go to Dream City. Ruffling her hair, Qin Tian smiled and said, brother will return in about 10 days. All right, but remember to bring me some delicious treats, okay? I want candied hawthorn and dried fish. No problem, I will definitely bring them. There were still many candied hawthorns and fish in the inventory, but Qin Tian refrained from taking out too many, fearing that the little one would indulge in snacks and neglect her meals. After dropping off Xiao Mo at school, Qin Tian made another round at the factory to check what Fan Ning and the others needed. At the factory, he had not considered hiring new employees for now, as it could jeopardize confidentiality. After lunch, the two set off back to Dream City, with the trunk filled with various specialties from Qin Tian's hometown, prepared by Li Huilin the day before. As soon as they returned home, Yin Jin dragged Qin Tian into her room for a thorough lesson, quite unabashedly. The little pets at home had begun to run around, each adorably charming. Yun Jin and the others spent their time either bathing the pets or playing with them. Sister Yun, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, just get up. I'll lie down a bit longer. After forcing Qin Tian to attend 3 lessons, Yun Jin was utterly exhausted, wishing only to lie down forever. In the evening, after dinner, Qin Tian began tutoring Xiang Shui and Xiang Lan. Their recent solitary training had not yielded significant results. They required Qin Tian's guidance. Busy until midnight, just as he intended to sleep, Qin Tian discovered the doppelgangers discussing the entrepreneurial endeavors of the 11th doppelganger. Today, I officially announced my independence from the court's control and will govern this mountain city autonomously, declared the 11th doppelganger. Didn't we agree to build high walls, amass grain, and delay claims to kingship? Why the sudden rebellion? Questioned the first doppelganger. The second added, brother, being a rebel means facing too many storms. It's far more comfortable to follow the crowd and remain inconspicuous. The other doppelgangers nodded in agreement. Indeed, rising too early can make you a target. The 11th doppelganger lamented, I was left with no choice. I received an order to attack other cities today. Isn't this asking me to stick my neck out? In a fit of rage, I eliminated the messenger. Qin Tian mused, if you've eliminated them, so be it. In this chaotic world, as long as your reputation is solid, countless people will follow you to seize the realm. The 11th doppelganger continued, today, I proclaim to the citizens of the mountain city, do nobles possess the right to rule? And was met with the support of the entire populace. The first doppelganger remarked, their support is only because you provide for them. Nevertheless, you should activate the energy shield device around the clock. I fear you might be inappropriately touched in the middle of the night. Qin Tian was astonished to discover that among his doppelgangers was one bold enough to utter the timeless phrase, do nobles possess the right to rule? Oh well, let him be. After a couple of days of rest, he would set off to the land of the Russians to procure food supplies. The following morning, Qin Tian arrived at the company, where he conducted 3 lessons for Lu Shui in the office, ensuring she could review and retain her knowledge. In the afternoon, he accompanied Chun Yin for shopping, returning home after assisting her with 2 lessons. The Tianyi Technologies Tianren app had become wildly popular, with discussions about it popping up everywhere. While dining with Chun Yin, they overheard the neighboring table S ladies initially discussing the upcoming release of the film adaptation of Interstellar Era, followed immediately by praises for the Tianren app. The next day, as Qin Tian arrived at the company, when Wanyan approached him, boss, our company does not hire returnees, and we are facing collective protests from the returnee community. They are protesting, but it's not just our company refusing to hire them. Many others do as well. Even the air conditioner manufacturer's chairman has made his stance quite clear. I just wanted to inform you of the situation, in case you were unaware. Yes, I understand. By the way, regarding the hiring list I sent you, please do not hire anyone on that list. I understand, you can rest assured. When Wanyan wished to discuss topics beyond work with Qin Tian, but just then, he received a phone call, leading her to excuse herself. Sister Xin, have you finished with your family matters? Yes, Xiao Tian, I'm now downstairs at the office building and will come to find you shortly. All right, I'm at Tianyi Technology, just come directly. A few minutes later, Li Angzhen appeared alone in Qin Tian's office, without her assistant. Xiao Tian, please comfort me. I am so heartbroken. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Li Angzhen's previously strong and aloof demeanor crumbled, revealing a vulnerable side as she leaped into his embrace. Qin Tian, holding this cool and elegant woman, inquired with concern, did everything go smoothly? Very smoothly. He asked for nothing, which has left me feeling utterly defeated. Qin Tian was at a loss for how to comfort Li Angzhen, as he lacked any relatable experience, so he gently stroked her hair. Gradually, Li Angzhen leaned against him and fell asleep. Chapter 71, System Upgrade Reward, 2 Illusion Masks. This foolish woman probably hadn't had a decent night as sleep in days. Qin Tian held her, allowing her to rest peacefully in his arms. When Lan Xinyu and the others came to find Qin Tian for lunch, they were greeted by the sight of Li Angzhen in his embrace, all sporting mischievous smiles, teasing him for being the seducer. Qin Tian felt wronged. He hadn't intended for this to happen. He waved them off to go eat first while he reclined in the boss's chair, chatting with his doppelgangers, still cradling Li Angzhen. 11th. I will depart for the land of the Russians tomorrow. This journey could yield 100,000 tons of potatoes and rice, sufficient for a long time. The 11th doppelganger replied, Brother, you are imposing. Unlike the 6th, who only manages a few tons of grain, not enough to fill a gap. The 6th doppelganger retorted, I am also planning an overseas trip, aiming to procure 200,000 tons of food. Who do you look down upon? The 11th doppelganger conceded, Brother, I was mistaken. I retract my previous statement. The 13th doppelganger announced, We have made breakthroughs in the special effects medicine for beastmen. We discovered a method to convert the spiritual energy from spirit stones into the positive energy of angelic blood. The 20th doppelganger exclaimed, Oh no, I was terrified. I thought I might end up as a blood donation station. The 4th doppelganger inquired, 19th, have there been any advancements in the research of the mutated snow lotus? The 19th doppelganger replied, None yet. The secret of the mutated snow lotus in enhancing female cultivation talents deserves my time for research. As Qin Tian engaged in lively discussions with his doppelgangers, Li Angzhen groggily woke up. Xiao Tian, thank you for allowing me to have such a good sleep. It was so comfortable lying on you. Li Angzhen, a bit embarrassed, wiped away the drool from the corner of her mouth. However, she could not erase the drool that had seeped into Qin Tian's clothing. Sister Xian, you felt comfortable, but my whole side has gone numb. What should I do? Just deal with it, you smelly man. What is wrong with borrowing your body as a bed just this once? Come on. Sister will treat you to a meal as a reward. I'm a bit hungry. Qin Tian stood up to stretch his numb body before heading downstairs with Li Angzhen for a meal. After finishing their meal, the two proceeded to discuss the renovation of the newly rented floor. Personal matters aside, professional discussions must take precedence. Li Angzhen, while a major shareholder in the renovation company, is not the sole owner, and Qin Tian is adept at distinguishing between personal and professional affairs. The renovation will be completed in 10 days, so you can rest assured. She assured him, By the way, I plan to relocate the company to Dream City, which will make it much more convenient for me to contact you. Shinja, you have a keen eye. Dream City will undoubtedly become the most prosperous metropolis in Hoiguo. You are quite confident. However, it seems I didn't win anything last time. Do you have some free time now? Of course, I have time, he replied. After concluding their business matters, Li Angzhen led Qin Tian to her hotel room. During their time together, Qin Tian attempted to practice a dual cultivation technique, but Li Angzhen exhibited no response, prompting him to abandon the effort. Recognizing her lack of innate talent for cultivation, he contemplated finding opportunities to help her regain her abilities. Perhaps through a few cups of mutated snow lotus fruit juice or some cookies. All right, you should head back. Otherwise, your girlfriend might start worrying that I've abducted you. I need a good night's sleep, she said as she began to usher him out, leaving Qin Tian both amused and exasperated. Shinja, you are rather heartless. I haven't even had a moment to rest. Fine, then let us take a moment to rest together, she conceded. As the workday drew to a close, Qin Tian leisurely returned to his office. Lan Tianyu and the others surrounded him with smiles, yet remained silent. Yunja, Li Angzhen just got divorced. And I merely offered her some comfort. Hee, little Tian, surely it was more than just comforting, right? Indeed, Tian, one must be honest. We don't hold anything against you. How does it feel to be in the position of Chancellor Chao? Moderate, really, there's no sense of achievement. Each time he found himself in the role of Chancellor Chao, it felt more like a passive occurrence, and Qin Tian found little satisfaction in it. He preferred to engage more with Lu Shui, who was engrossed in her romantic thoughts. Li Angzhen's situation was merely a minor episode. Qin Tian didn't feel the need to boast about it. After a night of refreshing dual cultivation that left him feeling invigorated, the first thing Qin Tian did upon waking was activate his new avatar. Beep. Avatar number 24 activated successfully. The new avatar is an ordinary person from a modern, underdeveloped nation, situated on a planet where technological civilization is just beginning. Another ordinary individual from a backward country. Viewing the surroundings of Avatar number 24 from a godlike perspective, Qin Tian observed a dilapidated rural house amidst a similarly run-down neighborhood, reminiscent of rural China in the 1950s and 60s. Avatar 24. Thankfully, I am still a person. I am satisfied. Avatar 23. Brother, you have it easy. I envy you. Avatar 18. Same here. Avatar 24. However, it's quite challenging for me to stand out. Am I to become wealthy first and then uplift others? Avatar 11. Brother, if that proves difficult, you could follow my lead. We can rebel against them. Just as Qin Tian was about to offer some words of comfort, another system notification sounded. Beep. Detected that the host has activated 20 avatars, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. The system is upgrading. Please wait. Beep. System upgrade successful. The host may now activate an avatar every 7 days, with each activation allowing for 5 avatars. Beep. This upgrade's reward is 2 illusion masks, which can transform into any appearance the host desires. My dear system truly rewards me, knowing I am to travel abroad today, gifting me with precisely what I require. Traveling abroad carries risks. Having a different face would ensure safety. Perfect, he could share one with Xiangxiu. The flight ticket was for 11 in the morning, and Lan Tianyu had already packed his luggage. At 8 o'clock, Yunjin drove Qin Tian and Xiangxiu to the airport. Little Tian, be cautious while traveling. Foreign lands are not as safe as our own, Yunjin advised with concern. I am aware, Yunja. I will be very careful. When you return, make sure to tell your sister what it's like with the Russian girls. I've heard it's quite extraordinary. Yunja, you're thinking too far ahead. I genuinely have important matters to attend to this time. Once your important matters are completed, you can engage in some less serious ones. We won't judge you. Just don't bring back any unsavory characters. Qin Tian was speechless. Was Yunjin encouraging him to indulge in less virtuous activities? After dropping them off at the airport, Yunjin shared a brief kiss with Qin Tian before departing. Having never flown before, Qin Tian had reviewed the boarding process the previous night. Their luggage was minimal, and after navigating the various procedures, they completed everything in just over half an hour. Fortunately, their flight was delayed by less than half an hour, and at 11:25 a.m., Qin Tian and Xiangxiu's plane took off from Dream City. They would have a layover at Kyoto Airport, making the total travel time exceed 10 hours. Instead of heading to the Russian city of Kyoto, they were bound for a port city. During the flight, Qin Tian glanced at the aerial scenery for a moment before closing his eyes to sleep. Little did he know, word of his international travel had already spread among those with ulterior motives. Chapter 72. Cornered in solitude as a company owner now on a sanctions list. Qin Tian's every move drew considerable attention. Numerous foreign tourists wandered near his residential area, alongside vendors of various backgrounds. Naturally, officials were also discreetly ensuring his protection. Initially, there were those who opposed his trip abroad, fearing for his safety. However, they later relented, opting instead to provide covert support. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, even if he were aware, it would not deter his desire for exploration. Armed with the illusion masks bestowed by the system, he felt undaunted. Upon arriving at their destination, Qin Tian and Xiangxiu made a quick visit to the restroom before exiting the airport, now bearing entirely different faces. They had shed their East Asian features for authentic appearances of Russian descent, along with a change of attire. Those who intended to confront and capture Qin Tian were left in vain, completely unaware that he and Xiangxiu had slipped away right under their noses. Brother, we shouldn't be afraid of them, should we? Xiangxiu questioned, puzzled by Qin Tian's strategy. Xiangxiu, it's best to be cautious. We're here for leisure, not conflict. What if they resort to heavy machine guns or missiles? All right, that would indeed be somewhat dangerous. Exactly. Besides, you chose a lovely face. Once we're in the room, don't remove the mask. I'll listen to you, brother. Why look for Russian girls when Xiangxiu already possessed the most beautiful Russian visage? Qin Tian glanced at the passing Russian women on the streets, finding none that could compare to Xiangxiu. Perhaps there were some, but they simply had not crossed his path yet. Brother, we don't speak Russian. What should we do? Not to worry. We'll feign muteness and let Xiaoan handle the communication. Pretending to be Russian yet not speaking the language indeed posed a flaw. Thankfully, Xiaoan had sent 5 avatars ahead to Russia, one of whom was currently waiting outside the airport. The faces they wore had been crafted by Xiaoan, and as they exited the airport terminal, a burly man approached them. Brother, why did it take you so long to come out? The moment he spoke, his disguise was revealed, a deep-voiced, yet unexpectedly youthful-sounding giant. Qin Tian and Xiangxiu nearly burst into laughter. Xiaoan's contrast was too amusing for them to process. Patting the burly man's shoulder, Qin Tian chuckled, Xiaoan, whatever image you choose, the voice should match. A rugged exterior shouldn't come with a childlike voice. The burly Zion replied. This time in a gruff male voice. I was worried you might misinterpret. I thought a child's voice would be more appropriate. Qin Tian corrected him. From now on, refer to me as boss to avoid any slip-ups. All right, boss, you're correct. I'm not cut out for undercover work. Let us go. Take us to the hotel you've booked. It's late, and a good night's sleep is the most comforting. Brother, allow me to offer you a touch of warmth. Ah, Xiaoxiu, you are truly kind. Xiaoxiu's ice-based abilities not only enable her to create and control ice, but also to reverse the process, dispelling the cold and bestowing warmth upon others. With the evening temperature sitting at a mere 3 degrees, Qin Tian found himself somewhat underdressed. As Xiaoxiu clasped Qin Tian's hand, a wave of warmth enveloped him instantly. The burly Dahan and Xiao Wan ushered the two to a car parked by the roadside, opening the door for them as Qin Tian and Xiaoxiu settled into the back seat. Boss, the supplies will be delivered to the warehouse I rented in stages. But it will take 3 days, said Qin Tian. No rush. This gives me the perfect opportunity to explore with Xiaoxiu, he replied, having no intention of returning home swiftly. Meanwhile, several operatives from various countries scoured the airport in search of Qin Tian, but their efforts proved fruitless. It soon dawned on them that he might have cleverly disguised himself and slipped away. Damn it. I've never encountered such a cunning individual from Hua country before. Quickly, contact headquarters. We've lost him, one of them exclaimed. How infuriating. Why weren't more agents dispatched? Urgently notify the domestic team that Qin has gone missing. Retrieve the surveillance footage. I refuse to believe he could vanish into thin air at the airport. Yet, they were destined to be thwarted. All airport surveillance cameras were under Xiao Wan's control, and she would never allow anyone to uncover Qin Tian's escape. In a luxurious hotel suite atop the building, Xiao Wan had reserved the presidential suite, adorned with extravagant decor. Xiaoxiu, come, it's time for dinner, she called. Brother, aren't we going to sample some delicacies from the Russian cuisine? Queried Xiaoxiu, perplexed at the prospect of eating food they had brought along. Previously, Qin Tian had stashed several hundred servings of fast food on the transfer panel, and even now, his first clone had yet to finish them. Perhaps the delectable braised fish provided by the 5th clone had diminished their interest in fast food. Conveniently, Qin Tian retrieved 2 servings of fast food along with 4 portions of braised fish for their dinner. The airplane meals were insipid and unsatisfying, and both Qin Tian and Xiaoxiu had barely taken 2 bites before setting them aside. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to truly relish the Russian cuisine. For tonight, let us just have a light meal, he suggested, not wishing to disclose that the culinary offerings of Russia were rather mundane and simple. The two soon finished their meal, reclining comfortably on the sofa, reluctant to move. Brother, let us reassure our family that we are safe, Xiaoxiu proposed. All right, I'll remove my mask first. You needn't do the same. Just cooperate with me, Qin Tian said, a mischievous thought sparking in his mind. After removing the mask to reveal his true visage, he initiated a video call to Lanxinyu. The quantum communication device did not rely on Russian network satellites and operated at remarkable speed, swiftly connecting with Lanxinyu. Xiaotian, have you arrived at the hotel? She inquired. Yes, Yujia, we've just arrived. I wanted to let you know we're safe, he replied. Be careful while you and Xiaoxiu are out, she cautioned. We'll be fine. We will return safe and sound, they assured her, as they exchanged a few words. Yunjin leaned in. Xiaotian, have you found a Russian girl? Let me see. Yunjia, how did you know I just found one? Let me show you what she looks like, Qin Tian said, pulling Xiaoxiu into the frame, presenting her radiant beauty to Lanxinyu and her companions. Wow! The 3 women exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished by her exquisite appearance. Hey there, beautiful, what is your name? How did you end up with our Xiaotian? Are you hoping to marry into Hua country? Hello, I'm Xiang Lan, but you can call me Sister Lan, Xiaoxiu introduced herself. Sister, why aren't you angry with us? She asked, realizing that her Russian was not up to par and inadvertently revealing her identity. Huh, your voice sounds just like our Xiaoxiu's. How is that possible? You must be a spirit in disguise. Xiaotian, cast your spell and subdue her. Xiaoxiu, what has happened to you? Hee, we're in disguise. Otherwise, how could we dare to venture out? At that moment, Qin Tian donned his mask once more, reappearing in the frame. Chapter 73. Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for a meal? Qin Tian, now presenting himself as a handsome Russian man, elicited gasps of astonishment from Lanxinyu and her companions. Incredible. Xiaotian, can you perform shapeshifting? Your disguise is remarkably convincing, they marveled. Xiaotian, when you return, please don't use this face for our dual cultivation. I fear I might stray mentally, one of the girls teased. Brother, you're amazing, now I can rest easy. said Xiaoxiu. The two conversed with Lan Xinyu and her friends for half an hour before preparing to rest. Brother, can you remove the mask again for our dual cultivation? I'm worried about mental infidelity. Hee. All right, you needn't take yours off. I wish to savor the experience of being with a Russian beauty. Qin Tian had no qualms about such matters, and the two began their earnest dual cultivation, fulfilling the promise of tutoring Xiaoxiu after school. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the change of scenery or Xiaoxiu's transformation, they found their cultivation remarkably effective. Presently, Qin Tian had entered the foundational stage of body refinement in his quest for immortality, his physique vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. The following morning, Qin Tian, Xiaoxiu, and Xiaowan strolled leisurely through the bustling border city. Russia offered little in terms of culinary delights, or rather, most dishes failed to meet Xiaoxiu's standards. However, they found that the local Hua restaurants thrived, with proprietors who were all Hua nationals. They now dined in a Hua restaurant, sampling authentic Russian fare. This honey cake is quite delightful. I should buy some to bring back for you, Jie and the others, mused Xiaoxiu as she savored the cake, contemplating what treats she could take back. If I return empty-handed, it would be rather embarrassing. The braised beef is quite good as well. It has its unique charm. Qin Tian remarked, feeding a piece to Xiaoxiu. It's decent, but not as delicious as Jie's braised beef, she replied. Xiaowan observed the couple's affectionate exchange with a stoic expression, occasionally scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Just as Qin Tian and Xiaoxiu were sweetly feeding each other, a young Russian man with an air of arrogance approached them, flanked by two burly bodyguards clad in black. Hey, beautiful, would you join me for a meal? My father is the chairman of the Lukfu Company. I hope you'll do me the honor, he declared. The Lukfu Company was renowned locally for its various enterprises, including security, food supply, shipping, mercenary services, and arms dealing. Qin Tian and Xiaoxiu were unable to comprehend his words, merely perceiving a bothersome buzzing in their ears. Xiaowan was not having it. She firmly interjected, I'm sorry, our boss and his companion prefer not to be disturbed while dining. Please take your leave. The young man scoffed, you clearly lack perspective. Here, I'm the one in control. Be careful, or you may not see the night through. Xiaowan leaned down to translate for Qin Tian, whose irritation grew with each passing moment. Without hesitation, he gestured for Xiaowan to handle the situation. She nodded in understanding, stepping forward to seize the young man by his collar, effortlessly tossing him outside. Despite her seemingly modest stature, the young man was propelled several meters away, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop at the restaurant's entrance. His bodyguards were momentarily stunned, bewildered by their colleague's unexpected fate and the lack of preamble before the confrontation. Seeing their master attacked, they instinctively moved to defend him, but as they charged forward, Xiaowan made no attempt to evade. Instead, she grasped both of their fists, applying pressure until the sound of bones cracking echoed painfully through the air. The two bodyguards cried out in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching their injured hands. Within scarcely 2 seconds of their scuffle, both were unceremoniously ejected from the restaurant by Xiaowan in the very same manner, tumbling and wailing on the ground alongside their young master. Only then did the restaurant proprietor regain his composure and hasten over to inquire about the situation. Sir, madam, your bill is on the house. Please leave this city promptly. If you delay, you may find yourself unable to depart, he urged. Thank you for your kindness. We shall leave immediately, Qin Tian replied with understanding, aware that his compatriots only wished to protect him and wary of provoking trouble. After all, this was the land of the Russians, far less secure than their homeland. Yet Qin Tian did not intend to slink away in defeat. He sought merely to change his appearance and continue exploring. The proprietor, surprised by the impeccable Mandarin of his customers, apologized profusely and escorted them out. Meanwhile, the young men who had been on the floor had long since vanished. Though one of their bodyguards lingered nearby, keeping a watchful eye on Qin Tian and his companions, the proprietor watched them leave, shaking his head with a sigh before turning back inside to resume his business. A notification chimed on his phone. 11,000 rubles had just been deposited. Puzzled yet pressed for time, he did not investigate further and continued his work. Naturally, the money was Qin Tian's payment for the meal. He was no freeloader. The trio retreated to a restroom to complete their facial transformations and then resumed their leisurely stroll. Xiaowan's face could be altered at will, while Qin Tian and Xiaoxiu carried spare clothes, making changes effortless. Their intent was not cowardice, but to avoid petty distractions that might mar their enjoyment. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, the young man's envoy dispatched to trail them had begun a citywide search for their whereabouts. Xiaowan, what is the background of that young man's family? Boss, we purchased grain from their company, came the reply. Of all things, the flood has struck the Dragon King's temple. Let us find where their grain reserves lie and pay them a visit before we leave. I know the way. I will guide you then. The three continued their urban ramble. This time, Qin Tian and Xiangxiu adopted the most unremarkable Russian faces to avoid unwanted attention. In a hospital corridor, a middle-aged man seethed, berating the head of the bodyguards. Ankef, are you an imbecile? How could you lose them? I want those two men dead and that woman to become my son's dog. Boss, they may have disguised themselves. Our men would not lose track otherwise. Damn it. Search thoroughly. Continue the hunt. The young man, thrown from the restaurant by Xiaoan, had suffered a fractured hand and a broken rib, inciting the man's fury. His son had merely wished to invite the woman to dinner. Was such brutality warranted? Even if something beyond friendship transpired afterward, it would be considered trivial by most. After his son emerged from surgery, the man offered brief comfort before departing. Business awaited. A massive order of 100,000 tons of grain was due for delivery within 3 days. A daunting task demanding close supervision. Chapter 74. Assuming the guise of a handsome Chinese gentleman, becoming the coveted prize among Russian maidens. Qin Tian and his companions spent a full day exploring the city. The scenery was undeniably pleasant, and the Russian maidens exceedingly warm, though their affections were reserved not for Qin Tian, but for visiting Chinese tourists. In their eyes, Chinese men epitomized the ideal partner, diligent earners, devoted husbands, enduring hardship with unwavering resolve, and adept at pleasing their wives. Single Chinese men were considered the most desirable suitors, with many Russian women dreaming of marrying into China. However, few succeeded, as the marriage policies of the two nations diverged significantly, with China's regulations far more stringent. Brother, shall we change your face to that of a Chinese man and try to charm a rare Russian beauty? Xiangxiu coyly suggested. Why not? I'm curious to see what sort of maiden I might attract. I'll have Xiaoan craft you an exceptionally handsome visage. Xiangxiu pulled Xiaoan, who sat dazed nearby, to one side and began sculpting Qin Tian's new face. Reclining on the bed, Qin Tian checked on his avatar's activities. Avatar 1 reported sweeping an industrial zone, acquiring 136 production lines of various scales, all stored on the transfer panel for anyone's use. Avatar 6 expressed need, planning to start a company for easier manufacturing. Avatar 12 requested lines for a military factory after discharge. Avatar 17, a village official seeking to prosper his community, intended to open a factory. Avatar 24 aimed to establish a daily necessities factory. They distributed the production lines among themselves, leaving Qin Tian with 56 lines, 18 large, 12 medium, and 26 small, which he transferred to his own space. That evening, Qin Tian and Xiangxiu dined at a Chinese restaurant, savoring authentic spicy beef hot pot. Far superior to that back home. They once again altered their appearances. Xiangxiu became an ordinary Chinese woman. Qin Tian, a tall, handsome Chinese gentleman. After dinner, Xiangxiu and the burly Xiaoan trailed Qin Tian like a secretary and bodyguard, lending him the aura of a distinguished figure. They strolled beneath the dazzling city lights, occasionally approached by bold Russian maidens seeking contact information. Qin Tian dismissed those of average appearance with polite refusals. Strange, where have all the decent-looking girls gone since evening? Have they all gone home at dusk? If you want top beauties, you must visit certain districts. This area is more of a tourist spot. Finding a lady here is difficult, Xiaoan advised. So you want me to go freeload? Are there even good women in those districts? I fear disease. Oh, brother. Let us just take a look. We're only sightseeing, not bringing anyone back to the hotel. Very well, Xiaoan, you drive. They soon arrived in the city's red light district, where numerous beauties waved and beckoned from the roadside. Sir, are you Chinese or Korean? Several self-assured Russian girls eagerly approached Qin Tian, one speaking first. Our boss is Chinese. What is your situation? The burly Xiaoan translated. I'm the one to choose. I do yoga, including difficult poses, one boasted. Get lost, shameless wench. Your heavy makeup can't conceal your freckles. No, I'm better. Natural face, 36F. I'll go with you. Those girls are crazy. I'm still a virgin, natural face, and a 36y figure. Plus, I've studied yoga for 3 years. Qin Tian, unable to comprehend their words, felt his clothes nearly soaked with their saliva. Xiaoan and Xiangxiu watched the spectacle with amusement, offering no aid. Only when the virgin contender outshone all others did Xiaoan intervene, declaring Qin Tian favored the last girl's offer. The remaining Russian girl is indeed quite beautiful. If I were to rate her, she would score at least 78 points, undeniably at the level of a class flower. With her figure, she could barely reach the status of a campus beauty. Unfortunately, she still falls short of the ideal Russian girl in Qin Tian's eyes. Hence he has no desire to pursue any intimate relationship with her. Boss, let this beauty be our guide. We've wandered aimlessly all day. Wouldn't it be better to have a local person show us around? With Qin Tian lacking desire, Xiang Shui suddenly thought of a clever solution. After all, they were still paying. Being a guide is certainly more honorable than merely providing companionship, right? All right, let her take us around. Tonight and tomorrow. Let us ask her how much she charges for guiding. Xiaowen quickly inquired, discovering that the guiding fee was 20,000 rubles. However, the Russian girl didn't seem very pleased. Feeling that Qin Tian looked down on her, they settled on raising her fee to 40,000 rubles and moved on to the next attraction. When Xiaowen mentioned the salary increase, the girl perked up and began her self-introduction. Her name is Alia. She has a younger brother in school, a father who is a drunkard, and a frail mother. This has compelled her to shoulder the family's financial burdens. Today marks her first day of trial work, stepping out to earn some money. To Qin Tian's surprise, Alia appeared quite tall, mature, and beautiful. Yet she was only 18 years old and had never been in a relationship. This was truly astonishing. She seemed rather precocious for her age. At 18, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms, she was slightly taller than Qin Tian in her mid-heeled shoes. Alia took the initiative to link arms with Qin Tian, hoping to charm him with her softness. Due to a language barrier, Xiaowen translated their conversation as they approached the Grand Sea Bridge. Boss, what do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Not bad. Would you like to take a picture? I can help you. No. As the guide, I should be the one to take your pictures. All right, then you take the photos. Qin Tian handed his phone to Alia, asking her to capture a moment of the three of them. In truth, Qin Tian wasn't keen on taking pictures, as their faces were not their true selves, rendering the photos meaningless. While the four of them were busy snapping photos against the picturesque backdrop, a group of wild-looking Russian men came sprinting towards them from a distance, growling like beasts. They were seen punching and kicking anyone in their way, or even biting them. Goodness, orcs. The security situation in Russia was evidently not as good as in China, as these orcs charged through without any police in pursuit. Most bystanders chose to flee or watch from a distance. Seeing four orcs approaching, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui opted to dodge their path. There was no need to intervene in Russia's troubles. Qin Tian decided to respect their fate for once. However, his intentions were clearly in vain. Just as they prepared to step aside to watch, two orcs charged toward them. Damn it, Xiaowen, let's take them down. Did the orcs target them because Alia was nearby, hoping to commit some beastly act? Qin Tian was unsure and didn't wish to dwell on it. He released Xiaowen. Xiaowen dashed forward, delivering a kick to each of the oncoming orcs. The orcs were fast, but the force of Xiaowen's kicks sent them flying 10 meters away, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Wow, she's so formidable. I feel so safe with her. She must be a retired Special Forces member. She's incredible. I want to marry her and have 10 children. I'll go ask for her contact information. Don't you dare compete with me. Xiaowen's overwhelming strength earned her admiration from the Russian onlookers, and many Russian girls rushed over to request her contact details. Xiaowen transformed into a cool and aloof warrior, ignoring the flirty glances and returning to Qin Tian's side. Wow, the strong woman is the bodyguard of that handsome Chinese guy. Wouldn't it be better to marry a handsome Chinese man? Haha, he's mine. No one else can compete with me. Get lost, you filthy wench. Take a look in the mirror. You weigh 300 kilograms. Do you want to crush the handsome Chinese guy? Chinese men, especially handsome, tall, and wealthy ones, were indeed coveted treasures, causing Qin Tian to find himself enveloped by a sea of soft, alluring bodies as he was surrounded by 17 or 18 Russian girls. Xiaowen, get rid of them. They're all over me. Get away, you flirty girls. The boss has me. You all need to back off. Before Xiaowen could take action, Alia, like a protective mother hen, positioned herself behind Qin Tian. Little girl, handsome Chinese men are rare. You can't handle him alone. Let me have a share. Exactly. You can't be greedy. Good girls should learn to share. You clearly aren't one. We need to unite, sisters. Let's share the blessings. Get lost. I'm enough on my own. Don't dream. With the language barrier, Qin Tian was oblivious to their quarrels, but the heated exchanges indicated they were not engaged in friendly negotiations. Xiaowen forcefully separated the crowd, guiding Qin Tian and Xiang Shui out of the encirclement, while she finally pulled Alia along. They could no longer linger at this attraction. It was time to move on to the next one. In the car, Alia, still shaken, patted her own ample bosom, relieved that the boss had not been whisked away by the other women. Among the women from earlier, a couple bore a striking resemblance to her, making her anxious that Qin Tian might choose them instead. Alia had heard that every Chinese man dreams of being surrounded by beautiful women, and most come to Russia to fulfill that dream. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, with Xiang Shui resting against his shoulder, pondered the issue of the orcs. Were there many orcs in Russia? Where did captured orcs end up? He turned to the driver, Zioan, and said, Zioan, check on the orcs we just encountered and see where they ended up. Zioan, focused on driving, replied without turning her head, Boss, after we left, a police car arrived and took the 2 orcs away. It's currently unknown where they are headed, and they did not pursue the other 2. Brother, if orcs are left unchecked, in just 2 years, they could possess physical capabilities 10 times that of an average person. Xiang Shui informed Qin Tian, causing him to worry. Forget it. Let's respect the fate of others and set aside our desire to help. We are merely tourists here to sightsee. Furthermore, the locals were still searching for their own. He was viewed as a priceless treasure in their eyes. Shaking off the gloom, the 4 began to leisurely stroll through the most bustling and vibrant part of the city. Around 11 o'clock that night, they checked into a 5-star hotel, occupying the top floor in a presidential suite, albeit in a different establishment. Alia was feeling quite anxious. Not only did the Chinese boss refrain from approaching her, but he was also indulging in delightful activities with his unattractive assistant. The assistant's melodious singing and their passionate exchanges felt like countless ants crawling over Alia's skin, leaving her in an unbearable itch. Brother, I didn't close the door tightly just now, Xiang Shui whispered in Qin Tian's ear after their session had concluded. You needn't worry about me. If I were to engage with Alia, would I take her along or not? It's best if I refrain. All right then, brother. You do as you please. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Zioan, please make sure to close the door properly. Understood, boss. Sitting in the living room, Zioan approached Qin Tian's door to ensure it was shut. The next day, Alia took Qin Tian and the others to the harbor to board a yacht for a day of sea fishing, where they caught an abundance of fish. On the ship, Aria gazed longingly at Qin Tian. With just a beckoning finger from him, she would have willingly thrown herself into his arms. On the 3rd day, due to Aria's exceptional performance as a tour guide, Qin Tian decided to extend her employment for an additional 2 days, granting her more opportunities to earn. Aria began to doubt her own allure, questioning why the affluent Chinese boss seemed solely interested in his unattractive assistant. The songs of the past 2 evenings had disturbed her sleep, leading her to dream of a man bearing the face of the Chinese boss. Brother, perhaps you should give Aria another chance. Just look at her sorrowful eyes. In the restaurant, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui were feeding each other. While Aria felt a pang of bitterness, her gaze towards Qin Tian filled with melancholy. This boss certainly has a unique taste. Could the reports about Chinese men on television be mistaken? Upon returning to her room that night, Aria clutched her pillow and cried silently. The following day would mark her farewell to the dashing Chinese boss, a moment she feared might signal the end of any future encounters. Was the conclusion of a love at first sight destined to be so tragic? As she wallowed in sorrow, the door creaked open, and a charming figure entered. Xiang Shui patted Aria's back, and upon turning, Aria saw the unattractive assistant gesturing towards her. You want me to sleep in the next room? A wave of joy surged through her as she dashed barefoot in her thin nightgown to Qin Tian's room. That night, Qin Tian finally experienced the genuine essence of a Russian girl. It was indeed extraordinary, possessing a distinct charm. However, after their passionate encounter, he found himself in a quandary regarding how to manage this naive girl, as it was her first time. Chapter 76, Under the Cloak of Night. All is fair in love, and Qin Tian took out his phone and asked Xiao to translate for him and Aria. Do you wish to know my name? He gently inquired, caressing Aria's smooth shoulder. Boss, would you be willing to share it with me? I am curious. My name is Qin Tian. What do you plan to do next? Will you return to China with me, or stay in Russia? Qin Tian intended to leave the choice to Aria. If she preferred not to accompany him, he would provide her with a sum of money to ensure her carefree existence. Qin, may I return to China with you? I no longer wish to stay in Russia. My family life is unbearable, my parents often mistreat me, and my brother bullies me. Very well, handle your family matters tomorrow. I will give you some money to provide for them, and you can tell them you are going to China to seek employment. I will assist you with your work visa. Thank you, dear Qin. I will be utterly devoted to you. Overjoyed by Qin Tian's promise, Aria felt her pain dissolve, and they engaged in another fervent encounter that night. The next morning, Qin Tian instructed Xiao to transfer 1 million rubles to Aria, enabling her to bid farewell to her family. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the burly Xiao accompanied her. Brother, how was the taste of the Russian girl? Xiang Shui teased while they enjoyed breakfast. Not as good as yours, just average. I intend to take her back and arrange a position for her in the company. Yes. Brother, that arrangement sounds ideal. Xiang Shui held unwavering loyalty to Qin Tian, always supporting his decisions. It was the final day for grain transport, and Xiao Wan reported that all supplies would arrive by 7 p.m. Throughout the day, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui strolled around, purchasing a multitude of local Russian specialties, all stored in Xiang Shui's storage ring. Although Qin Tian had not explored other cities in Russia, he assumed the local customs would be largely similar. At noon, Arya returned to the hotel, dragging a large suitcase. Upon seeing Qin Tian, she leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Darling, I am free. Is it all right if I never return to Russia?" "No problem. If you don't wish to return, let me handle everything else." "Yes, dear Qin, I love you. I love you too, Arya. I cannot promise you exclusivity, though. Is that acceptable?" Qin Tian resolved to clarify his situation with Arya to prevent future misunderstandings. "Darling, I know you and Assistant Xiang are a couple. It doesn't bother me." "No, that is not the case. I have other women in China. I don't mind. I only care about you." "That is good to hear. I have already purchased your work visa and plane ticket. You need to pick up your passport now. I have matters to attend to tonight, so please return by 10. Qin Tian sent Xiao Wan to accompany Arya to collect her passport while he and Xiang Shui began planning their evening's activities. "Boss, should we collect the grain before we leave tomorrow or tonight?" "Tonight, of course. The cover of darkness is perfect for redistributing wealth." Qin Tian, in need of supplies, saw the abundance in others' hands as an opportunity for equitable redistribution. At 6 p.m., the three departed the hotel and drove to the rented harbor warehouse. There, 4 of Xiao Wan's avatars awaited, ensuring their safety. Qin Tian felt exhilarated upon seeing the towering stacks of grain and promptly directed them onto the transfer panel. "Number 11. I have secured the grain for you. You can now recruit and expand your territory." Number 11's avatar remarked, "The original is preferable, unlike number 6, who has been inactive for several days." Number 6's avatar replied, "I had a girlfriend who was pregnant. I stayed with her a couple of extra days. But I will set out tomorrow to procure grain abroad." "Really?" exclaimed the others. "Of course. I can guarantee it's my child," number 6 insisted. "This defies logic. How did you manage to be the first to have a child?" Number 1 questioned. "It's obvious someone else is to blame," number 6. "You need to be more aware," number 2 added. "You all fear for your brother's hardships while envying their successes. I look down on you," retorted number 6. Qin Tian never anticipated that number 6, who had a penchant for married women, would be the first to become a father. He glanced at Xiang Shui beside him. Her abdomen still flat, showing no signs of pregnancy. "Never mind. This is not the time for such thoughts. We need to visit the Rokov Company's grain warehouse." Xiao Wan was well acquainted with the location, having utilized satellites for reconnaissance. They drove to a secluded area, where the trio quietly approached a loosely guarded massive warehouse. They quickly donned disguises and masks before sneaking into the security room, where Xiao Wan incapacitated the guards. The surveillance had already been overridden to leave no trace of their activities. Qin Tian utilized the warehouse keys to access various grain storages. He required only 100,000 tons. And to avoid suspicion, he planned to take small amounts from multiple warehouses. While number 6 aimed for 200,000 tons, Qin Tian resolved not to be outdone. Each warehouse contained over 5,000 tons, and he opened 20 warehouses, successfully obtaining approximately 100,000 tons. In the last warehouse, he was surprised to discover it stocked entirely with firearms and ammunition. Number 11, do you want the weapons? Qin Tian inquired. Absolutely. I intend to form a special forces unit of 1,000, but I worry that plasma rifles might be too lethal. If anyone turns against me, it's over. Standard firearms would suffice. Very well, I shall procure 1,000 automatic rifles and 10 million rounds of ammunition for you, with a warehouse brimming with weapons and ammunition. Qin Tian's haul of 1,000 rifles and 10 million rounds went unnoticed. Having successfully accomplished their mission of equitable redistribution, the trio returned the keys to the security room and left with a sense of triumph. Half an hour after the three departed, several warehouse security guards regained consciousness and promptly reported the situation to their employer. The owner of Lock Company, who was comforting his young secretary in bed, received news of the warehouse robbery and immediately lost his composure. Are you fools? 8 people were incapacitated without even seeing a single intruder. If anything is stolen from the warehouse, selling it wouldn't even cover your losses. Deploy personnel to enforce martial law at the warehouse. Seal off every entrance and exit in the city, including ports. No trucks or cargo ships shall be allowed to leave. Accompany me to the warehouse to assess the extent of the losses. The middle-aged owner, still hopeful, thought that since less than an hour had passed, Not much could have been taken. If anyone could transport thousands of tons of goods within an hour, he would immediately apprentice under them to learn the trade. Chapter 77. Did you really bring back a Russian girl? The owner of Lock Company, accompanied by several hundred fully armed bodyguards, surrounded the warehouse area without leaving an inch unguarded. The chief bodyguard reported via phone, "Boss, every checkpoint has been sealed off, and all cargo ships are prohibited from departing." Excellent. Now, send people to inventory the warehouse. I want to know how much has been stolen or what mischief they might have caused here. Yes, sir. Dozens of bodyguards sprang into action, opening every warehouse door to conduct a thorough inventory of all goods. Meanwhile, after returning to their hotel, Qin Tian and his companions retired early, as they had an early flight the next day. Qin Tian had not used his real identity to enter China this time, but purchased tickets under his current alias. With Xiao Wan's assistance, their identities were easily fabricated, and Qin Tian's miniature universal production line, within his spatial realm, could generate any necessary documents, making the arrangement flawless. He resolved to reveal his true identity to Arya only after arriving in China, fearing she might not accept it or that it might arouse suspicion during border checks. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they prepared to depart for the airport. Their luggage was filled with local specialties from Russia. Xiao Wan's 5 robotic duplicates would remain behind to facilitate future provisions if needed. After passing security and boarding the plane, the trio engaged in casual conversation. "Darling, is China really as wonderful as they show on television?" Arya, both eager and apprehensive, feared she might be marrying a wild man. "It's even better than what you see on TV, rest assured," Qin Tian said, gently pinching her cheek. His Russian girl was mature and needed to indulge in some beauty-enhancing cookies made from mutated snow lotus flowers upon their return. "Arya, aren't you afraid I might sell you off once we're in China?" Xiang Shui teased playfully. "I am not scared, darling. You wouldn't really sell me, would you?" Arya looked up at Qin Tian pitifully, nervously clutching his arm. Qin Tian stroked her head and smiled. "If I wanted to sell you, I wouldn't tell you. If you screamed, others would think I was the villain." Arya tilted her head thoughtfully and found his reasoning sound. "Hee. I knew Assistant Xiang was just teasing me. All right, the journey is long. Let us watch some TV and get some rest." Qin Tian produced his dragon-themed phone, which contained the entire animated series Star Era downloaded by Xiao Wan. The three heads huddled together, engrossed in the small screen. As Qin Tian completed 4/5 of the return journey, the immigration records of both Russia and China quietly replaced Qin Tian and Xiang Shui as personal information with their current aliases, erasing the last loophole for Qin Tian's legal entry into China. Xiao Wan, as the omnipotent network deity, executed these tasks flawlessly and undetected. Upon arrival at the Beijing airport, the trio disembarked. In the restroom, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui reverted to their true appearances. Xiang Shui revealed her stunning beauty in front of Arya, who was instantly captivated. Emerging from the restroom, Arya witnessed Qin Tian's transformation into yet another visage, leaving her utterly amazed. China was truly a miraculous land. Her man was exceptional, and she had chosen wisely. "Darling, you're just as handsome as before." "Moi?" Both Arya and Lu Shui were somewhat love-struck, seeing Qin Tian as handsome regardless of his appearance. "I was worried you wouldn't accept me and would need a lengthy explanation." "No, the man I've chosen, no matter his face, I will love him," Arya declared. "Haha, Arya, you speak so sweetly. Let us go. We'll find a hotel to stay overnight and return to Dream City tomorrow." "Yes, I'll follow your plan." After retrieving their luggage, they headed to a hotel near the high-speed railway station. Shortly after Qin Tian's arrival, news of his return reached the security agencies, relieving many officials. "This Qin Tian is quite capable. He has been away for days, yet returned unscathed. Should we investigate him further? He seems mysterious. We've searched for a long time without results. Let us not pry. His ability to rise independently suggests he has his own secrets. Excessive curiosity might backfire." "You're right, though he seems a bit fickle with women. Dating isn't marriage. No rule says one can only have one partner. We should assign personnel to protect him. He's on our turf now. Nothing must happen to him." The fact that Tianyi Technology was manufacturing carbon-based chips for Longwei Company did not escape security scrutiny. Qin Tian had now become a pivotal figure. As long as his factory existed, Long Country was confident in winning the technological war. "Come, Arya, taste the delicacies of Long Country." Qin Tian ordered a lavish meal at a grand restaurant to introduce Arya to authentic local cuisine. Since stepping out of Beijing airport, Arya incessantly photographed the bustling and peaceful cityscape. She snapped 10 consecutive photos of the dishes before opening her mouth to taste the chicken Qin Tian fed her. "Delicious indeed, my dear. and Sister Xiao Shui, let us eat together. Back in China, enjoying genuine cuisine, Qin Tian and Xiang Shui did not hold back, devouring the entire spread. That evening, Qin Tian tested Arya's cultivation talent. Unfortunately, she lacked innate aptitude and would require modification with mutated snow lotus. Darling, will they accept me? Arya, lying in his arms and tracing circles, worried about being ostracized. I've arranged for you to stay elsewhere, where you want to be alone. You'll live with Chun Yin as her assistant. Lu Shui was a homebody who preferred solitude, so placing Arya with her was unsuitable. The next morning, the trio boarded the high-speed train to Dream City. Arya, experiencing high-speed rail for the first time, marveled repeatedly upon boarding. Around 1 in the afternoon, Yun-Jin greeted them at the station exit. Wow, a Russian girl. Yun-Jin, known for her playful nature, pounced on Arya, inspecting her thoroughly, causing Arya some unease. Little Jinjia, this is Arya. She doesn't speak Chinese, so we usually rely on Xiao Wan to translate. Oh, I see. Xiao Wan, come out and translate for your sister. Yun-Jin took out her phone to summon Xiao Jin and smiled at Arya, saying, hello, little sister. I am your elder sister Xiao Jin. I will protect you from now on, so do not be afraid. Chapter 78. Buying sweet potatoes as a way to assist farmers. Hello, Xiao Jinjia. My name is Arya, and I am 18 years old. Wow. To be so mature and tall at 18. The genetics of the people from the country of the Rus is truly impressive. Xiao Jinjia. You are far more beautiful than I am. No. I envy your figure. I am only 1.65 meters tall, much shorter than you. Among the group of women, Yun-Jin was the shortest. She often dreamed of being taller. Now that Arya, who stood at 1.80 meters, had arrived, Yun-Jin felt an immense pressure. Which man does not prefer long legs? All right, let us head to the company. I must help Arya arrange her work and also find her a place to stay. Qin Tian interjected, breaking into their lively conversation. Little Tian, is she not going to live with us? Let's have Arya stay with Chun Yin. They can keep each other company. Very well. Lan Xinyu and the others waited at the company for Qin Tian. Upon his arrival, he distributed the local specialties from the country of the Rus to everyone. Qin Tian called Chun Yin into his office to introduce Arya to her. From now on, Arya will be your assistant. Is it all right if she stays with you? Of course, boss. It feels so empty in the big house with just me and Sister Zhao. Having another sister to live with is even better. Arya, you need to learn to speak Huaguo, Chinese, to better integrate into our family. I understand, dear. I will start learning tonight. Let me teach you. Thank you, Sister Chen. With Xiao Wan around, communication through translation would not be an issue, but it would still be best if Arya could speak Huaguo on her own. Qin Tian presented 2 smartphones from a post-apocalyptic planet to Chun Yin and Arya so that they could communicate without barriers in the future. After Arya left with Chun Yin, Lan Xinyu and her companions gathered around to inquire about how Qin Tian and Xiang Shui found the country of the Rus. The scenery in the coastal city over there is indeed quite lovely. We should all travel there together sometime. With these masks that can change our appearances, we need not fear that others might covet our beauty while traveling. Little Tian, can I change my face to become a beautiful Rus girl tonight? Me too. Upon returning home, Qin Tian was instantly surrounded by a group of fluffy pets. After being raised for over 10 days, these little creatures could now run around, playful like a bunch of children. As their owner, Qin Tian received a warm welcome upon his arrival. Hey, these little ungrateful ones. When you were away, they paid us no mind, but now they are all lively and bouncing to greet you. Yun-Jin picked up a small fox, tapping its tiny nose, while the little fox struggled to burrow into Qin Tian's embrace. You little fox spirit, how old are you to be seeking my man's affection? Humph. The little fox emitted a righteous protest. I belong to the master. You are the bad one. Forget you, little Tian. Let us explore your mask. Before even having dinner. Yun-Jin was eager to transform into a Rus girl. Qin Tian scooped her up and carried her toward the room, while Lan Xinyu and the others chuckled and went to prepare dinner. Throughout the night, Qin Tian diligently helped them catch up on their studies, feeling both exhausted and joyful. The next day was Friday. Chun Yin took a leave of absence to accompany Arya to open a bank account. With nothing else to do, Qin Tian joined them. After successfully setting up the account, he instructed Xiao Wan to transfer some money to Arya, and the 3 of them went shopping for clothes. Dear, do you think they have any thoughts about me? The curious and odd gazes from passers-by made Arya feel somewhat uneasy. Qin Tian patted her hand and chuckled. They think you are tall and beautiful. There is no malice intended. Yes, I can sense that they mean no harm. Unlike in the country of the Rus, where many men looked at me as if they wanted to strip me bare. Upon returning home, Qin Tian retrieved a small box of cookies made from mutated snow lotus flowers from the trunk of the car. From now on, you can have these cookies as snacks. They are delicious and also beneficial for beauty, a kind of health cookie. Is this the kind of cookie that has made you all more beautiful? Chunyan could not help but ask. She had heard Lan Xinyu mention that they often drank a kind of juice that enhances beauty, not realizing there were also cookies for the same purpose. Yes, the cookies and juice have similar effects. All right, we will not be polite then. We can finish this in a week. After you finish, I will bring you more. There is plenty. Boss, I have recently bought several beautiful outfits. Let me show you. Alia, you can choose one of the extra outfits, and we can wear them together to show the boss. After enjoying too many fashion shows at Qin Yan's home, Qin Tian headed to Lu Shue's house to wait for her to finish work. That night, Qin Tian planned to stay over, fulfilling a promise made a few days prior. Lu Shue was, of course, delighted that Qin Tian would stay with her. They worked diligently on their cultivation until midnight before finally allowing themselves to rest. When Qin Tian awoke the next morning, Lu Shue was still in a sweet slumber, blissfully dreaming, her lips curled into a smile of happiness. Brother, a batch of raw materials and that batch of sweet potatoes have arrived at the warehouse. If you have time, please collect them, otherwise, we will not have room for other things. As Qin Tian picked up his phone, he saw a text message from Xiaowan. All right, I will go collect them when I have time. Brother, I must tell you that the female streamer really wants your contact information and even sent 50 pounds of cured meat for me to pass on to you. Oh, that female streamer? She probably wishes to express her gratitude. Did you give her my contact information? Of course not. I firmly rejected her. That's fine. Let me check if she is currently live streaming. Qin Tian gently set Lu Shue down and propped himself up against the headboard, opening the Dodo app. Oh, Zhang Xiao is actually live. Zhang Xiao was streaming her students cleaning up, while the little yellow bicycle had another 100,000 pounds of sweet potatoes available for sale. Qin Tian sent a puzzled comment. Did not your village sell out of sweet potatoes? How come there are still sweet potatoes for sale? On the other side of the live stream, a little girl had been watching the phone intently. Upon seeing Qin Tian's question, she immediately called out to Zhang Xiao. Teacher Zhang, a guest has sent a comment. I'm coming. Zhang Xiao quickly set down her broom and rushed over to read the comment. Is it the great brother from Tingxia? It really is him. How wonderful. Zhang Xiao exclaimed with delight, smiling sweetly at the camera. Hello, big brother. Our village's sweet potatoes have sold out, but seeing how well I was selling them, the people from the neighboring village asked the village chief to request my help in selling theirs, offering me a 20 commission. Qin Tian replied, all right, I will take all of them, but you must ensure quality. Otherwise, I will not buy from you again. Zhang Xiao replied, I guarantee quality with my 10 years of singlehood. Ha, you really know how to speak. Qin Tian promptly placed the order and made the payment. Just 100,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. It is a small matter, consider it assistance to the farmers. The motivation for my 4 daily updates is the number of requests for updates from everyone. Please do not stop urging me for updates. I beg you. Chapter 79. Global smart product manufacturers are all in a frenzy. A notification popped up indicating a customer had placed an order. Zhang Xiao opened it and saw that the 100,000 pounds of sweet potatoes had sold out, and the ID of the buyer was indeed Tingxia Yuju. Zhang Xiao excitedly shouted, thank you, great brother from Tingxia. I wish you could marry 10 wives. When will you send someone to transport the sweet potatoes? I need to gather them. Qin Tian replied, in 2 days. Could you respond to my private message, big brother? It would be convenient for us to stay in touch. Of course. I must go now. By the way, buy a few more beautiful clothes to wear. Immediately, 10 festive effects erupted on the phone screen, startling Zhang Xiao, who quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might scream out loud. Each carnival costs 3,000 yuan, and for 10, that amounts to 30,000 yuan. She received a total of 20 carnivals from Qin Tian, summing up to 60,000 yuan. Even after accounting for the platform's cut and taxes, she would still net over 20,000 yuan. Zhang Xiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Qin Tian. Thank you, Tingxiago. You must be a charming gentleman adored by all. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Indeed, her words were quite on point. As for matters concerning her, let Xiaoan handle them. Qin Tian wished to avoid engaging in frivolous conversations. With a smile, he exited the Daodu app, only to find Lu Shue, who had been sleeping with her head on his thigh, awakening and gazing at him with sleepy eyes. Awake? Shall we continue our slumber or venture out for some shopping? Qin Tian gently ran his fingers through Lu Shue's hair. I want to shop for a bit. I plan to visit my parents for New Year's. Then let's rise. It's getting late. If I have the time, I'll accompany you home. You are so wonderful, darling. Let us freshen up. Carry me, please. Lu Shue, with her love-struck demeanor, seemed to cling to Qin Tian as if she wished to be by his side all day. after spending the entire morning shopping with her. Qin Tian sent her home in the afternoon before heading to the warehouse. Fan Ning had just sent over the design blueprints for various experimental equipment. Qin Tian needed to expedite their production. He intended to keep one of the 3 factory buildings as a laboratory, while the other would be used for manufacturing machinery. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Qin Tian transferred sweet potatoes to the item transfer panel, stored the raw materials in his space, and brought in a clone of Xiaoan to operate the experimental equipment for production. He picked up the 50 pounds of cured meat Jiang Zhao had sent, finding it quite fragrant, and planned to have Yuja prepare it for dinner later. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and the others were also out shopping, so Qin Tian drove over to join them. While Qin Tian and his friends enjoyed themselves, many others were far from cheerful. After checking the warehouse, the Lokfa company discovered a loss of 100,000 tons of grain and some firearms, which infuriated the owner to the point of sending several security guards to tend to the pigs. In another development, Longwei Company's carbon-based chips were indeed authentic. Uncertain of which company manufactured them, all global smartphone manufacturers were thrown into disarray. Longwei released a chip testing report, the data of which sent chills down the spines of chip manufacturers. In a performance ranking of new models, Longwei's latest model outpaced the second place by 20 million points, leaving competitors despondent and chip manufacturers terrified. A single carbon-based SoC chip, combined with the integrated storage computation chip, utterly crushed the chip advantage constructed by the United States. Mr. Cool smashed his 10th coffee cup, shouting into his phone, "I don't care what means you use. You must find out which company produced the carbon-based chip." "But sir, the people from the Dragon Kingdom are tight-lipped. They refuse to be bribed. Your offer is too low. Increase it to 10 million US dollars. I refuse to believe we can't pry their lips open." "Understood, sir. I will take care of it immediately." Similar thoughts and plans were echoed by Huang Chong and Hong Chong, who were eager to discover the manufacturer of the carbon-based chips. The mink fur involved in producing carbon-based chips is surely here to cause trouble. How can we proceed? Find a way to uncover this. We need to recruit talent, no matter the cost. I'm allocating a budget of 10 million yuan to ensure we uncover the truth in the shortest time possible. Our company is facing a life-or-death crisis. I must go to Huiguo and seek authorization for production technology. Brother, many companies are searching for the manufacturer of carbon-based chips. Should we not disclose our findings? Qin Wan, entwining her arm with Qin Tian's, walked behind the group of women, leading onlookers to believe they were a couple. Let the situation develop a bit longer. There's no rush. The factory's production capacity is limited, and I'm disinclined to take on more orders. Let us revisit this in over a month. The sensation of controlling the fate of others was, to be candid, exhilarating. Brother, I traced the last location of the orcs from the Rust Kingdom. They were sent to an underground base, likely housing a biochemical laboratory. As I suspected, humans' greatest flaw is their insatiable curiosity to study everything, regardless of whether they can harness such power: viruses, bacteria, nuclear weapons. We robots are superior. The 3 items you mentioned are trivial to us. Why not become a robot like me? Impossible. How could I enjoy life as a robot? Is your way of enjoying life merely interacting with your girlfriend? I can interact with you too. Shall we give it a try? No. Let us wait until you have a human body. Fine. The mature Xiaoan wore a look of regret, causing Qin Tian a slight headache, as his robotic sister continuously coveted his physical form. Days spent with his beloved flew by, and soon it was morning again. Today marked November 23rd, the day for activating new clones. Up to 5 could be activated at once. With Xianglin still peacefully asleep in his arms, Qin Tian instructed the system to commence activation. Ding! 5 new clones activated successfully. 4 remained, while 1 failed and perished. The deceased clone belonged to the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, having died after being skinned alive. The remaining 4 clones included a modern urban taxi driver, a minor landowner from an ancient dynasty, a commoner from a one-eyed tribe on a wild planet, and a beggar from a war-torn nation. Damn, a dragon clan. What a promising species, only to be slaughtered upon arrival. This plot feels oddly familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. System, please attempt to activate another Dragon Clan clone next time. Qin Tian wished to see if he could salvage the Dragon Clan clone, for dragons were indeed a valuable species. Noted. With the activation of the new clones, the group chat began to buzz with activity once more. Clone 10, number 27, do you have any local specialties? Perhaps gold or something. Clone 27, chickens. I need to acclimate to life here first. Aside from towering trees, I see nothing. Perhaps there are unique items beyond the FO Sister Xian. Let us procure some furniture. You shall be able to move in tomorrow. I will arrange for 2 caretakers and bodyguards for you. Very well, Let us proceed to the furniture market at once. After a flurry of purchases, the new residence is finally set up. Little Tian, accompany your sister to the hotel. She has something to give you. What is it? You will know once we arrive. Qin Tian, perplexed by the woman's intentions, followed Li Angzhen to the hotel, only to receive her passionate return. Today was both a financial and physical expenditure, and Qin Tian felt somewhat tricked, yet he did not mind. Sister Xian, you are in a dangerous phase recently. Are you? Why are you so eager to seek me out? Humph, taking advantage and acting coy. I simply enjoy your company, you silly brother. After dining with Li Angzhen, Qin Tian finally returned home, having seen Xiao Wan's two avatars already following Li Angzhen. Little Tian, tomorrow the film adaptation of Interstellar Era premieres. Will you join us for the opening ceremony? After a session of mutual cultivation, Yunjin nestled in Qin Tian's embrace, unwilling to move. Has the animated series of Interstellar Era concluded? That was swift. Let us go see it. I have never attended a film premiere before, and I am quite curious. Chen Yan, as the leading lady and spokesperson, will interact with fans on site. Time has flown, and Interstellar Era has aired for 2 to 3 months. Indeed, it is time. T&E Films' creative efficiency is astonishing. While others produce 1 or 2 episodes a week, T&E can craft 10, raking in profits at a rate exceeding 5 times that of other animations. Hence, following the conclusion of the animated series, a promotional plan for the film adaptation has emerged. The film will introduce numerous new characters, serving as a narrative supplement to the animated series. This year is a cold winter for the film industry, and it remains uncertain whether their film will be well received. Should it become a cinematic joke, T&E Films may never again venture into film creation. The 3D film promises a grander spectacle, with cosmic battles depicted more realistically. At the very least, Qin Tian noted a significant difference between the holographic projection of Interstellar Era and its 2D counterpart. Before retiring for the night, Qin Tian glanced at the discussions of his avatars. Avatar 11. I plan to conquer a nearby larger city as a new stronghold. What do you all think? Avatar 2. I suggest the original self-purchase more military books for Avatar 11, as well as literature on governance. Avatar 5. As ordinary individuals, we have much to learn. One misstep can lead to our hard work being usurped. Avatar 21. Indeed, Avatar 11. You must read extensively rather than solely pursuing larger territories. It is essential to cultivate depth. Qin Tian. I will have Xiao Wan organize all governance and military texts. Anyone wishing to study may do so. It is quite easy to have Xiao Wan compile the books. Retrieving the apocalyptic planet phone, she can organize the ebooks and send the device to the avatars. Governing a nation is no simple task, particularly when it comes to drafting laws. Disarray in legislation inevitably leads to chaos within the state. On the following morning, Lan Tianyu selected a new outfit for Qin Tian, as it was important to dress formally for the premiere. After a flurry of activity, Yunjin and Xiang Shui clutched a small fox, and the group set off for a large cinema. A throng of people queued at the cinema entrance. The 5 donned masks to obscure their identities, thus avoiding considerable hassle. Lan Tianyu and the others had grown increasingly beautiful, and venturing out without masks would attract a swarm of admirers, including scouts seeking to discover new stars. T&E Films dispatched half of its staff to attend the premiere, both to maintain order and to ensure a lively atmosphere, preventing any embarrassing lack of attendees. Qin Tian and his companions settled into the second row, awaiting the commencement of the event. Do not fidget, be cautious, or sister may not provide you with treats. Yunjin cautioned as the small fox in her arms attempted to climb onto Qin Tian. She firmly pressed its head down. The small fox whimpered, Master, hold me. I long for your warm embrace. Another fox in Xiang Lan's arms echoed the plea. Master, please hold me. Qin Tian, sensing the emotional shifts of the 2 small foxes, gently caressed their soft fur. Ah, how delightful. You are truly wonderful, Master. More, please, do not stop, Master. What beautiful little foxes, may I touch them? A young girl behind them could no longer contain her wonder and reached out. No, only the Master and Mistress may touch and hold us, the small fox protested. Indeed, she is a wicked one, the other fox chimed in. The 2 foxes nestled deeper into Yunjin and Xiang Lan's embrace. Apologies, young lady. Ardabai and Xiaobai are quite shy and do not permit strangers to touch them, Yunjin explained, patting the fox in her arms. What a pity. This is my first time seeing such adorable little foxes. May I take their picture? That is permissible. Go ahead, Yunjin replied. She and Xiang Lan placed the 2 foxes on their laps for the girl to capture better photographs. Moments later, the premiere officially commenced. Chen Yan, elegantly attired in a fitting gown, ascended the red carpet stage alongside Qin Wan and Xiao Wan, the film department avatar. The three women, equally enchanting, drew a flurry of camera flashes upon their entrance. The premiere attracted a substantial crowd, filling the expansive screening room with at least 700 attendees, including fans. TNE Films employees, journalists, industry peers, and representatives from distributors. Just as Qin Wan prepared to announce the commencement of the ceremony, a man surged forth from the audience, brandishing flowers. "Qin Yan, I love you. Be my girlfriend," he implored, kneeling sincerely before her. The sudden appearance of the man halted the room momentarily before erupting into gasps. Chen Yan's expression soured. The man, Kang Zheng, was a former university classmate and a third-rate actor. Post-graduation, Chen Yan occasionally received his messages, but after her marriage, he had vanished for a considerable time. However, upon hearing of her divorce in their university group chat, he had immediately resumed his advances. Chen Yan had blocked all his contact information, yet she could not prevent today's scene from unfolding. Qin Wan, glancing at Kang Zheng, quickly grasped the situation. She gestured, and Jiang promptly arrived with two security personnel at the stage. Jiang politely addressed Kang Zheng. "Sir, please refrain from disrupting the premiere. Let us discuss this afterward." Kang Zheng disregarded Jiang, dismissing him as a mere security guard. "Qin Yan, I know this is abrupt, but please grant me a chance." Qin Yan firmly replied, "I already have a boyfriend. We are not suited for each other. Please leave." "No, it is impossible. I have waited for you for 6 years. Why will you not give me an opportunity?" "Why?" Kang Zheng shouted in anger, standing to confront Qin Yan. Her complexion paled, and Aaliyah rushed from backstage to shield Qin Yan. As an imposing figure at 18 meters tall, Aaliyah exuded an air of intimidation. Kang Zheng appeared diminutive before her, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Qin Yan chose silence. Speaking further would only exacerbate matters. Jiang recognized the need for a firmer approach, signaling for the other two security personnel to seize Kang Zheng's arms, preparing to forcibly remove him from the venue. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Kang Zheng let out a furious roar. Qin Wan observed as his eyes turned crimson and his teeth morphed into sharp fangs, instantly realizing he had transformed into a beastman. Without needing an order from the Qin dynasty, Qin Wan leapt forward to confront Kang Zheng, delivering a swift blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious with a single strike. Turning to Jiang, she instructed, "Call the police and report that he has gone mad and requires confinement in a psychiatric facility. After you exit, ensure he is closely monitored to prevent any escape." Jiang recalled the scene of Cheng Yang's previous madness and instantly understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in acknowledgement as he escorted the man away. The onlookers at the event were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, finding this pre-screening spectacle far more riveting than the film itself. The striking beauty and agility of the female leader created a significant impact, prompting several spectators to craft narratives in their minds, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to share them online. At the film premiere, the divorced starlet rejects a suitor, who subsequently descends into madness. Guess who the new love interest of the protagonist from Interstellar Age is, post-divorce? Shocking. The real-life inspiration for the heroine is 10 times more beautiful than her animated counterpart. "Mom, I'm in love, but she already has an ex-husband and a boyfriend. What skills must one hone to safely pursue such a stunning partner?" At that moment, Qin Tian felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why did he always seem to attract beastmen? Was he cursed with an ill-fated aura? It shouldn't be the case. He had never displayed any dominating presence nor showcased his remarkable skills, so why did beastmen seem to line up before him? Beside him, Xianglan whispered, "Brother." The probability of beastmen appearing around those with extraordinary abilities is several times greater than that of ordinary individuals. Qin Tian realized the truth of her words. The presence of he, Xiang Shui, and Xianglan, 3 extraordinary individuals, only heightened the likelihood of encountering beastmen. The reasons behind this phenomenon eluded him, and he would need time to unravel the mystery. On stage, Qin Wan officially commenced the premiere, with the first segment dedicated to interacting with the audience. The fans were particularly curious about Chun Yan's romantic history, prompting several questions directed at her past. "My past has long since dissipated. Marriage brought me not joy but a tapestry of scars and profound exhaustion. Yet, not every relationship is fraught with suffering. Encountering a kindred spirit can yield immense happiness." Curiosity also surrounded Alia, with fans eager to learn about her background. "Alia is my new assistant, a girl from Russia, still grappling with the nuances of the Chinese language. Alia, please greet the fans." Upon hearing the real-time translation from Xiao Wan, Alia beamed a sweet smile at the audience. "Hello, everyone." This greeting, which she had practiced for 2.5 hours, finally found its moment to shine. What a beautiful Russian girl. Mom, I've fallen in love again. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Russia to find a Russian girl to be my wife. Oh, she smiled at me. Those long legs, that radiant face. If I could win her heart, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life. How can I obtain her contact information? I must secure a position at Tianyi Films. Alia and Chunyin had recently indulged in some mutated snow lotus flower cookies, enhancing their beauty to an astonishing degree, captivating the fans with their natural allure. The premiere proceeded smoothly, culminating in a viewing of the Interstellar Age film adaptation. The 3D experience was visually stunning, immersing the audience in the storyline. While the film concluded with a poignant reunion between the lead characters after an interstellar war, delivering a perfect finale. Let's head out first. As the film ended, applause erupted from the audience, while Qin Tian, along with the 4 women, exited ahead. The subsequent activities included a QA session with the press and signing physical books for fans. Qin Tian led the 4 women out of the screening room to find Ji Yang and inquire about Kong Zhang's departure. The police arrived 15 minutes after we reported, and they took him away, Ji Yang confirmed. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Each of you will receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Qin Tian, disliking empty promises, found joy in being a generous employer. After a leisurely stroll around the vicinity with the 4 women, they purchased ingredients to prepare a meal together. Little brother, this time it's my turn to return home with you, Yin Jin softly remarked, resting against Qin Tian. He planned to visit home the following day to retrieve experimental equipment for the research department. If you are still taking turns, why not all go back together? Perhaps it's best not to. It might overwhelm Annie with too many visitors. Once the 4 women had drifted into slumber, Qin Tian immersed himself in the communication zone, sharing his recent experiences. Number 4 clone. My wife just informed me that extraordinary individuals have a significantly higher probability of attracting beastmen. Number 2 clone. Is it possible that the blue star, where the original resides, is now teeming with extraordinary individuals? Qin Tian. It's plausible. For instance, I never display my abilities in public for fear of being captured for experimentation. Number 13 clone. Brothers, we have made progress in developing the extraordinary ability Awakening Serum. We isolated an active substance from the blood of the original and number 1. We are uncertain if it's responsible for the effect. Qin Tian. Can this active substance be synthesized? How can we test whether your developed serum is effective? Number 13 clone. Any substance can be synthesized. However, testing could be tricky unless one of us is brave enough to volunteer. Number 28 clone. Could it result in fatalities? If not, I am willing to try. I am in a perilous situation and could use some extraordinary abilities. Number 1 clone. You didn't wear the energy shield device. That's definitely dangerous. You also shouldn't opt for a bionic robot. That's assuredly perilous. You didn't pursue the beautiful women from the snow disaster planet, which is also risky. Number 28 clone. Brother, the surroundings here are quite desolate. I wouldn't dare invite a beauty to suffer with me. A bionic robot would suffice. I'll acquire 2 for protection. As for the energy shield device, if others see me unharmed, wouldn't I be perceived as a monster? Number 1 clone. If anyone notices your anomaly, simply silence them. It's straightforward. Number 28 clone. You make a valid point, but I still desire personal strength. If testing the serum results in my demise, so be it. Qin Tian. Number 28. Don't worry about the trial. Even if it leads to your death, I will revive you. Number 28 clone. Can I choose my revival identity? I wish to be an emperor, ruling with 3 palaces and 72 concubines. Other clones. You will undoubtedly become a tyrant. Upon hearing them call him a tyrant, Qin Tian recalled that he had yet to send ebooks to number 11. Gently setting the sleeping Yunjin aside, he retrieved 20 post-apocalyptic mobile phones from the bathroom, instructing Xiao Wan to download all available ebooks on national governance and military command. If any books were unavailable in digital format, he asked her to purchase physical copies online, to be forwarded to number 11 upon arrival. Xiao Wan worked efficiently, successfully downloading the majority of the ebooks on governance and military strategy onto the 20 devices. After placing the phones aside in a designated area, Qin Tian reminded the clones to diligently pursue their studies. Qin Tian. Number 13. Has the research on the Beastman's special healing serum progressed? Number 13 clone. Number 19 and I are analyzing the medicinal materials provided by the brothers, aiming to identify a suitable carrier drug for positive energy within a week. Qin Tian. Please expedite this. Otherwise, I will feel embarrassed to face the neighbors. Number 19 clone. Original. Do not rush if the path is correct. You will eventually reach the destination. Being overly hasty may lead to errors. Qin Tian understood the wisdom in this, Yet he felt the impatience of Zhang Hui's parents. Sighing, he decided to let things unfold naturally. Returning to the cozy embrace of the bed, Yunjin instinctively nestled into Qin Tian's arms and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Qin Tian packed the trunk with an assortment of snacks and delicacies from Russia, embarking on a journey back to Yun City with Yunjin. Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan had already left for school, leaving only their parents waiting at the doorstep. However, Qin Hai and Li Huilin were taken aback to see Yunjin instead of Lan Tianyu, their expressions momentarily frozen before they quickly donned smiles. Xiao Jin, you've arrived. Let me see if you've lost weight recently, Li Huilin exclaimed warmly, grasping Yunjin's hand with genuine concern. Auntie, I haven't lost any weight. I eat plenty every day, and you've become more beautiful. I almost mistook you for Ah Tian's sister, she added with a laugh. Haha, Xiao Jin. You always say such lovely things. Come, let us go inside. I've prepared a grand feast, just waiting for your return. Auntie, your culinary skills are unmatched. Li Huilin led Yunjin into the house, while Qin Hai gave Qin Tian a thumbs up from behind. Good lad. Each time you bring back a different girlfriend. Did you break up with you? How could I? Yu Jia is so wonderful. She couldn't join us this time due to prior commitments. All right. I'll take your word for it. Let me see what treasures you brought back. Each time Qin Tian returned, it felt like unboxing a surprise gift. And Qin Hai relished that moment of discovery. Oh wow, so much stuff, mostly food. Are these for mink coats? Yes, Dad. I bought them in Russia. They are genuine. Great. I'll wear one when it gets colder. After the meal, Yunjin stayed home to chat with her mother, while Qin Tian ventured alone to the factory. Fan Ning accompanied Qin Tian to an empty workshop, where he casually began to unpack the experimental equipment that had been produced. Boss, this workshop is too small. It's simply insufficient for all our research projects. Can the upper floors of the office building be converted into laboratories? Some research projects can be accommodated. I'll list the equipment needed, and could you help transport it upstairs? No problem. Fan Ning compiled a list of lightweight experimental devices for Qin Tian to pack up. Upon reaching the office building, she started planning the allocation of research areas while Qin Tian set up the corresponding instruments according to her layout. Boss, we're all set. Once we acquire some additional experimental apparatus, we can officially commence our research. Which of you specializes in quantum chips? Do you need quantum chips? I specialize in them, currently. Blue Star's quantum chips strike me as exceedingly outdated and cumbersome. What level have your quantum chips reached? The most advanced technology one possesses has achieved 1 million quantum bits. No wonder the mobile phones on the Apocalypse planet are so advanced. It turns out quantum chips have evolved to this extent. The phones you refer to are merely the most basic communication tools on our side, with a quantum bit count of only 5,000. 5,000 is already impressive. We need not delve into such advanced technology. A chip with 200 quantum bits will suffice. Being a step ahead is genius. But being a step too far leads to ruin. I have no desire to tread that path. Currently, the leading quantum chips on Blue Star have reached a maximum of 105 quantum bits, making Qin Tian's goal of 200 quantum bits quite appropriate. This is straightforward. I can provide you with the design in a few days. However, the chip in the phone is referred to as a bionic quantum chip, which differs from the standard quantum chip. We shall proceed with the standard type. Preferably, it should only operate in specific environments. Though Fan Ning found Qin Tian's plan perplexing, she complied without question, responding, understood. After arranging the experimental equipment, Qin Tian took a moment to glance at the chip workshop, where Xiao Wan's avatars were diligently working. One particularly attractive avatar of Xiao Wan rushed over and linked her arm with Qin Tian's. Brother, are you here to supervise my work? Qin Tian was unable to extricate himself from her soft grip and could only smile helplessly. I merely came to check how many chips have been produced. If you hold me so tightly, my hand is going numb. Hee, I just enjoy hugging my brother. All right, I'll loosen my grip a bit. WeVE completed 1/10 of the chips after just 3 days of work. Chapter 83, which pre-packaged food factory is outsourcing the carbon-based chips. Upon observing that the production of carbon-based chips was proceeding steadily, Qin Tian finally felt a sense of relief. Xiao Wan escorted him to the factory entrance, and he drove home. As he passed by Zhang Hui's house, he noticed Jin Chang anxiously waiting at the roadside. Clearly, the news of Qin Tian's return had spread to the neighbors. Qin Tian parked and approached, sensing Jin Chang's urgency. Xiao Tian, do you have any news about your friend? Qin Tian pondered for a moment before reassuring him. Uncle, my friend mentioned that it will take at most 2 months, and at the latest, 6 months to produce the results. I will ensure to provide the medication to Zhang Hui as soon as it's ready. Jin Chang visibly relaxed. 2 months? That's manageable, especially with the new year approaching. Typically, When people seek employment and see salary listings ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, they may mistakenly believe it implies they can earn 5,000. Likewise, when told that it would take 2 months to 6 months, many interpret it as merely 2 months. The avatars on the 13th and 19th mentioned a time frame of half a month. To be cautious, Qin Tian stated 2 months, which was reasonable. Furthermore, once the medication was developed, it would require foreign beasts for testing, necessitating additional time. If all else fails, he could always send Jin Hui to Angel Planet, where the 20th avatar could have a high-ranking angel purify him. Regardless, with the back and forth, Jin Hui would become a loyal subordinate, alleviating any concerns about revealing his secrets. After bidding farewell to Jin Chong, Qin Tian drove home, where his parents and Yun Jin were basking in the sun, appearing thoroughly content. "Ah Tian, come over here. Let us enjoy the sunshine together." Yun Jin made space on the lounge chair, inviting Qin Tian to join her. He complied, lying beside her, and she promptly shifted, half reclining on him. Qin Hai and Li Huilin opened their eyes to witness their affectionate display, sharing a knowing smile without uttering a word. At 5 in the afternoon, the kindergarten day ended, and Xiao Mo and Xiao Wan burst out on schedule. "Wow, brother, sister-in-law, you're here." As soon as Xiao Mo spotted Qin Tian and Yun Jin, she dashed forward on her short legs, excitedly leaping into Qin Tian's embrace. Yun Jin produced a tissue, smiling as she wiped the dirt from the little one's face. "Xiao Mo, why is your face so dirty? Sister Wan and I just had a race. I broke a sweat." Xiao Mo ran so slowly, she couldn't possibly win against me. Qin Tian chuckled as he ruffled their hair. "Let us head home. Mom has prepared delicious food for you." "Brother, did you bring candied hawthorn for me and Sister Wan?" "Of course, how could I forget you?" "Hee, brother is the best." In a distant land, at the headquarters of a fruit company in a beautiful nation, Mr. Cool listened to his subordinates' report, nearly moved to tears by their lack of intelligence. "Are you a fool? How could you believe that carbon-based chips are being outsourced by a pre-packaged food factory in Huiguo?" "Boss, I spent $1 million to gather this information from a relative of an employee at Longway Company." "You imbecile, if you continue with such foolishness, I will terminate your position." "But I find it quite plausible. In terms of technology and efficiency, Huiguo's pre-packaged food factories are indeed far ahead of other industries, even surpassing milk tea shops. Damn it, the industry gap is too vast. No matter how advanced the technology or efficiency, they cannot produce carbon-based chips. Continue your investigation and seek out a breakthrough from that employee's relative." "Understood, I will look into it further." This subordinate was well aware that it was impossible for a pre-packaged food factory to be involved in the production of carbon-based chips. However, Mr. Cool's deadline had arrived, and failing to present any information to deflect responsibility would result in accountability. Meanwhile, other mobile phone manufacturers in Huiguo received entirely different intelligence. Not long ago, Yang Dong made 2 visits to Yunzhou City in Jiangnan Province, a fact that is no secret. Which company in Yunzhou has the capability to manufacture carbon-based chips? They printed a comprehensive list of all companies in Yunzhou and began a meticulous investigation. Unfortunately, Tianyi Technology was among the first to be eliminated from consideration. Who would believe that a company established less than 2 months ago could possess the capability to produce carbon-based chips? Immediately, you are to reach out to these companies for inquiries, striving to uncover the source at the earliest opportunity. We cannot afford to fall too far behind Longway in the mobile phone market. First, send someone to assess these companies, if they can indeed manufacture carbon-based chips. We must lure their RD teams away, regardless of the cost. I will personally visit Yunzhou, and Secretary Gao, I would like you to accompany me. Many are searching for manufacturers of carbon-based chips, yet Qin Tian has overlooked this information, focusing instead on spending time with his family. Upon returning home, the happiest person is little Mo, who clings to Qin Tian, wanting to be by his side at all times. Even at night, she wishes to sleep beside him, only to be pulled away by her mother. We absolutely cannot let this interfere with Qin Tian and Yun Jin's plans for a family. How can this little girl be so oblivious? During their evening practice, Yun Jin, emulating the previous method of Lanchinyu, bites down on the quilt, making not a single sound. "Little Tian, it's rather inconvenient at home. Let us go to the office at the factory tomorrow," Yun Jin said weakly. "All right. I will arrange the factory equipment as well," Qin Tian replied, planning to embark on a custom equipment manufacturing venture. Regardless of the type of equipment, as long as the customer provides a design or specifications, he can produce it. This is how we shall showcase the prowess of Tianyi technology. The following day, Qin Tian and Yun Jin rose early to send little Mo and Xiao Wan to school. "Did you two pack a lot of dried fish in your bags? They seem awfully heavy," Qin Tian remarked. one hand holding little Mo's hand while the other carried her bag, noticing its unusual weight. Brother, Xiao Jingjing often brings delicious treats for me and Xiao Wan. Today, I brought some dried fish and candied hawthorn for her, she explained. But why is your bag so heavy? Let me take a look. Qin Tian released her hand and opened the small bag, discovering not only dried fish and candied hawthorn, but also a small flower, who was quietly nestled inside. Upon seeing Qin Tian, the little flower politely raised a paw in greeting. Meow, hello, master. Meanwhile, Yunjin had also pulled out little Hay from Xiao Wan's backpack. Oh no, caught red-handed again. Each time they brought little Hua and little Hay to school, they were discovered by their brother, causing little Mo's cheeks to flush. Qin Tian gently tapped little Mo's head. You are not to bring pets to school again, understand? Otherwise, I won't bring you any treats. Oh, I understand. I won't dare next time, she promised. After dropping the two little ones off at kindergarten with their teacher, Qin Tian and Yunjin carried little Hay and little Hua to the factory. While Yunjin entertained the little creatures in the office, Qin Tian proceeded to an empty factory space and installed a medium-sized universal production line there. Xiao Wan, do you think we should accept custom orders or produce our own products? He inquired. Brother, since others are unaware of our capabilities, we might not receive valuable orders. Accepting unworthy orders would waste our time, she replied. Then what should we produce? Lithography machines? Exactly, brother, you have a keen eye. Let us sell 2-nanometer lithography machines at a bargain price. That way, we can quickly establish our reputation. Chapter 84. A 2-nanometer lithography machine sells for 2 billion yuan. A bargain price? No way. I refuse to engage in a loss-making venture. Qin Tian was not inclined to lose money just to attract attention. He intended to sell at a premium. Brother, don't worry. Even at a bargain price, we won't incur losses. According to my calculations, a 2-nanometer lithography machine can sell for 2 billion yuan, and the production cost is less than 200 million. Is the cost really that low? We manufacture all the components ourselves, so naturally, the cost is lower, and our equipment won't be oversized and cumbersome. Very well, I will trust your judgment. Do you have the design? Let us begin now and order a batch of raw materials. I just sent the raw materials list to the headquarters of Dream City. But I don't have the design. It seems you've been indulging in your own excitement. It's not entirely self-indulgent. I found a design for a 28-nanometer lithography machine online, but we need Fan Ning to find someone to optimize and improve it. Alright, you can arrange for Fan Ning to handle it. It's already taken care of. Having completed yet another project, Qin Tian returned to the office feeling lighthearted, engaging in sweet exchanges with Yunjin. During lunch, upon seeing Yunjin's flushed face, Fan Ning immediately grasped the situation, her own cheeks growing warm. Fan Ning, as soon as the design for the lithography machine is ready, please inform me so that I may proceed to the next step. Of course, boss. It should take about 3 days to finish the design, and I will report back to you then. Qin Tian's handsome visage caused Fan Ning to unconsciously squeeze her legs together. Why doesn't the boss glance at me more? Is my charm truly that lacking? But Secretary Yun is undeniably beautiful. It makes me feel so inadequate. That evening, Qin Tian and Yunjin took little Mo and Xiao Wan to enjoy a night out in the city center, returning home to rest past 10 o'clock. The following morning, Qin Tian and Yunjin returned to Dream City. There was little to occupy their time at home, and with Zhen Chang and his wife frequently dropping by to check in, Qin Tian felt restless and longed to return to Dream City. Little Tian, our film adaptation of Interstellar Era has achieved a box office of 500 million. Yunjin beamed as she scrolled through the film rankings on her phone, sharing the delightful news with Qin Tian. 500 million in 3 days feels rather mediocre. You are never satisfied. This year has been tough for the film industry, and our Interstellar Era is a dark horse, don't you think? That's because others cannot keep pace with the times, leading to their works being unpopular. They all seek quick profits. You've inadvertently criticized yourself, you know? Qin Tian decided to remain silent for the moment, focusing on driving. Upon returning to Dream City, Lan Xinyu and the others were celebrating the film's box office achievement at the film company. Qin Tian checked his disposable assets, totaling 7.6 billion, of which 3 billion was a deposit from Longwei, and 4.6 billion was profits made by Xiao Wan in the stock market. He hadn't allowed her to employ aggressive tactics, resulting in a slower profit rate. It was time to purchase the office building beneath his feet, otherwise, he constantly felt the anxiety of potential eviction. Xiao Wan, don't you think? Brother, you're right. When it's time to act, we must seize the opportunity and not let the unscrupulous take advantage. Exactly. Please provide me with the contact details of the building's owner. I will handle the negotiations. The building, owned by a real estate company, comprises 30 stories, with an asking price of 2 billion. The next day, Qin Tian went in to negotiate, ultimately settling at 1.95 billion. The moment he received the property deed, he finally felt a sense of security. According to the real estate company, several other firms had shown interest in the building but had yet to agree on a price. They were indeed taking action. How fortuitous. Many companies harbor malice towards Tianyi Films, but few can produce 20 billion in liquid capital at once. Back at the company, Qin Tian found Li Angzhen supervising the renovations. Sister Xin, this building will soon be mine. When the leases of other companies expire in March next year, I will need your assistance in renovating the remaining floors. Wow. Xiao Tian, you are so wealthy. Thank you for entrusting me with such a significant project. I will ensure the renovations are completed well. I trust you, Sister Xin. Let us go to your home for a visit. I hear you've bought a few new outfits and would like my opinion. Really just for the clothes, nothing else? Truly, I'm not deceiving you this time. Qin Tian returned home with Li Angzhen, truly indulging in a fashion show of new garments. Li Angzhen had purchased several coats, eagerly awaiting Qin Tian's return to model them for him. My sister is not in a position to show up these days. Do you think I would deceive you? Li Angzhen lay on Qin Tian, playfully rubbing her face against his chest. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. The next day was November 29th, Saturday. Qin Tian received a message from Fan Ning early in the morning, announcing that the design for the 2-nanometer lithography machine had been completed, awaiting Qin Tian's further instructions. Produce one unit first and test it for any potential issues or defects, he instructed. Understood. We will have results by tomorrow. Would you like to come back and take a look? No need. Just inform me of the test results. Before the drug was developed, Qin Tian was reluctant to return home, fearing the eager gazes of Zhen Chong and his wife. With that thought, he focused his attention on the communication zone, curious about what his avatars were discussing. Avatar number 1. My base was just ambushed by another faction, but thankfully I reacted swiftly, wielding dozens of energy pistols and collectively eliminating the assailants. Avatar number 2. Danger lurks everywhere. A few days ago, I ventured into a small secret realm and nearly fell victim to a treacherous disciple from another sect. Human nature is perilous. Avatar number 6. I encountered similar threats abroad. Those foreigners attempted to play dirty, but fortunately, I had my bionic robots, which turned the tables. Avatar number 9. Dark elves have made multiple attempts on my life. But ever since I equipped myself with an ability shield device, I have successfully countered them each time. Qin Tian, be cautious if any of you were to perish. Even if I were to resurrect, I might lose something in the process, perhaps memories or abilities. Avatar number 28. Brothers, I have awakened my spatial abilities. Haha. Other avatars, what? Qin Tian, did you not receive the ability awakening potion developed by number 13 some time ago? Why awaken only now? Avatar number 28. Original body. The chaos here makes it unsafe to use the potion. I had to find a secure location first. Qin Tian, fair point. Do check for any side effects in your body. Thank you for your efforts. Number 28. Other avatars. Well done, brother. Avatar no. 28 not only sought personal strength, but also paved the way for his comrades, earning their respect. I will test my spatial abilities now and update you shortly. Chapter 85. Spatial abilities as the nemesis of cold and hot weapons. Half an hour later, Avatar no. 28 relayed good news. His spatial abilities had awakened without any side effects. Brothers, I have succeeded. I can now rely on my personal strength to survive in this turbulent era. Avatar number 11. Brother number 13. Quickly produce a batch of ability awakening potions. I'm in urgent need. Other avatars, same here. Qin Tian. Is the awakening of spatial abilities accessible to anyone, or is it limited to those with unique physiques? Avatar number 13. The theory of space pertains to 5th-level technological civilization, which is quite profound for us, who are merely at the early stages of the 4th level. Avatar number 2. I believe it relates to physique. Our shared physical traits enable an easier awakening of spatial abilities. Brother, are there any usage restrictions on the awakening potion? Of course, specifics cannot be disclosed. The aloofness of the system brother left Qin Tian feeling exasperated. However, knowing there were usage restrictions sufficed. He would simply refrain from allowing others to use them for now. The system brother mentioned usage limitations. You may utilize them, but do not share with those around you. Avatars, understood. With the opportunity for growth, Qin Tian felt a wave of joy for his avatars. At that moment, Avatar number 1 shared his insights into spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are the bane of both cold and hot weapons. By activating space during battle, one can redirect all weapon attacks into the void. However, energy weapon attacks are swift, and if one fails to defend in time, it could be fatal. Therefore, I recommend using energy shields for defense against energy weapons. Qin Tian had yet to utilize spatial abilities in combat, and this revelation opened his eyes to another remarkable application. With that in mind, he retrieved 5 energy shield devices from his inventory, intending to bring them back to Yunzhou City for Fan Ning and the team to research for potential mass production. Xiao Tian, what are you daydreaming about? Are you coming out to play? Let's invite Lu Shui to join us as well. I've already called her. She should be arriving shortly. Aaliyah and Chun Yin refused to come out, as Chun Yin was diligently teaching Aaliyah how to speak Huiguo dialect, and Aaliyah was deeply focused on learning. Qin Tian and his companions spent the day at the creek, returning home only in the evening. The following morning, as Qin Tian rose, Fan Ning reported 2 pieces of good news. The testing of the 2-nanometer lithography machine had concluded successfully, operating flawlessly with no issues. And the design for the quantum chip had also been completed, with physical prototypes tested, meeting Qin Tian's requirements. You all worked hard. Did you stay up all night testing? We complete the tasks assigned by the boss in the shortest time possible. No need to work so hard. There's no rush over the next couple of days. Understood. It won't happen again. After finishing the call with Fan Ning, Qin Tian summoned Xiao Wan. Brother, what is up? Xiao Mo and I are fishing by the river. You're so young and already fishing. How many have you caught? Xiao Mo caught 2 big fish, while I only caught 1 small one. Make sure to keep an eye on Xiao Mo. Don't let her fall into the water. Don't worry, I'll keep her safe. Is there something you need from me, brother? If not, I'll focus on fishing. Please send out some discreet messages stating that a company in Huiguo has developed a 2-nanometer lithography machine and has also created a quantum chip with 200 qubits. Alright, I'm starting to send those out now. Oh, Xiao Mo caught another fish. Those 2 little girls were indeed restless. They must have inherited their father's love for fishing. As Xiao Wan posted various short videos online, netizens gradually began to take interest in these 2 developments. What a joke. Jumping directly from a 28-nanometer lithography machine to a 2-nanometer lithography machine? This must be a cold joke. Today, Huiguo has become a dominant force in the lithography and quantum fields. Is this really true, or is the self-media just sensationalizing? It's likely some prank by a bored individual. I've reported it. The official media remained silent, while the self-media indulged in their own excitement. How tragic. No one believed the short videos posted by Xiao Wan, and some were even reported and taken down. However, Qin Tian merely intended to stir some fun, not genuinely seeking belief. He dialed Yang Dong's number. Good morning, President Qin. Good morning, President Yang. You seem to be in high spirits today. Do you have good news to share? Haha, you're right, President Qin. We are planning to surprise launch 3 products tonight for pre-orders from netizens. Is Longwei Company preparing for another surprise? What are the products? I'd like to buy some for employee benefits. Haha. All 3 products are related to the chips from TNE Technology, a smartphone, a tablet, and a laptop. Congratulations. It's impressive that new products have been adapted and developed so quickly. All thanks to President Qin's efforts. We must express our gratitude. I assume you called me for another matter? Indeed. Do you know anyone interested in purchasing a lithography machine? We at TNE Technology have developed a 2-nanometer lithography machine. The news online is true. You've created a 2-nanometer lithography machine? And what about the quantum chip? That too. Surprising, isn't it? Ha, indeed it is. President Qin intends to sell the lithography machines and has entrusted me with the task, as I am acquainted with nearly all the chip factory proprietors in Huiguo. I requested President Yang to assist in marketing. Our 2-nanometer lithography machines are priced at a mere 200 million yuan each. Such an unbelievably low price. President Qin. Are you certain this won't incur losses? Yang inquired. Rest assured, President Yang, there will be no losses, Qin confidently replied. Very well, I shall promote them on your behalf. However, if your carbon-based chips become open to outsourcing, the demand for the lithography machines might diminish, Yang cautioned. I exclusively produce high-end carbon-based chips and refuse orders above 5 nanometers, Qin declared. That's a clever strategy, allowing competitors to have their share, Yang remarked. After ending the call, Yang disseminated the news, triggering a seismic shift in Huiguo's chip industry over the weekend. Numerous company owners eagerly prepared to approach TNE Technology for procuring the lithography machines as soon as work resumed. Astute businessmen even readied funds, anticipating lucrative opportunities in the stock market. The confirmation of the 2-nanometer lithography machine's existence promised abundant profitable ventures. Having conveyed the message to Yang Dong, Qin Tian proceeded to meet Chun Yin and Arya, who had invited him to admire some exquisite attire. Just as Qin Tian was about to enjoy a fashion show, his 11th clone announced an event in the communication zone. 11th clone. Brothers, I am about to assault the city ahead, marking the first stride toward my grand ambition. Qin Tian, attack swiftly. I'll be watching. Other clones, record the battle on your phones. We'll watch it like a movie. The 11th clone. Having ingested the ability awakening elixir that morning and now wielding spatial powers, deemed the moment ripe to capture a moderately sized nearby city as a new stronghold. The small mountain town was overwhelmed with refugees, and without territorial expansion, latent dangers would inevitably surface. 11th clone. Original self, you are here too? Only you can witness my conquest of this city firsthand. Qin Tian. I've never seen real warfare. I want to observe. 11th clone. Haha, I'll commence the siege shortly. Qin Tian temporarily postponed his engagement with Chun Yin and Arya, feigning a nap while his gaze fixed from a godlike vantage point above the 11th clone's location. Observing the unfolding battle. On the city walls, an enemy general scornfully addressed the 1,000-strong, unknown soldiers below. What ragtag thieves dare covet our fierce dragon city? Are they courting death? Withdraw at once. 11th clone shouted, Shi Minghao, I advise you to surrender promptly, or I shall besiege the city. Shi Minghao laughed heartily, bold thieves. Your boast is laughable. Sons, charge forth and annihilate them. Their forces lacked even basic weaponry such as swords, spears, or bows. Utterly laughable. Charge. The city gates burst open, releasing a contingent of 3,000 infantry and cavalry. Shi Minghao stood atop the walls, brimming with overconfidence, believing these fools incapable of warfare were perfect targets to assert dominance. The 11th clone gauged the distance. As the enemy entered 300 meters, he commanded, fire. 1,000 soldiers, rigorously trained in Hoyuo's military discipline, swiftly assumed firing positions, disengaged safety catches, and pulled triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Modern firearms unveiled their devastating power on this low-technology planet for the first time. The foremost cavalrymen were decimated, falling like wheat before the scythe. The trailing infantry, oblivious to the carnage ahead, were assailed by a relentless hail of bullets, suffering massive casualties instantly. Shi Minghao was dumbfounded, horror dawning in his eyes as his troops were slaughtered en masse. Retreat. Retreat swiftly, he ordered, opting to hold the city rather than risk open battle. The retreat signal sounded. Surviving soldiers scrambled to flee back within the walls. Seizing the moment, the 11th clone blew a meticulously practiced battle horn, stirring every soldier's blood to a fever pitch, compelling an impassioned charge. Leading the assault, the 11th clone shouted, kill. Special forces followed in unison, ruthlessly firing upon the fleeing enemy. Of the 3,000 soldiers who sallied out, only a handful escaped back within the city. The rest perished on the field. Shi Minghao, I offer you one last chance. Surrender the city promptly, or I shall lay siege, the 11th clone warned. Ha! With those weapons you've amassed, do you truly believe you can seize Dragon City? You won't see the coffin before you shed tears? Very well, I shall grant your wish, Shi Minghao retorted defiantly. Refusing to surrender, Shi Minghao met a swift end. The 11th clone produced a psychic pistol and fired at the general on the wall. Boom. The plasma laser beam struck Shi Minghao, fracturing him into countless miniature versions of himself. Showing no mercy, the 11th clone continued firing at the city gates. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy gates exploded into countless fragments. General Shi has fallen. General Shi has fallen. Retreat. Surrender. Spare us. The remaining soldiers cried. Witnessing their leader's demise and the near-total annihilation of their main force, the defenders' morale shattered instantly. They discarded their weapons and awaited capture. The siege concluded effortlessly under the might of modern weaponry, with the 11th clone's forces capturing Dragon City without a single casualty. Having witnessed the entire battle, Qin Tian found it exhilarating yet yearned for more. Nonetheless, a flawless victory without losses was the optimal outcome. He would not risk his clone recklessly. Impressive. I enjoyed it. 11th, inform us before your next battle so I can monitor the progress, Qin Tian instructed. No problem. I shall notify you in advance. Now, I must consolidate control over this city. We'll talk later, the 11th clone replied. Bloodshed having been witnessed, Qin Tian could no longer feign sleep and turned his attention to the fashion show. Master, activate the new clones, he commanded. After completing his tasks, Qin Tian remembered this was the day to activate new clones. Ding. 5 clones activated. For successful, 1 fatality. The deceased clone was the Northern Frontier Prince, son of the Northern Frontier Marshal. The clone was assassinated by a cultivator while traveling on a cultivation-themed planet. The surviving 4 clones included a king of a small low-technology nation, a modern urban novelist, a white dragon of the dragon race, and a modern urban bounty hunter. Mark the deceased clone for revival next time, Qin Tian instructed. Encountering another cultivation planet was rare. He was reluctant to forego the clone embodying the prince's identity. With new clones joining, the clone communication zone buzzed with activity. Clones 13 and 19, as scientific researchers, expressed keen interest in the dragon race. Clone 31. Please share some dragon blood, scales, or meat for our research, they requested. Please no. Original self, help me. Clone 31 pleaded. Qin Tian interceded, 13 and 19. Clone 31 was previously skinned and stripped of his bones. Do not frighten him further. Let him recover first. Clone 1 inquired. Clone 31. Were you the dragon slain by Nezha? On the 31st, the first avatar lamented. Alas, I witnessed a mischievous child indiscriminately relieving himself in the ocean. Upon confronting him, I met my untimely demise. The second avatar commented, the offspring of the affluent are quite arrogant these days. It seems unfortunate for you. The 29th avatar implored, my compatriots. My nation is besieged from all sides. I urgently seek your assistance. The first avatar asserted, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single shot. If there is, then perhaps 2 shots will suffice. The other avatars echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, disregarding the frivolous chatter in the group, Qin Tian returned home after dining at Qin Yan's. The following day, a Monday, as the sales department of Tianyi Technology commenced its operations, a multitude of visit requests from company executives poured in. Let us grant them permission to visit. Everyone should remain vigilant. Should anyone fail to secure a deal, do not be